last chapter of this second volume, he admitted it had been a mistake to look upon France as the main enemy, and completely rejected a war of revision. National Socialist foreign policy must be altered, he said, namely, and the stress is his, to secure for the German people the land and soil to which they are entitled on this earth. Several pages later he was more explicit. We take up where we broke off 600 years ago. We stop the endless German movement to the south and west, and turn our gaze upward to the land in the east. And by the east he meant primarily Russia, which, he charged, had fallen under the yoke of the Jew. And fate had chosen Germany to help bring about conquest of this vast, Jew-ridden territory. Expansionism had long been a German dream. In 1906, Klaus Wagner wrote that every great people needs new territory. It must expand over foreign soil. It must expel the foreigners by the power of the sword. Combining it with anti-Semitism was Hitler's contribution. No longer were the borders of nations decided by royalty, he said. Today it was the inexorable Jew who struggles for his domination over the nations. No nation can remove this hand from its throat except by the sword. And so, by the sword, he would eliminate the Jewish menace, France, Russia, and Marxism, while thrusting Germany and a Germanic ideal to the fore. This conclusion, the result of 7 years of probing, had come to him since his vision at the hospital in Pasewalk, by his individual, unsystematic, almost inspirational method. Hess took a copy of the book to Professor Haushofer. Would he review it in his periodical? Haushofer was quite unhappy with what he read, particularly, since his wife was Jewish, with Hitler's racial diatribes. He also saw no relationship between his own theory of Lebensraum and Hitler's conquest of the East. He refused to write a review. For me, at that time, he later recalled, it seemed to be one of the many ephemeral publications for purposes of agitation. It is self-evident that I had no part in its origin. Hitler himself had second thoughts about the entire book, and later admitted to Frank that he was no author. Thoughts run away from me when I write. Mein Kampf, he admitted, was merely a collection of lead articles for the Völkische Beobachter. Of one thing I am sure, if I had known in 1924 that I would become Chancellor, I would not have written the book. A few days after publication of the second volume, Hitler turned a Nazi Christmas celebration at the Hofbräuhaus into another virulent attack on Jews. Christ, he said, was the greatest early fighter in the battle against the world enemy, the Jews. He was not the apostle of peace. His life's purpose and life's teaching was the battle against the power of capitalism, and for this he was crucified on the cross by his arch-enemy, the Jews. The work that Christ started but could not finish, I, Adolf Hitler, will conclude. A few months later, the self-proclaimed Messiah's greatest political weapon was restored. The public speaking ban in Bavaria was lifted on March 5, 1927. 4 nights later, he addressed a large, excited throng at the Circus Krone. At 8:30 p.m. there was a shout from outside of "Heil Hitler!" and the band struck up a rousing march. Hitler entered, wrapped in trenchcoat, followed by his entourage. He quickly strode down the aisle as the audience cheered, feet stamped. Once Hitler reached the platform, there was abrupt silence. Then 200 brown shirts marched in, preceded by 2 drummers and the flag. The audience broke into thundering heils and held out arms in a fascist salute. On the stage, Hitler stood stern-faced, his right arm out. The music mounted. Flags passed by the stage, glittering standards with swastikas enwreathed with eagles, patterned after the banners of the Roman legions. The SA men took position below the stage, except for flag and standard-bearers riveted at attention behind the speakers. At first, Hitler spoke slowly, deliberately. Then the words began tumbling out in a torrent. According to one police reporter, his gesticulations as he jumped excitedly back and forth fascinated the spellbound 1,000-headed audience. When he is interrupted by applause, he extends his hands theatrically. The word "no," which appears repeatedly in the latter part of the speech, is deliberately and theatrically emphasized. This was Oration Hanussen style. For 2.5 hours, Adolf Hitler talked of Germany's crisis, concluding that in such chaos the Jews alone were winners. It was an inspirational exhibition, notable not for what he said, but how he said it. Of one thing alone he was certain. He planned to attain his goal this time legally, and by utilizing to the utmost the magnetic forces within himself. During a major speech such as this, Hitler would drink as many as 20 small bottles of mineral water, and his shirt would be wringing wet. Sometimes, especially in warm weather, he also insisted on having a piece of ice on the rostrum so he could keep his hands cool. After a speech, he would leave at once for a nearby room, provided by the sponsors of the meeting, and take a bath. 5. In this and subsequent orations, Hitler seemed to be following the socialist line of Gregor Strasser. He even used the terminology of the leftists in attacks on capitalism and the decadent bourgeoisie. But the brunt of the battle to win urban workers over to National Socialism he left to someone more qualified. Joseph Goebbels had set off for Berlin in a third-class railroad compartment with a worn satchel containing 2 suits, several shirts, a few books, and a pile of manuscripts. He arrived to find the Berlin Gau in complete disarray, and later would write that what went as the party in Berlin in those days in no way deserved that description. It was a widely mixed collection of a few hundred people with National Socialist ideas. Although much of his account was more fictional than his diaries, this was no exaggeration. Meetings in the capital often degenerated into shouting matches, and slaps in the face were commonplace. One quarrel between Gregor Strasser and a man named Hagemann became so acrimonious that it ended in a challenge to a duel. Goebbels was faced with an apparently impossible task. Besides being at odds with one another, the 1,000 party members under his jurisdiction were opposed on the streets by overwhelming numbers of communists and social democrats. Gau headquarters were located in a filthy basement of a building in the Potsdamer Strasse. There was complete confusion. The finances were a mess. The Berlin Gau then possessed nothing but debts. This state of affairs inspired rather than depressed Goebbels. He moved his headquarters to a better area, set up regular office hours, and established a sound accounting system under his personal control. By February 1927, the Gau owed nothing, while owning almost 10,000 marks worth of office equipment, as well as a used car. Goebbels decided it was now time to broaden the base of membership, and to do that he had to attract the attention of a jaded public. Berlin needs its sensations as a fish needs water, he wrote. The city lives on it, and any political propaganda not recognizing this will miss the mark. His speeches and articles took on a crisp graphic style, attuned to the Berliner. His SA troops deliberately sought physical combat with the Reds, preferably when the odds were in their own favor, on his theory that he who can conquer the streets can also conquer the masses, and he who has conquered the masses has thereby conquered the state. He rehearsed his speeches before a full-length mirror, and, according to his landlady, would practice body movements by the hour. Once on the podium, he was a brilliant improviser, and soon perfected a variety of styles. Before a meeting, he would ask what audience he would face. What record must I use? The national, the social, or the sentimental? Of course, I have them all in my suitcase. He appealed directly to the masses in graphic, aggressive language. A consummate actor, he could switch from humor to sentiment and then to invective. Often he deliberately provoked the Reds into vocal protests, which he would twist to his own advantage. Making noise, he once said, is an effective means of opposition. To him, propaganda was an art, and he was, by all accounts, including his own, a genius at it, and he sold National Socialism with American-style showmanship as if it were the best soap in the world. He entered the lists of battle in the working-class district of Wedding by announcing in glaring red posters that the bourgeois state is approaching its end, and inviting workers to a mass meeting on February 11, 1927, at the Führer's Hall, a centre commonly used for Communist Party gatherings. It was an open declaration of war. No sooner did the chairman open the meeting than a Marxist worker shouted out that he wanted to clarify a point in the agenda. The chairman ignored him, and when the worker repeated his request, he was thrown out by stormtroopers. This touched off a brawl in which 83 Reds were beaten up. A dozen Nazis were also injured, and Goebbels showed his talent as propagandist by bringing these men on stage where their moaning was more effective. The Battle of Pfarrers Hall brought the party to the front pages of the newspapers, and Berliners who knew little or nothing about Hitler and his movement were made aware of a new political force in town. The publicity was meant to be derogatory, but in the next few days 2,600 applications for membership were received, and 500 of these applicants also wanted to join the SA. With every meeting, the size of the audience increased, and by the time Hitler appeared at the Clou Restaurant Centre, there were 5,000 present. The occasion was a closed celebration of the Marxist holiday, May Day, and the Führer began like a Lenin. "We are socialists. We are enemies of today's capitalistic economic system for the exploitation of the economically weak, with its unfair salaries, with its unseemly evaluation of a human being according to wealth and property, instead of responsibility and performance, and we are determined to destroy this system under all conditions." This was followed by a long dissertation on Lebensraum, in Hitler's continuing effort to pound this concept into the membership. 62 million Germans, he said, were crowded into an area only 450,000 kilometers square. This is a ridiculous figure when one considers the size of other nations in the world today. There were two solutions: either decrease the population by chasing our best human material out of Germany, or bring the soil into consonance with the population, even if it must be done by war. This is the natural way which Providence has prescribed. Goebbels had hoped for another Red disturbance, but all was peaceful, and the speech wasn't even reported in the major newspapers. Determined to keep the party in the public eye, Goebbels organized another meeting, 3 days later, in the Veterans Association Hall. He made up a provocatively anti-Semitic poster. "A people in distress. Who will save us? Jakob Goldschmidt?" and had thousands of copies plastered throughout Berlin. Goldschmidt, a leading German banker, was invited to attend the meeting, but at the last minute his board of directors persuaded him to send his private secretary instead. Goebbels was in good form, delighting his audience with his irony. "Welcome, workers of Berlin," he began. "Welcome also to a charming young lady, the secretary of Jakob Goldschmidt. And please don't bother to take down every word I say. Your boss will read it all in tomorrow's papers." He went on to speak scornfully of Jew journals and press synagogues, until a heckler called out, "You don't look so good yourself." The man, an elderly pastor, kept interrupting until Goebbels finally signaled his brown shirts to evict him. In the process, the minister was so badly beaten he had to be taken to a hospital. The newspapers described the victim as a white-haired and respectable pastor of the Reformed Church. He was, in fact, an alcoholic who had been removed from the pulpit and was destined to become an active member of the NSDAP. And this aroused such public indignation that the police commissioner declared the Berlin party illegal. The ban came as an unpleasant surprise to Goebbels, and he did his best to alleviate the situation with slogans such as "banned but not dead." With the party forced underground, he had to rely on cover organizations with innocent names such as the Quiet Lake, the Beautiful Acorn, and Hikers of 1927. The police department countered with still another ban, this one on Nazi speech-making throughout Prussia. Goebbels still had his wit, and he was inspired to publish a weekly paper. He gave it an appropriate name, Der Angriff, the assault, and brought it out on the day dedicated to American independence. But the reality fell far below his dream, and he was shocked by the first issue. The venture seemed doomed to failure. "What a miserable provincial sheet," he admitted, "baloney in print." Only several hundred party members subscribed, and few copies were sold at the stands. But Goebbels was convinced that the basic idea was good, and gradually transformed it into a going concern by copying the makeup and content of the Communist Party paper. The problem of Berlin, aggravated by the bitter feud between Goebbels and Strasser, created an atmosphere of sober realism at the annual party meeting in Munich late that July. The expected rate of growth in the urban areas was disappointing. Rather than address the meeting on this crisis, Hitler spoke only in generalities, his heat directed at a target no one in the Bürgerbräu would defend, the Jew. It was almost as if he were not concerned with the party doldrums and had more important things on his mind. His speeches of the last few months indicated that he was obsessed with his personal ideology, his Weltanschauung. Again and again he hammered at race and the fact that Germany's future lay in conquest of eastern territories. Over and over he preached his pseudo-Darwinist sermon of nature's way, conquest of the weak by the strong. This program was carried a step forward at the Third Party Day in Nuremberg. Almost 20,000 members, 8,500 of them in uniform, flooded into the ancient city, and there was the usual pageantry, a march with flags and standards to the strains of rousing military airs. It was on the last day of the celebration, Sunday, August 21st, that Hitler connected the concept of Lebensraum with anti-Semitism. But few realized the significance of this misbegotten marriage, for his terms were too vague. He reiterated his demand for more living space for the German people, then pointed out that power and power alone was the basis for acquisition of new territory. But, he said, Germany had been robbed of her power factors by three abominations: internationalism, democracy, and pacifism. Hitler then linked this evil trinity with racism. Were not internationalism, democracy, and pacifism all creations of the Jew? Surely, if obscurely, Hitler had joined Lebensraum with anti-Semitism. His unsystematic search for a Weltanschauung was close to realization. Hitler was still living at his little room on the Tierstrasse, and although he was received as a hero in some of the best homes in Germany, his standard of living remained monastic. It was common talk in the neighborhood that he even shared some of his short supply of shirts and socks with the needy. In his modest room he received admirers rich and poor from all over Germany, exhibiting a willingness and aptitude for making himself agreeable. Many a hand-kiss ensured lifelong devotion from women. Men were reassured by his firm handshake, his down-to-earth, man-to-man approach. His speeches also became models of political acumen. During one in Hamburg that autumn, Gauleiter Albert Krebs noted that he was conforming strictly to the outline on which there were written a number of catchwords. Even entire sentences and phrases which seemed spontaneous and improvised had been written down. Hitler was not an intuitive speaker, as many people, particularly his opponents, believed. He built his speeches systematically, and he knew exactly what effect he wanted and how to get it. While Krebs did not realize that Hitler was going through the process of testing his personal worldview in public, he did get an insight into the momentous development taking place in the mind of the Führer. It was clear to him that he could only win the attention of the mass by avoiding the usual terminology and working with new words and new conceptions. His train of thought was of such generally compelling nature that people of different political directions could agree with it. So, during his first public appearance in Hamburg, he was able within a single hour to persuade a suspicious and reserved audience to applaud. And this applause increased until it became, at the conclusion, an enthusiastic ovation. Later, the most level-headed listeners declared that, though they were still against the speaker and his party, Hitler himself was obviously much more reasonable than they had imagined. He was learning how to appeal to the basic needs of the average German. No longer was he the folkish fanatic, the frightening revolutionary of the Munich Putsch, but a reasonable man who sought only the welfare of the fatherland. His basic values and aims were as reassuring as they were acceptable. His listeners could not possibly know that the reasonable words were a mask for one of the most radical programs in the history of mankind, a program that would alter the map of Europe and affect the lives, in one way or another, of most of the people on Earth. That fall, Hitler stopped off in Berlin to settle the Goebbels-Strasser feud in person. According to Otto Strasser's account, Hitler appeared at his office with a demand to end the quarrel. "Then tell it to Goebbels," was the feisty answer. "He is the aggressor." Otto Strasser's show of independence by no means reflected his older brother's attitude toward Hitler. The Führer had gone out of his way to demonstrate his trust in Gregor. In addition to bringing him into the party hierarchy, he was grooming him for even higher positions. It was Gregor who had appeared on the same platform with Hitler in his first public appearance in Bavaria. It was Gregor who chaired the last annual party meeting. He would not listen to his brother's warnings that Hitler was becoming dangerously powerful. "Look," he argued, "you know as well as I do that Hitler is no leader, but only a popular tribune of the people. He is manageable. Hitler was like a stubborn horse. We shouldn't let him throw us off, but must try to break him in and lead him in the right direction." "Hitler was no horse," said Otto, "but a tiger, and once he throws you off, he'll get rid of you for good." Gregor protested. He could manage the Führer, who was, after all, a weak, good-natured and honest person. "You don't know how much weight he gives to my words, and how often he has said to me, 'Gregor, you're right once more. What would I be without you?' Do you think he says such things to Streicher?" 6. By the end of 1927, Hitler had demonstrated that he could handle people as individuals and in groups. It was also evident that his interest in rebuilding the party was long-range. Further, he realized something his advisers did not. Before launching an all-out campaign to broaden the base of the movement, he must have a burning public issue on which he could mobilize support from worker and burgher alike. Just as important, he would need a clearly defined world outlook to give him direction. This Weltanschauung would come in a year, but the issue would not arise for 2 years, and would originate in New York City's Wall Street. The spring of the new year brought a revocation of the ban against the party in Berlin, followed by a burst of political energy on the part of Goebbels in an effort to win substantial gains in the Reichstag during the coming elections. While his appeal was directed largely at the worker, he called on nationalists and socialists to bury their differences. Socialism and nationalism are things which supplement, not contradict each other. Against each other they are destructive. With each other they are revolutionary and progressive. The national elections of May 20th were a personal triumph for Goebbels, who was sent to the Reichstag, but defeat for the Führer, since the party elected only 11 other delegates. The Nazis had lost 100,000 votes and 2 seats over the past 2 years. The loss could be laid neither to Hitler nor to poor organization, but to the healthy state of the economy and the absence of a crucial issue. No longer could mere mention of the Versailles Treaty and the November criminals win a voter. Politicians are often the last to sense a new trend, and the Nazi elite who had gathered at party headquarters in Munich that evening to celebrate a major political breakthrough were deep in gloom at the succession of dismal returns brought in by messengers on bicycles. Hitler arrived about midnight. Ignoring the atmosphere of dejection, he surprised his followers with a philosophical, almost detached speech. The old politicians expected the usual remarks of a defeated leader. But Hitler dwelt mostly on the healthy gains made by the 2 working-class parties, the Social Democratic and the Communist. He neither minimized their victory nor treated it as a National Socialist defeat, and in fact seemed curiously pleased that the 2 enemy parties had defeated the German moderate middle and rightist parties. Unlike his comrades, the Führer felt that a bright political future lay ahead. After the election, Hitler returned to Berchtesgaden, his fount of inspiration. At last he had a place of his own, the Haus Wachenfeld on the Obersalzberg. It was a simple country house in Upper Bavarian mountain style, surrounded by a wooden veranda with heavy rocks on the pitched roof to prevent the shingles from being ripped off in a storm. The first time he looked through the villa, he had been completely captivated. Luckily for him, the owner, the widow of an industrialist, was a party member, and she rented it to him for 100 marks a month. I immediately rang up my sister in Vienna with the news, and begged her to be so good as to take over the part of mistress of the house. Angela brought along her 2 daughters, Friedel and Angela Maria. The latter, usually called Gaily, was a 20-year-old vivacious girl with light brown hair. It was not that she was so very pretty, recalled Ilse Pröll, who had recently married Hesse, as that she had the famous Viennese charm. There were a few critics, including Hanfstengel, who characterized her as an empty-headed little slut with the coarse bloom of a servant girl without either brains or character. But most people liked Gaily, including Helena Hanfstengel, who considered her a nice, rather serious girl, by no means a flirt. And the photographer, Hoffmann, described her as a lovely young woman who, with her artless and carefree manner, captivated everybody. On the other hand, his daughter Henrietta considered her coarse, provocative, and a little quarrelsome. At the same time, Henrietta was convinced that the irresistibly charming Gaily was the Führer's only true love. If Gaily wanted to go swimming, it was more important to Hitler than the most important conference. Picnic baskets were packed, and we drove to the lake. Not even Gaily could get the Führer into the water. No politician, he argued, should ever allow himself to be photographed in swimming trunks. Their difference in age, 19 years, was about the same as that between Hitler and Mitzi Reiter, the former object of his affection. By her own account, Mitzi, in a fit of jealousy, had tried to commit suicide the previous summer. In a bizarre attempt to choke herself, she tied one end of a clothesline on a door, the other around her neck. But her brother-in-law freed her after she lost consciousness. In the discreet love affair with Gaily, which most likely was never consummated, it was Hitler who was the jealous partner. One day, recalled Frau Hesse, Gaily sketched the costume she wanted to wear at the next fashion carnival, and showed it to him. "You might as well go naked if you want something like that," he said indignantly, and sketched his idea of a proper costume. Then she got angrier. Much angrier than he had been. She picked up her drawing and ran out the door, slamming it shut. And Hitler was so contrite that within half an hour he was looking for her. His frustrated love life was overshadowed by a new book which embodied a philosophy of life, a unification of his political and personal convictions. While outwardly unsystematic, his intuition had its own relentless symmetry. And for the past 4 years, as seen from his speeches and private conversations, he had been methodically chopping a path through the jungle of his mind in search of the idea. From the first words he dictated to Max Ehrmann, "Politics is history in the making," it was obvious that he was embarked on a venture of significance. An essential of Hitler's conclusions in this book was the conviction drawn from Darwin that might makes right. It led to a vital link between self-preservation and Lebensraum. The compulsion to engage in the struggle for existence lies in the limitation of the living space, but in the life struggle for this living space lies also the basis for evolution. The consequence was an eternal battle between nations which could only be won by a people dedicated to strict racial, folk, and blood values. Once standards were lowered and pure blood was mixed with inferior blood, the end was in sight. Then the Jew can make his entry in any form, and this master of international poisoning and race corruption will not rest until he has thoroughly uprooted and thereby corrupted such a people. This was the first time Hitler not only defined his terms, but interwove race, folk, and blood values with his hatred of Jews. In Mein Kampf, he had simply drawn up charges against Jews as enemies of the world, and effectively stated the case for a drive to the east to attain living space. And now, at last, he was ready to bring all the threads of his political and personal convictions together into a consistent, if twisted and paranoid, Weltanschauung. And he waited until the last few pages of his new book to do it. "It is not my task here to enter into a discussion of the Jewish question as such," he began tentatively. Jewry had special intrinsic characteristics which separate it from all other peoples living on the globe. It was not a religious community with a territorial bounded state, and it was parasitical rather than productive. He had stated all this many times before in far stronger terms, but at this point he abruptly explored a new idea. Just as every people, as a basic tendency of all its earthly actions, possesses a mania for self-preservation as its driving force, likewise it is exactly so with Jewry too. Hitler's continued use of non-polemic language was surprising. The Jew, he wrote, was merely impelled by the same motives as everyone else in this deadly struggle for life. The only difference was a different purpose. But then Hitler abruptly turned shrill. His ultimate goal is the denationalization, the promiscuous bastardization of other peoples, the lowering of the racial level of the highest peoples, as well as the domination of his racial mishmash through the extirpation of the folkish intelligentsia and its replacement by the members of his own people. This different goal, expressed in such comparatively calm terms, was what made the Jews the threat of mankind. And since their ultimate aim was conquest of the entire world, Hitler's battle against the Jews was for the good not only of Germany, but of the entire world. By the end of the summer of 1928, Hitler had finally come to the realization that his two most urgent convictions, danger from Jews and Germany's need for sufficient living space, were entwined. If the Reich failed to acquire essential living space, it would perish. If the Jewish menace were not stemmed, there could be no struggle for Lebensraum, no culture, and the nation would decay. This, in all likelihood, marked Hitler's point of no return, and was the essence of his Weltanschauung. Now a dual task lay before him, to conquer new living space in the East and to annihilate the Jews. What had seemed to be two separate, if parallel, courses was a single road. It was as if for months he had been observing the twin mountain peaks from his villa on the Obersalzberg, both of which he wanted to climb, and only now realized that the same trail led to both. He had seen the light. Martin Luther and all the other anti-Semites before Hitler merely talked of eliminating the Jews. But with his new blueprint for the future, he hoped to materialize their dream, and become Haman II. He himself forbade publication of what became known as Hitler's secret book, and appeared for the first time 32 years later. Perhaps he feared it was too philosophically heavy for his adherents, too flimsily transparent for the more sophisticated. Perhaps he did not want to reveal the ultimate mass murder plan that hid behind its terminology. Within the pages also lay clues to his motivation for genocide. They were replete with revealing references. The Jew was a master of international poisoning and race corruption, as well as the instigator of the evil pacifist liquid manure which poisons the mentality favoring bold preservation. He referred to the flood of disease bacilli now breeding in Russia, and called the crowded working-class districts of Germany, the result of inadequate Lebensraum, abscesses in the national body, as well as breeding grounds of blood-mixing and bastardization and of race-lowering, thus resulting in those purulent infection centers in which the international Jewish racial maggots thrive and finally effect further destruction. This obsession with Jewish poisoning and corruption twice took on a startling personal nature in the book. He referred to the hated Erzberger, who signed the 1918 armistice, as the bastard son of a servant girl and a Jewish employer. He could have been talking of his own father. And then he must have been thinking of his mother when he wrote, "If a man appears to have cancer and is unconditionally doomed to die, it would be senseless to refuse an operation because the percentage of the possibility of success is slight." A fear that his father may have been part Jewish, which could be a substantial part of why he wanted no children, anguish, anger, and guilt at his mother's painful death from cancer, along with mixed feelings about the Jewish doctor who, with Hitler's consent, treated her drastically with iodoform, all this would seem to permeate Hitler's secret book. And perhaps it was no coincidence that shortly after finishing this work he made a voluntary visit to a psychiatrist. He sought help from a party member in Munich, Dr. Alfred Schweninger, to allay a fear of cancer. There is no record of the treatment, but it was soon evident that the psychiatrist missed a golden opportunity to turn Hitler from his awful goal. Dr. Schweninger also failed to remove his patient's fear of cancer, which, along with the obsession to eliminate all Jews, would persist to the last day of his life. Chapter 9. A Death in the Family, 1928 to 1931. 1. Hitler's first efforts to implement his Weltanschauung were made by proxy. In Berlin, Joseph Goebbels was doing his utmost to rejuvenate the party after defeat at the recent elections. During the summer of 1928, he wrote 3 articles for Der Angriff in an attempt to woo those workers who had voted leftist. In language that could have come from a communist, he charged that the worker in the capitalist state was no longer a living human being, not an originator, not a creator. He is changed into a machine, a number, a robot in a factory without sensibility or goal. Only National Socialism would bring him dignity and make his life meaningful. In a surprisingly short period, Goebbels had replaced Strasser as the chief recruiter of workers in the North, and in so doing apparently removed him as a political rival to the Führer. That Hitler was pleased with Goebbels and approved his socialist line became clear when he permitted Der Angriff to become a bi-weekly, and made its editor propaganda chief of the party. In politics, Hitler could be forgiving. If a former opponent was contrite, the Führer was likely to reward him. It was his way of turning a liability into an asset. After crushing Gregor Strasser's attempt to change the direction of National Socialism, he had put him in charge of reorganizing the party. And Strasser had so successfully centralized administration that he was becoming one of the most powerful men in the NSDAP. Due primarily to his and Goebbels' efforts, the party membership rose to some 100,000 by the end of the year. To solidify his gains in the North, Hitler came to Berlin on November 16, 1928, to speak at the huge Sportpalast on racial and national regeneration. Since it was likely Reds would try to break up the meeting, Hitler's personal bodyguard was present in force. This was a small select group of young men, ranging in age from 18 to 20, pledged to protect the Führer with their own lives. They called themselves Schutzstaffel, Guard Detachment, or SS for short. Most of the audience, of more than 10,000, had never before heard Hitler, and his first words made little impact. The problem was the new loudspeaker system. Standing at the back of the hall, the British journalist Sefton Delmer had trouble making out what Hitler was saying. Delmer did hear him urge Germans not to eat oranges and, putting him down as a crackpot, left the hall. The cacophony was such that Hitler himself turned off the microphones and shouted. In a few minutes he quieted the red hecklers and completely dominated the vast audience. "Whoever shows his fist to the German people we will force to be our brother," he said, and then raised the bogey of racial degeneration. "The bastardization of great states has begun. The negroization of culture, of customs, not only of blood, strides forward. The world becomes democratized. The value of the individual declines. The masses apparently are gaining the victory over the idea of the great leader. Numbers are chosen as the new god." Hitler felt a strain in his throat. For over an hour he had been forcing his voice, and, realizing he was about to fall down from exhaustion, he brought the speech to a close. "We fight against the idea of numbers and the delirium of the masses. We want to see those who are superior take the reins of government in their hands. There are 100,000 among us for whom voting is of no consequence, only the authority of the leader. And these 100,000 know that democracy in itself is a deception." It was a triumph of magnetism over matter. "When Hitler speaks," commented Goebbels about this address, "all resistance collapses before the magic effect of his words. One can only be his friend or his enemy. This is the secret of his strength, his fanatical faith in the movement, and with it in Germany." An American journalist, Louis Lochner, witnessed the same phenomenon a month later at a talk to the students of Berlin University. "My first impression of him was that of a consummate showman. As movie cameras were turned upon him, he pretended not to notice them. spoke earnestly to his shadow, Rudolf Hess, and, as the cameras continued to click, began to write as though he were drawing up an outline of his remarks. It was good acting. Lochner noticed that Hitler's young adherents were hypnotized. I came away from that meeting wondering how a man whose diction was by no means faultless, who ranted and fumed and stamped, could so impress young intellectuals. Of all people, I thought, they should have detected the palpable flaws in his logic. One of these fascinated young intellectuals was Albert Speer, an assistant at the Institute of Technology. He had come with some reluctance at the urging of his students, and expected to see Hitler in military tunic with swastika armband. But here he was wearing a well-fitted blue suit and looking markedly respectable. Everything about him bore out the note of reasonable modesty. What struck Speer was that he spoke hesitantly and somewhat shyly, as if he were delivering a historical lecture. To me there was something engaging about it, all the more so since it ran counter to everything the propaganda of his opponents had led me to expect. A hysterical demagogue, a shrieking and gesticulating fanatic in uniform. He did not allow the bursts of applause to tempt him away from his sober tone. As Hitler's shyness disappeared, he began orating with hypnotic persuasiveness, and, along with the rest of the audience, Speer was carried on a wave of enthusiasm which he could almost feel physically. It swept away any skepticism, any reservations. 2. Hitler's personal approach would have been ineffective without an efficient party organization, and while the 1929 Party Congress in Nuremberg was outwardly a rally, an emotional testimony of dedication to the Führer and his ideals, the organization of the party was being buttressed in the working sessions. By the end of that summer, Hitler had succeeded in setting up a functionary corps in line with an appeal to the German middle class by admitting university graduates and other representatives of the bourgeoisie into the party bureaucracy. While allowing Goebbels and Strasser to win over the workers, he directed his opening campaign primarily to militant veterans and capitalistic businessmen, for he realized he would never get into power without them. He dramatized his new thrust by publicly joining with the Stahlhelm, rabidly nationalistic veterans, and Alfred Hugenberg, the nation's leading film and press lord and head of the folkish right-wing German National People's Party, in a fight against acceptance of the new American liberalized formula, the Young Plan, for reparations payment. On the surface, it seemed a suicidal move that would lose all the new adherents from the left. But Hitler was convinced that he could keep both sides in line, and he was counting on success in the forthcoming national plebiscite on the Young Plan to reaffirm his judgment. In the meantime, he and the party were enjoying the financial benefits of their mariage de convenance with industry. Hitler bought the Barlow Palace, a 3-story building on the Brienerstrasse, as National Party headquarters. Then, early that September, moved from his monastic room to one of the most fashionable sections of Munich across the Isar, where he took a 9-room apartment covering the entire second floor of 16 Prinzregentenplatz. He brought along Frau Reichert, his landlady from the Tierstrasse, and her mother, Frau Dax. His sister Angela remained in charge of the Berchtesgaden villa, now his property, but she allowed her daughter Gaily, now 21, to take a room in Uncle Alf's new apartment while pursuing her medical studies in Munich. His feelings for her had not altered, but their relationship changed. While maintaining the role of uncle, Hitler began overtly, if discreetly, to act more like a suitor. They were occasionally seen together in public at the theatre, or at his favourite table in the garden of the Café Heck, where he often held court late in the afternoon. Hitler was so enthralled, according to Hanf Stengel, that he hovered at her elbow with a moon-calf look in his eyes, in a very plausible imitation of adolescent infatuation. She inveigled him into going shopping, even though he confessed to Hoffmann how he hated it when Gaily tried on hats or shoes, or inspected bale after bale of material, engaging the shop-girl in earnest conversation for half an hour or more, and then, finding nothing that suited her, walked out of the shop. Hitler knew that this would happen on every shopping expedition, yet always followed her like a faithful lamb. At the same time, Hitler remained the stern uncle, restricting the high-spirited girl's social life to restaurants, cafes, and an occasional visit to the theatre. Even when she nagged him into letting her go to a Shrovetide ball, it was under rigid conditions. Her escorts were Max Amann and Hoffmann, and they were instructed to bring her back at 11 p.m. Hoffmann warned that these restraints were making her extremely unhappy, but the Führer replied that he felt bound to watch over his niece. "I love Gailey, and I could marry her." At the same time, he was determined to remain a bachelor. What Gailey regarded as restraint, he said, was wisdom. "I am quite determined to see that she does not fall into the hands of some unworthy adventurer or swindler." That Hitler was sexually frustrated seems borne out by an inept attempt to kiss the 17-year-old daughter of Heinrich Hoffmann. One day he found Henrietta alone at home. "Won't you kiss me?" he said quite seriously, according to her account. Usually he addressed her with the familiar thou. Today it was you. I liked him because he always was considerate. He always helped me when I wanted something from father, money for tennis lessons, for instance, or for skiing expeditions. But kissing him? She politely refused, and after a moment's silence Hitler struck the palm of his hand with his whip and slowly walked away. Of more significance was his meeting with another pretty 17-year-old who worked in Hoffmann's photo shop. Eva Braun, the daughter of a teacher and the product of a convent, was, like Gelly, a modern girl, athletic and lively. She preferred jazz to opera and American musical comedies to the dramas of Kaiser and Wedekind. Unlike Gailey, she was on the plump side and had fair hair. "She was a terror, it's true, the troublemaker of the class," recalled a teacher, Fräulein von Heidenhaber. But she was intelligent and quick to seize the essential aspects of a subject, and she was capable of independent thought. They met late on a Friday afternoon in early October. Eva had stayed in the shop to catch up on filing, and was on a ladder reaching for the files on the top of a cupboard. At that moment, she later told her sister, the boss came in, accompanied by a man with a funny moustache, a light-coloured English-style overcoat, and a big felt hat in his hand. They both sat down on the other side of the room opposite me. She sensed that the newcomer was examining her legs. That very day I had shortened my skirt, and I felt slightly embarrassed because I wasn't sure I'd got the hem even. After she climbed down, Hoffmann introduced her to the stranger. "Herr Wolf, our good little Fräulein Eva." A few minutes later they were all sitting down to beer and sausages. I was starving. I gobbled my sausage and had a sip of beer for politeness' sake. The elderly gentleman was paying me compliments. We talked about music and a play at the Staatstheater, as I remember, with him devouring me with his eyes all the time. Then, as it was getting late, I rushed off. I refused his offer of a lift in his Mercedes. Just think what Papa's reaction would have been. But before she left, Hoffmann took her aside and asked, "Haven't you guessed who that gentleman is? It's Hitler, Adolf Hitler." "Oh?" replied Eva. In the days to come, Hitler would quite often drop in at the studio with flowers and candy for my lovely siren from Hoffmann's. On the rare times he took her out, he avoided his usual haunts for tea in an obscure corner of the Carlton Café, or a movement in Schwabing. But by the end of the year, his visits to Hoffmann's studio had become a rarity. Perhaps it was because of Eva's boast to several fellow employees that she was Hitler's mistress, and he was going to marry her. Hoffmann, who was sure she had never even visited Hitler's apartment, summoned her to his office. Eva broke into tears, confessing she had lied, and he threatened to fire her if she repeated the story. 3. The Young-planned plebiscite late in 1929 turned out to be a triumph for Chancellor Stresemann and his liberal programme, although he died before the vote was counted. The uneasy alliance of Hitler and Hugenberg's National People's Party needed 21 million votes to defeat the measure, and got less than 6 million. While this was a crushing defeat for Hugenberg, Hitler cleverly turned it into a victory of sorts. Never one to espouse a lost cause, he turned on Hugenberg with a vengeance, breaking their alliance as unpredictably as he had made it. He was already confidently preparing his forces, enlarged by the publicity of the plebiscite issue, for the coming national elections, even though it was a rare observer who now rated the Nazis highly. In his memoirs, the former English ambassador to Berlin, Lord Davenant, mentioned the Führer once in a footnote. Hitler, he wrote, had been fading into oblivion ever since 1924. Both Dr. Arnold Wolfers, director of studies at the Berlin Hochschule für Politik, and the historian Arnold Toynbee concurred with this obituary. Hitler was thinking of victory, and felt it was possible if he could win new workers to his cause. To do this, there must be a dramatic new propaganda ploy. The opportunity came early in 1930, with the death of a law student in Berlin. Horst Wessel, the 21-year-old son of a preacher and a Freemason, had rebelled against his bourgeois upbringing to become a dedicated brown shirt in the bloody street battles against the Reds. He wrote a poem, Raise High the Flag, immortalizing comrades who had sacrificed their lives, shot dead by Red Front and reaction, which was published in Der Angriff and later set to music. Wessel fell in love with a one-time prostitute named Erna and moved in with her. In an effort to eject the couple, her landlady sought help from the communists. A red gang burst into the lovers' room. Their leader, an intimate of Erna's, reportedly shouted, "You know what that's for," and shot Wessel. In an attempt to make political capital out of the sorry affair, the communists called Wessel a pimp, which he was not. On his part, Goebbels publicly transfigured the lover into a working-class Jesus, which he was not. Leaving home and mother, wrote Goebbels, the novelist Manquet, he took to living among those who scorned and spit on him. Out there, in a proletarian section, in a tenement attic, he proceeded to build his youthful, modest life, a socialist Christ, one who appealed to others through his deeds. While Wessel lay dying in a hospital, Goebbels turned a private feud into political assassination by having Wessel's song sung at the conclusion of a meeting in the Sportpalast. The banners flutter, the drums roll, the fifes rejoice, and from millions of throats resounds the hymn of the German Revolution, Raise High the Flag. At last, on February 23rd, Wessel died. His spirit has risen in order to live on in all of us, wrote Goebbels. He is marching within our ranks. To cap the propaganda campaign, Goebbels decided to stage an extravagant funeral, with Hitler delivering the final oration. But the Führer had reservations about such showmanship. So did Goering, who had returned from Sweden after a cure for drug addiction to win election to the Reichstag. The situation in Berlin, he argued, was already tense enough, and the Führer's safety could not be guaranteed. If anything goes wrong, he said, according to Hanfstengel's recollection, it would be a catastrophe. After all, there are only 12 of us in the Reichstag, and we simply haven't enough strength to make capital out of this. If Hitler comes to Berlin, it will be a red flag to the communist bulls, and we cannot afford to take the consequences. Hitler pleaded illness, and the funeral had to proceed without him. Goering was right. The procession turned into a battle march, with the Reds assaulting the mourners. And even as Goebbels stood at the graveside and dramatically called the roll, "Horst Wessel," and the storm-troopers shouted back, "Present," stones flew over the cemetery wall into the grave. Nothing could have pleased propagandist Goebbels more. As the coffin came to rest in the cool ground, he wrote, there went up outside the gates the depraved cry of the subhuman. The departed, still with us, raised his weary hand and beckoned into the shimmering distance. Forward over the graves, at the end of the road lies Germany. From such words, one would never guess at the true relationship between ordinary Reds and Nazis. While they fought each other relentlessly, they felt a unique comradeship, and it was no rarity for them to unite if one of their brawls in a bar or beer hall was interrupted by the police. Both groups were driven by fervour for a cause, both believed that the end justified the means. They shared similar socialist goals and had the same contempt for parliamentary procedures. On the previous May Day, they had paraded down the streets of Berlin arm in arm, in joint protest against suppression of marching demonstrations, shouting their common slogan, "Freedom, work and bread." Moreover, they both hated the Jewish police commissioner, Bernhard Weiss, renamed Isidor by Goebbels, and alike regarded the police as Isidor's army, a brutal enemy of all revolutionaries. 2 months after Goebbels had squeezed the last drop of propaganda out of Horst Wessel, the Hitler-Otto Strasser feud came out in the open. Since his brother's departure for Munich and party eminence, Otto had become the leading editorial writer of the 3 newspapers Gregor had founded. While they still carried the National Socialist emblem on their mastheads, they had become a platform for Otto's iconoclastic views, which often ran contrary to those of Hitler. Their differences were brought to a head that April by Otto Strasser's full support of the Saxon metalworkers' strike. Industrialists such as Fritz Thyssen of the United Steel Works insisted that Hitler repudiate Strasser if he wanted more subsidies. At first, Hitler tried threats, but these failed, and he came to Berlin to exert the force of his personality. The 2 men met twice at the Hotel Sans-Souci. For almost 7 hours Hitler flattered, cajoled, promised, and threatened. But the 2 meetings only revealed their differences. Neither made a single concession, and Otto Strasser rejected a tempting offer to be party propaganda chief. Despite their inability to come to terms, Strasser and his circle did not break at once with the party, because there was still hope that Hitler had been impressed by the discussions, and might even abandon the Rosenberg line. They were also unwilling to make a public issue of the break, which might hurt the party's chances in the forthcoming provincial elections in Saxony. Otto Strasser, however, realized that he and his socialist followers could not remain in the NSDAP, not after Hitler had professed his intention to follow Mussolini's fascist principles and deal with industrialists. The talks also revealed Hitler's determination to keep his Weltanschauung so vague and infinitely interpretable that he could exercise complete control by means of absolute authority. He knew instinctively that the moment National Socialism was pledged to a concrete program, the Führer principle would be compromised. Hitler must have felt humiliated that young Strasser had contradicted him so flagrantly and openly, but he drove back to Munich without much comment, and upon arrival made no public attack. Nor did he carry out a threat to proceed against Otto with all the means at my disposal. He did nothing, except proclaim in the press, as did Gregor Strasser, that no dispute had taken place in Berlin, and he and Otto were in agreement. Rather than punish the rebel openly, Hitler began expelling from the party those who contributed to his papers. And at the end of June, he finally gave Goebbels veiled instructions to purge Otto Strasser and his followers. "The National Socialist Party, as long as I lead it," he wrote, "will not be a debating club for rootless men of letters and chaotic salon Bolshevists, but will remain what it is today, an organization of discipline, created not for doctrinaire foolishness or political Wandervögel, but dedicated to fight for the future of Germany, in which class distinction will be broken, and a new German people will decide its own destiny." Goebbels consequently was instructed to ruthlessly clean up the party of all those elements in Berlin. He did so within a few weeks, and Strasser's subsequent call for a general exodus of socialists from the party brought only 24 followers. Otto's own brother rejected him, signing a declaration with 2 other left-wing party members that they were united behind the leadership of Adolf Hitler and submitted themselves to the strict discipline of the party organization. To a mutual friend, Gregor characterized his brother as the eternal dissident. "The departure of my brother and his fight against the party is pure madness." While Otto Strasser's split with Hitler caused a sensation in the newspapers, it had little effect within the party. During the long, bitter factional struggle between North and South, Hitler had done his best to act as arbiter. He was intent only on conciliation and compromise, and in victory he had been magnanimous. He had rewarded Gregor Strasser with a high party post, and even when Otto embarrassed him in front of witnesses, he had done his best to minimize their differences. He made it appear that it was Otto himself who forced his own expulsion from the party. Now, at last, the internecine battle was over, and Hitler could concentrate all his energies on the national elections in September. 4. Hitler offered something to almost every German voter in 1930. The farmer, the worker, the student, the patriot, the racist, and the middle-class burgher. The common denominator of his wide appeal was the world depression which had followed the Wall Street crash of 1929 and abruptly ended Germany's remarkable recovery. By late summer, there were almost 3 million unemployed in the nation, and Chancellor Brüning's policy of economic retrenchment was making matters worse. Here, at last, was the burning issue that could bring him political control of Germany, thought Hitler. His appeal to workers was couched in communist terminology. "Working Germany, awake, break your chains in two," proclaimed Goebbels der Angriff. To farmers, whose recent profits were being wiped out by the worldwide decline of agricultural prices, Hitler offered tax adjustments and import duties. The lower middle class, with no trade unions to fight for them, were offered hope. To those just above them in the social hierarchy to whom poverty was a stigma, self-respect. And to the young idealists in and out of universities, an idealistic new world. The last group was not large, but it provided Hitler with a militant, dedicated cadre for the future. They listened entranced as he preached against materialism and selfishness, promised to establish social harmony and a front rank in his crusade for social justice and a revitalized Germany. Convinced that Hitler would create a genuine socialist regime, these young people roamed the streets of the large cities, chanting the slogan they shared with their communist adversaries: freedom, work, and bread. The rising generation felt something was moving, and the terrible stagnation was over, recalled one follower. You had to live through it to really understand it. It was a chance to serve that attracted most of these young idealists, and Hitler was the only politician of his day who understood the power of such an appeal. A number of intellectuals, the social elite, and royalty itself were also drawn to him. That spring, the Kaiser's young son, August Wilhelm, Auvi, wrote his dear battle comrade Hitler that it was his heart's desire to inform him personally that he had just been admitted to the party. "It was for me a very emotional moment, and my thoughts turned to you in loyalty." The prince feared the spread of communism, and his conversion influenced Prince Philipp von Hessen, a nephew of the Kaiser and grandson of Queen Victoria, to join in support of Hitler. In 1930 he was offering Germans something new, a feeling of unity. He welcomed everyone to join in the crusade. There was no class distinction. The only requirement was willingness to follow Hitler without hesitation in his fight to the death against the Jews and the Reds, in his struggle for Lebensraum and the glory and the good of Germany. "What we felt," wrote an early party member, "what our hearts compelled us to think, was this: Hitler, you're our man. You talk like a human being who's been at the front, who's been through the same mess we were, and not in some soft berth, but like us, an unknown soldier." It was these transcendental appeals which roused the emotions of such divergent voters. Nor did Hitler press his anti-Semitism, particularly the removal of Jews, except with folkish groups and the workers. To the more educated and the idealistic, this issue was discussed either in whispers or an offhand manner. That summer, Hitler campaigned tirelessly with his omnibus program, delivering 20 major speeches in the final 6 weeks. A born politician, he found it not only natural but inspiring to mix with crowds, shaking hands, kissing babies, and bowing to women. He would eat with the working class and middle class adherents more often than with the elite, and his man-to-man approach appealed to the clerk and small businessman as well as the laborer. Although he approached each group with a separate message, Hitler never forgot the lesson he had learned in Landsberg, that he must win the masses. Consequently, he never allowed himself to take an aggressive stand on minor issues. Over and over he hammered at the money barons, the Reds, the Marxists, and the system that had brought unemployment, lowered farm prices, and wiped out the savings of the middle class. He did not pit class against class. He could embrace them all. Never had Germany, or the world for that matter, been subjected to such persuasion. Goebbels organized 6,000 meetings, in large halls, in tents that could hold 10,000, in the open air. There were torchlight parades. Towns, cities, and villages were plastered with glaring red posters. The entire Nazi press blanketed the country with special campaign editions that ran into millions of copies, and those that couldn't be sold were given away. In a final admonition to party workers on the morning of the election, Goebbels gave them cynical but practical advice on how to electioneer. Do it jokingly, do it seriously. Treat your dear fellow creatures as they are used to being treated. Stimulate their rage and their fury, direct them to the proper course. That day, long lines queued up at polling places throughout the country. A record 35 million ballots were cast, 4 million more than in 1928. Hitler arrived at the election center in Munich just after midnight to be greeted by an exciting Adolf Müller, the party printer. "I think we've won. We may get 66 seats." This would have meant an amazing increase of 54 seats since 1928. But Hitler replied that if the German people could think correctly, the figure would be higher. Within myself I was saying, if it could be 100. 107 seats were won. How to express what I felt at that moment? We'd gone up from 12 seats to 107. What surprised the National Socialists came as a sickening shock to their opponents. Officials checked and rechecked for errors before announcing that the Nazis had won 6,371,000 votes, more than 18% of the total vote. In 2 years, the Hitler movement had risen from 810,000 votes to become the second largest party in the Reich. After pronouncing Hitler dead politically, the Social Democrats had made the mistake of concentrating their attacks on the Reds. The Communists also made a substantial gain of 1,326,000 votes, and the Social Democrats lost fewer than 60,000 votes, an indication that Hitler's gains had come mainly at the expense of the middle-class parties. The most sensational Nazi increase was among the farmers and lower middle class in the rural and Protestant areas in the northern half of the country, but considerable gains were also made among Catholics. In the days before the beer hall putsch, Hitler had sought almost exclusively for the dissident, disenchanted, desperation vote. Now he had received support from people who expected him to bring them better lives. It was Hitler's elastic appeal and forceful oratory which had attracted the new voters, but it was the tireless work of thousands of cell leaders and cell foremen in the party's efficient vertical organization that got them to the polls. For the past year or so, Hanfstengel's acid remarks had alienated Hitler, but astonishing election victory brought him back into favor. Hess phoned that the Führer was most anxious to see him. Half an hour later, Hitler was at the Hanfstengel home with a proposition. Would he take over the post of foreign press chief of the party? Great things are before us. In a few months, or at the most in a couple of years, we must irresistibly sweep to power. You have all the connections and could render us a great service. Hanfstengel accepted, and a few days later accompanied Hitler to Leipzig for the trial of 3 young officers accused of spreading Nazi propaganda in the army. Hitler himself took the stand on September 25th and made a clever, paradoxical speech which managed to appeal to almost everyone. After assurances that he would come to power peacefully through the ballot box, he pledged allegiance to the army and promised to fight against the shameful Treaty of Versailles, even if he had to do so with illegal means. He ended with a vow to the revolutionaries in his party that once he came to power there would be a National Socialist Court of Justice. Then the November 1918 revolution will be avenged, and heads will roll. Once again, Hitler had demonstrated his political agility by satisfying both burgher and revolutionary almost simultaneously, reassuring the first of his peaceful intentions and promising the second bloody vengeance. The effect of his words went far beyond Germany, for he was spokesman of the second largest party in the land, and his inflammatory remarks about treaties were no longer the meaningless polemics of a minor politician. Hanfstengel was besieged by foreign correspondents who wanted interviews with Germany's new phenomenon. Hitler hurriedly composed an article for the London Sunday Express. The election, so to speak, he wrote, took the temperature of the German people. The world was shocked to discover Germany in a fever, a high fever. That fever is bound to continue, to rise against existing conditions and unbearable burdens. He demanded not only the revision of the Versailles Treaty and the Young Plan, but the return of the Polish corridor, which is like a strip of flesh cut from our body. He denied, however, the accusation that Germany was guilty of causing the war, and accused President Wilson of betraying solemn promises to the Reich. If the German people must suffer as they are suffering today, and will be suffering tomorrow, he warned in conclusion, then let us have suffering that may come from saying no, rather than that laid on us by saying our yes. A few days later, Hitler changed his pace by assuring a reporter for the London Times that he would operate in a strictly legal manner. Don't condemn us, therefore, if we should act as yourselves would act in our place. I hope that England will never find herself in a position like that of Germany, but if she were in such a position, and if, in her darkest hour, she was stabbed in the back, what would be the attitude of England when on her feet once more? What would be the attitude of English patriots towards those among their own nation who had sought to destroy their country? 2 weeks later, on October 13th, the 107 Nazi deputies marched into the Reichstag for the opening session, clad in brown shirts, each one answering the roll call with a resounding "Present, Heil Hitler!" Socialist member Tony Zender was appalled. This was the elite of the Aryan race, this noisy, shouting, uniformed gang. I looked at their faces carefully. The more I studied them, the more I was terrified by what I saw. So many men with the faces of criminals and degenerates. What a degradation to sit in the same place with such a gang. The words of Delegate Gregor Strasser to the Reichstag were relatively reassuring. Let us leave it at that and go along with the old system as long as democracy still exists. We are now for the democratic Weimar Republic as long as it suits us. But action on the streets of the capital cast an ominous shadow of things to come. Hundreds of SA men in civilian clothes were already smashing the windows of Jewish shops, cafes, and department stores. 5. The international publicity which followed the September elections was a mixed blessing to Hitler. Along with the prestige came an unwelcome visit from his nephew, William Patrick Hitler, who lived in England with his mother. In 1910, Alois Hitler Jr., then working as a waiter in Dublin, had married an Irish girl, Bridget Elizabeth Dowling. Their life was hectic because Alois kept changing his way of earning a living. He opened a small restaurant in Liverpool, sold it to buy a boarding house, turned hotel owner, went bankrupt, and finally became a razor blade salesman. It was an unhappy existence for Bridget, and several times she left home. Their quarrels intensified after the birth of William Patrick because Alois shared his father's doctrine that children should be disciplined at an early age. Several times while Bridget was out of the house, Alois beat the baby, and by the time William Patrick was 3, the family broke up. According to Bridget, Alois deserted them and returned to Germany. But Alois told his relatives that his wife had run away with an engineer, taking the boy with her. When Bridget and her son read about Hitler's electoral success, they saw it as an opportunity of making some money by giving an interview to the Hearst press. After all, Alois had never sent them anything for support. Negotiations were started with a Hearst representative in London, and early that October, pictures of William Patrick began appearing in the American press under the caption, "This young London office worker, William Patrick Hitler, is a nephew of Adolf Hitler, Germany's new political leader. He was born in Liverpool and knows little of his uncle's aims." He knew so little, in fact, that he wrote his father asking for further details about the life of the new political wonder. The reply, William Patrick told an OSS interviewer years later, came in the form of a demand from Adolf for a conference. Tickets for the passage were enclosed. Upon arrival in Munich, mother and son found Hitler in a perfect rage. At a family meeting, also attended by Angela Raubel and Alois, Hitler said he was gaining some importance, and the family need not think they could climb on his back and get a free ride to fame. Release of family information to the Hearst newspapers, he claimed, would destroy his chances of political success, in view of his half-brother's remarriage without bothering to divorce Bridget. "How carefully I always kept my personal affairs out of the press," he said, according to an article William Patrick wrote 9 years later in Paris Soir. "These people must not know who I am. They must not know where I come from, and from what family. Even in my book I did not say a word about such things, not a word. And now, accidentally, my nephew is discovered. Investigations are made, and spies are sent to dig up our past." At this point, in the Paris Soir account, Hitler angrily declared that William Patrick was not even a relation, since his father, Alois Jr., who was listening to all this without comment, had been adopted by Alois Hitler Sr. He and his mother, according to the OSS interview, should go back to London and tell the Hearst people that they had discovered the leader of the Nazi Party was another Adolf Hitler, and no kin of theirs. This solution pleased Hitler, and after urging the two to get back to London as quickly as possible and disclaim all relationship in the present and in the future, he handed over to Alois $2,000 to cover the expenses of mother and son in Munich, as well as passage home. Alois paid the expenses, bought the tickets, and promised to send the rest by mail because it would be much safer. William Patrick swore it never arrived. Curiously, a story about Adolf Hitler soon appeared in the New York American, a Hearst publication, under the byline of Alois Hitler Jr. In it Alois described his younger brother as a very likable and generous boy, a dreamer as far removed from reality as the sun from the moon. On his mother's death, Adolf took his younger sister Paula to Vienna, where they endured a grim struggle against pitiless poverty. Adolf, so Alois wrote, had to sweep streets and perform other menial jobs to get food for Paula and himself. Then he went to Munich, where he got work as a house painter and decorator. Not long after William Patrick and his mother returned to England, Hitler summoned his lawyer to the apartment on Prinzregentenplatz. Hitler pointed to a letter before him and said it concerned a disgusting blackmail plot in connection with one of his most loathsome relatives with respect to his own ancestry. As Hans Frank recalled it, Hitler was referring to William Patrick Hitler, who had hinted that the press was very interested in a certain aspect of Hitler's ancestry, namely that he was part Jewish. The Führer consequently ordered Frank to investigate the matter confidentially. His report, gathered from all possible sources, was most disconcerting. Hitler's father, it seemed, was the illegitimate child of a cook named Schicklgruber from Leonding, near Linz, employed in a household in Graz. This cook was working for a Jewish family named Frankenberger when she gave birth to her son, and Frankenberger, this happened in the late 1830s, paid a paternity allowance on behalf of his 19-year-old son from the birth of the Schicklgruber woman's son until he was 14. There was also a long correspondence between the Frankenbergers and the cook, Hitler's grandmother, the general trend of which was the unexpressed common understanding of the participants that the Schicklgruber woman's child had been conceived in circumstances which rendered the Frankenbergers liable for the paternity allowance. Frank's report concluded regretfully that the possibility could not be dismissed that Hitler's father was half Jewish. The Führer heatedly challenged Frank's deduction with the embarrassed explanation that his father, who was impoverished, had successfully blackmailed the Frankenbergers on the false charge of paternity. Hitler swore that this information came directly to him from both his father and grandmother. He must have been truly shaken by Frank's evidence to tell such a patent lie. His grandmother had died 40 years before his own birth. More important was the admission that his grandmother had received money from a Jew, for this allowed the terrible possibility that his own blood might be tainted. The chance that Adolf Hitler was part Jewish was minimal. The important point was that he feared so, and he would instigate at least 2 subsequent investigations to reassure himself. A physician named Schuh, who had known Hitler since 1917, recalled he suffered all his life from painful doubts. Did he or did he not have Jewish blood? And he often told us this. Hitler's inability to produce the documentary proof of his own Aryan background, something he demanded from others, could explain why he told William Patrick Hitler, "These people must not know from where and from what family I come." Despite this distressing personal matter, 1931 augured well for Adolf Hitler. He had suddenly become a best-selling author. Mein Kampf had sold an average of little more than 6,000 copies annually until the last year, when the amount rose to 54,086. This got him a respectable personal income, which promised to continue indefinitely. Furthermore, the Brown House, the new party headquarters, was opened on the first of the year. Purchased and renovated by special contributions, profits from Hitler rallies, gifts and dues, it represented the substance and reliability of the NSDAP as a party. On the second floor were the offices of Hitler, Hess, Goebbels, Strasser and the SA. The Führer's office was large and attractively decorated in reddish-brown. Ceiling-high windows overlooked the Königsplatz. There was a large bust of Mussolini, and among the pictures on the wall were a painting of Frederick the Great, and another of the first attack of the Führer's old regiment in Flanders. Hitler was not often there, recalled Frank. His method of working was totally unsystematic. He would breeze in, but before he could be pinned down, just breeze out again. Once cornered, he would hastily finish the business, then launch into an hour-long monologue. He preferred to spend his time downstairs in the small refreshment room, where he would sit in a corner at the Führer table, over which hung a picture of Dietrich Eckart. But even this soon palled. The sedentary existence of the Brown House was not for him. He was driven by an urge to move, to win mass support for himself and the party among the people, or to hold high-level conversations with those who could give him either political or financial assistance. The problems he faced at the beginning of 1931 were truly formidable, largely due to the NSDAP's phenomenal membership growth, which, in turn, brought an expansion of bureaucracy in every department of the party, with the resultant frictions and jealousies. Most troublesome was the SA, many of whose members refused to take Hitler's avowals of legality seriously. The stormtroopers had always boasted of their tradition of violence, and saw no reason why they should knuckle under to the civilian leaders in Munich. These men were among the most idealistic, and many were socialists at heart, sharing with their communist rivals a revolutionary zeal that was becoming an embarrassment to the Führer. From the first he had trouble with its leaders, who wanted to make the SA the military arm of the party, whereas he had insisted that its main function was to protect rallies and mobilize political loyalty. First had been Captain Röhm, whose violent disagreement with Hitler led to voluntary exile in South America. Then came Pfeffer von Salomon, whose similar demands for a stronger SA had led to his recent resignation. The dissatisfaction of the leaders was shared by their men. Recently, dissident brownshirts in Berlin had revolted on the grounds that they were hungry, overworked, and constantly exposed to injuries as well as arrest in their battles with the police and Reds. They refused to act as mere bodyguards for party rallies, and, after their 7 demands, including a reasonable one for more funds, were turned down by Goebbels, one troop went berserk and raided a local party headquarters guarded by the SS. It took Hitler's personal intervention to put down the revolt. He toured the various SA meeting places, accompanied by armed SS troops, calling for reconciliation. Like a patient and forbearing father, he pleaded, promised, and scolded. He spoke little about the 7 brown-shirt demands, but kept the matter on a personal level, calling for allegiance to himself. Then he announced that he himself would become the new commander of the SA. The wild cheers that followed signaled an end to the brief rebellion, and Hitler could return to the election trail. His promise to head the SA personally was an empty one. He had neither the time nor the inclination to take on such an assignment, and by the beginning of 1931 the brownshirts were still without effective leadership. Then, on January 4th, it was announced that Captain Röhm, recently recalled from Bolivia, where he had helped the Republic fight one of its wars with Paraguay, would become the new Chief of Staff of the SA. What attracted Röhm back to Germany was Hitler's willingness to give him a fairly free hand in the internal structure of the 60,000-man organization. Resigned to keeping the stormtroopers as a disciplined marching unit for the time being, this capable organizer and inspiring leader began reshaping the SA in his own image. But efficiency was no cure for the deep-seated complaints within the organization, and it soon became evident that another serious revolt was brewing in the capital. The basic grievances of the Berlin brownshirts remained. Their leader, Captain Walter Stennes, was incensed by the inequities within the organization, and once more demanded a system based on what you know, not who you know. He openly complained that Hitler changed his mind every few months with new orders, and that it was impossible to operate under such conditions. Stennes' men were perplexed and perturbed. While agreeing with him, they felt irresistibly drawn to the Führer. The issue surfaced on February 20th, 1931, after Hitler issued orders to both the SA and SS to cease fighting the Reds and Jews in the streets. "I understand your distress and rage," he told the brown-shirts, "but you must not bear arms." They grumbled, but did nothing until late the following month, when the Führer bowed to a Weimar government decree requiring all potential rallies to be approved by the police. The indignant Stennes denounced this capitulation to the establishment, then called a secret conference of SA leaders at midnight of March 31st. All those present declared themselves in favor of Stennes and against Hitler. In an attempt to settle the matter without bloodshed and publicity, the Führer ordered Stennes to report to Munich for a desk job at the Brown House. Stennes refused, and Hitler loosed the SS on the rebels. Open resistance ended within 24 hours. It had been a puny rebellion. All Stennes wanted was to bring about pure National Socialism, to serve a party, not an individual. "Whoever goes with me has a hard road," he told his men in a farewell speech. "I recommend, however, that you stay with Hitler, for the sake of the National Socialist idea, which we do not want to destroy." On April 4th, both Der Angriff and the Völkischer Beobachter printed articles by Hitler condemning the Stennes putsch. He reaffirmed that socialism had always been a major part of the NSDAP, but criticized the buffoons of Salon Bolshevism and Salon Socialism, who had drifted into the party. He claimed that Stennes was one of these, and that he had tried to introduce into the SA a series of concepts that, accurately, belonged to the continuously seditious requisites of the communists. These articles only created more furor among the dissident Berlin brown-shirts, and Hitler once more rushed to the capital in his role as conciliator and middle-of-the-road revolutionary. At this time he took along Hampstengel, who wrote, "Hitler had to go around from suburb to suburb and beseech them with tears in his eyes to rely on him to see that their interests were protected. He managed to restore order and spent the next day in a commercial travellers' hotel with Stennes. The latter impressed Hampstengel as more the victim than the leader of the revolt. I found him a very decent fellow, a nephew of Cardinal Schulte of Cologne, and he took me over to one of the open windows where our conversation was drowned by the noise of traffic and said, 'Does Hitler realize that the real instigator of this revolt is standing by him?' And that was Goebbels. He has been egging them on to demonstrate in the streets, in spite of Hitler's orders that we were not to get into fights, and now they blame it all on me." As usual, the appearance of Hitler, backed up by his faithful SS force, brought unity to the SA, and this time it was lasting. The dismissal of Stennes and a handful of followers caused no reverberations. Goebbels managed to emerge safely from the farrago, even though many besides Stennes felt he had played an insidious part in the revolt. The Führer himself had suspicions, and at an informal gathering of Gauleiters a little later made allusion to them. "When a mother has many children and one of them goes astray," he said, "it is the wise mother who takes the child by the hand and holds on to him." Hitler also realized that it had taken the force of the SS to bring his straying children back into the fold, and, recognizing this, he replaced Stennes as leader of the Berlin-run SA with an SS man. The SS was exultant with its expanded role as protector of the Führer principle. "We were not loved everywhere," their chief, Heinrich Himmler, told a conference of SS leaders a few weeks later. "When we have done our duty, we may be stood in the corner. We should expect no thanks. But our Führer knows the value of the SS. We are his favorite and most valuable organization because we have never let him down." At the same time, Hitler, the mediator, was ready to welcome back into the fold all those stormtroopers who had strayed or hesitated, with the exception of those 2 independent spirits who had to be purged and replaced by loyal adherents. The response to Hitler's gesture of amnesty was almost unanimous. While many brown shirts were disappointed in Hitler and his insistence on legality, such logic dissolved before his nearly Christ-like declaration. "I am the SA and the SS, and you are members of the SA and SS, as I am within you in the SA and SS." No sooner had the SA been brought into line than their leader, Captain Röhm, came under heavy attack for alleged homosexuality. Earlier, Hitler had brushed aside similar charges. The SA is a collection of men for a particular political goal. It is not a moral institution for raising young girls, but an association of rough fighters. A man's private life, he added, was his own, so long as it did not interfere with the National Socialist mission. The scandal was already becoming a party issue. There were whispers that many of the officers purged in the Stennes Putsch had been replaced by Röhm's homosexual friends. Röhm appeared to act as unconcerned about such accusations as he was about those that his stormtroopers committed atrocities. "I know the SA people have been a rough and ready lot in the past, my dear Herr Delmer," he told the correspondent of the London Daily Express late in April at the Reichsrestaurant in Berlin. "But from now on you just watch. My men will be quiet and disciplined and orderly. My job is to prevent the millions of German unemployed from coming under communist influence, as they easily might. I want to turn them instead into an orderly citizen force for the defense of Germany against the internal and external Bolshevik enemy." Delmer protested that the rowdy shouts of "Germany awake" and "Perish Judah" didn't sound much like discipline and good order. "Oh, don't take those slogans at their face value. That is all only half as serious as it sounds." Then he said something that roused the newsman's interest. "I am removing the rowdy undisciplined from the SA. A little cleansing is good for all such armies." That was why he was presently in Berlin. He explained that there had been a mutiny in the capital under Captain Stennes, a madman who had challenged his and Hitler's authority. But Röhm assured Delmer that the mutineers had been quelled and all was in order. A week later, at Röhm's suggestion, Delmer journeyed to the Brown House to interview the Führer. Hitler admitted he had two demands: cancellation of the war reparations debt and a free hand in the East. While he was not interested in restoration of the old frontiers or even the return of lost colonies, he demanded that the surplus millions of Germans must be allowed to expand into the Soviet Union. And how, asked Delmer, could Hitler get into Russia without violating Polish territory? Hitler's only answer was a cryptic: "A way can be found for everything." Just then, Prince August Wilhelm burst into the room with the dramatic announcement that 2,400 brown shirts had been wounded or killed in fights with the Marxists in the first 4 months of 1931. "Mein Führer," he exclaimed, "this is civil war." "Yes," said Hitler offhandedly, "undoubtedly this is civil war." Convinced Hitler was a completely ruthless man, Delmer began his article, which was published on May 3rd, with a prediction: "Germany is marching with giant strides to join the fascist nations of Europe." 6. Hitler spent the summer of 1931 in consolidating the party and revamping the SA in light of the weaknesses made evident by the Stennes revolt. At the same time, he was profoundly disturbed by a personal crisis. He learned that his chauffeur and companion, Maurice, had become secretly engaged to his niece Gaily, who had been living a restricted life in the Prinzregentenplatz apartment. Ironically, it was the Führer himself, the perpetual matchmaker, who had given the idea to Maurice. "I'll come and have supper with you every evening when you are married," he urged the young man. Following his advice, Maurice told an interviewer, "I decided to become engaged to Gaily, with whom I was madly in love, like everybody else. She gladly accepted my proposal." For some time, the inner circle had known they were lovers. Maurice had openly lamented about his unhappy love to Goebbels. Finally, he steeled himself to confess. Hitler flew into a rage, accused Maurice of disloyalty, and dismissed him as chauffeur. Some of those close to the Führer were convinced he was only a concerned relative. His affection was that of a father, Frau Annie Winter, the housekeeper insisted years later. He was concerned only with her welfare. Gaily was a flighty girl who tried to seduce everybody, including Hitler, and he merely wanted to protect her. In a sense, Gailey had become a captive. Hitler gave her everything she wanted except freedom, and insisted that she have an escort he trusted even when she went to her singing lessons. She complained to a relative that her life was very hard, that Hitler insisted that she accompany him wherever he went, and it was very embarrassing for her, particularly since she knew that Gregor Strasser was opposed to Hitler's being seen with her, and furthermore because it prevented her from meeting any other young people. One evening the Hanfstengels met the couple at the Residenztheater, and they all had late supper at the Schwarzwälder Café. Hanfstengel noticed that Gailey seemed bored, looking over her shoulder at the other tables, and could not help feeling that her share in the relationship was under compulsion. Frau Hanfstengel also got the feeling that the girl was repressed, as if she couldn't do with her life what she wanted. But Frau Winter persisted in her belief that it was Gailey who was the chaser. Naturally, she wanted to become gnädige Frau Hitler. He was highly eligible, but she flirted with everybody. She was not a serious girl. There was no doubt that Gailey was impressed by her uncle's fame. Every time they had tea at the Café Heck, their table would be besieged by admirers, many of them women, who kissed his hand and begged for souvenirs. It was equally evident that the Führer's fondness for her went far beyond that of an uncle. He loved her, averred Maurice, but it was a strange affection that did not dare to show itself, for he was too proud to admit to the weaknesses of an infatuation. There were others who claimed that the two were having a love affair, and Otto Strasser publicized a sensational hearsay story of their aberrant sexual relations that was given credence only by those who wanted to believe the worst of Hitler. He deeply loved his niece, but it was unlikely that they had sexual relations. He was too reserved to openly court any woman, and too cautious to ruin his political career by taking a mistress into his own apartment, particularly the daughter of a half-sister. By September, Gailey was involved with another young man, an artist from Austria who had become so enamored on first sight, according to Christa Schröder, Hitler's secretary, that he proposed to her. Once she started to tell Frau Hoffmann of the unhappy romance, but, after admitting she was in love with an artist from Vienna and was miserable, cut herself off with, "Well, that's that, and there's nothing you or I can do about it, so let's talk about something else." As soon as Hitler learned of the liaison, he forced her to break with the artist, apparently with the connivance of his half-sister Angela. In mid-September, Gailey phoned her voice teacher that she was taking no more lessons and was leaving for Vienna, then set out for Berchtesgaden to see her mother. No sooner had she arrived than she got a phone call from Uncle Alf urgently requesting her to return to Munich at once. She felt obliged to do so, but upon learning that he was about to leave Munich to attend a meeting of Gauleiters and major SA leaders, she reproached him for having made her come for nothing. Her indignation turned to fury when he forbade her to leave for Vienna during his absence. The argument continued at a spaghetti lunch for two on September 17th. From the kitchen, Frau Winter heard their voices loudly raised in argument, and, as Gailey rushed out of the dining room, the cook noticed her face was flushed. Gailey stayed in her room until she heard her uncle start down the stairs to join Hoffmann, who was accompanying him on the trip. Then she followed Hitler to the hallway. She held something in her left hand, but Frau Reichert couldn't see what it was. "Servus, Uncle Alf," she called down. "Servus, Herr Hoffmann." At the outside door Hitler stopped, looked back, and mounted the stairs. He fondly stroked Gailey's cheek and whispered something. But Gailey remained stiff, resentful. "Really," she told the housekeeper moments later, "I have nothing at all in common with my uncle." As the new chauffeur, Julius Schreck, drove the Mercedes along Prince Regentenstrasse, Hitler was silent. Suddenly he turned to Hoffmann. "I don't know why," he said, "but I have a most uneasy feeling." Hoffmann, whose unofficial duty was to amuse and cheer up the Führer, told him it was probably just a föhn, a south wind peculiar to the Alps, which caused a strange depression. Hitler didn't answer, and they drove on toward Nuremberg. From the kitchen of the apartment, Frau Reichert heard something smash, and remarked to her mother, "Gailey must have picked up a perfume bottle from her dressing-table and broken it." This may have been when she rummaged in the pockets of Hitler's jacket and found a letter written on blue paper. It was from Eva Braun. Hitler had renewed his liaison with her some months previously, but so discreetly that Gailey had not known about it. Later in the day, Annie Winter saw Gailey angrily tear this letter in 4 parts. The prying housekeeper pieced them together and read something like this. Dear Herr Hitler, thank you again for the wonderful invitation to the theatre. It was a memorable evening. I am most grateful to you for your kindness. I am counting the hours until I may have the joy of another meeting. Yours, Eva. Gailey locked herself in her room with instructions not to be disturbed. But her show of temper did not disturb Frau Winter, and so the housekeeper left the apartment as usual that evening and went home. Frau Reichert and her daughter slept in, and they both heard a dull sound during the night, but thought nothing of it. They, too, were used to the capricious girl. But next morning, Frau Reichert became alarmed when she found Gailey's door still locked. She phoned Max Ammann and Franz Schwarz. These two summoned a locksmith. Gailey was lying on the floor next to a couch, a 6.34 caliber pistol beside her. She was shot in the heart. That morning, Hitler and Hoffmann left the Deutsche Hof Hotel in Nuremberg to continue their journey to Hamburg. As the Mercedes left the city, Hitler noticed a car was following them. Fearing this might be an attack, he was about to tell Schreck to speed up. Then he realized the other vehicle was a taxi, and a page boy from the Deutsche Hof, who sat next to the driver, was gesticulating to stop. Upon learning from the boy that Herr Hess had telephoned from Munich and was holding the line, Hitler rushed back to the hotel, flung hat and whip onto a chair, and went into a phone booth. He left the door open, and Hoffmann could hear him say, "Hitler here. Has something happened?" After a short pause, he cried out, "Oh God, how awful!" Then his voice rose almost to a scream. "Hess, answer me, yes or no. Is she still alive?" Apparently the line was cut, or Hess had hung up. Hitler's frenzy was contagious, recalled Hoffmann. With its accelerator jammed to the floorboards, the great car screamed its way back to Munich. In the driving mirror, I could see the reflection of Hitler's face. He sat with compressed lips, staring with unseeing eyes through the windscreen. By the time they reached the apartment, Gailey's body had been removed. Since it was Saturday, the newspapers didn't carry the story until the following Monday. There were innuendos that the Führer himself had done away with his niece, and allegations that Minister of Justice Gürtner had destroyed the evidence. The Munich Post, a socialist daily, gave a long account filled with circumstantial detail about the frequent arguments between Gailey and Hitler. It also alleged that the bridge of her nose had been broken, and there were other signs of maltreatment. Depressed and humiliated, Hitler told Frank that he could not look at a paper any more, since the terrible smear campaign would kill him. He wanted to step out of politics altogether and not appear in public any more. In desperation, he fled with Hoffmann to the empty country house of his printer, Adolf Müller, on the Tegernsee. Upon arrival, their driver, Schreck, whispered to Hoffmann that he had hidden the Führer's gun, fearing he might use it on himself. The moment Hitler got to his room, he clasped hands behind his back and began pacing. Hoffmann asked what he would like to eat. Hitler shook his head. Hour after hour he paced without pause. It went on all night. At dawn, Hoffmann knocked softly at the door. There was no answer. He entered, but Hitler continued pacing, hands still clasped behind his back, staring into the distance. Hoffmann phoned home and got a recipe for spaghetti, a favorite dish of Hitler's, but he still refused to eat. He paced relentlessly 2 more days without food. Once he came to the phone to hear that Frank had taken the necessary legal steps to stop the scurrilous press campaign. In a tired and weak voice he said, "I thank you. I will get myself back together again. I will never forget you for this." At last word reached the Müller villa that Gailey had been buried in Vienna. Present at the ceremony in the central cemetery were Röhm, Müller, Himmler, and young Alfred Frauenfeld, the self-appointed National Socialist Gauleiter of Vienna. Although Hitler was banned from entering his homeland because of his politics, he decided to risk arrest and that night he got into the front seat of the Mercedes next to Schreck. Hoffmann sat alone in the back as they drove silently to the Austrian border, followed by bodyguards in another large car. By the time they arrived, it was dawn. Outside of Vienna, Frauenfeld was waiting for Hitler in a small car, since the Mercedes would have been too noticeable. They drove without a word to the central cemetery. Hitler placed flowers on the grave. On the marble slab was this inscription: "Here sleeps our beloved child Geli. She was our ray of sunshine. Born 4th of July 1908, died the 18th of September 1931. The Raubel family." While en route to Frauenfeld's apartment, Hitler suddenly broke his long silence. He asked if, by chance, they passed the opera. Frauenfeld said it would take a slight detour. "Ach, please do so," said Hitler. "At least drive by, even though I cannot go in." At Frauenfeld's, Hitler ate a good breakfast, then began speaking quietly, not of the tragedy, but of the political future of Germany and himself. His voice was firm and confident, as he assured Frauenfeld that he would take over power in Germany by 1933 at the latest, before the Poles seized Danzig. Once back in his own car, Hitler gazed fixedly ahead. Finally he said, as if thinking aloud, "So, now let the struggle begin, the struggle which must and shall be crowned with success." A day or two later he drove north to attend the Gauleiter conference. The party stopped at an inn overnight, and at breakfast the following morning he refused to eat a piece of ham. "It is like eating a corpse," he told Goering. Nothing on earth would make him eat meat again. In Hamburg he addressed a large, sympathetic audience. He spoke as forcefully and brilliantly as ever. Twice before, at the hospital in Pasewalk and in Landsberg prison, he had emerged from suicidal depressions. Perhaps these were a form of regeneration, for each time he had bounced back from the depths with renewed vigor and a new sense of direction. This was his third resurrection. Part 4. The Brown Revolution. Chapter 10. It is almost like a dream. 1931 to January 30th, 1933. 1. Hitler recovered sufficiently from the death of Geli to attend the leadership meeting in the north that was already in session. It was of such import that only Gauleiters and major SA leaders were present, and so successful that it marked the end of the party's reorganization. "The movement," he said a few days later, "is today so united that the Gauleiters and political leaders instinctively make the right decisions." As a result, there followed purges of all lazy, rotten, useless elements and a thinning of ranks that strengthened the party structure and buttressed Hitler's personal control. With his own house in order, Hitler felt free to re-enter national politics. On October 14, 1931, an interview was arranged with President von Hindenburg through General Kurt von Schleicher, who had been one of the old gentleman's closest advisers. Hitler was visibly ill at ease in the presence of Hindenburg, an overwhelming figure with his 6'5" height and deep booming voice. Hitler's lengthy remarks irritated the field marshal, who later reportedly complained to Schleicher that Hitler was a queer fellow who would never become chancellor. The best he could hope for was to head the postal department. Disappointing as the meeting was, Schleicher still had hopes for Hitler. He had been impressed not only by the Führer's success at the last elections, but by his nationalistic program. An interesting man with exceptional speaking abilities was his judgment. In his plans he soars in the clouds. You then have to hold him by the coat-tails in order to keep him on the ground. Schleicher, whose name in German meant intriguer, was a brilliant improviser, but impetuosity tended to lead him into dangerous waters. Privately, he felt quite able to handle any former corporal. Hitler was used to being underestimated. For the next few months, he contented himself with building a base of mass support among those Germans who had become disillusioned with the government's failure to cope with rising unemployment. He also made an unprecedented attempt to win foreign approval by talking directly to the American people. He was scheduled to make a radio broadcast on Friday night, December the 11th, over CBS, to explain the course, meaning and aims of his party. The German government cancelled the speech at the last moment, but a translation was published in the Hearst newspapers, which were noted for their extreme anti-communist policy. In it, Hitler expressed the hope that Americans, out of an inner impulse for self-preservation, would join him in the struggle against this world pest known as Bolshevism. On the first day of 1932, Hitler told a Munich audience that God was on his side in the battle for a better world. Didn't the Bible say that the lukewarm was condemned to be spewed out? A victory of sorts seemed to offer itself almost immediately in the form of an invitation to Berlin from Hindenburg's advisers. They urged him to help prolong the Field Marshal's presidency, but this went against Hitler's scruples, he said, since it would more or less force him to support Chancellor Brüning's policies. The refusal indicated that Hitler might be prepared to risk his entire political future in a presidential election, even though an open contest with Hindenburg was a gamble. The old gentleman was a legend. His conservatism would draw many votes from the right, and his defense of the Weimar Republic against an extremist like Hitler was sure to attract moderates and Democrats alike. Goebbels wrote in his diary, "The chess game for power begins," and urged Hitler to take the chance. His chief concern was getting enough money to run a campaign. Hitler helped solve this particular problem with a single speech at the Park Hotel in Düsseldorf, center of the German steel industry. In line with a recent decision to work systematically on the influential personalities of business, and under the auspices of Fritz Thyssen, he addressed an influential group at the Industry Club on January 17th. In confidential conversations prior to the Düsseldorf speech, Hitler had already drastically revised his economic program. He was now for elimination of unions and for managerial freedom, as well as a program of public works and rearmament to be directed by the leaders of big business in the interest of economic recovery. Within an hour he had the rapt attention of his audience, for he spoke of matters that directly concerned these hard-headed businessmen. He asserted, for example, that private property was justified, and then drew a frightening picture of the growth of communism. Bolshevism, if unchecked, will change the world as completely as Christianity once did. If this movement continues to develop, 300 years from now Lenin will be regarded not only as one of the revolutionaries of 1917, but as the founder of a new world doctrine, and he will be worshipped as much perhaps as Buddha. Millions of unemployed and deprived Germans, made desperate by the depression, he said, were already looking to communism for the answer to their distress. That was Germany's most pressing problem of the day, and it could be solved not by economic decrees, but by political power. The NSDAP alone was prepared and willing to stem the red tide. Without National Socialism, there would no longer be a middle class in Germany, and only with it could the nation be united and revitalized. Rarely had Hitler spoken so effectively, alternating between emotion and logic. In one moment he shook his listeners with terrible visions of Bolshevism and the end of the system that had brought them security. In the next he appealed to their selfishness. If they wanted their industrial complex to survive and expand, they would need a dictator at the helm of government, one who would eventually lead Germany back to its position as a world power. His listeners could visualize 50 years of accomplishment and wealth dissipating, and many went home prepared to contribute considerable sums to the man who promised to save them. 2. In mid-February, Hindenburg announced he would stand again for president. This forced Hitler to make his own decision. It was apparent that the NSDAP had to run a presidential candidate, and no one but Hitler had a realistic chance. Even so, he hesitated. "I know that I shall come to power. All others will fail," he once told Frank. "I see myself as Chancellor, and I will be Chancellor. I do not see myself as President, and I know I will never be President." His reluctance was genuine, and he wavered for almost 2 weeks before Goebbels finally persuaded him to run. Then he acted with dispatch to make himself eligible. He hastily became a citizen of Germany through the machinations of the Nazi Minister of Interior in Braunschweig, who made him a councillor of that state. The following day, February 27th, Hitler formally announced his candidacy for elections to take place in 15 days. The economic depression and political rancor had already turned Germany into a quasi-battlefield. Berlin was in a state of civil war, wrote Christopher Isherwood. Hate exploded suddenly without warning, out of nowhere. At street corners, in restaurants, cinemas, dance halls, swimming baths, at midnight, after breakfast, in the middle of the afternoon. Knives were whipped out, blows were dealt with spiked rings, beer mugs, chair legs or leaded clubs. Bullets slashed the advertisements on the poster columns, rebounded from the iron roofs of latrines. Hate scourged the land as the victims of the Depression turned on those more fortunate than themselves. Shopkeepers driven out of business cursed the great department stores. The millions of unemployed envied those with jobs and hated the bosses. Thousands of university graduates found the future barred to them and turned their despair on the establishment. The Depression had hit almost every level. Peasants, burdened with taxes and faced with low prices, despised city people, while the masses of white-collar unemployed envied the peasants their crops. Those without work camped in hordes on the outskirts of the larger cities. Beggars haunted every street corner, and by the time of the election campaign there were 6 million registered unemployed in the land, with millions of others working only part-time or too proud to register as jobless. To multitudes of these casualties of economic collapse, Adolf Hitler was the answer. They cared little about the rumors of his deals with industrialists, since he had never compromised with the Weimar government and had remained outspoken in his opposition to the Versailles Treaty and the Red Menace. His call was simple: for freedom and bread. Amid the confusion of the nation, he seemed to stand like a rock, insisting only on what was best for Germany. Hindenburg countered with posters urging voters to remember his past services. "He hath kept faith with you, be ye faithful unto him." Goebbels answered with, "Honor Hindenburg, vote for Hitler." The Führer's appeal was to both the defeated middle-aged and the idealistic youth, and as he toured the country speaking tirelessly, he called upon both to join him in his battle against the establishment. The campaign, masterminded by Goebbels, was a marvel of inventiveness. It was the rare wall in the nation that wasn't plastered with glaring red Nazi posters. Leaflets were showered on the populace from planes. 50,000 small propaganda records were mailed to those well enough to own a phonograph. Talking pictures of speeches by Hitler and Goebbels were projected at night in public squares. The heart of the program, however, was a back-breaking speaking schedule. In the first 11 days of March, Hitler and Goebbels each made at least one major speech daily, and usually 2 or 3. In the meantime, the Hindenburg camp was disordered. Split from the beginning, it was staggered by a whispering campaign alleging that the president's son Oskar had secretly become both a Catholic and a member of the Social Democratic Party. Even more ridiculous was the charge that Hindenburg's 2 middle-aged daughters were leaders in the Socialist Students' League. More time was spent in denying rumors than in attacking Hitler's policies, and each denial helped give the fiction more of an appearance of fact. Hindenburg's supporters began arguing, and he did little himself to get votes. He made but one public appearance 3 days before the election, when he asserted that he had consented to run only because so many Germans of all political hues urged him to stay in office to prevent a takeover by either left or right. By early evening of election day, March 13th, the results showed that Hindenburg was pulling ahead of Hitler. The party militants, like Goebbels, had been confident that he would sweep into the presidency, and, as the returns widened the margin, they grew despondent. An hour after midnight, there was no doubt that Hindenburg was winning by more than 7 million votes, and was only about 350,000 votes short of the necessary majority. Though there would have to be a runoff election between the 2 leaders, Goebbels, for one, was sure that, The dream of power was temporarily over. Not so Hitler, who had waited stoically at the Café Heck with intimates. He hurried to the Brown House and dictated a statement exhorting the party to begin the battle for the runoff without delay. The first election is over, the second begins today. I will also lead this one personally. In the space of a week, he and Goebbels, roused from his depression, addressed meetings of Gauleiters, Reichstag deputies and party editors so inspirationally that those present were convinced that Hitler would win next time. Success in the runoff election was suddenly threatened by publication in the Social Democratic Münchener Post of incriminating letters between Röhm and a doctor specializing in psychology. It seemed they shared two interests, homosexuality and astrology. When Hans Frank, after reviewing the evidence, refused to handle a libel suit against the paper, Röhm, with much embarrassed twisting and turning, confessed he was a bisexual. Hitler's lawyer was flabbergasted, for he had always thought homosexuals were effeminate thrill-seekers, and here, recalled Frank, was actually the prototype of a brave, aggressive soldier, who gave the impression outwardly, with his scarred face, his upright soldierly posture, that he was very much the whole man. Hitler had long tolerated Röhm's homosexuality, a remarkable attitude for those days, but his first reaction upon reading the documentary evidence was to lose his temper. Finally he calmed down. "This is a terrible blow," he told Frank. "Such a horrible mess. It's not human. It's bestial. Worse, even animals would not do such a thing." He asked if Röhm had abused young men or boys. There was nothing in the records to indicate this, said the lawyer, and Hitler became calmer. That would be utterly intolerable. As long as it is between grown men, what Röhm does. Children are not his victims? Frank assured him that there was not a single instance. "Well, then, we can at least consider whether to keep him or not. But God help him if he abuses young boys. Then he must go." If the Röhm scandal distracted Hitler, he certainly had put it behind him by the time the runoff campaign began. He was full of his usual vigor and optimism. This time there was only a week to campaign, and Hitler decided to use an airplane so he could make 3 to 4 speeches daily. He invited Sefton Delmer to accompany him on the tour, and the British correspondent was impressed that the rigorous schedule was maintained despite bad weather. In almost every city, Hitler was besieged by adoring women. In Koblenz, 2 girls cornered him in the corridor of his railway car. From the Führer's compartment, Delmer could hear a series of sobs and hysterical cries from the girls, but not a sound from Hitler. He seemed to be in a trance as the correspondent entered the compartment. Ignoring Delmer, he flung aside the window curtain and gazed out at the people on the platform, with his mesmeric stare turning in an arc like a searchlight from left to right, exposing everyone within sight to the emotion the 2 girls had inspired in him, and which he was now throwing back into the crowd. Only rarely in the rigorous campaign did Hitler's spirits noticeably flag. One of these moments was witnessed by Albert Krebs, Gauleiter of Hamburg. Upon arrival at Hitler's suite in the Hotel Atlantic, with a printed copy of a speech made by the Führer the night before, Krebs was greeted with a rhythmic call of "My Soup," Bavarian for "Meine Suppe," first from Hitler and then, rather disrespectfully, from his entourage. By the time Krebs was admitted to the Führer's presence, the breakfast soup had arrived. Hitler hunched over it, looking tired and melancholy. He glanced up at Krebs and, in a tone of undisguised alarm, asked what he thought about vegetarian diets. Then, without waiting for an answer, began a long, impassioned lecture which revealed hypochondriacal fears for his health. It was the first time Hitler had ever revealed himself as a human being to Krebs. His name in German meant cancer, and the Gauleiter was shaken to hear him explain in detail the reasons for his reformed living habits. Outbreaks of perspiration, states of extreme excitement, trembling of limbs and stomach cramps. The last, Hitler insisted, were the forerunner of cancer, and this gave him only a few years to finish his work. "I do not have the time to wait," he announced over his plate of soup. If I had time, I wouldn't have become a candidate. The old gentleman, Hindenburg, won't last much longer. But I cannot lose even a year. I must come to power quickly in order to solve the gigantic problems in the little time remaining to me. I must. All at once Hitler ended the discussion. One can say, commented Krebs, that he pulled himself together, and it was immediately noticeable in his physical bearing, facial expression and voice. The depression was over. The human being Hitler once more became the Führer. While he gave the public a picture of youthful energy, the Hindenburg forces ran another desultory campaign. This time Hindenburg did not make a single speech, spurring rumours that he was dying. There were also whispers that pensions and salaries would be cut and unemployment relief would be ended if he won re-election. By election eve it appeared that Hitler would win. Even Spengler, who had been deriding him, decided to vote National Socialist, on the grounds that Hitler is a fool, but one must support the movement. On Sunday, April 10th, Hitler got an additional 2 million votes, raising his total to 13,418,051. The old Field Marshal increased his total by less than 700,000. Yet this gave him a solid majority, 53%. The communist vote had slipped badly. More than a quarter of their voters had either listened to Goebbels' appeals or gone over to Hindenburg to keep Hitler out of the presidential palace. In London, the Daily Telegraph predicted the end of Adolf Hitler, while in Munich the iconoclastic Spengler and his sister hung swastika flags out of their windows. When one has a chance to annoy people, he said, one should do so. 3. A few days after the election, Brüning was persuaded to enact a decree outlawing the SA and SS. The effect of this act was to ruin the politically naive Chancellor, for it was not only ineffective, but brought a concerted storm of protest from the right. This was the opportunity that the politically ambitious General von Schleicher had been waiting for. His dream was to establish a government of the right that would include the Nazis, but not give them control. After all, Corporal Hitler and his people were, in Schleicher's words, merely little children who had to be led by the hand. He met secretly with the Führer that May and promised to remove the ban on the SA and SS if Hitler agreed not to attack the new rightist government. The deal was made, and late that month Schleicher chose as figurehead chancellor for his regime a wealthy, polished gentleman jockey, Franz von Papen. An ex-general staff officer, he was also a member of the Prussian Landtag. The astounded Papen's first reaction was, "I very much doubt if I am the right man," but it took only a few minutes to persuade him that he might be. Before Papen knew it, he was standing somewhat dazed before Hindenburg. "Well, my dear Papen," said the Field Marshal with paternal kindliness, "I hope you are going to help me out of this difficult situation." He knew only that Papen was a former cavalry officer, financially independent, well known on the racecourses, and had some experience in foreign affairs. But he was pleased with his military bearing and gentlemanly appearance. Again Papen protested that he was not the right man, but this time was persuaded in even shorter order by Hindenburg's words. "You have been a soldier and done your duty in the war. When the fatherland calls, Prussia knows only one response: obedience." Hitler was spending the weekend at Mecklenburg when Goebbels phoned that Hindenburg wanted to see him that same afternoon. The Führer hastened back to the capital, where he was informed by the President that he was going to appoint Papen. No news to the Führer, thanks to Schleicher, and asked if Hitler was going to support him. Yes, was the answer, and the brief interview was over. Undoubtedly, Schleicher thought he was acting in the best interest of the people. Convinced that Brüning was too weak to handle Hitler, he was confident, like so many other military men, that the army itself could deal properly with such a radical, and utilize him to help establish a strong nationalist Germany. Schleicher had at last achieved his first aim, but as so often happens with those attempting to outdo Machiavelli, he was too clever for his own good. He soon learned that Hitler's pledge to support the new government was provisional. He could not consider the matter, he said, until Papen showed his good faith by dissolving the Reichstag and abolishing the repressive measures against the National Socialist movement. Papen did so, but Hitler still withheld his support. Instead, he sanctioned resumption of street battles with the Reds. A new wave of violence swept over Germany. In July alone, 86 died in the fighting, including 30 Reds and 38 Nazis. Both sides were equally belligerent. Skirmishes turned into battles in the summer heat. On Sunday, July 10th, 18 police were killed, and the following Sunday a Nazi march under police escort through the working-class district of Altona was broken up by a volley of shots from roofs and windows. The marchers fired back. 19 people were reported killed and 285 wounded. 3 days later, Papen invoked the president's emergency powers, Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution. This article had already been invoked a number of times, by Ebert in the economic crisis of 1923 to abolish the 8-hour day, and several times by Brüning to suspend newspapers. Using the argument that the Prussian government could no longer deal with the Reds, Papen made himself Reichscommissioner of Prussia. This meant the end of parliamentary government in that state, and foreshadowed what could be done in every state by a man resolute enough to use the emergency authority granted by the Constitution. 4. Elections for the Reichstag were set for the last day of July. It was another whirlwind campaign, and Hitler's second flight over Germany. Once more, Hitler chartered a plane and the same pilot. Hans Bauer had proved so competent in all kinds of weather, several times they had made forced landings in storms and fog, that Hitler now refused to fly with anyone else. He also had a second private chauffeur, 21-year-old Erich Kempka. He would meet Hitler's plane in the western part of Germany, while Schreck would be on hand in the east. In this election, the two drivers covered more than 50,000 kilometers, most of it over unpaved highways. Hitler treated Kempka as a member of the family. He was equally familiar with Bauer. While resting in Weimar after a week of strenuous campaigning, Hitler took him on a tour of the park near their hotel, the Belvedere. For an hour, Hitler queried Bauer about his World War experiences as a fighter pilot, while the rest of the entourage lagged behind. Then Hitler turned and told Gauleiter Sauckel to drive into town and get 15 young ladies for partners at afternoon coffee. By this time, word had gone out that Hitler was at the Belvedere dining room, and women began to appear singly and in couples for a look at him. The Führer excitedly poked Bauer, who sat at his right. "Just look, Bauer. There is a beautiful little lady, a beauty." Bauer sympathized that it was too bad the Führer could only see women at a distance, not at close range. "You're right, Bauer," said the amused Hitler. "Now, if you make a little side trip, no rooster will crow about it. But with me the ladies advertise, and I can't afford that. Women can't keep their mouths shut, so I like them all." Finally, the 15 girls from town arrived, and they were so entranced by Hitler that they ignored their own partners and kept staring worshipfully at him. Embarrassed, he suggested they all move to the Artists' Café. The group piled into cars, with everyone but the Führer having at least one girl on his lap. In moments, almost every woman in this restaurant was crowding around Hitler. Harassed, he told Hanfstengel to play the piano. But after listening to 2 pieces, he excused himself on the ground that he had to prepare for tomorrow's speeches. Hitler appeared in some 50 cities in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, generating rabid enthusiasm wherever he went. Once he kept an open-air crowd of 10,000 in Stralsund waiting in the rain for 6 hours, while Bauer was looking in vain for a place to make a forced landing in the dark. An economic paralysis extended throughout the nation, and that was one reason Hitler's audiences listened to his lengthy speeches as if hypnotized. 11-year-old Egon Hanfstengel heard him address a large crowd in a vast tent on the outskirts of Munich. He ran the gamut of emotions, and a wave of frenzied enthusiasm swept the mass. There were rich and poor in the audience, professors and workers. At the beginning they were uneasy in one another's presence, but soon all were shouting and applauding wildly as a single entity. Egon noticed one incongruous couple, a professor and a charwoman, leaving the tent, amid the tumultuous acclamation, talking together excitedly, fraternizing, in fact. Such was the power of Adolf Hitler. Afterward, Egon was taken by his father to the Brown House. "All right, boy," said Harmstengel. "Sit down somewhere, keep quiet, and learn something." A messenger handed a ream of typed pages to Goebbels. It was the transcript of Hitler's speech, which had apparently just been completed. The Führer left the group and sat down behind his desk, with Goebbels standing behind him, looking over his shoulder. They seemed to run through the speech to groom it for publication. Hitler appeared to be talking to himself as he marked things with a pencil. That was good. This was effective. This must be cut. Not more than an hour ago he had finished one of the most emotional speeches of his career. He had preached, entreated, thundered and shrieked. Yet here he was, as cool and rational as any man I've seen. During the campaign, anti-Semitism was never an issue. It was well known that Hitler detested Jews, but many voters were ready to overlook this as long as he kept his prejudice on a sensible level. The majority of Germans agreed that there were too many Jewish lawyers and objected to their monopoly of department stores and the entertainment industry. Many Jews themselves deplored the post-war flood of Jews from the East, who brought with them the costumes and customs of the ghettos. Two well-known Jewish bankers, in fact, had already requested the new Minister of Labour, Friedrich Syrup, to stop further immigration of these Eastern Jews, since their presence increased latent anti-Semitism. Jews regarded themselves as Germans first and then Jews. They had become so integrated into the German economy that they were willing to overlook the social prejudice that remained. After all, even in enlightened Britain and America, Jews were excluded from the best clubs and hotels. Nor was toleration of National Socialism confined to German Jews. A group of Palestinian extremists had recently announced that, except for Hitler's anti-Semitism, the NSDAP movement was acceptable and would save Germany. On July 31st, despite a special edition of a Vienna newspaper revealing Hitler's antecedents under the banner headline Heil Schicklgruber, the Nazis won 13,732,779 votes, 500,000 more than the combined total of their closest rivals, the Social Democrats and Communists. Encouraged by a victory giving him 37.3% of all the votes, Hitler proposed to his own party that he run for Chancellor. Goering protested. So did Strasser, for it wrecked his entire policy of seizing power by a coalition with other right-wing parties. But Hitler was too impatient for power to be dissuaded. A messenger immediately was dispatched to Berlin informing Schleicher of Hitler's demand. The general could not take it seriously, so sure was he that Hindenburg would balk at bestowing such an honor on an ex-Gefreiter. He invited Hitler to a meeting in Mecklenburg under the illusion that he could talk him out of his plans. The two met on August 5th at the Fürstenberg barracks near the capital, and Hitler demanded not only the chancellorship, but passage of an enabling bill which would give him power to govern the nation by decree, in effect, to establish a dictatorship. The meeting went so well that Hitler was convinced Hindenburg would also be brought around, and, in elation, he proposed that a tablet be fastened to the wall in commemoration of such a historic conference. Although he brought his euphoria back to the Obersalzberg, it was not shared by Goebbels, who doubted they would gain power so easily. He was all for action, not dubious compromises, and his zeal permeated the Nazi ranks. "The whole party is ready to take over power," he wrote in his diary on August 8th. "The SA men are leaving their places of work in order to make themselves ready." By August 10th, when Hindenburg left his own country home for Berlin, the capital was in a state of semi-siege. To end the crisis, Papen offered to resign, but Hindenburg was enraged at the thought of making Hitler Chancellor. The upstart Austrian had already broken his promises to Schleicher. Besides, Hitler had no governmental experience and couldn't even control the hotheads in his own party. The president even refused to invite him to a meeting. The next morning, August 13th, Hitler checked in at the Hotel Kaiserhof, which had become his Berlin headquarters. It was more like a military command post, with the telephone in the anteroom ringing almost constantly. The revolving doors of the Kaiserhof itself never seemed to stop, and the lobby seethed with activity. On the main floor, in the emergency office set up for the Führer's adjutants and staff officers, portable typewriters clattered without interruption, as representatives of the native and foreign press besieged Otto Dietrich, Hitler's press chief, and Hanfstaengl for the latest pronouncements from the man of the hour. At noon, Hitler saw Schleicher, who informed him that Hindenburg could only offer him the vice-chancellorship. Understandably irate, Hitler attacked the general for breaking his promise and stormed out. Moments later he was in Chancellor Pappen's office, berating the administration for its leniency with the old system. Pappen was taken aback by his caller's aggressive attitude. "The President is not prepared to offer you the post of Chancellor," he said, "as he feels he does not yet know you well enough." Hitler was in no mood for half a loaf. He had dedicated himself to wiping out the Marxist parties, he said, and this could not be done unless he took over the government and ran things his own way. One could not shy away from bloodshed, he added ominously. That was a lesson of history. Had the King of Italy offered Mussolini a vice-chancellorship after the march on Rome? He left the chancellery in a black mood, driving directly to Goebbels' apartment. Here he waited, irritated and frustrated, for a summons from Hindenburg. At last, at 3 p.m, Pappen's state secretary phoned. Hitler was interested in but one thing: was Hindenburg making him chancellor? The state secretary would only reply that the president wished to speak with the Führer. The meeting in the study of the presidential palace was short and formal. Hindenburg had made up his mind not to appoint a man like Hitler to such a responsible post, but would make one more appeal to his patriotism to cooperate with Papen. He opened cautiously by stating that he welcomed the participation of the National Socialists in the government. Hitler, just as politely, replied that this was out of the question. As head of the largest party in the nation, he would have to insist on a new cabinet, with himself as chancellor. "Nein!" exclaimed Hindenburg. Never could he, before God, his conscience, and the fatherland, bear the responsibility of entrusting all governmental authority to a single party. Hitler regretted that he could accept no other alternative. "You are going into opposition, then?" "I have no other choice," said the Führer. With some feeling, Hindenburg complained of the recent clashes between the Nazis and the police. Such incidents, he said, strengthened his conviction that there were wild, uncontrollable elements in the NSDAP. He was ready, however, to accept Hitler in a coalition government. The invitation was followed by a lofty rebuke from Field Marshal to Corporal. "Then I must warn you to carry on your opposition in a chivalrous manner, and to remain conscious of your responsibility and duty toward the fatherland. I do not doubt at all your love for the fatherland. But I am going to proceed very harshly against any acts of terror or force, such as have been regrettably perpetrated by members of the SA." The severity of this lecture was somewhat mitigated by Hindenburg's closing words. "We are both old fellow soldiers, and want to remain so, since our paths may be crossing again. Thus I extend my hand to you as a comrade in arms." Hitler emerged from the study overwhelmed by the personality of the Marshal, but, once the door closed, he turned on Papen for manoeuvring him into such a humiliating scene. Out of all this, warned Hitler, would possibly come the downfall of the president. He would not be responsible for what happened next. When Hitler entered the Goebbels' apartment, Hanfstaengl noted that he was as white as a sheet. He said practically nothing, and was very moody for a time. Then, curiously, he abruptly brightened up, and began to speculate on accepting the vice-chancellorship. "I can imagine that to work with Papen would, in a way, be quite good fun. Somehow you feel that he was a soldier during the war, and quite a reckless fellow." The Chancellor, he mused, looked as though he would act like a true comrade. Mind you, if it amuses his vanity to go on living with his wife in the Chancellor's palace, and they confide the real power to me, I would not mind. Newsboys in the street were shouting out headlines from extras. Shocking pretension, Hitler's breach of faith, Hitler reprimanded by the Reich president. The stories, which stated that Hitler had demanded complete power, were based on a government communiqué issued so soon after the interview that it must have been prepared ahead of time. This infuriated Hitler and broke the spell Hindenburg had cast over him. He felt he had been deceived by the military and the politicians. A hostile biographer agreed. Now that the National Socialists had reached the antechamber of power, wrote Rudolf Olden, and were taking part in political parleys, they encountered a measure of haughtiness, contempt, and trickery which, if they had not come out victorious, would have earned their just indignation. For all the doors that were thrown open to them, for all the hands that shook theirs, there was not one of the respectable people who received them who did not want to exploit them, and usually to trick them. Schleicher was almost as dismayed by the Papen communiqué as Hitler, since he was still convinced that the best solution was to get the Nazis into the government. He hastily sent word to the Führer that there was still a chance to work out an agreement, and asked for a meeting. Hitler's brusque refusal to see him sent the ordinarily self-possessed general into a state of shock. That evening a friend found Schleicher pale and frightened, incoherently muttering to himself. Finally his words could be made out. The decision was right. One could not have given the power to Adolf Hitler. Throughout the city, embittered brown shirts, long held in check by party leadership, were clamoring for action. By this time Hitler had regained his composure. He summoned SA commanders to the Goebbels' apartment and, such were his powers of persuasion, that they accepted his argument that it was not yet time to seize power, and that a putsch at this time would be disastrous. All units were sent on a 2-week furlough. Later that night Hitler started south for his retreat on the Obersalzberg. As Schreck wound his way along the dark roads, there was silence in the car. Finally, Armstengel heard the Führer muttering to himself in a sleepy and fatalistic baritone from which the metal was almost gone. Wir werden ja sehen. Es ist vielleicht besser so. We shall see. Perhaps it is better so. The Führer was more philosophical than his followers, and he began to encourage them with words like, "Only we ourselves can finish what we have begun. I would rather besiege a fortress than be a prisoner of it, and later on we will say that everything had to happen this way." Perhaps it was because the others could see only the present, and he had eyes only for the future. The gamble to outbluff Hindenburg had failed, but he was convinced that his fate would see him through. 5. Within a few days Hitler had made another of his remarkable recoveries from adversity. But each of those who saw him at Berchtesgaden in those critical hours had a different impression. Joachim von Ribbentrop, a friend of Papen's, had arrived to patch up matters between Chancellor and Führer, and within an hour became a disciple of the latter. There was room for neither discussion nor contradiction, he recalled. He simply stated facts that his listeners were expected to accept. He was clearly monomaniacal, a man hard to influence and not given to compromise. Ribbentrop, come on a mission of persuasion, left so convinced that Hitler alone could save Germany from communism that he joined the NSDAP. 3 American correspondents saw the Führer several days later on August 17th. Louis Lochner, H.V. Kaltenborn, and Karl von Wiegand were scheduled for a joint interview, but the last, who represented the Hearst press, insisted on seeing him alone. After 15 minutes, Wiegand returned in an angry mood to the little hotel, which stood just above the Haus Wachenfeld. "That man is hopeless," he told his 2 colleagues. "He gets worse every time I see him. I got nothing out of him. Ask him a question and he makes a speech. This whole trip has been a waste of time." Hitler came out the front door of his villa just as Kaltenborn and Lochner were climbing up to the open porch. Kaltenborn began with an embarrassing question. "In your attitude of antagonism towards the Jews, do you differentiate between German Jews and the Jews who have come into Germany from other countries?" Hitler's clear blue eyes seemed to bore into Kaltenborn. "We believe in a Monroe Doctrine for Germany," he exclaimed. "You exclude any would-be immigrants you do not care to admit. You regulate their number. You demand that they come up to a certain physical standard." He had no concern with the Jews of other lands, only any anti-German elements in his own country, and we demand the right to deal with them as we see fit. Lochner brought the subject back to the immediate political situation. Was it true that Herr Hitler had asked Hindenburg for the creation of a National Socialist government with power equivalent to that of Mussolini? Hitler heatedly denied making any such deal, then asserted that he did have the right to complete control. He began talking as if he were already at the helm, and gave a candid preview of the kind of rule he would bring to Germany. It had to be some kind of authoritarian government. Parliamentarianism was not native to continental Europeans, nor did it belong to their tradition. Yet we cannot substitute brute force. A government must have the support of the masses. You cannot establish a dictatorship in a vacuum. A government that does not derive its strength from the people will fail in a foreign crisis. At the opening session of the new Reichstag, the National Socialist delegates behaved correctly, sitting in silence during opponents' speeches and cooperating in the election of parliamentary officers. Such exemplary conduct was rewarded by support of the Centre Party for Goering as president of the Reichstag. Several days passed in peaceful and constructive activity. Political stability had at last returned to Germany thanks to Adolf Hitler. But within a week he abruptly changed course, apparently on the spur of the moment. He ordered his delegates to make no objections to a communist motion of no confidence in the Papen government. The session erupted into a wild shouting match, and when Papen, who had rushed out to get Hindenburg's signature on a document to dissolve Parliament, tried to get the floor, President Goering pretended not to see him. Ignoring the decree which the infuriated Papen had flung onto the presidential desk, Goering called for a vote. It was an overwhelming defeat for Papen, 512 to 42. Hitler was elated by the success of his unexpected coup, and prepared for the national election with confidence. On the platform he exercised his usual magic. One witness to this was an enemy, the son of the last emperor of Austria-Hungary. At a large open-air meeting in Berlin, Otto von Habsburg stood on the fringe of the crowd with a group of communists who had been abusing Hitler. Then the Führer made his appearance, and before he opened his mouth, those who had just been berating him all at once were enthralled. He had them before he even spoke. He had some sort of magnetic gift. By the end of the speech, to young Habsburg's amazement, the Reds around him were cheering along with the rest of the enraptured crowd. Despite Hitler's crowd appeal, his campaign was sluggish, since the financial and physical resources of the party had been severely strained to the breaking point. 2. Germany had been emotionally drained by the seemingly endless elections. Goebbels could not stir up the enthusiasm of the previous campaign, and attendance at rallies and meetings slacked off. Spengler, for example, was so exasperated by the continual elections that his half-hearted support of Hitler turned to sarcasm. There was no real Caesar in Germany, he wrote that fall, and a true Führer must be a hero, not a heroic tenor. In the midst of Hitler's attempts to generate life in the campaign, he was once more beset by personal misfortune. On the 1st of November, Eva Braun, his mistress of some months, shot herself with a pistol, as Gayle Raubel had done. While she had fallen desperately in love, he had become so involved with elections that he could spend little time with her. He would send her brief messages, and even these became less frequent as the political situation intensified. To add to her misery, at least one malicious rival for the Führer's affections showed her photographs of the electioneering Hitler posing with beautiful women. A little after midnight on All Saints' Day, she wrote a letter of farewell to Hitler, then shot herself in the neck, severing an artery. She got to the phone and gasped out to a surgeon, Dr. Platter, that she had shot herself through the heart. Hitler left the campaign trail and, carrying a bunch of flowers, hastened to the private clinic where she was recovering. "Do you think," he asked Dr. Platter, "that Fräulein Braun shot herself simply with the object of becoming an interesting patient, and of drawing my attention to herself?" The surgeon assured the Führer that it appeared to be a genuine case of attempted suicide. She had felt so neglected that she wanted to end it all. When the doctor left, Hitler turned to his companion, Hoffmann. "You hear," he said, "the girl did it for love of me, but I have given her no cause which could possibly justify such a deed." As he paced in agitation, he muttered, "Obviously I must now look after the girl." Hoffmann objected. Who could possibly blame him for what happened? "And who, do you think, would believe that?" said Hitler, who knew more about human nature. Nor was there any guarantee that she might not try again. This incident distracted Hitler from a campaign that was showing signs of deteriorating, and 2 days later he was presented with another embarrassing problem. On his own, Goebbels joined the Reds in a wildcat strike of Berlin transport workers, asking for a pfennig or so an hour increase in pay. It was not the first time that the two parties, with many goals in common, had fought together, and for the next few wet, raw days the Communists and the National Socialists ate communally on the picket line. Side by side they pelted rocks at strikebreakers, tore up streetcar tracks, and built barricades. Hitler could not publicly disavow the actions of his impetuous disciple, but he was privately angry at alienating so many middle-class voters, and sent orders to end the strike. "The entire press is furious with us and calls it Bolshevism, but as a matter of fact we have no option," explained Goebbels in his diary. "If we had held ourselves aloof from this strike, our position among the working classes would have been shaken." Goebbels' impetuous act also put a crimp in the flow of bourgeois money for the campaign, and on Sunday, November 6th, Hitler lost more than 2 million votes, along with 34 seats in the Reichstag. No longer could a simple alignment with the Centre Party give him a majority. More significant, it indicated that the Hitler flood tide had ebbed, and the strategy of gaining power through the ballot box had reached a dead end. There was talk that Hitler once more threatened to commit suicide, and it is quite possible that he said as much in his despair. But the pattern of defeat, followed by renewed vigour, was repeated, and in a few days he began to emerge from depression. By the time he granted another interview to Sefton Delmer, he seemed to have completely regained his confidence. During their talk in the back room of the Hotel Zum Elefanten in Weimar, he surprised the Briton by changing the subject from politics to a rumour that the British government wished to re-establish monarchy in Germany. Delmer said it was the first he had heard of such a story. "The British government is interested only in such measures as are consonant with order and stability in Germany." Quite right, exclaimed Hitler. "Germany would go up in flames if anyone tried to put the Hohenzollerns back. Nor have I the slightest intention of becoming a racehorse for a royal jockey to jump on my back just as I am about to pass the winning post." This bitter remark may have been prompted by a recent insult from the Crown Princess Cecilia at their meeting in Potsdam. As he was leaving, a member of his entourage heard the Crown Princess exclaim, "Open the windows quickly, it smells here." The Führer's uncontrollable flatulence would continue to embarrass him. 6. His defeat was of little consolation to Papen, who was still badly outnumbered in the Reichstag. Putting personal distaste aside, he wrote Hitler that the recent elections provided a new opportunity for uniting the country. "We must endeavour to put aside the bitterness of the election campaign and place the good of the country, which we both seek to serve, above all considerations." The memory of their August meetings was too bitter, and the response was a letter of accusation. The Führer refused the Chancellor's invitation to a conference on the grounds that discussions led to misconceptions. After their last conference, hadn't Papen publicly announced that Hitler demanded total power, when he had only requested leadership? Moreover, he was not ready, under any circumstances, to repeat the proceedings of August 13th, when Papen had insisted on sharing responsibility with Hindenburg. Unfortunately, you could not be persuaded to assume your part of this responsibility. I assumed mine. Instead, your chancellery, through trickery, against my wishes and my explanations, successfully lured me into a colloquy with the Reich President. I do not want to have a repetition of this game. Thwarted, Papen reported to Hindenburg on the afternoon of November 17th that he was unable to negotiate with other parties and that any coalition under his leadership was impossible. The president accepted his resignation and the following day asked Hugenberg what he thought of Hitler as chancellor. The latter no longer trusted the Führer. His entire matter of handling political affairs makes it very difficult, in my opinion, to give him leadership. At any rate, I have grave doubts. The Marshal then turned to his adviser, Meissner, and wondered if it was true that Hitler had been a house painter in Munich. Without waiting for an answer, he turned back to the grey-haired Hugenberg. "My dear young friend, you have spoken out of my own heart," he said, and proceeded to help perpetuate the myth that persists to this day. One can't put a house painter in Bismarck's chair. The next morning, at Hitler's insistence, the two men had a private talk. It began poorly, with Hindenburg reproaching his visitor for the rude behavior of youthful Nazis in East Prussia. "Not long ago, at Tannenberg, they shouted out so that I could hear, 'Wake up, wake up,' and yet I'm not asleep." Hitler explained that his followers had not meant to be offensive. They were merely chanting the National Socialist slogan, "Germany, awake." After about an hour, Meissner entered, and the talk became more pointed. Hitler refused to join a non-partisan cabinet unless he was made chancellor. "In the interest of the fatherland," he said, "my movement must be preserved, and this means that I must have the leadership." Why then did the Nazis join the Reds in the recent transportation strike? "If I had tried to restrain my people," explained Hitler frankly, "the strike would have taken place nonetheless, but I would have lost my following among the workers. This would not have been in Germany's interest." Much as he distrusted the house painter, Hindenburg did his utmost to gain his cooperation. "I can only repeat my request. Give me your help." It was an open call for personal allegiance. "I do appreciate the great idea which inspires you and your movement, and I would like to see you and your movement join the government." At the same time, he could not give Hitler the chancellorship. Of course, Hitler was free to form a National Socialist government once he had a majority. With clenched fists on knees, Hitler exclaimed, "Herr Feldmarschall, in order to negotiate with other parties, it is only logical, Herr Feldmarschall, that I first have a mandate from you." He could not conceal his irritation. Hindenburg smiled ironically. There was an awkward pause. "Herr Feldmarschall," Hitler finally said, "I have no intention of ruling as dictatorially as the Feldmarschall seems to assume. If you insist that I produce a Reichstag majority, then I cannot desist from putting before the Reichstag a kind of enabling act for special and urgent matters." He alone could get passage of such a decree, and that would solve the problem. This was unacceptable to Hindenburg, and once more he tried the personal approach, appealing to Hitler's sense of duty as a soldier. It invoked the old comradeship in arms, which had brought them together in the war. "Meet me halfway in this matter so that we can work together." Hitler departed, intransigent as ever. But Hindenburg must have thought he had made an impression on the ex-corporal when he remarked to Meissner, "Well, well, it seems as if this Hitler is getting sensible little by little." Petitions for Hitler's appointment as Chancellor deluged Hindenburg, and 2 days later he felt compelled to see him once more. This time Hitler brought with him a carefully prepared statement. Parliamentary government, it read, had failed, and was not an expression of the will of the people. The National Socialists alone could prevent communism, and he requested Hindenburg to appoint him leader of a presidential cabinet. Hindenburg would only repeat his suggestion that Hitler find a majority in the Reichstag to support his chancellorship. Hitler's response was visibly cool, but the president ended the 10-minute talk with another offer of friendship. In the next 2 days, Hitler and Meissner exchanged long letters, but the endeavor to reach agreement was fruitless, since the former kept insisting on being made a presidential chancellor with the same sweeping powers as those granted Papen. This impasse so concerned an influential group of business leaders that they decided to apply direct pressure on the field marshal. They had been contributing to the NSDAP under the impression that once the party came to power, they would be able to influence its economic policy. Hitler, for example, had assured IG Farben that his government would definitely support production of synthetic gasoline. And in a private speech to a group known as the Circle of Friends at the Kaiserhof earlier in the year, he had promised to abolish all trade unions along with all other political parties. Late that November, 39 prominent businessmen, including Hjalmar Schacht, former Chancellor Kuno, and tycoons like Krupp, Siemens, Thyssen, Bosch, Wurman and Vogler, signed a letter petitioning Hindenburg to appoint Hitler Chancellor of Germany. These pragmatic men were placing a bet on the NSDAP. They were confident Hitler's socialism was a fraud and that, once in power, he would be the tool of capitalism. The machinery of parliamentary government had brought Germany to a political standstill. Hindenburg was finding it impossible to form a new cabinet which could operate with a deadlocked Reichstag. "I am ready to leave at any time," he complained to the chairman of the Centre Party, who was urging him to drop Papen, whose style pleased him. "If I don't have the confidence at home or abroad, which I must have, I don't want to force myself on the country. For this I am too proud." Frustrated on all sides, Hindenburg summoned Papen and Schleicher, the new Minister of Defence, to his office on the first day of December. They arrived about 6 p.m. and, along with Meissner and Oskar von Hindenburg, ranged themselves in a semicircle around the president's desk. Papen pointed out that Hitler would accept responsibility only as head of another presidential cabinet, and suggested that his government remain in office for the time being. He realized he would not get the support of the Reichstag, and that body would have to be suspended for a short period. This procedure involved a breach of the Constitution by the President, but the situation was grave enough to warrant such action. Then, if the police could not keep order, the army could step in. "You can do a lot with bayonets," cut in Schleicher sarcastically, "but one thing you cannot do, sit on them for a long time." Papen's plan would not work, said the Minister of Defence, and suggested one that would: replacement of Papen as Chancellor by himself. This would split the Nazis into two factions, and he would get a majority in the Reichstag. He would simply offer Gregor Strasser and one or two of his close supporters posts in the new government, and thereby get the votes of 60 Nazi delegates. Other support would come from the Social Democrats and bourgeois parties. For weeks, Papen had noticed that Schleicher was no longer as frank and open as previously, and their relationship had become distinctly cool. Even so, the Chancellor was amazed that the general who had helped him into office was now proposing to get rid of him. Schleicher had always seemed to support Papen's policies, and had even initiated some of them. Resentfully, Papen argued that his Minister of Defence's scheme meant the abandonment of the President's long-range policy of striving for a more satisfactory relationship between administration and Parliament. Exhausted by almost uninterrupted discussion since early morning, Hindenburg sat in silence until the argument finally ended. Then he rose and turned to Papen. "Herr Reichskanzler," he said, "I desire you to undertake immediately the necessary discussions to form a government, to which I shall entrust the carrying out of your plan." Schleicher was dumbfounded. As he left the office with Papen, the latter suggested staying in office for a few months until the Constitution was amended and parliamentary peace restored. "Then I can resign, and you will be able to take over the government with every hope of a good start." Schleicher's icy retort was that made to Luther as he was leaving the Diet of Worms. Little monk, you have chosen a difficult path." This was painfully apparent the next morning at a cabinet meeting. After Papen had given an account of the previous night's conference with the President, he called upon Schleicher, who got to his feet and declared that any attempt to form a new government under Papen would reduce the country to chaos. Nor could the police and the armed services ensure law and order in the event of civil war. After a study of the matter, he said, the General Staff had concluded that local units, such as the police and the Technical Emergency Service, were so infiltrated with Nazis that the army could not control a Hitler putsch. When no minister challenged the army's study, Papen hastened to the president's office. Hindenburg, drained by the events of the past day, listened to his complaints in silence. "My dear Papen," he said in a voice that had lost its confident ring, "you'll consider me a cad if I change my mind now, but I am now too old at the end of my life to take the responsibility for a civil war. We'll have to let Herr von Schleicher try his luck, in God's name." Rising with the help of his cane, Hindenburg slowly approached Papen and shook his hand. Papen was moved to see 2 great tears roll down the old gentleman's cheeks. A few hours later he sent a photograph of himself to Papen as a parting gift. On it was written, "I had a comrade," the title of a famous soldier song. When Schleicher appeared before the president and was requested to form a government, he made a show of protest. "I am the last horse in your stable and ought to be kept in reserve." Only the threat of resignation by Hindenburg brought Schleicher to accept the appointment. So he said, and perhaps he was truly reluctant. He greeted congratulations with a thin smile and another quotation, this one in Latin, "We who are about to die salute you." And so, on December 2nd, 1932, Kurt von Schleicher became the first general to be appointed Chancellor since the man who replaced Bismarck in 1890. One of his first acts was to invite Gregor Strasser to his home. They had met previously in a dentist's residence, and offered to make him Vice-Chancellor and Minister-President of Prussia. The proposition appealed to Strasser, but he was loyal to Hitler, and said he must first check with his chief. What he didn't add was that the problem was getting through the protective circle of sycophants and adulators which had formed around the Führer and seemed to control him. Along comes Hindenburg, Strasser had recently complained to Frank, a man of honor, who honestly and decently offers him a place in the government. And there stands the von Friedischer Lohengrin Hitler, with his darkly menacing boys. "Frank, I see black. Goering is a brutal egotist who cares nothing for Germany as long as he becomes something. Goebbels is a limping devil and basically two-faced. Röhm is a pig. This is the old guard of the Führer. It is terrible." Someone in Papen's office learned about the secret Schleicher-Strasser meeting and told a correspondent who informed Hanfstengel, who in turn passed the story on to Hitler. Thus Papen, or a Papen associate, paid back Schleicher in his own coin. The immediate victim, however, was Strasser, who had been dealing with Schleicher in good faith on the Führer's behalf, with the conviction that the best way to keep the party from disintegrating was to get into power at once, even at the price of coalition. While Hitler, whose suspicions of Strasser had been inflamed by Goebbels, understandably took it as a betrayal, more moderate advisers were inclined to consider Schleicher's latest offer, this time of the vice-chancellorship to the Führer. At a stormy conference of party leaders at the Kaiserhof on December 5th, Strasser begged Hitler to accept. But Goebbels and Goering vehemently opposed such a deal, and Hitler went along with them. Strasser gave warning that Schleicher would merely dissolve the Reichstag if NSDAP support was not forthcoming. But Hitler, still rankled by Strasser's betrayal, refused to discuss the matter further. 2 days later, Strasser again saw the Führer at the Kaiserhof. This time Hitler openly accused him of treason. Reportedly, Strasser replied, "Herr Hitler, I am no more a traitor than any other willing messenger. My plan is to prevent a further deterioration of the party, not to bring it about." Too angry to find the right phrase, Strasser turned, slammed the door and took a taxi to the Hotel Excelsior. Alone in his room, he fumed with indignation, but he waited until the next morning, December 8th, to pen a letter resigning his party offices on the grounds that the Führer no longer trusted him. No call for open revolt. It urged all party officials to remain in their posts. Strasser could not bring himself to deliver the message to Hitler in person, but sent it by mail, then waited next to the telephone for a call. The letter landed at the Kaiserhof, in Goebbels' words, like a bombshell. Hitler went into such shock that he was momentarily unable to make any decisions. Nor could he pick up the phone and plead with Strasser, who had certainly left the door open for discussion by neither surrendering his seat in the Reichstag nor revoking his party membership. When no message came from the Kaiserhof, Strasser packed his bags and set off for the railroad station. After drinking beer with a friend, he took the night train to Munich. Hitler spent the evening in the Goebbels apartment. "It is difficult to be cheerful," Goebbels noted in his diary. "We are all depressed, above all because of the danger of the whole party falling apart, and all our work having been in vain." At 2 a.m., Robert Lai phoned to report that there was a marked feeling of uncertainty and agitation in party circles. He urged the Führer to return to the Kaiserhof at once. Hitler did so, but the arrival of the early morning paper with headlines on Strasser's resignation set off a tempestuous scene. Hitler was convinced that Strasser had leaked the story to the Jewish newspapers. He stammered that Gregor had stabbed him in the back 5 minutes before the final victory, then was silenced by his own tears. "Such contemptible behaviour eludes the understanding of us all," wrote Goebbels. "Treason, treason, treason." For hours the Führer paces anxiously up and down the hotel room. Once he stops and says, "If the party should ever break up, I will make an end of things in 3 minutes with a pistol." Finally, someone suggested that the most sensible course was to summon Strasser and patch up the quarrel. Whereupon Hitler ordered his chauffeur, Schreck, to find Strasser at any price. But he was already at his apartment in Munich, hastily packing to leave for a holiday in Italy. To a friend who happened to drop by, Strasser said in a resigned voice, "I am a man marked by death." He warned his friend to stay away from the apartment. "Whatever happens, mark what I say. From now on, Germany is in the hands of an Austrian who is a congenital liar, a former officer who is a pervert and a clubfoot. And I tell you, the last is the worst of them all. This is Satan in human form." Although it was at least the second time Strasser had used such words to damn the Hitler inner circle, he still revered the Führer. Only recently he had told Rosenberg, "I fought as one of Hitler's men, and as one of Hitler's men I want someday to go to my grave." That same day, party leaders and Gauleiters assembled in the palace of the President of the Reichstag to hear a declaration attacking Strasser. Still in an emotional state, Hitler stammered with a sob that he had been shocked by Strasser's treachery. According to Goebbels, the assemblage burst into a spontaneous ovation for the leader. All shake hands with him, promising to carry on until the very end and not to renounce the great idea, come what may. Strasser now is completely isolated, a dead man. Strasser's drastic action was no revolt, only a personal attempt to save the Führer from men such as Goebbels. He represented no faction, and no important party member followed him into oblivion. Nor was any purge necessary. Hitler merely announced that Strasser had started an authorized 3-week sick leave, and once it was known that the Führer had withdrawn his confidence in the traitor, the general membership withdrew theirs. Even so, Hitler remained shaken by the desertion of one of his paladins, and did his utmost to wipe out the memory of Strasser. In mid-December, he issued 2 long memoranda designed to decentralize the latter's administrative empire. Never again would he allow one man to hold such power in the party. Most of Strasser's political functions went to Hess, since he was most familiar with Hitler's basic ideas and his intentions. While the Führer had regained control of the party, the membership remained uneasy and demoralized. Their political future was bleak. "It is hard to hold the SA and the party officials to a clear course," Goebbels confided to his diary on December 15th and on the 24th. "I sit here all alone and worry about many things. The past is difficult, and the future is cloudy and dark. The terrible loneliness overwhelms me with hopelessness. All possibilities and hopes have disappeared." Hitler, too, had fallen into a depression that was undoubtedly intensified by his usual Christmas season despondency. Later, Hitler confided to his valet that he could not abide Yuletide decorations. His mother, he explained, had died near a lighted Christmas tree. "I have given up all hope," he wrote to Frau Wagner after thanking her for a present. "Nothing will ever come of my dreams." He had no hope left. His opponents were too powerful. "As soon as I am sure that everything is lost, you know what I'll do. I was always determined to do it. I cannot accept defeat. I will stick to my word and end my life with a bullet." Enemies were already celebrating his political demise on the assumption that he had at last overreached himself. Hitler is finished, not as an agitator or as a leader of an aggressive minority, but as a possible dictator. So wrote William Bullitt in an 11-page report to President-elect Franklin Roosevelt. Hitler's influence is waning so fast that the government is no longer afraid of the growth of the Nazi movement. At the same time, according to Müller and Schönhausen, Hitler once more sought help from Hannessen. The famous seer cast a concise horoscope indicating that, although Hitler's constellation was favourable for the near future, there were still a few hindrances to his rise to power. Only one thing, Hannessen reportedly told Hitler, would remove these hindrances: a mandrake, a root in the shape of a man, found in a butcher's yard in the town of Hitler's birthplace by the light of the full moon. Hannessen himself volunteered for this bizarre mission, and is said to have reported back to the Haus Wachenfeld in Obersalzberg on New Year's Day 1933. With appropriate ceremony, he presented the mandrake to the Führer that morning, along with a rhymed prediction that Hitler's rise to power would begin on January 30th. The way to the goal is still blocked, the right helpers not yet gathered. But in 3 days, from 3 countries, through the bank, everything will change. And then on the day before the end of the month, you stand at your goal and a turning point. No eagle could carry you on your path. The termites had to gnaw your way. To the ground falls what was rotten and withered. It already creaks in the beams. If Hitler gave credence to this prediction, which was publicized and ridiculed, he would not have been the first famous European to take such matters seriously. The astrologer Louis Goric had informed Pope Leo X that he would succeed to the pontificate. Nostradamus correctly predicted the death of Henri I, and Pierre Leclerc reportedly convinced Napoleon that he would be emperor. In any case, the Führer must surely have been startled by the 3rd and 4th lines in the Hannessen poem, for he had recently accepted an invitation to meet secretly in 3 days with former Chancellor von Papen at the home of a banker, Baron Kurt von Schröder, one of those wealthy men who had earlier petitioned Hindenburg to appoint him Chancellor. A logical explanation of this explicit forecast is that Hannessen, as his more cynical contemporaries believed, was a clever fraud who based his predictions on information from reliable sources. It should be noted that "through the bank" is a literal translation of durch die Bank, which is also an idiom meaning across the board, and the line could be read, "Everything will be changed radically." Perhaps the wary Hannessen was using this ambiguous term deliberately to cover several possibilities. That evening, Hitler attended a performance in Munich of Die Meistersinger with the Hesses and Eva Braun. Later, they all had coffee at the Hanfstengel home. "Hitler was in his most benign mood," wrote Hanfstengel. "It took us right back to the 20s when we had first met him." The conductor that evening had been Hans Knappertsbusch, and Hitler had not liked his tempi and interpretation, and was expatiating on the subject. He could really do so with good sense, and would hum or whistle many of the passages, the words of which he knew by heart, in order to show what they meant. The Führer continued to reminisce about the old days in a charming manner, and then, before leaving, signed his name in the guest book, pointedly adding the date. Then he looked up to Hanfstengel and, with suppressed excitement, said, "This year belongs to us. I will guarantee you that in writing." 7. Hitler's meeting with Papen at Baron von Schröder's home in Cologne took place as scheduled on January 4th. It was supposed to be secret, but despite elaborate precautions by all parties, a reporter from a Berlin newspaper, he had bribed a member of Hitler's bodyguard, was on hand to take pictures of Hitler and Papen separately entering the Schröder mansion. At the outset of the 2-hour conference, the latter suggested that the Schleicher regime be replaced by a Hitler-Papen government, in which both would be equal. Hitler replied to this startling proposition at length. If he were made Chancellor, he would have to be the actual head of government. He would accept some Papen men as ministers, but only if they agreed to his policy of eliminating Social Democrats, Communists and Jews from leading positions in the nation. The two men, according to Schröder, reached agreement in principle, and while leaving the house cordially shook hands. When Schleicher was shown a picture of this handclasp, he stormed to the presidential palace to charge Papen with treachery. He asked Hindenburg never to receive the former Chancellor again except in his presence. But the old gentleman was too fond of the dashing ex-cavalryman to believe him capable of deceit. Instead, he authorized Papen to continue to meet with Hitler informally, while instructing his secretary to keep these negotiations secret from Chancellor von Schleicher. A few days later, Hindenburg further reduced Schleicher in stature. Instead of supporting his proposed confiscation of bankrupt estates in eastern Germany, the president backed his own fellow Junkers. While it is true that Schleicher had been treated like a subordinate, he committed a grievous political mistake by overreacting. He refused to have any more dealings with the rebellious Junkers, and, in declaring open war on them, not only filled Hindenburg's anterooms with angry representatives of the Junker families demanding dissolution of the Schleicher government, but brought upon himself the ire of the military caste. The general should have kept in mind that the Junkers and the officer corps had been bound in common cause for 200 years. The beneficiary of his ineptitude was Adolf Hitler, and he used the rising tide of discontent to good advantage in his appeals to the voters of Lippe. He was throwing all the weight of the party into this minor campaign as though it were another national election. His purpose was to win a victory of such proportions that he could negotiate with Hindenburg and Papen from strength. Gambling that he could come back from the November defeat and regain his mass popularity, Hitler spoke in practically every Lippe village and town. Wherever he went, he was greeted with enthusiasm, and on January 15th the power of his personal appeal was evident when he won 39.6% of the popular vote, a gain of 17%. Hitler was in Weimar on election day, his face beaming like that of a small boy, and he termed the victory a success whose importance it is not possible to overestimate. He felt so confident that the following day he brought the conflict with Strasser, who had returned from vacation in Italy, into the open. In a 3-hour speech to his Gauleiters, he charged Strasser with treason, and wanted it known publicly that he was not only through with him, but was now prepared to break the necks of all party defeatists. The audience responded with delirious ovations. Although a group of party dissidents were prepared to follow Strasser in a showdown with the Führer, he himself had no relish for a fight. Broken, Strasser resigned his seat in the Reichstag and drove back to Munich. With Strasser's final exit from the political scene, Hitler felt so secure that he was in a mood to compromise when he saw Papen again on the evening of January 18th. At this time they met at the home of Joachim von Ribbentrop in the fashionable Berlin suburb of Dahlem. To ensure secrecy, Papen was brought to the meeting by the Ribbentrop chauffeur, and Hitler's car was driven into the garage so he, Röhm, and Himmler could surreptitiously enter the house through the garden. "Hitler insists on being Chancellor," wrote Frau von Ribbentrop in her notes of this conference. Papen again considers this impossible. His influence with Hindenburg was not strong enough to effect this. Hitler makes no further arrangements for talks. Joachim tentatively suggests a meeting between Hitler and Hindenburg's son. The discussion ended inconclusively, and if Papen was disconcerted by Hitler's inflexible manner, their hostess was not. She was by now as impressed with him as her husband, and thought he was a marvelous man, a true gentleman. 8. With each day, Schleicher's position was becoming more untenable, and by January 20th he had succeeded in antagonizing almost every party from right to left. His extremity was Papen's opportunity. Ever since his resignation, the ex-chancellor had regularly visited his neighbours, Hindenburg and son, bringing gaiety and frivolity into their dour household. But today he took the short walks through the snowy gardens of the Chancellery for a definite purpose. Instead of amusing the President, he informed him in detail of the meetings with Hitler and the possible amalgamation of conservative parties. Why not, he suggested persuasively, make Hitler Chancellor, so long as policies were dictated by himself? The greatest obstacle to this was not the President, but his son, who openly disliked the Führer. But Oscar's feelings were apparently based more on snobbery than ideology, and he accepted an invitation to discuss their differences at the luxurious Ribbentrop villa on Sunday evening, January 22nd. It was decided that Oscar should bring along his father's State Secretary, Meissner, and to keep the parley secret from Chancellor von Schleicher, these two started the evening at a box at the Prussian State Opera House, where an early work of Wagner's, Das Liebeverbot, was being performed. An icy wind was blowing down the Unter den Linden as the party arrived at the theatre. One of the main topics of conversation before the curtain went up was the Nazi demonstration held a few hours earlier in front of Communist headquarters. Schleicher had permitted a parade of 20,000 brown shirts while banning a counter-demonstration by the Reds, and then was forced to send out police to protect the marchers with armoured cars and machine guns. During the intermission, Oscar and his wife made themselves conspicuous by greeting many acquaintances. But when the lights went down for the final act, Hindenburg and Meissner left by a side entrance, leaving their wives behind. They hailed a taxi, giving their destination only when inside. They saw no car following them, and assumed they had tricked Schleicher's spies, but to be on the safe side, they got out some distance from the Ribbentrop home and trudged through the snow. After some difficulty, they located the Ribbentrop gate. In the salon they found Papen, Hitler, Goering, and Frick. The atmosphere was stiff, and, after some awkward small talk, Hitler abruptly suggested to Oscar that they retire into the next room. Before Meissner could say anything, the two were out of the room, and Ribbentrop had closed the door behind them. According to young Hindenburg, Hitler dominated the conversation. He alone could save Germany from the Reds. He alone could be a strong chancellor, since no other government could operate without National Socialist support. After an hour, the two men returned, solemn-faced, and the entire company moved into the dining room, where a simple one-pot meal of peas and bacon was served from a silver bowl by a gloved servant. Hitler drank mineral water, the others champagne. Hindenburg and Meissner, the last to come, were the first to go, and, as their taxi plunged into the swirling snow, Meissner noticed that his companion was extremely silent, and the only remark which he made was that it could not be helped. The Nazis had to be taken into the government. My impression was that Hitler succeeded in getting him under his spell. It may have been simpler than that. Hitler could have threatened to make a public scandal of an open secret in high places. The Eastern Aid Fund had been put into effect 6 years earlier to help the Junkers retain their properties. President von Hindenburg had not only profited handsomely by this act, one reported figure was 620,000 marks, but had already turned over his estate to Oscar to avoid death duties. Nor had conveyance fees been paid. These were grounds for impeachment, and even if no conviction ensued, the name of Hindenburg would be besmirched. Papen had noticed the impression Hitler had made on Oscar, and after the latter's departure pledged his allegiance to the Führer. He promised to support him for Chancellor, vowing he would under no circumstances accept the appointment himself. The clandestine meeting ended with the Hitler party furtively disappearing into the garage. But Schleicher's spies had not been fooled. The next morning the Chancellor phoned Meissner with a sarcastic question. How had he liked last night's one-pot supper? Being a master of intrigue, the general knew he must act quickly. He told Hindenburg that he needed a military dictatorship to control the Nazis, and tried to persuade him to dissolve the Reichstag and suspend elections. But Hindenburg, weary of Schleicher's interminable schemes, refused to authorize any such emergency measures. When word of the proposed military dictatorship leaked out, both the Social Democrat and Centre parties branded Schleicher as an enemy of the people. His plan was not only unconstitutional but open high treason. In a futile attempt to placate these dissidents, he made another blunder, by stating publicly that he had no intention of violating the Constitution. This only succeeded in incensing Hugenberg and his nationalist party, who promptly abandoned Schleicher. The sudden turn of events in Hitler's favour brought him back to Berlin on January 27th. But then almost immediately he became so frustrated by the intrigues in the capital that he told Ribbentrop he was going to leave. Joachim proposes link-up with Hugenberg for a national front, Frau von Ribbentrop noted. Hitler declares that he has said all there is to say to the Field Marshal and does not know what to add. Joachim persuades Hitler that this last attempt should be made, and that the situation is by no means hopeless. Hitler reluctantly agreed to talk with Papen that evening, but as soon as the meeting was arranged, changed his mind, on the grounds that he was in no position to talk freely. He announced testily that this time he was really leaving the capital, but did agree to let Ribbentrop see the ex-chancellor on his behalf. That evening, Ribbentrop somehow convinced Papen that a Hitler chancellorship was the only solution, and the next morning Papen passed on this conviction to Hindenburg. The Field Marshal wavered. For months he had been inundated with requests to appoint Hitler, and lately his own son had come to the same conclusion. Though his own distaste for the Czech corporal, as he persisted in calling him, was as strong as ever, it was apparent that the old gentleman was at last in the mood to accept Hitler. At the moment Schleicher was convening with his cabinet members. He told them that he had proposed asking Hindenburg once more for an order to dissolve the Reichstag, and if this failed he would be forced to resign. He temporarily adjourned the meeting to see the President. It was a short interview. Would Hindenburg grant a dissolution decree? Nein. In that case, said Schleicher, the only alternative was a Hitler government. Hindenburg muttered that the Schleicher government hadn't been able to win a majority, but perhaps he himself could find one that could stabilize Germany. He accepted the resignation of the cabinet and, in an exasperated aside, muttered that he didn't want to argue any more about it. Hindenburg's mind seemed to be wandering. "Whether what I am going to do now is right, my dear Schleicher," he said, "I don't know. But I shall know soon enough when I am up there." He pointed heavenward. "I already have one foot in the grave, and I am not sure that I shall not regret this action in heaven later on." "After this breach of trust, sir," was the bitter answer, "I am not sure that you will go to heaven." Before the day was out, Papen was back in the presidential office along with Oskar and Meissner. Once again the elder Hindenburg suggested Papen take the chancellorship, but all three advisers reiterated that Hitler was the only possible choice. "It is my unpleasant duty then to appoint this fellow Hitler as chancellor," grumbled the old gentleman. But he insisted that the new government include General Werner von Blomberg, whom he described as a non-political passionate soldier with pleasant manners, as Minister of Defence, and Papen as Vice-Chancellor. The problem was to get Hitler to accept these appointments. The next morning, a Sunday, Papen saw Hitler. He was agreeable, but had his own demands. New general elections and an enabling law which would give him, as Chancellor, authority exceeding that of a former Kaiser. It was early afternoon by the time Papen finally reported to Hindenburg that all parties were agreed on the new government. Only then did he mention Hitler's demand for new elections, and he made it sound reasonable. He clinched the point with Hitler's promise that these would indeed be the last elections. Out of relief that the constitutional crisis was at last ending, neither the President nor his protégé was at all struck by the implications of this promise. When Goering got the good news, he rushed off to be the first to bring it to the Führer, who was having coffee at the Goebbels' apartment. For a long time, according to the Goebbels' diary, the three men were in such ecstasy that they said nothing. Then they rose and shook hands emotionally. A homey touch was added by Magda Goebbels, who entered with a tray of freshly baked nutcakes, just as the three men formed a circle by grasping hands. The celebration was brought to an abrupt end by the appearance of a messenger from Schleicher, who warned of a possible military uprising if Hindenburg named the Führer. Hitler and Goering reacted with alarm. Neither thought of checking with trusted adherents at the Potsdam and Berlin barracks to find out if the troops were actually on alert. Instead, Hitler telephoned the commander of the Berlin SA, ordering him to alert all local brownshirts. Who else had to be warned? Asked Hitler, and gave the answer himself. Papen, Oskar von Hindenburg, and Meissner. While Goebbels and Goering tumbled out of the apartment to carry out these missions, Hitler phoned a Nazi police major, instructing him to prepare for a sudden seizure of the Wilhelmstrasse by 6 police battalions. Finally, he sent word to the defense minister-elect, General von Blomberg, who was taking the night train from Geneva, to proceed at once from the Berlin railroad station to the presidential palace to be sworn in, and thus to be prepared to suppress any putsch. The rumor of a military coup spread rapidly through government circles, causing considerable panic in the capital throughout the night. The next morning, Monday, January 30th, panic was succeeded by a monumental argument in Papen's residence. Hugenberg, the Nationalist Party leader, violently objected to Hitler's demand for new elections, and it appeared as if the new government was already doomed. Hugenberg wrangled on at such length that Papen finally exclaimed in desperation, "If the new government is not formed by 11 o'clock, the army is going to march. Schleicher may establish a military dictatorship." And to the query where he got this intelligence, Papen impatiently shouted, "From Hindenburg Jr." Just then there was a loud cry of Heil from the crowd outside the Papen villa, and Hitler entered with Goering. It was 10:35 a.m., and Papen suggested they all follow him to the Chancellery. They paraded through the snow-covered Chancellery garden and up to Meissner's office. Here they met other ministerial candidates, and while they were all waiting to be brought into the President's office, Papen raised the question of elections. Elections? Hugenberg testily declared that he thought the question had been settled. Hitler drew him aside, but the Führer's considerable powers of persuasion only provoked Hugenberg to vociferous objections. Hitler tried to pacify the old man by seizing his hand and promising to make no changes in the cabinet no matter how the elections came out. The answer was still no. At that moment Meissner appeared. "Gentlemen, it is 5 minutes past the appointed time," he said. "The President likes punctuality." Papen saw his coalition breaking up at the threshold of success. "Herr Geheimrat," he begged, "do you want to risk the national unity which has finally been achieved after so many difficult negotiations? You cannot possibly doubt the solemn word of a German man." Hugenberg continued to argue bitterly until the harried Meissner rushed out again, watch in hand. "The President requests you not to keep him waiting any longer," he announced. "It is now 11:15. The old gentleman may retire at any moment." Once more Hitler seized Hugenberg's hand, and this time promised to consult the Centre and Bavarian People's Parties to ensure the widest possible basis for parliamentary majority. The threat of Meissner's watch probably helped induce Hugenberg to say that he would leave the decision to Hindenburg. Hitler hastily agreed to this, and Goering boomed out, "Now everything is in order," and they all filed into the President's office. Hindenburg was so irked he didn't personally offer the post of Chancellor to Hitler, the only Chancellor so slighted. Nor did he greet the new cabinet with a welcoming speech, or even outline what tasks lay before them. The swearing-in ceremony was finished rapidly in the style of a shotgun wedding. But Hitler could not let such a historical moment pass in silence, and, to everyone's surprise, began a speech. After solemnly vowing he would observe the Weimar Constitution, he promised to find a majority in the Parliament so that the President would no longer have to sign emergency decrees. Further, he would solve the economic crisis and unite a Germany torn by bitterness and debate. There was a pause for an appropriate response from Hindenburg, but the Field Marshal would only say, as if dismissing the troops, "And now, gentlemen, forward with God." Hannisson's prediction, if it was one, had come true. The man who had failed to graduate from high school, who had been refused admission to the Academy of Fine Arts, and who had lived as a tramp on the streets of Vienna, was Chancellor of Germany on the 30th day of January 1933. As he left the room in a daze, Hitler called sight of Hoffmann, whom he had brought along to take pictures of the ceremony. Clapping his head, he exclaimed, "Good God, I forgot all about you, Hoffmann. And now, I'm afraid, it's too late." In his haste to get back to the Kaiserhof, Hitler left his new governmental colleagues with scarcely a word. He stood up in his car as it crept slowly through the mass of delirious adherents who were shouting themselves hoarse. "We've done it," he announced triumphantly to the party faithful waiting for him at the hotel. All crowded around, and he shook the hands of maids and waiters as well as those of rank and wealth. The news was received throughout Germany with mixed feelings. The liberals were horrified, but to the average German anything was better than the parliamentary shambles of the past year. And for many young idealists, the dispossessed, the embittered patriots and the racists, there was unrestrained joy. Their dreams were coming true. In Munich, Egon Hanfstengel rushed into his classroom, bursting with the news. "Kurt," he shouted to a friend, "we've done it. We're in power." Then he remembered that Kurt was a Jew. Kurt smiled a little thinly before replying, "I'm glad for you. I wish I could be one of you." No group was more surprised at the sudden ascension of Adolf Hitler than the Berlin brownshirts. They had been living in poverty for years, risking their lives on the streets of the capital, often in opposition to their Führer's wishes. Now, at one stroke, their dream was realized. But it was only through the newspapers that most of them learned there would be a torchlight parade that evening. Every able-bodied SA and SS man was out in uniform. Those who expected the usual trouble with the police were surprised by smiles from their old enemies, some of whom now wore swastikas. Carrying torches, the storm-troopers started from the Tiergarten at dusk, joined by thousands of Stahlhelm men, and passed under the Brandenburg Gate in disciplined columns to the blare of martial music. Hour after hour they marched down the Wilhelmstrasse, shouting the Horst-Wessel-Lied and other fighting songs. First they paid homage to Hindenburg, who stood at a window of the presidential palace, and, moments later, to Hitler, who looked down fondly from a window of the chancellery. Young men perched in trees along the Wilhelmstrasse. Boys clung to the iron fences like bunches of grapes. The excitement was intensified by the winter darkness as the stream of flares glowed hypnotically and the drums beat thunderously. It had all been staged by the master showman Goebbels, and Hitler himself was so impressed that he turned and asked, how on earth did he conjure up all these thousands of torches in the space of a few hours? The little doctor had also managed to take over the radio stations, and the country was being treated to a running eyewitness account of the procession. Papen watched the marchers over Hitler's shoulder. He noticed that as they approached Hindenburg there were respectful shouts, but the sight of Hitler brought frantic acclaim. The contrast was most marked, and seemed to emphasize the transition from a moribund regime to the new revolutionary forces. It was an extraordinary experience, and the endless repetition of the triumphal cry, "Heil! Heil! Sieg Heil!" rang in my ears like a tocsin. As Hitler turned to speak to Papen, his voice was choked. "What an immense task we have set ourselves, Herr von Papen. We must never part until our work is accomplished." Hans Frank, the lawyer, also stood behind Hitler on that intoxicating night. "God knows our hearts were pure that day," he stated not long before he was hanged, "and if anyone had told us of the events to come, no one would have believed it, least of all I. It was a day of glory and happiness." Tears of joy ran down the cheeks of the celebrants down below. "Everyone felt the same, that things will get better," remembered one brown shirt, who had revolted with Stennis. Although realistically there was no reason for them to believe things would improve, they believed it. They had hope again. It was remarkable. I don't think that Germany will ever again find another man who could inspire as much hope, trust, and love as Hitler did at that moment. Some of the uncanny feeling of that night remains with me even today, wrote Melita Marschmann, who had been taken to the parade by her parents. The crashing tread of the feet, the sombre pomp of the red and black flags, the flickering light from the torches on the faces, and the songs with melodies that were at once aggressive and sentimental. To most foreign observers it was an ominous sight. The river of fire flowed past the French embassy, wrote Ambassador François Poncet, whence with heavy heart and filled with foreboding I watched its luminous wake. Hitler had a late supper with Hess, Goering, Goebbels, Röhm, and Frank in a small private room. Compulsively he talked on and on. "Some foreign source today called me Antichrist," he said. "The only kind of anti I am is anti-Lenin." According to Frank, Hitler went on to say he hoped Hindenburg could be won over to his side. The old gentleman liked it very much when I said to him today that I would serve him as Chancellor as loyally as in the days as a soldier when he was my hero. Without respite, the talk switched to communism. This evening marks the end of the so-called Red Berlin. People are only red when they have no other way. Those who count on the so-called intelligence of a people are always caught short with the masses. The emotions of a people are like those of a woman, more or less, I would say. Hitler was still talking as they strolled through the garden. "This chancellery," he said, "is like a cigar box, a very unimpressive place for a reception. We will change all that." That night, an exultant Goebbels wrote in his diary, "It is almost like a dream, a fairy tale. The new Reich has been born. 14 years of work have been crowned with victory. The German Revolution has begun." A few Germans that evening realized this, and perhaps none recalled the prophetic words written by Heinrich Heine, a Jew, not quite a century earlier. German thunder is truly German. It takes its time. But it will come, and when it crashes, it will crash as nothing in history crashed before. The hour will come. A drama will be performed which will make the French Revolution seem like a pretty idyll. Never doubt it. The hour will come. Chapter 11. An Unguarded Hour, 1933 to June 1934. Neither a nation nor a woman is forgiven for an unguarded hour in which the first adventurer who comes along can sweep them off their feet and possess them. Karl Marx. 1. The next morning Frau Goebbels brought flowers to Hitler. He was looking out the window of his room in the Kaiserhof. Slowly he turned and, with an almost solemn gesture, took the bouquet. "These are the first flowers, and you are the first woman to congratulate me," he murmured, according to her reverent account. After moments of silence, he said, as if continuing a monologue, "Now the world must realize why I couldn't be Vice-Chancellor. How long my own party members did not understand me." After another long silence, she started for the door. "Yes," she heard him softly exclaim, "now I must remain by myself for some time." He regarded what had happened as fate, another step on a path long since mapped out. But those who had put him in power were convinced he was merely their dupe. Papen, for one, boasted to his circle, "We have hired him for ourselves," and then reassured a critical friend, "What do you want? I have Hindenburg's confidence. Within 2 months we will have pushed Hitler so far in the corner that he'll squeak." The Junkers, as embodied by Papen, thought they had bought a restitution of authoritarian rule, but Hitler had no intention of being their puppet, and at once began laying the foundation for a dictatorship. First, he dismissed out of hand a list of questions and demands submitted by the Centre Party, with the comment that, since negotiations with that party had failed, new elections were necessary. Then, through Papen, he persuaded Hindenburg to dissolve the parliament. Few realized the import of these first steps. Editorials in the liberal bourgeois papers foresaw no revolutionary changes. After all, there were only two other Nazis in Hitler's cabinet, Goering and Frick. The makeup of the cabinet shows that Herr Hitler had to accept significant restrictions, pontificated the Frankfurter Zeitung that day, and 48 hours later remarked that it has become all too evident that the government revolves around Hugenberg, not the Chancellor. Even the Social Democrats were not alarmed, since it was widely believed that Hitler could never get the two-thirds majority to change the Weimar Constitution. A similar view was held by the New York Times. The composition of the cabinet leaves Herr Hitler no scope for the gratification of his dictatorial ambition. And the British ambassador reported, "On the whole, the press has taken the appointment of Herr Hitler to the Chancellorship with almost philosophic calm, and the populace took the news phlegmatically." While all these observers were assuring the world of Hitler's impotence, he was hiding his revolutionary intentions behind a flow of inspirational but conservative phrases in a radio address to the voters on the 1st of February. He made it clear that he wanted only a return to the old virtues of the past. He said nothing of his plans for the Jews, said nothing, in fact, that offended or alarmed the average citizen. During the speech, the American chargé d'affaires in Berlin was dining with one of those kingmakers who had helped put Hitler in power. Hjalmar Schacht, president of the Reichsbank, revealed that he was the Führer's court financial and economic advisor, then assured the American that the Nazis would make no attempt to carry out their well-known demagogic reforms, and that consequently all big business viewed the new regime with sympathy. While the last remark was an exaggeration, Hitler would not have been Chancellor without the support of industrialists and the military. The majority in the officer corps agreed with Karl Dönitz, a rising man in the Navy, who felt it was simply a choice between Hitler and the Reds. The support of the military was as self-serving as that of the industrialists, and Hitler knew it. His opinion of generals was not high. "Before I became Chancellor," he admitted years later, "I thought the General Staff was like a mastiff, which had to be held tight by the collar because it threatened all and sundry." His experience with generals to date had not been happy ones. Lossow had betrayed him in Munich, and Schleicher had tried to keep him out of the Chancellery. But now that he was in power, he was determined to make his peace with the military and enlist them in the regeneration of Germany. He took the first step on the evening of his 4th day as Chancellor by accepting an invitation to dine at the home of General von Hammerstein, who had been outspoken in his contempt for the Nazis. The party had been arranged by the new Minister of Defense, General von Blomberg, and its purpose was to introduce the Führer to leaders in the armed forces. After dinner he rose to speak. At first he was stiff before such company, as he told of the disastrous economic problems facing the nation. The answer was not a renewed export drive, since production exceeded demand throughout the world, and Germany's former customers had developed their own markets. Unemployment and depression, he concluded, would continue until Germany recovered her former position in the world. Interest in the room was aroused. It was a solution most of them cherished. Hitler went on to say that pacifism, Marxism, and that cancerous gross democracy must be eradicated. Rearmament was the first requirement for a resurgent Germany, and once the fatherland had regained its power, there would come the conquest of the land in the East and its ruthless Germanization. Lest this revelation of his blueprint for the future cause apprehension, Hitler promised that his listeners need not concern themselves over the domestic or foreign policy. The army would not be used to deal with unrest at home, and should devote itself for the next few years to the operation of its main objective, training for the defense of the fatherland in the case of aggression. As reassurance regarding the SA, he added that the army would be the sole bearer of arms, and its structure would remain unaltered. Admiral Erich Raeder was favourably impressed, and assumed everyone else present shared his feeling. But Generals Werner von Fritsch and Friedrich Fromm were apprehensive of the talk of aggression, and General Ritter von Lieb had the impression Hitler was trying to bribe them. "A businessman whose wares are any good," he later observed sarcastically, "does not need to boost them in the loudest tones of a market crier." The response was mixed, but Hitler had won over a number of new adherents. Those who hoped to transform the new government into a military dictatorship as the first step to a restored monarchy were ready to sanction the National Socialist reforms, and many of those with qualms were inclined to go along out of respect for Field Marshal von Hindenburg. Using the emergency powers of the Constitution that had once felt his scorn, Hitler next pushed through a decree for the protection of the German people, controlling political meetings and restricting the press. Neither Papen nor any of his colleagues in the cabinet protested regulations that enabled Hitler to paralyze rival parties and to control public opinion. Faced by such unanimity, Hindenburg also succumbed and signed the decree. This was followed shortly by an emergency decree replacing the political regime in Prussia with one of his own choice. The first protests were answered by reason. Papen, as the newly appointed Prussian minister-president, could surely control the new Minister of the Interior, Goering. But the fact remained that Hitler had accomplished his second step toward dictatorship. There was a new elite in Germany. The borough president of Hamburg came from a notions shop, one of hundreds who had risen overnight from the lower middle class. Teachers, lawyers, and businessmen were also among the leaders. Never before had so many men of modest means been thrust into political prominence. These were the old Nazi fighters whose dedication to the movement and Hitler was now drawing dividends. Perhaps no other German chancellor had been so well prepared for assumption of leadership as Hitler, who had regarded himself as Führer for some time. The same could not be said for the party. It had been held together by his magnetism and the dream of power and jobs. This new elite did manage to carry out a National Socialist revolution on the local level, but only because of the complacency of the conservatives and the confusion among liberal and leftist opponents. While the rank and file were clumsily organizing the villages, towns, and provinces, their Führer was establishing authority over his disarrayed opponents. At first many misread his diffident, somewhat embarrassed manner with strangers as a sign of weakness. But in short order he gained the upper hand over those who underrated him. In cabinet meetings, recalled Finance Minister Count Lutz Schwerin von Krosigk, who had been a Rhodes Scholar, one could not but recognize and admire the qualities which gave him mastery of all discussions, his infallible memory, which enabled him to answer with the utmost precision questions on the remotest problems under consideration, his presence of mind in discussions, the clarity with which he could reduce the most intricate question to a simple, sometimes too simple, formula, his skill in summing up concisely the results of a long debate, and his cleverness in approaching a well-known and long-discussed problem from a new angle. Schwerin von Krosigk and other governmental officials had never before been subjected to such a dynamic personality, and it was no wonder they succumbed. His ascendancy over these men of substance was portrayed by a picture in the Illustrierte Beobachter that month. No longer was he clad in an ill-fitting suit. No longer did he slouch in wrinkled trench-coat, whip in hand. Now, smiling and confident, clad in a soft overcoat of good cut and quality, he was the picture of radiant confidence. 2. Despite his personal success, the fate of the Brown Revolution was still in doubt at the end of the first 6 weeks of power. The emergency deposition of the Prussian government was causing grave concern in other states. By the middle of February, Goering had drastically purged the Prussian police of men he could not rely on, and issued an order instructing his police force to avoid at all costs anything suggestive of hostility to the SA, SS, and Stahlhelm, as these organizations contain the most constructive national elements. It is the business of the police to abet every form of national propaganda. This was followed by an ominous note to the effect that the police should act decisively against organizations hostile to the state, and should not hesitate to use their firearms. On the contrary, they would be punished if they failed in their duty. He was declaring open season on communists, Marxists, and their sympathizers. 7 of the smaller states were already as hamstrung politically as Prussia, but the larger states, including Bavaria, the home of National Socialism, refused to bow to the Hitler government. This rebellion was accompanied by a communist campaign calling for resistance to the Nazis. On February 21st, the Union of Red Fighters exhorted the young proletarians to disarm the SA and SS. Every comrade a commander in the coming Red Army. This is our oath to the Red soldiers of the Soviet Union. Our fight cannot be broken by machine guns or pistol barrels or prison. We are the masters of tomorrow. A few days later, the official communist organ, Red Sailor, openly called for violence. Workers, to the barricades, forward to victory, fresh bullets in your guns, draw the pins of the hand grenades. These revolutionary appeals may have been mere verbiage, but Goering took them at face value, or professed to, and raided the Karl Liebknecht House in Berlin on February 24th. An official announcement proclaimed that the police had discovered plans for a communist uprising. On the evening of February 26th, Hannessen predicted that this revolution would soon literally burst into flames. At a séance attended by some of the most influential people in the capital, he claimed to see smoke, an eagle rising from flames, and then a large Berlin building engulfed in fire. Those of his listeners who were aware that there had been 3 attempts the previous day to set fire to governmental buildings must have been particularly impressed. The arsonist, a 24-year-old native of Holland, Marinus van der Lubbe, had in fact also made up his mind to burn down the Reichstag. A strong, lumpish young man, his protest against capitalism was setting buildings on fire. 4 years earlier, he had resigned in disgust from the Communist Party to join International Communists, a tiny splinter group which opposed Moscow policies. He had come to Berlin a week earlier under the impression that great things were about to happen there. But attendance at social democratic and communist demonstrations convinced him that the German workers would start a revolution only under the impetus of some startling event. He hoped the sight of governmental strongholds going up in flames would inspire the lethargic German masses to revolt. Not discouraged by the 3 abortive fires, on Monday noon, it was February 27th, he bought 4 packages of firelighters at a shop on the Müllerstrasse, and then set off on foot for the Reichstag. Shabbily dressed in pitifully short trousers and peaked cap, he kept circling the ornate gilt and glass-domed building until he found the best way to enter was from the west, a door least often used. It was a freezing day, heightened by a sharp wind. To warm up, he stayed in the post office for half an hour, then walked some more, and at about 9 that evening was back at the Reichstag. The western approach was deserted, and in moments he had scaled the wall and was on the balcony of the first floor. At 9:30 p.m., a theology student on his way home heard breaking glass inside the Parliament building. He saw a figure with a burning object in his hand and ran to alert a police sergeant at the northwestern corner of the Reichstag. The sergeant found the broken window and a glow behind it, but watched in astonishment, and it was some minutes before he summoned the fire brigade. The first engines arrived just before 10, and by then the session chamber was in flames. At his Berlin quarters opposite the Reichstag, Hanfstengel was awakened from a sick bed by the screams of the housekeeper. He looked out the window at the fire and telephoned the Goebbels' apartment, where a party for the Führer was in mid-career. When Goebbels heard the news, he thought it was a joke. "If you think that, come down here and see for yourself," retorted Hanfstengel, and hung up. A moment later his phone rang. It was Goebbels. "I have just talked to the Führer, and he wants to know what's really happening. No more of your jokes now." The annoyance and suspicion in Goebbels' voice seemed genuine, and Hanfstengel lost his temper. He said the place was in flames and the fire brigades were already there. He was going back to bed to nurse his fever. After Hitler saw the red sky above the Tiergarten, he shouted, "It's the Communists," and set off with Goebbels for the scene of the fire. They found Goering inside the burning building, brown hat turned up in front and looking immense in a camel hair coat. He had been one of the first to reach the conflagration, and his first order was characteristic: save the tapestries. He told Hitler that it was the work of the Reds. A number of communist deputies were present here in the Reichstag 20 minutes before the fire broke out. We have succeeded in arresting one of the incendiaries. And to Goebbels' excited question, "Who was it?" Goering replied complacently, "We don't know yet, but we shall squeeze it out of him. Have no fear, Doctor." "Are the other public buildings safe?" asked Hitler. "I've taken every possible precaution. I've mobilized all the police. Every public building has been given a special guard. We are ready for anything." The party began a tour of the destroyed area across pools of water and charred debris. As they entered a lobby filled with foul-smelling smoke, a policeman held up his arms to warn Hitler that a candelabrum might crash at any moment. The Chancellor, after remarking contemptuously, "Good riddance to that trashy old shack," fell back to join Sefton Delmer, who had arrived to cover the fire. "God grant that this be the work of communists," he said. A sign to the correspondent that he was not yet absolutely certain it was a Red plot, but only hoped so. "You are now witnessing the beginning of a great epoch in German history, Herr Delmer. This fire is the beginning." He tripped over a fire hose, but lost neither his balance nor the thread of his speech. "If the Communists got a hold of Europe and had control of it 6 months, what am I saying, 2 months, the whole continent would be aflame like this building." After they had climbed the stairs to the next floor, they were approached by Papen, who had rushed from a dinner at the Herrenklub in honour of Hindenburg, and was immaculate in grey tweed overcoat and black Homburg. "This is a God-given signal, Herr Vice-Chancellor," Hitler exclaimed. "If this fire, as I believe, is the work of the Communists, then we must crush out this murderous pest with an iron fist." Papen was relieved that the Gobelin tapestries had been saved and the library was untouched, and when Hitler invited him to attend a conference in Goering's office to decide on what should be done, politely but pointedly declined. He thought he should first report to Hindenburg. The fire seemed to fascinate Hitler, and after arrival at the office of the Reichstag president, he leaned over the stone parapet overlooking the Holocaust, as if magnetized by the flames. By this time the conference room was filling with cabinet ministers, as well as other officials and dignitaries, including Prince Auwey, the Lord Mayor of Berlin, the police president, and the British ambassador. Then the man who had undertaken the initial investigation entered. Rudolf Diels, chief of the political police in the Prussian Ministry of Interior, had come to inform the Führer and Goering that the arsonist, a Dutch national named Van der Lubbe, had been found, bare to the waist, inside the Reichstag. When an enraged interrogator yelled, "Why did you do it?" the young radical had replied, "As a protest." Goering began shouting slogans and orders. "This is the beginning of a communist uprising. Not a moment must be lost." He was cut off by Hitler. "Now we'll show them. Anyone who stands in our way will be mown down." His face was scarlet from excitement and heat. "The German people have been soft too long. Every communist official must be shot. All communist deputies must be hanged this very night. All friends of the communists must be locked up. And that goes for the Social Democrats and the Reichsbanner as well." Diels finally managed to tell Hitler that the arsonist denied any connection with the Communist Party and swore he alone had set all the fires inside the Reichstag. Diels added that the confession rang true and that the fire was undoubtedly the work of a single madman. "This is a cunning and well-prepared plot," scoffed Hitler, and resumed his irrational diatribe. "The only thing is that they have reckoned without us and without the German people. In their rat holes from which they are now trying to crawl out, they cannot hear the jubilation of the masses." Diels tried to say that it was ridiculous to think the Communists were about to stage a putsch. Countless red turncoats had told him it was all talk. But Hitler would not listen. He flew into another outburst, vilifying these subhumans, and shouting that he needed no more proof to be convinced that the Communists, by shamefully setting fire to a German palladium, had wished to give the signal for their loudly heralded mass action. The tempestuous conference ended about 11 p.m., and, after another meeting at the Prussian Ministry of Interior to discuss security measures, Hitler set out for the local offices of the Völkische Beobachter to see how the paper was covering the fire. It took half an hour before I could find anyone to let me in. Inside there were a few compositors sitting around, and eventually some sub-editor appeared very heavy with sleep. Hitler sent for Goebbels, and the two worked until dawn preparing the next edition, which would accuse the Reds of a plot to seize power amid the general panic. In the meantime, Goering was raging at the man who had been assigned to draw up the report for the official Prussian press service. After a glance at a 20-line draft which mentioned one arsonist, Goering shouted, "That's sheer rubbish. It may be a good police report, but it's not at all the kind of communiqué I have in mind." Grabbing a blue pencil, he changed 100 weight of incendiary material to 1,000, and, when the author protested that it would be impossible for a single man to carry such a load, retorted, "Nothing is impossible. Why mention a single man? There were 10 or even 20 men. Don't you understand what is happening? The whole thing was a signal for a communist uprising." After Goering wrote an entirely new communiqué indicating that van der Lubbe's accomplices were 2 communist members of the Reichstag, the original author asked him to sign it, since it was not an official report but a political document. "The news agencies," he explained, "will only accept it from me if you sign it officially." Grudgingly, Goering scrawled a large G. By this time, all police radio stations were issuing calls for the arrest of communist members of the Reichstag, the provincial diets, and town councils. Communist functionaries were also to be apprehended, and all red newspapers suppressed. The stimulation of that night emboldened Hitler to throw off his last inhibitions, for late the next morning he flung himself into an open battle for power. It started incongruously at a cabinet meeting, as the Chancellor politely greeted each minister according to rank. After this traditional beginning, he took over in dictatorial fashion. The crisis was such, he said, as to warrant a ruthless settling of accounts with the communists, which must not be dependent on legal considerations. He proposed, therefore, an emergency decree to protect the nation from the Reds, but made it sound purely defensive and innocuous, referring almost casually to a special measure to safeguard all the cultural documents of the German people. But when Frick read off his draft, it should have been obvious that the decree cancelled most rights expected by a democratic society. First, it suspended the civil liberties granted by the Weimar Constitution. Free speech, free press, sanctity of the home, secrecy of mail and telephone conversations, freedom to assemble or form organizations, and inviolability of private property. Next, it authorized the Reich Minister of Interior to seize control temporarily of any state government unable to maintain order. Not a single minister opposed the deprivation of civil rights, but Papen did protest that the threat to intervene with states would be deeply resented, particularly in Bavaria. Papen's dissent was short-lived. He approved a minor change that was a modification in name only. That evening, Hitler and he reported to Hindenburg. The Führer argued that the decree was necessary to put down the Red Revolution, and when neither Papen nor Meissner expressed disapproval, the President signed without comment. A civil state of emergency had been substituted for the military measure sought by the Conservatives, with the cabinet holding those powers usually bestowed on the commander-in-chief in a military dictatorship. On the surface, such power was not so ominous, since the cabinet was still overwhelmingly non-National Socialist. The decree was passed so hastily and under such emotional circumstances that no one was sure exactly who had originated the idea to abolish civil rights rather than curtail them, as previous chancellors had done. Possibly it was not an underhanded plot of Hitler's in his avowed move toward dictatorship, but an accident of history. The fire had obviously brought Hitler to the edge of hysteria, and he truly feared a Red Revolution. Certainly his erratic actions, as well as those of Goering and others close to him, were not those of conspirators with a level-headed plan. Nor did Hitler react so much in panic as in utter faith in his mission. So far as he was concerned, the fire was proof of all he had been saying about Reds and Jews for years. The emergency measures that followed, designed primarily to put down a non-existent revolt, turned out to be a leap forward in Hitler's drive for total power. Truckloads of SA and SS men, hastily sworn in as auxiliaries, were helping the police enforce the decree. They descended on the rooms and taverns of known Reds and carted them off to prison or interrogation cellars. More than 3,000 communists and social democrats were taken into protective custody by the regular police. Airdromes and ports were under strict surveillance, while trains were searched at frontiers. Goering was in his glory, and the following day, as Prussian Minister of Interior, he spoke to the nation by radio about the insidious plans of the Reds, groups of whom planned to don brown shirt and Stahlhelm uniforms and carry out terrorist acts in an effort to destroy the unity of the nation. The burning of the Reichstag, he predicted, was only the first of many other fires that would distract the police and leave the people at the mercy of the revolutionaries. But, he concluded, the nation need not fear. I may say to the communists that my nerves have not yet collapsed, and I feel myself strong enough to give the knockout blow to their criminal plans. While his explanation was widely accepted in Germany, the outside world was not so gullible. The assertion that German communists had any association with the fire is simply a piece of stupidity, stated the London News Chronicle, and this view was generally shared in diplomatic and foreign press circles. There was a growing feeling that it was the Nazis themselves who had burned the Reichstag as a pretext for crushing the communists. Next day, March 2nd, Sefton-Delmer went to Hitler for the answer. He railed at foreigners for making such accusations when they should be grateful for his courageous acts against the common Red foe. Delmer finally broke in to say that the mass arrests were spreading the fear that Hitler planned a bloody reprisal upon his enemies. "I need no St. Bartholomew's night," retorted Hitler. Tribunals had been set up to try enemies of the state and put an end to conspiracies. Delmer took this to mean that he was going to slaughter his foes legally, and wondered if the suspension of civil rights would be permanent. "No," said Hitler. "When the communist menace is stamped out, the normal order of things shall return. Our laws are too liberal for me to deal effectively and swiftly with this Bolshevik underworld. But I myself am only too anxious for the normal state of affairs to be restored as quickly as possible. First, however, we must crush communism out of existence." With each day the belief grew throughout Europe that the Nazis were responsible for the Reichstag fire. This theory was strengthened by the startling revelation that there was a tunnel running from Goering's palace to the Reichstag, and the resultant outcry from abroad helped spur Hitler to insist on a trial of van der Lubbe and his purported Red associates, despite an objective police report that there was no doubt that he had committed the crime entirely by himself. It was a foolish decision, for it soon became obvious that the quick trial Hitler hoped to clear the air would drag on for months and provide considerable fuel for his enemies both home and abroad. 3. The short-term advantages of the fire did work to the Führer's advantage. Coming so close to the elections, it played on the fears of revolution shared by most Germans. Few objected when squads of brown shirts ripped down the red election posters and replaced them with their own. Hitler did not make the political mistake of outlawing the Communist Party, but decided to wait until after the elections, lest the working-class votes swing over to the Social Democrats. Instead, the Nazis inundated the country with terrifying stories of the bloodbath that the Reds had planned to follow the harsh methods that would have to be installed, and called on the voters to give the NSDAP a mandate. Goering was blunter. "Fellow Germans, my measures will not be crippled by any judicial thinking," he told a Frankfurt audience on March 3rd, just 2 days before the elections. "My measures will not be crippled by any bureaucracy. I won't have to worry about justice. My mission is only to destroy and exterminate. The struggle will be a struggle against chaos, and I shall not conduct it with police power. A bourgeois state might have done that. Certainly I shall use the power of the state and the police to the utmost, my dear communists, so don't draw any false conclusions. But I shall lead the brown shirts in this struggle to the death, and my claws will grasp your necks." It was a confession that brute force would be applied outside the law, and it could have been made only in the charged atmosphere of the Reichstag fire. Fortunately for the Nazis, the Pappens, Hindenburgs, and industrialists were not at all concerned by alarming words, and gave substantial, if occasionally tacit, support to the Hitler campaign. As the Prussian Minister of Finance assured a visiting Austrian, there was no possibility of Nazi excesses so long as pragmatic, decent men like Schwerin von Krosigk were in the cabinet. The violent words of buffoons like Goering and Goebbels should not be taken seriously, for the conservative element would actually run things, and Hitler would just be on the sidelines. The industrialists were so sure of their ability to handle him that some 25 of them had decided at a recent meeting to underwrite the election financially. After Krupp von Bohlen expressed the unanimous feeling of the industrialists in support of Hitler, Goering made an appeal for funds. "The sacrifice we ask is easier to bear if you realize that the elections will certainly be the last for the next 10 years, probably for the next 100 years. This threat of an end to democratic procedures was taken as a promise by banker Schacht, who said, "And now, gentlemen, cash on the counter." The industrialists conferred in whispers. The elder Krupp pledged 1 million marks, about $250,000, for the Ruhr Combine, and the representative of IG Farben promised 400,000 marks. Other contributions brought the total up to 3 million. With all this money at their disposal, the National Socialists and their two coalition partners were able to blanket the nation with publicity. All major party speeches were broadcast, and, to those without radios, loudspeakers on streets and squares blared out the promises and threats of the new government. Hitler made frequent use of Hindenburg's name as proof of his own legitimacy. Months earlier, the same speakers had pictured the old man as a senile fool. Now he was transformed into a heroic figure of towering strength. With the prospect of consolidating power after an overwhelming victory, the party members threw themselves enthusiastically into a campaign that had governmental blessing. No longer were the SA and SS repressed by the police, who now looked upon them as auxiliaries, and turned their backs on excesses committed in the name of patriotism. In his speeches, Hitler criticized opponents for having no program, yet presented none of his own. All he wanted was 4 years in office to prove himself. Election Eve was turned into a semi-holiday by Goebbels, who labelled it Day of the Awakening Nation. It seemed that almost everyone was for Hitler. He was the hope of the young idealists, and carried the same banner as the patriots. Those who feared a Moscow-inspired revolution saw only two alternatives, a red or brown Germany, and the latter seemed more palatable. Many of his former critics, like Theodor Heuss, who would become the first president of the German Federal Republic, claimed to see signs of moderation in Hitler. He rants much less. He has stopped breathing fire at the Jews, and can make a speech nowadays lasting for 4 hours without mentioning the word Jew. Hitler even had some Jewish support. The Jewish National Union not only advocated the Führer's ban on entry of Eastern peddler Jews, but supported his new government. Despite outer appearances and the vast amounts of money and energy expended on the campaign, the National Socialists received only 43.9% of the votes, and it took those of his nationalist allies to give him a bare majority in the parliament. Narrow as was the margin of victory, it was enough for Hitler to claim a clear mandate from the people and resume his attempt to take control of those states not under his rule. Assured of support from Berlin, the Nazis in Bavaria decided to force the issue. The SA in Munich was mobilized, and at noon, March 9th, Gauleiter Adolf Wagner, accompanied by Captain Röhm in full SA regalia, appeared at the office of Minister-President Helt. They demanded that Helt immediately appoint a General State Commissar, General Ritter von Epp, who had helped crush the Soviet Republic of 1919. Helt wired protests to Berlin, but received the answer that Epp had been appointed Commissar. Another protest to Hindenburg brought a definitive reply indicating how powerless the old gentleman had become. He requested help to address all further complaints directly to Adolf Hitler. Bavaria was at last legally in the hands of the National Socialists. The same procedure, threats of violence from below and telegraphic intervention from Berlin, summarily brought all the remaining free states into subjection. On the day of the takeover in Bavaria, Hitler flew to Munich, where he was greeted tumultuously. He was euphoric. "Munich is the city of Germany closest to my heart," he said. "Here, as a young man, as a soldier, and as a politician, I made my start. The city is also baptized in the blood of those who died in 1923. He instructed the local party leaders to set up a stable Bavarian government, even at the expense of admitting non-party members. "Your assignment, gentlemen," he said, "is difficult. But it is important for the political stability of the nation that the power of the Reich no longer be disturbed by special movements or even separatist disturbances in Bavaria. I must finish the work of Bismarck. States are states only as long as they are useful for the good of the Reich." Later, someone asked what should be done with Dr. Ehart, the only effective state prosecutor at the Hitler trial of 1924. "He was severe, but he was also objective and polite," said Hitler. "Leave him in the Ministry of Justice." Many foreigners erroneously believed that Hitler had already consolidated control throughout Germany. Consummate politician that he was assuming power gradually and with the people's consent. "Authority," he remarked to Frank, "is only a springboard, a step to the next step." Consequently, conciliation with all levels of German society was his present byword. Out of respect for both the Hohenzollerns and Hindenburg, he selected the Potsdam Garrison Church for the opening of the new Reichstag on March 21st. The ancient town, founded by Frederick Wilhelm I and containing the grave of Frederick the Great, was also steeped in Prussian military tradition. It was gaily decorated with swastika banners and the black-white-red flags of the former empire. Guns boomed. Army, Stahlhelm, and SA troops formed ranks. Bells pealed out as the official motor caravan headed down the road to the little church in the bright spring sunlight. Once the towering form of Hindenburg appeared, in the field-grey uniform of a Prussian field marshal, the audience rose. Leaning with one hand on his cane and carrying his field marshal's baton in the other, he advanced slowly with dignity. At the imperial gallery he turned, raised his baton, and saluted the empty seat of the Kaiser, and the royalty lined up behind it. The marshal completely dominated the much smaller man beside him. Ill at ease in his cutaway, Hitler looked to Ambassador François Poncet like a timid newcomer being introduced by an important protector into a company to which he does not belong. The two sat down facing each other. Then Hindenburg took out a pair of tortoiseshell glasses and began to read his speech. The tasks facing the new government, he said, were varied and difficult, and he called for a revival of the disciplined and patriotic spirit of old Prussia. Hitler's speech was directed to those in the crowded church, rather than to the people at home listening to their radios. The war had been forced on the Kaiser and Germany, he said, and summarized the legacy of economic depression and unemployment he had inherited. After outlining a program for the future, he turned to Hindenburg as if he was still his commander, and paid him extravagant homage as military and civilian leader. "We consider it a blessing to have your consent to the work of the German rising." Hitler walked to Hindenburg's chair, bent low to grasp his hand. The old man, visibly moved, slowly descended into the crypt of Frederick the Great and Frederick Wilhelm I, followed by his son and an adjutant who laid wreaths on the two tombs, to the well-timed accompaniment of cannon salutes. The ceremony, stage-managed by Goebbels, made its expected impression. All those present, the military, the Junkers, and the monarchists, were convinced Hitler was subservient to Hindenburg, and would follow the Prussian ideal. About 2 days later, Hitler made it clear to any objective observer that he was subservient to no man. The setting was different. Berlin's Kroll Opera House, temporary site of the Reichstag. And so was the atmosphere. SA and SS men patrolled the corridors, and behind the stage hung a huge swastika flag as a reminder of who was going to be master of Germany. At 2:05 p.m., President Goering opened the session. After a brief speech, including recitation of the song Germany Awake, he turned over the floor to Hitler, who had entered in the simple uniform of a brown shirt. There was a momentary silence, followed by a single shout of "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" This set off wild applause as the Führer strode up to the podium through a forest of raised arms. It was his first appearance before Parliament, and he began reading off a speech that was remarkable for its prudence and moderation. He vowed to respect private property and individual initiative, promised aid to peasants and middle class alike. He would end unemployment and promote peace with France, Britain, and even the Soviet Union. But to do all this, he needed enactment of the law for alleviating the distress of people and Reich. This so-called Enabling Act gave him overriding, if temporary, authority in the land, but he made it sound moderate and promised to use its emergency powers only insofar as they are essential for carrying out vitally necessary measures. After giving reassurance to Parliament, President, the States, and the Church that none of their rights would be infringed, Hitler concluded on a firm note that should have cancelled out these reassurances. If the Reichstag refused this opportunity for friendly cooperation, the new regime was prepared to fight for its principles. It is for you, gentlemen of the Reichstag, to decide between war and peace. During the recess, the foes of the measure mobilized, and when the session was resumed, the leader of the Social Democrats made a courageous, if poorly delivered, protest, despite chanting in the corridors from the brown shirts. "We want the bill, or fire and murder." Hitler himself responded, even though Papen tried to restrain him, in a style reminiscent of the early beer hall days in Munich, by attacking the Social Democrats with sarcasm and invective. "I do not want your votes. Germany will be free, but not through you. Do not mistake us for the bourgeoisie. The star of Germany is in the ascendant. Yours is about to disappear. Your death knell has sounded." Hitler's assault not only crushed the futile revolt of the Social Democrats, but intimidated the Centre Party. The vote was taken, and when Goering announced the results, far beyond the required two-thirds majority, with 441 for the bill, 94 against, the National Socialists leaped to their feet, cheering as if their team had scored a winning goal in the final seconds of play. Then, with hands outstretched, they sang the Horst Wessel song. "Raise high the flags, stand rank and rank together. Stormtroopers march with steady, quiet tread." Democracy was expunged from the German parliament with scarcely a protest. Only the Social Democrats voted against the bill. The other parties handed over to Hitler powers that he privately vowed never to relinquish. And powers surrendered to a man who has use for them are seldom relinquished. The centre leader got a letter from Hindenburg commending his support of Hitler. "I wish to assure you that the Chancellor has expressed his willingness, even without formal constitutional obligations, to take measures based on the Enabling Act only after consultations with me." These words, honestly meant, momentarily reassured the betrayed centrists. The majority of Germans were eager to be reassured, and many of them were rushing to join the NSDAP. Others gave their support in less overt ways. Civil servants and bureaucrats, no different from civil servants and bureaucrats in other lands, stayed at their posts, to keep the machinery of government running as smoothly as if the most conservative party had won. The victory in the Reichstag also brought into the open a number of industrialists who had secretly supported Hitler. The steel magnate Krupp openly hailed acquaintances on the street. He wrote Hitler a letter of congratulations, stating that he and his colleagues were convinced that Germany at last had the basis for a stable government. He was rewarded by being chosen as Tsar of German industry, thus sanctifying the marriage between big business and National Socialism. It was also no accident that Hitler chose Hjalmar Schacht as president of the Reichsbank. This brilliant financier had helped bring Hitler into industrial circles and shared his detestation of democracy and parliamentarianism. Hitler's finance minister approved the choice since he regarded Schacht as a genius in his field. At the same time, he was one of the most apt liars I ever knew, recalled Schwerin von Krosigk. He stretched the truth until he was right. Before his selection, Hitler asked Schacht how much the banks could contribute to his public works and armament program. Schacht refused to mention a specific sum, but declared the Reichsbank should furnish whatever money was needed to take the last unemployed off the streets. He got the job, and his first act in office was to invent the system of MEFO bills, so called after Metal Forschungsgesellschaft AG, a dummy corporation formed by 4 armament firms, the state assuming liability for its debts. The MEFO bills were drawn chiefly by government contractors, and were, in effect, not unlike promissory notes that could be extended to 5 years as a sort of short-term credit. The original feature of Schacht's scheme was to give unlimited credit to the regime and thus allow Hitler to rearm Germany on a large scale. It was not only bureaucrats and industrialists who were finding it possible to serve the Führer. A number of intellectual and literary figures were espousing the regeneration of Germany. These included the philosophers Krieg and Bäumler, the poets Bloch and Binding, and Germany's most distinguished dramatist Gerhard Hauptmann, who refused to renounce his honours no matter what government was in power. "I am delighted that Hauptmann should agree with me," wrote Rudolf Binding early that spring, "that we serve the nation to which we belong and have no reason to leave the Academy when the regime changes. The Academy has to safeguard the freedom of artistic creation, not the freedom of political observations." In this spirit of cooperation, Hauptmann, several weeks later, hung a swastika flag out his window, and some months later assured Harold Nicolson that Germany would liberate itself as Italy had done. 4. A revolution was going on, but since it was almost bloodless on the surface, many Germans did not, or chose not to, realize it. This preliminary stage of the Brown Revolution was given an innocuous name, Gleichschaltung, coordination. It appeared to be an efficient process of unifying the nation, and was received with little alarm. What it did was bring the political, economical, and social life of the nation under the control of the NSDAP, and plant the seeds of a faceless dictatorship. There was little resistance, primarily because Hitler kept within the law. Consequently, his opponents believed he wanted a government similar to the Weimar Republic. A set of instructions issued to Social Democratic locals on the day of the enabling law enactment illustrates that party's obtuseness. It was filled with advice on filling out questionnaires and other mundane matters, and but one paragraph mentioned the Nazi revolution in progress. While their leaders were being searched at night for weapons, while thousands of communists and suspected communists were being jailed, the Social Democratic Party, which should have been the bulwark of democracy, was exhorting its followers to stop making bookkeeping errors. The whole city lay under an epidemic of discreet, infectious fear, Isherwood wrote of Berlin that spring. I could feel it, like influenza, in my bones. The city was full of whispers. They told of illegal midnight arrests, of prisoners tortured in the SA barracks, made to spit on Lenin's picture, swallow castor oil, eat old socks. They were drowned by the loud, angry voice of the government, contradicting through its 1,000 mouths. Outside the capital, particularly in the smaller towns and cities, a series of mass meetings, parades, and pageantry distracted the people. Voluntary organizations were coordinated into the National Socialist fabric. Gradually, every citizen found himself involved with the regime. Old familiar street names were changed. In Herne, for example, Rathausplatz was now Adolf Hitler Platz, and Bebelstrasse became Hermann Göring Strasse. Almost every week there was some new organization. the Country School for Mothers, the Mother and Child Welfare Organization, Children's Land Camps, the Food Supply Welfare Organization. A month after Hitler had failed to persuade a majority of the electorate to vote for him, he had won the temporary confidence of most Germans by his gradual process of coordination. Isherwood watched these solid citizens smile approvingly at the young stormtroopers in their big, swaggering boots who were going to upset the Treaty of Versailles. They were pleased because it would soon be summer, because Hitler had promised to protect the small tradesmen, because their newspapers told them that the good times were coming. And they thrilled with a furtive sensual pleasure like schoolboys, because the Jews, their business rivals, and the Marxists, a vaguely defined minority of people who didn't concern them, had been satisfactorily found guilty of the defeat and the inflation and were going to catch it. Jews and Marxists had been systematically persecuted since the takeover. Albert Einstein's bank deposits were seized when a bread knife, categorically a lethal weapon, was found in his house. In Germany, such stories were branded as foreign propaganda, while in the United States, Secretary of State Cordell Hull was assuring leaders of American Jewry that the physical mistreatment of German Jews had virtually terminated. Even so, the outcry of liberals from abroad increased to Hitler's annoyance, and he announced that Jewish business in Germany would suffer until the Jews in England and America ceased their atrocity propaganda. They did not, and on April 1st Hitler instituted a boycott with these words: "I believe that I act today in unison with the Almighty Creator's intention. By fighting the Jews, I do battle for the Lord." It was only a tentative step, almost as if Hitler were testing to see how far his countrymen would let him go. On the eve of the boycott, Italian Ambassador Ceruti had urged him, in the name of Mussolini, to soften his attitude toward the Jews. Hitler replied that there were few Jews in Italy, and Il Duce did not understand the Jewish question, which he himself had studied for long years, from every angle, like no one else. He predicted, with absolute certainty, that in 500 or 600 years the name of Hitler would be honored in all lands as the man who once and for all exterminated the Jewish pest from the world. Brown shirts were posted before the doors of most Jewish stores and offices. There was little violence, and the young SA men were, for the most part, polite when reminding shoppers that they were about to patronize a Jewish business. Little knots of passers-by collected to watch the performance, interested, amused, or merely apathetic. In fact, a good number went into the department store Isherwood was watching. He too entered, bought the first thing he saw, a nutmeg grater, and walked out twirling his parcel. This act of defiance was greeted by a wink from one of the young SA monitors. Although the boycotters got support from organizations which called upon farmers to support them, it was ineffective against the large department stores and banks, and ended after 3 days. Hindenburg himself protested further anti-Semitic measures, and wrote the Chancellor a strong letter condemning discrimination against Jewish war veterans. If they were worthy of fighting and bleeding for Germany, they must be considered worthy of continuing to serve the fatherland in their profession. But the old gentleman was no match for a man whose secret goal in life was Jewish extinction. Hitler replied that the Jews, who monopolized up to 80% of the professions of law and medicine, were now pushing their way into government posts. One of the major reasons why the old Prussian state was such a clean one was that the Jews were granted only a very limited access to the civil service. The officer corps kept itself almost entirely pure. It was an argument that could not fail to impress the field marshal. This, coupled with a vague promise to give some consideration to Jewish veterans, was enough to permit enactment of decrees on April 7th, removing all Jews from civil service posts and restricting the freedom of the legal profession. That same day, Hitler told the Doctors' Union that he was aware of their present distress, especially among the young members, and in doing so subtly revealed his two-pronged Weltanschauung. It is precisely for these young Germans that a Lebensraum and possibilities for the exercise of their profession must be created by a vigorous repression of an alien race. This work of cleansing through racial hygiene now being undertaken will perhaps take centuries. The important thing is to lay a firm foundation today for future political development. Several weeks later, under the law against overcrowding of German schools, the number of Jews in higher institutions was reduced. Hitler defended his action in a talk with Bishop Berning and Monsignor Steinmann. After reminding the priests that the Church had banished the Jews into ghettos and forbidden Christians to work with them, Hitler explained that he regarded the Jews as nothing but pernicious enemies of the state and Church, and therefore he wanted to drive the Jews out more and more, especially from academic life and public professions. He was only going to do more effectively what the Church of Rome had been attempting for so many centuries. Many Jews did leave the country, but others did not feel the anti-Semitic program was directed against them personally. For centuries, the Jews had survived similar decrees by swimming with the current. What could happen to them in a nation that had produced Goethe and Beethoven? Besides, Hitler's real target was the Eastern Jew. With all its outward appearance of success, the NSDAP was neither unified nor organized. It had come to power with a weak cadre structure and too many inept old fighters in key positions. The party grew rapidly, and there were already more than 1.5 million members, with another 1 million applications awaiting approval. But Hitler was not pleased to see the party become so unwieldy, and ordered Schwarz to halt applications on the 1st of May. This also marked the beginning of his attack on labor unions. He declared a day of national labor and treated it as a celebration of unity between workers and government. The main rally was held that evening at Tempelhof Airfield, where several 100,000 workers and their leaders gathered to hear the Führer expound on the dignity of labor and the need for national unity. All lights were extinguished except those beating on the orator, and the vast crowd listened in awed silence. He spoke in generalities, but with such passion that when he finished, the workers cheered as if he had promised them the world, and before they could emerge from the magic of his words, they were singing the national hymn and the Horst-Wessel-Lied. And as the last strains died down, the sky exploded with fireworks. It was indeed a brave, a magnificent fete, recalled the French ambassador. The German participants and the foreign guests left with the conviction that a wave of reconciliation and of concord had swept over the Third Reich. The next morning the SA and SS, with the help of police, seized union offices throughout the nation. Labour leaders who had yesterday pledged allegiance to the government were arrested in their homes. Union files and bank accounts were confiscated, and Labour newspapers shut down. Before nightfall, organized labor in Germany was obliterated. But Hitler promised the workers they would be better off than ever in the new German Labour Front, and their rights would be fully protected. There was no uprising, no organized protest, and by the end of the month the vast army of workers was marching obediently behind the swastika. They had changed from red to brown without breaking step. Success did not turn Hitler to excess. To the dismay of party radicals, he became cautious and prudent, as illustrated by his answer to Franklin Delano Roosevelt's plea for world peace in mid-May. Germany, Hitler replied, would welcome the possibility suggested in the President's proposal of bringing the United States into European relations as a guarantor of peace. Absent were the bellicose demands of the first days of office. The German government wishes to come to a peaceful agreement with other nations and all difficult questions. Germany knows that in any military action in Europe, even if completely successful, the sacrifice would be out of all proportion to any possible gains. Only a man completely in control of his party could have changed course so radically. The speech was the best thing I have heard Hitler do, Lochner wrote his children. I often wonder how the Nazis would have mobbed their opponent, like Stresemann or Brüning, if he had dared hold such a conciliatory speech. That's the interesting thing about dictatorship anyway. When it comes to foreign policy, they are tame as lambs. Witness Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, Pilsudski. For they know they have so much trouble consolidating their power at home that they want to avoid everything possible that might look like trouble with foreign nations. It is quite obvious that Hitler doesn't want war. The speech not only placated the West, but was further proof to Hindenburg that the new Chancellor could be trusted. By this time, Hitler had succeeded in ingratiating himself with the old gentleman. Always polite and deferential, the force and apparent logic of his arguments had torn down the last vestige of the President's distrust. Within 3 weeks, Hitler recalled, we had progressed so far that his attitude toward me became affectionate and paternal. With Hindenburg under his influence, there was little to impede the gradual assumption of total power, and by early summer a series of new decrees entrenched the NSDAP as the ruling force in Germany. First came the subjugation of agrarian organizations under the entailed farm laws for the preservation of the insoluble bonds of blood and soil. Combined with a settlement policy based on race, this gave Hitler the foundation for settlement of the eastern regions by pure Germans after the conquest of that area. While governmental control of the land was being solidified by the political organization of peasants under local, district and state National Socialist leadership, incongruously named Reich Nutrition State, Hitler was applying himself to the subjection of Germany's economy. On May 3rd, the Reich Estates of Trade and Handicraft was established, and within a month it had assumed the function of the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. More significantly, the Adolf Hitler Foundation of German Business was set up on the 1st of June, to the mutual benefit of both the industrialists and the NSDAP. Thus, organizational supervision, together with control of market and price policies, put German industry on the road to complete subservience to the government. Hitler was now prepared to make the next and perhaps most important step, the elimination of political opposition. The Communists had already been eliminated, and on June 22nd the Social Democratic Party was outlawed as hostile to the nation and state. Its members were expelled from the Reichstag, and many of its leaders joined other dissidents in the newly formed concentration camps. Within a few days, the state party voluntarily disbanded, and 2 weeks later, while Hitler was telling his Reich governors, "We must now eliminate the last remnants of democracy," the German People's Party also disbanded. By this time, Hitler had added 5 more Nazis to his cabinet, and so there was little opposition when he proposed that Germany become a one-party state. The new proposal ignored not only the constitution, but the enabling law itself, for it stripped the Reichstag of all its powers and made a travesty of the parliamentary system. When we discussed the measure in the cabinet, there was practically no opposition, recalled Papen, and by the time Hitler called for a vote, it passed without dissent. It became the law of the land on Bastille Day, July 14th. Germany, like the Soviet Union, was controlled by a single party, and that party was controlled by a single man who, in turn, was possessed by a dream. 5. In every German village and town, the red and black swastika waved side by side with the black, white, red flags of the Old Reich. Hitler's concept of revolution by absorption was working in a nation that wanted its uprisings orderly and legal. The Führer's stormtroopers were now accepted almost as an arm of government, and nearly every important post was held by Nazis or someone controlled by the party. In the classroom and the church, the Brown Revolution was receiving commendation and blessing. Hitler continued to say that the upheaval was temporary. "The revolution is not a permanent state of affairs," he told the state governors just before the nation was declared a one-party state. "The stream of revolution released must be guided into the safe channel of evolution. Ability must be the only authoritative standard, not membership in the party." Hitler wanted no bloody uprising, no sweeping reforms to repel the average citizen or industrialist, and he laid down guidelines to his own Gauleiters. To gain political power, we had to conquer rapidly with a single blow. In the economic sphere, other principles of development must determine our action. Here progress must be made step by step, without any radical breaking up of the existing conditions which would endanger the foundations of our life. Such words deliberately courted physical defiance from his strongest supporters, the brownshirts, who had waited long years to enjoy the fruits of the spoils system. But he carried off the extraordinary feat of dampening the revolution from below by the sheer force of his personality. He proclaimed the end of the economic revolution and replaced the party's economic specialist with a representative of big business. Hitler's socialism was his own, and subordinate to his secret aims. His concept of organized economy was close to genuine socialism, but he would be a socialist only so long as it served the greater goal. He had the bohemians' rather than the revolutionaries' disdain for private property, and wanted only enough capital to rebuild the army and restore the economy so that he could lead Germany to its proper destiny. He was a Caesar rather than a Lenin, using socialism to get the masses moving. If he had believed they could have been propelled by capitalism, it is likely he would have carried that banner. To Hitler, saving Germany justified any means. It appeared as though he was creating a society of workers. To them he was the soldier-labourer, and they helped propagate this image. Thus millions of Germans, humiliated by defeat in war and brought to the edge of economic disaster in peace, readily identified with the warrior worker hero. In ever-increasing numbers, communists, whose leaders were in concentration camps, found a home in National Socialism. It was not at all difficult to accept Hitler's definition of the difference between socialism and Marxism. German socialism is directed by Germans. International socialism is an instrument of the Jews. By mid-1933, the majority of Germans supported Hitler. The bourgeoisie and the workers, the military and the civil service, the racists and some of the best brains in the country swelled the Nazi ranks. It has long been a political principle that power corrupts. It can also sanctify. Hitler, the street ruffian a year earlier, had been made respectable by the power of his office. Some Germans were seduced by expediency, but more by a wave of idealism. Reform seemed to be sweeping the Reich. Moreover, the economy had taken a turn for the better, and the streets of the large cities were no longer filled with beggars. An increasing number of intellectuals and artists followed the lead of playwright Gerhard Hauptmann in paying homage, if in varying degrees, to the Führer. Spengler spent an hour and a half with him that July. They agreed about German policy toward France, and shared the same disdain for the mediocre leadership in the evangelical church. On parting, Hitler assured the author that he considered it of great importance for people outside the party to be won over to a German policy. Spengler agreed, and left with a feeling that the Führer, while insignificant, was a very decent fellow. Richard Strauss, scarcely Hitler's favourite composer, was even more forthcoming, and announced that he was quite satisfied with the change in Germany, and, when the Führer attended a new performance of Der Rosenkavalier in Berlin, was happy to be received in his box during the intermission. The princes of the church were more eager to curry his favour. Hitler knows how to guide the ship, announced Monsignor Ludwig Kaas, leader of the recently outlawed Catholic party, after an audience with the Pope. Even before he became Chancellor, I met him frequently, and was greatly impressed by his clear thinking, by his way of facing realities while upholding his ideals, which are noble. It matters little who rules, so long as order is maintained. Pius XI subscribed to the same principles, as was proved on July 20th, when a concordat between the Vatican and Hitler was signed. The Church agreed to keep priests and religion out of politics, while Hitler, among other things, granted complete freedom to confessional schools throughout the country, a notable victory for German Catholics. His Holiness welcomed Hitler's representative, Franz von Papen, most graciously, and remarked how pleased he was that the German government now had at its head a man uncompromisingly opposed to communism and Russian nihilism in all its forms. The Vatican was so appreciative of being recognized as a full partner that it asked God to bless the Reich. On a more practical level, it ordered German bishops to swear allegiance to the National Socialist regime. The new oath concluded with these significant words: "In the performance of my spiritual office, and in my solicitude for the welfare and the interest of the German Reich, I will endeavour to avoid all detrimental acts which might endanger it." On every level of society, Germans were finding a reason to support the new government. The Führer's fantastic popular appeal was evident from the crowds that flocked to Spital to honour the birthplace of his mother. They descended on the farmhouse where the boy Hitler had spent his summers. They climbed on the roof to take pictures, found their way into the courtyard to wash at the wooden trough as if it contained holy water, chipped pieces from the large stones supporting the barn, and carried off everything portable as souvenirs. When the present owners of the farm returned from the fields, they would be engulfed by tourists. It was like a country fair, recalled Johann Stutz. They painted swastikas on the cows, and would parade around singing Hitler songs. Before long, the place looked like a ruin. Late in July 1933, Hitler took time off to make another pilgrimage to Bayreuth. He laid wreaths on the graves of Richard and Cosima Wagner and their son Siegfried. He also attended the annual festival. It was the first time he had seen the Wagner family since becoming Chancellor, and he wandered around the library at Wahnfried with undisguised satisfaction. "It was right here that you received me 10 years ago," he told Winifred Wagner, and then became dejected. "If the putsch hadn't failed, everything would have been different. I would have been the right age. Now I am too old. I have lost too much time and must work with double speed." The moment of depression passed as quickly as it had come, and he predicted he would stay in power for 22 years. "Then I'll be able to retire. But first I must get more power into my hands so I won't have to bother with the cabinet. Just now they think they have a perfect right to meddle in things that are none of their business." During a vegetarian lunch, he confided that once he had full power, he would dissolve the monasteries and confiscate their property. That summer, Hitler spent much of his time at his mountain villa on the Obersalzberg. He invited the Hanfstengels for a holiday at Haus Wachenfeld. Hanfstengel was busy, but sent Helene and Egon, who was 12. Hitler offered them a ride from Munich and sat in the front seat with the chauffeur. At a lonely stretch of road near Rosenheim, their car spluttered and came to a stop. In moments, 7 bodyguards, automatics in hand, surrounded the car. Kemke examined the motor as Hitler held a flashlight. "It's the old trouble again, my Führer," explained the chauffeur. "Some Reds must have dumped sugar lumps in the gas tank." Hitler warned the bodyguards to keep a sharp lookout, then watched with interest as Kemke unscrewed part of the mechanism, sucked and blew through it, spitting gas and sugar on the road. Like any other proud householder, Hitler showed Helene and Egon through Haus Wachenfeld. His room on the first floor, which faced directly toward Salzburg, was modest, in keeping with the rest of the villa. He had a small writing table and a number of simple bookshelves, recalled Egon. "I especially looked to see what kind of literature the Führer had chosen for relaxation. Surprisingly, the majority of the books were the Wild West novels of Karl May, more suitable for Egon himself than the Chancellor. The Hanfstengels were the only house guests, but other party members who were staying at nearby boarding houses and inns would visit. Goering was constantly around. He and Hitler used to walk on the narrow tile paths in the garden, talking confidentially, round and round the same plot of grass. If you sat on the veranda in front of the house, you could catch bits of conversation as they went by. Goering did most of the talking. "I have just signed 20 death warrants." That's about the only utterance I remember for sure. Mother heard it too, and both of us were surprised at this grim glimpse behind the scenes of glorious statecraft. They all had meals together in the pleasant but modest dining room downstairs. Egon couldn't stand the Austrian cooking that was prepared by Angela Raubel, particularly string beans served in a sauce made of milk, flour, and quantities of sugar. But he was fascinated by the free and easy table conversation. They talked about music and politics and Chinese art, in fact about anything. Hitler was rather gracious for his standards. I mean, he didn't make you remember all the time that he was the Führer. As a rule, Hitler never converses. He either listens or, more commonly, preaches, making his utterances as though they were endowed with the authority of revealed religion. But here, in his Landhaus, he frequently appeared wholly in the becoming guise of an ordinary host, an average man. He talked a lot about motor cars, engines, the size and performance of different ships, and technical things of that sort. By this time it had become known that the Führer was at Haus Wachenfeld, and tourists from all over Germany began congregating on the Obersalzberg. He stayed indoors to avoid being seen, and one day the crowd called Egon over and asked whether Hitler was likely to appear. The 12-year-old went to the Führer and said in stilted German, "Herr Hitler, a devoted multitude is eagerly awaiting your appearance at the gateway." Hitler burst into laughter and followed Egon outside to greet his admirers. They nearly swooned. After he went back in, they thanked me profusely, and one hysterical woman picked up some pebbles on which Hitler had stepped and put them in a little vial, which she crushed ecstatically against her breast. Later, after another crowd had gathered, Egon collected a stack of postcards, photos, and pieces of paper from the group, then wordlessly placed the stack in front of Hitler along with a pen. "My God, boy," he exclaimed with a smile, "you don't give up either, do you?" By the time Hitler came down from his mountain and returned to Berlin, he had decided to present a similarly affable face to the world. That August, he allowed Egon's father to publish a book of anti-Hitler caricatures from German and foreign magazines and newspapers. Entitled Fact versus Ink, the jacket showed a good-natured Führer laughing indulgently at his critics. Hanfstaengl cannily picked excellent cartoons, some satirical, some savage, covering the past 10 years. In his foreword, prefaced by a quotation from Hitler's hero, Frederick the Great, "Pamphlets are to be hung lower," Hanfstaengl explained that the book was an attempt to differentiate between the real and the fictional Adolf Hitler. This kind of propaganda appalled Goebbels, but Hitler was swayed by Hanfstaengl's reasoning that British and Americans would be impressed. There was already a feeling among many foreign observers that Hitler was an object more of fun than fear. While the myth of the leader is growing by leaps and bounds in Germany, observed the Literary Digest, certain independent European dailies and weeklies are stressing the comic aspects of Germany's dictator. They picture Hitler as a comedian, all the more laughable because of his seriousness. The traditional English compassion for the underdog was also working to Hitler's advantage in his dealings with France over reparations and boundaries. Lord Lothian argued that National Socialist brutality at home was largely the reflex of the external persecution to which Germans have been subjected since the war. British attacks on the Treaty of Versailles were second only to those in Germany. With this goodwill, Hitler set about revising his nation's foreign policy. It was dominated by his dual doctrines of race and space, and, though he occasionally made a detour, he always returned to Germany's Lebensraum in the East. Hitler's hope was to inveigle England to join him as a silent partner in the crusade against communism. To do that, he must convince the English that the Reich had renounced world trade and global naval ambitions. Briefly, Germany would control the continent of Europe and be a bulwark against communism, while England ruled the seas. To further strengthen himself before launching his drive to the east, Hitler sought support from Italy, which was sympathetic to Nazi principles and shared a common hostility toward France because of Mussolini's ambitions in the Mediterranean. The diplomats Hitler had inherited from the Weimar Republic came from a different class and abhorred his methods. But the majority agreed with most of his basic aims, for entirely different reasons, and persuaded themselves that they could use him and his brand of socialism for their own purposes. It was generally believed and hoped, recalled career diplomat Herbert von Dixon, that the incurable revolutionaries would be eliminated in time, and that their successors, after having tasted the wine of power and the comforts which it brought, would turn to productive work and to a more conservative mentality. And so Dirksen and like-minded colleagues felt it to be our duty to assist in this process of normalization. Hitler was as astute in his manipulation of the diplomatic service as he was with the industrialists and militarists. He allowed all the leading officials to remain at their posts, including one Jew and one married to a Jew. He also declared that the Reich desired to establish friendly relations with the Soviets, so long as they did not intervene in German internal affairs. His campaign against homegrown Reds did not represent any hostility to Russia, and to show his good faith, he secretly allowed the Soviet Union to postpone payments on a long-term credit agreement negotiated before his takeover. By the fall of 1933, Hitler felt the cautious international game had been played to the end. He decided to walk out on the League of Nations, which, among other things, had a confused policy toward rearmament. "We must make a break," he told Papen, in a state approaching exaltation. "All other considerations are completely irrelevant." When Hindenburg questioned the wisdom of leaving the League, Hitler argued that it had to be done to affirm Germany's full equality. Against his better judgment, the old gentleman gave grudging consent. A gift of 2 large properties, along with Hitler's and Goering's oral promises to contribute 400,000 marks apiece from Reich and Prussian funds for their improvement, may have influenced him. On October 14th, Hitler formally announced to the world by radio that Germany was withdrawing from the conference and the League. To be written down as a member of such an institution, possessing no such equality of rights is, for an honour-loving nation of 65 million folk, and for a government which loves honour, an intolerable humiliation. There was justification in this charge, and, in a sense, his withdrawal from a body that discriminated against the losers was more of a symbolic rejection of the Treaty of Versailles than a challenge to the West. He went out of his way to reassure the French of his peaceful intents by including a hope for German-French reconciliation. Hitler's shock tactic was a gamble, and yet, with its protestations of peace, a fairly safe one. The British, predictably, felt more sympathy than condemnation. Lord Allen of Hertwood told the House of Lords, "We are compelled to admit that we and other nations during the past 15 years have not handed out to Germany that full measure of wise and fair play which the country merited when it threw out from its own land the regime which made the war." Hitler characteristically faced the problem of gaining wide approval at home by announcing that he was submitting his decision to a plebiscite to take place by month's end. Within hours, his office was flooded with congratulatory messages, including a telegram from Catholic Action unanimously supporting their Führer. "It is not ambition which made the Führer leave the League of Nations," Martin Heidegger, one of Germany's greatest living philosophers, told his students, "nor a passion, nor blind obstinacy, nor a desire for violence. It is nothing but the clear wish to be unconditionally responsible for assuming the mastery of the destiny of our people." Heidegger, then a Nazi, left the party a few months later. Hitler had by no means abandoned his two-faced foreign policy. On October 18th, he spoke reasonably and temperately to Daily Mail correspondent Ward Price. Although the Germans would put up with no more of this persistent discrimination against their country, they certainly wanted no Second World War. Reassuring words to a reporter mean little in the world of diplomacy. The German ambassador in Italy wired his foreign office that Mussolini was very much upset over our step and deplored it extremely. Il Duce not only regarded withdrawal from the League as a severe blow to his own prestige, but saw no way out of the situation and did not know how Germany intended to make any further progress. Concerned as he was by Mussolini's irritation, Hitler concentrated his attention on winning a convincing mandate in the forthcoming plebiscite. He campaigned as if for an election, utilizing the resources of the party to convince the people to back his withdrawal from the League of Nations. The Church again gave enthusiastic support. Every bishop in Bavaria approved a statement by Cardinal Faulhaber requesting a "ja" vote. In this way, the Catholics will profess anew their loyalty to people and fatherland, and their agreement with the far-sighted and forceful efforts of the Führer to spare the German people the terror of war and the horrors of Bolshevism, to secure public order and create work for the unemployed. It reflected public resentment at the lost war and the repressive Treaty of Versailles. That was why Hitler had set the date of the plebiscite for November 12th, the day after the anniversary of the armistice. He appealed to all classes as if they were a unified group. You cannot afford internal conflict in the fight to regain your position among nations, he told the workers at the Siemens plant. If Germany does not wish to remain as an outcast, it must insist on equal rights, and that can only be accomplished if all Germans hold together as one man. Accept me as your Führer. I have shown that I can lead, and I do not belong to any class or group, only to you. On election eve, Hindenburg identified himself with Hitler, from whom he had accepted such liberal gratuities. Tomorrow show your national honor and identify yourself with the Reich government, he advised the nation in a broadcast. Speak up with me and the Chancellor for the principle of equality and for peace with honor, and show to the world that we have restored German unity and with God's help shall preserve it. It was an invocation that few patriots could resist. When the votes were counted the next day, 95.1% approved Hitler's foreign policy, and in the Reichstag election, 92.2% voted National Socialist, the only party on the ticket. Although some foreign observers scoffed at these results, 2,154 out of 2,242 inmates at the Dachau concentration camp voted for the Führer, the results were a true barometer of German feeling. Adolf Hitler had won his gamble on foreign policy while solidifying his position at home. His mandate was so overwhelming that he was able, within weeks, to pass a law unifying party and state. It stated that the NSDAP was to be the representative of the German state idea and indissolubly linked to the state. With the entire population of Germany incorporated into the new regime, Hitler's policy of Gleichschaltung was officially completed. While the Führer gained considerable power by consent and threat, he was not yet a true dictator, since resistance was still possible from the military and even from the failing Hindenburg. Hitler had led Germany onto the road to dictatorship. They needed no whip to follow a Siegfried who was bringing them out of economic depression and wiping out the dishonor of Versailles. This could not have been accomplished, of course, without repression. The concentration camp, a term borrowed from the British of Boer War days, had become an accepted part of the national scene, and was as much a threat to those on the outside as punishment for those inside. Nor was there any serious protest in the press after confiscation of Marxist and Social Democratic newspapers and publishing houses. Editors and publishers were brought under control, and the last vestiges of independence were obliterated with the establishment of the Reich Press Chamber. Along with freedom of the press also went that of literature, radio, theatre, music, films, and fine arts. By December of 1933, Germany stood on the threshold of totalitarianism, brought there more by the needs of the time and the wish to conform than by terror. Nor was the spirit of conventionality a matter of class. It existed among scientists as well as workers. We wish thus to conform to the spirit of the total state, and to cooperate loyally and honestly, the president of the German Mathematical Association told his colleagues. Unconditionally and joyfully we place ourselves, as is a matter of course for every German, at the service of the National Socialist movement and behind its leader, our Chancellor Adolf Hitler. And so came totalitarianism and conformity to every profession on every level of society. Although other nations and races were congratulating themselves that such compliance was peculiarly Germanic, and the repressiveness of this regime was typically Teutonic, both were the result of the intolerable demands of economics, geography, and the times. These Germans, marching to the tune of National Socialism, were not unique in their love of order and militarism, or in their cruelty and arrogance. 6. One sour note among Hitler's successes was the delay in the Reichstag fire trial. It did not get underway until the first day of autumn, and by that time the German communists had convinced most of the world that the conflagration had been started by the accusers. First, they published in Paris a book purporting to be an exposé of the Hitler Terror and the burning of the Reichstag, which was based on fancy. We had no direct proof, no access to witnesses, only underground communications to Germany, Arthur Koestler later confessed. We had, in fact, not the faintest idea of the concrete circumstances. The expatriate communists followed this success with their own trial. It began in London on September 14, 1933, and was presided over by an international committee of jurists, including D.N. Pritt of England and Arthur Garfield Hayes of the United States. The illustrious audience included George Bernard Shaw, whose work, particularly St. Joan, was admired by Hitler. Shaw had declined a place on the jury and was present in his usual role as dissenter. "Whenever a prisoner is used as a stick with which to beat a government," he said, "his fate is sealed in advance." After 6 days, the Kangaroo Court published its predictable findings. Grave grounds exist for suspecting that the Reichstag was set on fire by, or on behalf of, leading personalities of the National Socialist Party. The next day, the German trial opened in Leipzig. Goering took a personal hand in the prosecution and was made to look like a fool by the 4 communist defendants. Finally, Goering lost his temper and shouted at Georgy Dimitrov, later Prime Minister of Bulgaria, "You wait until we get you outside this court, you scoundrel." Goering had the last word, but the victory went to the communists, all of whom were acquitted by the court. Van der Lubbe, who had testified over and over that he and he alone was guilty, was sentenced to death and executed. The outside world preferred to believe that the Dutchman was only a tool of the Nazis, who had set fire to the Reichstag as an excuse to crush the Reds. So did many historians, including Bullock and Shirer, but their judgment was reached before publication of a detailed book by Fritz Tobias, which concluded that neither the Nazis nor the Communists were involved in the fire, and that van der Lubbe was the sole arsonist. While the Tobias book was questioned by some historians, including Bracher, its findings have been corroborated by Hans Mommsen in an authoritative article published by the Institut für Zeitgeschichte, a body not at all likely to favor any Nazi interpretation. Further, examination of van der Lubbe's history and the trial transcripts indicated he was of above-average intelligence, and that his action was a lone wolf attack on the establishment. While the verdict of the judges of Leipzig was obviously swayed by foreign opinion, it was also an indication that the court system still maintained a measure of independence. Hitler's reply to a Goering complaint that the judges behaved disgracefully, "You would think we were on trial, not the communists," was revealing. "Mein lieber Goering, it is only a question of time. We shall soon have those old fellows talking our language. They are all ripe for retirement anyway, and we will put in our own people. But while the old gentleman is alive, there is not much we can do about it." Hanfstaengl claimed he overheard this pronouncement at a chancellery luncheon, and that autumn he made another attempt to turn Hitler on a course more acceptable to the West. He phoned Martha Dodd, the attractive daughter of the American ambassador, and announced, "Hitler should have an American woman. A lovely lady could change the whole destiny of Europe. Martha, you are the woman." Like so many others in the Führer's intimate circle, Hanfstaengl was unaware that Hitler already had a mistress, Eva Braun, if a neglected one. Martha Dodd was rather excited by the opportunity that presented itself, and agreed to meet the Führer and attempt to change the history of Europe. At the Kaiserhof tea-room, Hitler kissed her hand and murmured a few embarrassed words. She found it difficult to imagine that she was face to face with one of the most powerful men in Europe. He seemed modest, middle-class, rather dull and self-conscious, yet with this strange tenderness and appealing helplessness. When she described her impressions at dinner, her father was greatly amused at my impressionableness, and advised her not to wash the hand that had been kissed by the great man. If Ambassador Dodd was unimpressed by Hitler, his British colleagues were taking him most seriously. They were willing to make considerable concessions to his rearmament demands, and their eagerness to secure some sort of agreement was revealed by a visit to Berlin early in 1934 of the Lord Privy Seal, Anthony Eden. Hitler impressed Eden as much more than a demagogue. He knew what he was speaking about and, as long as the interviews proceeded, showed himself completely master of his subject. All Germany asked as a precondition to any international guarantee was the possibility of self-defense. If such a convention were concluded, Hitler promised to guarantee that the SS and SA would be deprived of arms. As if to underline his desire for conciliation, Hitler made an exceptional gesture the following day, February 21st, by coming to the British Embassy for lunch. It was the first time the Führer had ever entered a foreign embassy. He showed little interest in food or drink, but soared materially once they began discussing their personal experiences in the war. When Eden remarked that ex-soldiers should be the last ever to wish for another war, Hitler assented heartily. After lunch, Hitler was prepared to make more detailed proposals. He asked for 30% of the combined number of military aircraft possessed by his neighbours, and was prepared to agree that the number of German aircraft should never exceed 60% of those in the French Air Force. He also pleasantly surprised Eden by offering to trim down the SA and SS, adding that his own common sense and political instinct would never allow him to sanction the creation of a second army in the state. Never, never. It was a season for concessions, and Hitler made another gesture of amity, this time to the United States on March 14th. Foreign Minister von Neurath cabled his Consul General in New York to communicate orally the following note to Ambassador Dodd, who would soon arrive there on the SS Manhattan. The Reich Chancellor requests Mr. Dodd to present his greetings to President Roosevelt. He congratulates the President upon his heroic effort in the interest of the American people. The President's successful struggle against economic distress is being followed by the entire German people with interest and admiration. The Reich Chancellor is in accord with the President that the virtues of sense of duty, readiness for sacrifice, and discipline must be the supreme rule of the whole nation. This moral demand, which the President is addressing to every single citizen, is only the quintessence of German philosophy of the state, expressed in its motto, "The public weal before private gain." The message fell far short of its purpose, being not only offensive in wording, but ill-timed. A week earlier, the American Jewish Congress had held an effective mock trial at Madison Square Garden entitled "Civilization Against Hitlerism," a presentation of factual record of laws and acts of the Hitler regime. Samuel Seabury, a well-known attorney, acted as counsel for civilization, and the witnesses included Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, Al Smith, and Raymond Moley. Civilization was unanimously pronounced the winner. 7. Hitler's promise to hold in check the SS and SA reassured France to a certain extent, but their leaders could not be persuaded that Hitler's rearmament program was designed for defense alone. The British were eager to get it all over with, recalled Ambassador François Poncet. They sent us note upon note, urging us to state what guarantees seemed to us to strengthen security sufficiently to gain our consent to a relative rearmament of the Reich. The British themselves were privately concerned, particularly by the rapid growth of the German Air Force. But there was still considerable public sympathy for the plight of the new Reich, with many ridiculing the notion that Hitler was driving toward war. Ambassador François Poncet shared the view that concessions should be made to Germany. Better a limited and controlled armament than unlimited, uncontrolled, and unrepressed armament of the Reich. He felt any agreement, even a mediocre one, was better than none, and did his utmost to win over his superiors. Early that April he journeyed to Paris to present his views in person, but, in an interview with Premier Doumergue, was not permitted to breathe one word, and was cut short every time he attempted to broach the subject. The French decision was to check German ambitions by setting up an anti-Nazi bloc in the east. Poland, the USSR, and Czechoslovakia would be the links in this security chain under the aegis of Mother France. When France and the Soviet Union approached agreement that spring, Hitler understandably feared that this was the beginning of an encirclement of the Reich. To counter the proposed bloc, Hitler needed a strong ally. The best prospect was Italy, whose leader had shown little desire for such a union since 1924, when he refused to lend the Nazis a few million lire. It grated on Hitler to be a supplicant, but pride gave way to necessity, and he made another effort. Controlling his resentment, he wrote Mussolini, "Admiration for the historic efforts of Your Excellency is linked with the desire for cooperation, in a spirit of true friendship for our two ideologically related nations, which can contribute immeasurably to the tranquilization of Europe through suitable attention to identical interests." He argued that since Germany had disarmed, it had the right to demand the disarmament of other states, then listed in detail all the usual arguments. To accent the import of the message, Hitler had the letter delivered by Hermann Göring. Several weeks later, Hitler's foreign press secretary and unofficial court jester, Hanf Stengel, also visited Mussolini and suggested that he meet the Führer. "You are both admirers of Wagner, and that will give a common starting point," Hanf Stengel remembered saying. "Think what it would mean if you invited him to the Palazzo Vendramin in Venice, where Richard Wagner died. He would gain the benefit of your long experience and obtain much-needed insight into the problems of Europe as seen from outside Germany." Mussolini was not averse to the idea, and in his good time sent an invitation which, after a show of reluctance, was accepted. The historic meeting was doomed from the start. According to Filippo Boiano, Italian press representative in Berlin, Mussolini was motivated primarily by curiosity to see the politician all Europe was talking about. "Hitler is simply a muddle-headed fool," he confided to Boiano. "His head is stuffed with philosophical and political tags that are utterly incoherent. I can't make out why he waited so long to take over power, and why he played the buffoon with his ridiculous electoral contests in order to take legal possession of the reins of power. Either he is a revolutionary or he is not. Fascist Italy would never have come into being without a march on Rome. We are dynamic, and Signor Hitler is just a praetor." This contemptuous attitude was so publicized that the Italian press turned out en masse, directors and all, to see this strange freak Hitler. When he stepped out of his Junkers at Lido airfield on June 14th, he looked like a struggling salesman in his worn trench coat over a blue serge suit. He was met by a Duce wearing black shirt, jackboots and glittering gold braid, backed up by Italian troops in full dress. Mussolini flung his arm out in Roman salute so vigorously that correspondent H.R. Knickerbocker thought he might lose his hand. Hitler sidled forward uncertainly, his hand almost apologetically responding with a feeble Nazi salute. He was obviously embarrassed by the show Mussolini had staged, and, after blinking in the sunlight, awkwardly descended the steps to shake hands with his beau idéal. "They were not over 3 yards from me," wrote Knickerbocker, "and I was fascinated to watch the expressions on their faces. Beneath the obligatory cordiality, I found I could see an expression of amusement in Mussolini's eyes and of resentment in Hitler's." Nor did the Führer's embarrassment ease when his host led him down the line of troops. He acted like a schoolboy at his first formal party. He didn't know what to do with his new fedora. First he took it off to salute the Italian flag, then started to put it back on, but stopped himself and clutched it in his right hand. Then, as he walked alongside Mussolini, who was chatting away in his voluble but eccentric German, he kept shifting the hat from hand to hand as if it were a hot potato. There was another bit of comedy when the flustered Hitler tried to get Mussolini to precede him in boarding the launch which was to carry them to Venice. But Mussolini, the perfect host, manoeuvred himself behind the Führer and waved him down the gangplank as if he were shooing a chicken into a coop. At the hotel landing, Hitler leaped out and jogged forward with bent head. Mussolini stepped forth superbly. He was aware of being the cynosure of all eyes. His glances flashed. His figure was upright. He was, histrionically, the Duce. Once inside his suite, Hitler began loudly abusing his advisers for allowing him to arrive in civilian clothes when Mussolini was so effectively attired. He was so upset that the first conversation with his host, despite a glowing official report, was another disaster. Il Duce dominated the talk, which centered on Austria, speaking in a bravura German which was sometimes incomprehensible to Hitler, while Mussolini, in turn, misunderstood much of Hitler's Austrian German. The next morning, the two men reviewed a parade of fascist troops in the Piazza San Marco. At one point, two columns had an argument about right-of-way directly in front of the rostrum. Neither unit would give in, and when both plunged straight ahead, the musicians began caterwauling. Later, Hitler asked his new personal adjutant, Lieutenant Fritz Wiedemann, what he thought of the military value of such troops. Wiedemann, adjutant of Hitler's regiment during the war, replied that fighting ability had nothing to do with parading. This remark, however, made no impression at all on Hitler, especially since at that very moment he glanced out the window at an Italian warship and saw, to his amazement, an array of sailors' shirts and underwear flying from the masts instead of the usual fleet flags. Only a fool or a master of comedy would have staged the concluding and most important meeting of the dictators at the Lido golf course. I noticed, recalled Boiano, that Hitler was speaking all the time in a very excited way, while Mussolini listened, silent and with a scowl on his face. During the 2-hour talk, Boiano rarely saw Il Duce open his mouth. He was so bored by Hitler's drivel that very evening, in the middle of the official reception, he decamped in a hurry and left the lagoon, stating that he did not want to see anybody. Hitler left Venice stung by the realization that he had been not only snubbed by Mussolini, but outmaneuvered diplomatically. The Führer had agreed to the full recognition of the independence of Austria, which he felt belonged within the Reich, while receiving in turn no definite promise of support on the disarmament question. It was thus with amusement that those diplomatic officials who had been present read Foreign Minister von Neurath's circular to foreign missions. The Reich Chancellor's visit to Venice went off with exceptional cordiality and most harmoniously, and made a great impression on the public as well. Hitler and Mussolini got on extremely well together and conceived feelings of personal fellowship over and above their mutual esteem. The conversations, which were detailed and were held in an atmosphere of intimacy, ranged over all the questions arising from the affinity between the two concepts of the state, and far-reaching agreement was established. Formal agreements had not been envisaged, and were, in consequence, not concluded. State Secretary Ernst von Weizsäcker of the Foreign Office confided to a Swiss official that he could not foresee any closer collaboration between the two men. Chapter 12. The Second Revolution. All revolutions devour their own children. February to August 1934. 1. Hitler's promise to reduce the number of stormtroopers was sincere. For years the SA had shown an independence that troubled him, and for months its commander, Captain Röhm, had been demanding a military role for his men. The army, naturally, opposed it. Hitler knew that his best chance for survival was to back the military leaders, since he could never achieve his ultimate aims without their full support, and so had announced, "The Reichswehr is the sole bearer of arms of the nation. The SA is responsible for the political education of the people." These words stirred up old resentments among the 4 million brownshirts, who recalled the long struggle between the northern and southern factions of the party. While remaining loyal to Hitler as their spiritual leader, many felt he had betrayed the Brown Revolution and was selling out to the right. They regarded themselves as the symbol of party radicalism and were not at all satisfied with the reforms of the first year of power. For months Röhm, only he who is without pessimism has ideals, had been calling for a second revolution that would bring them the social and material benefits they had fought for. "Anyone who thinks that the tasks of the SA have been accomplished," he told 80,000 brown shirts at Tempelhof Airfield, "will have to get used to the idea that we are here and intend to stay here, come what may." While the majority of party members shared this anti-capitalistic, anti-conservative sentiment, it was the SA that was most radical and ardent. Over and over, Röhm let it be known that he and his men were the true guardians of the National Socialist idea. We are the incorruptible guarantors of the fulfillment of the German Revolution. Hitler sympathized with the radicals, but his head told him that further revolution was not feasible until Germany had recovered from economic disaster and rebuilt her armed forces. And this could not be done without the full support of industry and the military. At the same time, in his continuing role as conciliator, he made Röhm minister without portfolio in his cabinet, promised to appoint him Minister of Defence, and sent him a rare commendation on the first day of 1934, remarkable for its use throughout of the familiar second-person singular. Hitler meant to praise Röhm while subtly warning him to leave the defence of the country to the military, but Röhm missed the point. Emboldened, he dispatched a memorandum to the Defence Ministry claiming that national security was a prerogative of the SA. This brought the conflict to a head, and General von Blomberg asked Hitler to make a definite ruling. It was thus with regret that the Führer invited SA and Reichswehr leaders to a conference in the marble-pillared lecture hall of the ministry on the last day of February 1934. In a moving, gripping speech, Hitler urged both sides to compromise. The party, he said, had solved unemployment, but within 8 years an economic recession would ensue, and the only remedy was creation of living space for the surplus population. This might necessitate short, decisive military action in the West and then in the East. But a civilian militia, as suggested by Röhm, would not be the least bit suitable for national defence. The solution was a people's army, rigorously trained and equipped with the most modern weapons. The SA must confine itself to internal political matters. At this point, Hitler forced Blomberg and Röhm to sign an agreement in his presence. The SA was granted 2 paramilitary functions. Certain units were to operate as a police force along the nation's borders. The pre-military training of youths aged 18 to 21 was to be undertaken by the SA, while those from 21 to 26 not serving in the armed forces were to be trained in SA Sport, a code name for organized military training. It was a blow to Röhm, but afterward he invited everyone to a luncheon of reconciliation in his home, formerly a millionaire's mansion. Hitler did not take part, recalled General von Weichs. The food was good, the atmosphere frosty. At any rate, it seemed as if peace was restored. One certainly believed that the authority of Hitler in the party was so great that his decision would remain binding on the SA. Once the army men left, Röhm's true feelings, liberated perhaps by drink, exploded. "What that ridiculous corporal says means nothing to us," he told his followers. "I have not the slightest intention of keeping this agreement. Hitler is a traitor, and at the very least must go on leave. If we can't get there with him, we'll get there without him." At least one listener was shocked. It sounded to SA Obergruppenführer Victor Lutzer like treason, and he reported it to Hess. When the Führer's deputy hesitated to act, Lutzer took it upon himself to travel to the Obersalzberg and inform Hitler himself of the dangerous discontent within the highest ranks of the SA. Here again he met with an apparent lack of interest. "We must let the matter develop," said the Führer, and closed the discussion, as if unwilling to admit that his beloved brown shirts were in a state of discontent approaching revolt. A few weeks later, however, he flatly refuted Röhm's comment, "The grey army rock must be submerged by the brown flood," with the statement that the new army would be a grey one, not a brown one. Röhm countered by calling a press conference in Berlin that April for the diplomatic corps and foreign journalists. He was an imposing figure, squat, powerful, intense, and he spoke in the flat but authoritative tones of someone who expects to be obeyed. "The SA is the heroic incarnation of the will and thought of the German Revolution," he told the foreigners. But his next words were obviously intended for Hitler. Those in the party who opposed the brown shirts, he said, were reactionaries and bourgeois conformists. The SA is the National Socialist Revolution. Secretly, enemies of Röhm in the SS were already deeply involved in a plot to destroy him. At first it seemed curious that the prime mover was Reinhard Heydrich, head of the SD, Sicherheitsdienst, security service, and not the SS chief himself. For some time Himmler was reluctant to support the intrigue, perhaps out of fear that an open conflict with the SA would cause a fatal breach within the party. But he was tempted to forget this upon learning that Goering had also joined the conspirators. Goering was not only one of the Führer's closest associates, but could give Himmler a post he coveted, chief of the Prussian secret state police office, Geheimes Staatspolizeiamt. No sooner had Himmler allied himself with the cabal than he was made head of the Gestapo, and he reciprocated by dropping hints to all the SS units that an open struggle with the brown-shirts was on the horizon. This seemed a certainty when Heydrich reported he had collected evidence that Röhm was plotting treason. The truth was that Röhm had not the slightest intention of launching a putsch. He wanted only to force Hitler to give the SA its proper position in the Reich, by setting the Führer in a golden cage, as it were, to isolate him from evil advisers. He was waging a war of nerves, not treason, but his threatening words were cause for alarm. On June 4th, Hitler summoned Röhm to the Chancellery, and, according to the former's account, their conversation lasted almost 5 hours. I implored him for the last time to oppose this madness of his own accord. Let him, at the same time, use his authority so as to stop a development which, in any event, could end only in catastrophe. The Chief of Staff left this interview after assuring me that the reports were partly untrue and partly exaggerated, and that moreover he would, for the future, do everything in his power to set things to rights. Although one witness in the anteroom, Pappen's adjutant, swore he heard them bellowing at each other, there was no indication in Hitler's account that this discussion was a stormy one. It is probable that Röhm left at midnight with the impression that the Führer was sympathetic, but under pressure from the military to curtail SA activities. It was also likely that Hitler himself imagined he had just made a genuine truce with Röhm, since the SD was almost immediately informed that the Führer had come to agreement with the SA chief on several points. It was agreed that a month-long leave for the entire SA would start as scheduled. This was announced by the Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro, German News Bureau, on June 7th. The following day, the DNB published an intriguing Order of Chief of Staff Röhm, stating, "I have decided to follow the advice of my physicians and take the cure, in order to fully restore my health, which has been severely impaired the last few weeks by a painful nervous complaint." The two announcements reassured the military leaders, who felt that it signalled Röhm's decline, but appalled Heydrich, who had only 3 weeks to complete his dossier against the SA and thus force Hitler to act decisively. Röhm's sister-in-law, among others, warned him about rumours of a Goering-Goebbels-Himmler plot against him. He had some feeling that there was something wrong, she recalled, but still did not take it seriously. He never had any doubts whatsoever about Hitler. 2. Discontent from an entirely different quarter descended on Hitler hours after his return from the humiliating visit with Mussolini in Venice. On June 17th, a pleasant Sunday, Franz von Papen was preparing to make an address at the University of Marburg. There was considerable interest in what the Vice-Chancellor would say, since he had delivered a controversial speech 6 months earlier at the Bremen Club, warning of the growing unrest in Germany over the new regime's assaults on the principles of law and the restrictions placed on the Church. As Papen entered the great auditorium, which was packed with students, professors, and a scattering of uniformed party members, there was an air of expectancy. He began with a direct attack on the controlled press in general, and Goebbels in particular. The audience was stunned by such words coming from the official who held the second highest position in the government. But this was only the beginning. After criticizing Nazi bigots and doctrinaires along with the single-party system, he urged Hitler to break with those calling for Röhm's second revolution. Have we gone through the anti-Marxist revolution in order to carry out the Marxist program? No people can afford to indulge in a permanent revolt from below if it would endure in history. At some time the movement must come to a stop and a solid social structure arise. The few shouts of protest from party members were drowned out in tumultuous applause. Only the Frankfurter Zeitung managed to print a few extracts from the speech in its afternoon edition, Goebbels ordered all copies of this paper impounded and forbade a scheduled replaying of the speech over the radio. But the text was smuggled out of the country and published, causing a sensation not only abroad but throughout Germany. And when the Vice-Chancellor appeared at Hamburg racetrack, he was greeted by shouts, "Heil Marburg!" For the first few days Hitler made no public comment. It was Papen who forced the issue by threatening to resign unless Goebbels' ban on his speech was lifted. Hitler tried to calm his Vice-Chancellor. He admitted Goebbels had blundered, then berated the insubordination of the essay as if he approved that part of the speech. He promised to lift the ban and requested Papen to withhold his resignation until the two of them went to Neudeck to see Hindenburg. Papen agreed to wait, but Hitler broke his word. The next day, June 21st, he hastily set out for Neudeck alone, and without removing the ban on the speech. His announced purpose was to report to the President on the recent meeting with Mussolini, but it is more likely he wished to see the old gentleman without the inhibiting presence of Papen. He may also have wanted to check on Hindenburg's health and find out how much time he had left to make arrangements to be his successor. To accomplish this, he would need the support of the military, and it was significant that the first person he met on the steps of the Hindenburg estate was Defense Minister von Blomberg, in full uniform despite the sweltering heat. The President had his own reasons for seeing the Führer. He wanted to be enlightened on the turmoil caused by Papen's speech, but he left most of the talking to Blomberg, acting stiff and Prussian, who made it clear that internal peace was the first priority. If Hitler could not remove the present intolerable situation, he said, the President would declare martial law and turn over the job to the army. No mention was made of Rome and the Second Revolution, nor was any necessary. The old gentleman, who had left Berlin in a wheelchair, purchased over his protest that it was too expensive, rallied himself, and in a somewhat shaky voice reaffirmed Blomberg's words. It was all over in 4 minutes, and soon Hitler was in his plane winging back to Berlin. During that silent journey, his thoughts probably centered on Rome. If during these months I hesitated time and again before making a final decision, Hitler would explain to the Reichstag in several weeks, it was due to 2 considerations. First, I could not easily convince myself that a relationship which I thought to be founded on loyalty could be a lie. Second, I still cherished the secret hope that I might be able to spare the movement and my essay the shame of such a disagreement, and that it might be possible to remove the mischief without serious conflicts. Sometime that night, Hitler made up his mind to take action. In the morning he phoned Victor Lutze, who months earlier had warned him against Rome, and instructed him to report to the Chancellery at once. He led me into his study, wrote Lutze in his diary, and, taking me by the hand, swore me to secrecy until the whole matter was settled. The Führer revealed, with some emotion, that Rome had to be removed, because of a determination to arm the SA and set it against the army. The Führer said that he had always known I would be no party to such matters. Henceforth I was to accept no orders from Munich and take instructions only from him. In the meantime, Heydrich and Himmler were doing their utmost to entrap Rome, and that same day the latter summoned one of his SS commanders, Freiherr von Eberstein, and told him that Rome was plotting a putsch. Eberstein was to pass the word on to the military district commanders and put his own troops on unobtrusive alert, confining them to barracks for emergency action. Within hours the warning was passed through army channels. The chief of the General Army Office informed his officers that an SA coup d'état was imminent, and that the SS, which supported the army, should be given any weapons they needed. By now, Hitler had become so convinced that Rome was plotting an uprising that he told Defense Minister von Blomberg he was summoning all SA commanders to Bad Wiessee, a spa on the Tegernsee, where Rome was taking his rest cure. When they had assembled, continued Hitler, he would personally arrest them and square accounts. The army was prepared for action. First, Colonel General Freiherr Werner von Fritsch, Commander-in-Chief of the Reichswehr, passed on the order to place all troops in a state of alert. Leaves were cancelled and the men confined to barracks. Almost simultaneously, Hess broadcast a remarkable speech over a nationwide radio hookup that was both a warning and a plea to Rome. "Woe to him who breaks the faith and thinks to serve the revolution through rebellion," he said, and then referred to such plotters as credulous idealists. The entire speech could have been spoken by Hitler himself, for it urged Rome to abandon his second revolution and return to the fold. The following day, a blunter warning came from Hermann Göring. Anyone who eroded confidence in Hitler would pay with his head. Secluded as he was at Bad Wiessee, Ernst Röhm should have been aware of these portents. Another came on June 28th, when the German Officers' League formally expelled him from its ranks. Rumours of an imminent showdown were circulating in Berlin, and that same day Sefton Delmer got first-hand information about the dilemma Hitler faced from the Assistant Department's press counsellor. "Now we are in the middle of the war for Hindenburg's succession," he explained, with Hitler on one side and the Vice-Chancellor and his fellow Conservatives on the other. The showdown, he predicted, would take place at the next cabinet meeting, when Papen would force Hitler to suppress the terrorist anarchy of Rome and his Second Revolution gangsters. If the Führer refused, the Papen group would resign, and Hindenburg would dismiss Hitler and hand over executive power to the army. "Whichever way things go, my boss reckons he has got Hitler by the short hairs. If he accepts, he is shorn of power. If he refuses, the army takes over. I only hope Hitler refuses, even though that might mean a shooting war." At the moment, the Führer was in Essen, visibly enjoying a vacation as a guest at the wedding of the local Gauleiter. Another guest, Lutzer, was concerned. "I had a feeling," he wrote in his diary, "that it suited certain circles to aggravate and accelerate the affair just at this moment when the Führer was absent from Berlin, and could therefore neither see nor hear things himself, but was dependent on the telephone." It was the telephone indeed which played a major role in the developing intrigue. No sooner had Hitler arrived with Göring at the wedding breakfast than he was interrupted by a call from Himmler in Berlin, who read off a series of alarming reports. Göring nodded his head in confirmation as he learned of the supposed SA machinations, and Hitler became so wrought up that he returned at once to his local quarters. Here, in the hotel room, according to Lutzer, who was one of those hastily summoned, the telephone was going almost uninterruptedly. The Führer was deep in thought, but it was apparently clear that he would now have to take action. The conference was enlivened by the arrival of Göring's secretary, with further information from Himmler of an imminent brown-shirt revolt. This report, along with another from an agent of Heydrich, that Röhm's brown-shirts had just insulted a foreign diplomat, was too much for Hitler. "I've had enough," he said. "I shall make an example of them." He ordered Göring to return to the capital and be prepared to act upon receiving the code word. It was Kolibri, hummingbird, then made a call of his own. He phoned Röhm in Bad Wiessee and complained about the alleged molesting of foreigners. This could not be tolerated, he said with some heat, and told Röhm he wanted to speak to the top SA leaders gathering at the Tegernsee 2 days later at 11 a.m. The conversation either did not perturb Röhm, or he pretended it didn't, for when he returned to the dinner table he seemed very well pleased. He informed his guests, one of whom was General von Epp, that Hitler was going to attend the Congress of SA leaders on June 30th, adding with relish that this would give him the opportunity to tear the mask from Goebbels. He knew that he could count on his SA and the army. Such an unrealistic comment meant Röhm was either fantasizing or was unaware of the extent of the intrigue swirling around him. These gathered momentum with Göring's return to Berlin. The following morning, Friday, June 29th, he alerted the Prussian police unit, along with the Führer's faithful SS bodyguard unit, recently christened Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler. More significant, he gave himself plenary powers in Prussia based on Hitler's declaration of a state of emergency, and then delegated authority in Silesia to the commander of the SS Southeast region, with orders to arrest a number of brown-shirt leaders, disarm all SA headquarters guards, and seize the Breslau police headquarters. By this time, the General Army Alert was in effect, even though many of its senior officers were still not convinced that Röhm intended to stage a revolt. And that morning one of them flew to Berlin to express such doubts to Army Commander-in-Chief von Fritsch. This skeptic was General Ewald von Kleist, head of the army in Silesia, and he told Fritsch, in the presence of General Ludwig Beck, that he had been assured by the SA leader in Silesia, a close friend of Röhm's, that brown-shirt preparations for action were only a reaction to army alerts aimed against them. Kleist was convinced that a third party, he mentioned Himmler, was attempting to set the SA and army against each other. Concerned, Fritsch summoned General von Reichenau, head of the army office and a loyal Nazi even before 1933. This urbane officer, the very model of a Prussian general with his ever-present monocle and imperturbable manner, listened to Kleist repeat his story before commenting, "That may be true, but it's too late now." A flood of new evidence, consisting of rumors, fake reports, and doctored documents, was already being directed into army channels to convince the doubting Thomases that after the putsch Röhm would execute or dismiss all senior army officers, beginning with Fritsch. Fictitious death lists were passed around from so many sources that they began to seem real. An article in the day's Völkischer Beobachter by Defense Minister von Blomberg appeared to reinforce this illusion. He proclaimed that the army stood loyally behind the Chancellor. If Röhm read this article, he apparently didn't take it as a personal warning. Enjoying the beauty of Bad Wiessee, he calmly greeted arriving SA dignitaries at his pension and expressed satisfaction at the morrow's meeting with the Führer. Nor was he at all perturbed when a general, a comrade of the war, warned him that he was making a fatal error if he believed that the army would not open fire on revolting SA troops. Röhm's actions that evening were hardly those of a man planning an uprising. After a leisurely game of Tarok, the three-handed Bavarian card game, he received an injection for neuralgia from his doctor, then turned in for a peaceful sleep. Not so Hitler. His suite at the Hotel Dresden in Bad Godesberg was like a military headquarters on the eve of battle, and he acted like an irresolute general with his first command. Just before midnight, he ordered Gruppenführer Josef Sepp Dietrich, commander of his SS bodyguard, to descend on Bad Wiessee with 2 companies. But a few moments later, 2 phone calls, one from Berlin and another from Munich, forced a drastic change in plans. The first, from Himmler, who had just told the Ribbentrops, "Röhm is as good as dead," was that the Berlin SA was planning a putsch which would start at 5 p.m., with the occupation of government buildings. During the conversation, Hitler answered only in monosyllables, but once he put the receiver down he shouted, "It's a putsch." It seemed that Karl Ernst, head of the Berlin stormtroopers, instead of going to Bad Wiessee as planned, had remained in Berlin to direct treasonous operations. He was in Bremen, preparing to take a honeymoon cruise. The Führer's stream of denunciations was interrupted by the second call, this from Adolf Wagner, the Gauleiter of Bavaria, who reported that rowdy brown shirts were already in the streets of Munich shouting, "The Reichswehr is against us." Certain units had been alerted by a pamphlet of mysterious origin, "SA, take to the streets, the Führer is no longer for us." Hitler's rage turned to panic. Here was proof positive that Röhm was mutinying. "It was at last clear to me," he later said, "that only one man could oppose and must oppose the Chief of Staff, Röhm. It was to me that he had pledged his loyalty and broken that pledge, and for that I alone must call him to account." He made a sudden decision which caught his comrades by surprise. He was going to Bad Wiessee and personally face the nest of traitors. He ordered his private plane to be prepared for takeoff, then paced between terraces and hall, pouring out his feelings. How could Röhm have done such a thing? How could he have betrayed his Führer? 3. It was a shaken Hitler who climbed into the 3-motored Junkers 52, a replacement for the regular plane which had engine trouble. It was about 2 a.m. He slumped into his seat, stared fixedly ahead into the darkness. Otto Dietrich, his press chief, had no idea what was up, until an adjutant instructed everyone to release the safety catch on his gun. Lutzer, who knew, was thinking of Rome. He hummed to himself, "Red of the morning, thou lightest us to early death. Yesterday mounted on a proud street, today a bullet through the breast." It was a cloudy night with spits of rain. In the grey light preceding dawn, Bauer landed the plane on the drenched runway at Oberwiesenfeld, the military exercise field where Hitler had had his first humiliating confrontation with police and army 12 years earlier. The airport director was distressed. He had been instructed by Chief of Staff Röhm to alert the entire SA leadership as soon as the Führer's plane D-2600 approached. But with the last-minute change in aircraft, there was only a small group, party personages and several army officers, on hand to greet Hitler. "This is the blackest day in my life," he told them, "but I shall go to Bad Wiessee and pass severe judgment." Hitler was driven to the Bavarian Ministry of the Interior, where he leaped out of the car, followed by a rattled Gauleiter Wagner, who was also Minister of Interior. The Führer strode into the building, the skirt of his leather coat flying, and up the stairs toward Wagner's office. As he burst into the anteroom, the head of the Upper Bavarian SA started to salute, but Hitler rushed at him, shouting, "Lock him up!" He began cursing all traitors in general, and the SA leaders whose men had been lured to the streets of Munich by pamphlets in particular. "You," he yelled, "are under arrest and will be shot." It was 6 a.m. when the Führer, still in a terrifying state of excitement, emerged from the building. A second plane with armed reinforcements had not yet landed, but he was too impatient to wait. He got into Kempke's car, taking his usual place beside the chauffeur, and instructed him to head for Bad Wiessee. They started off, followed by another car driven by Schreck. In the entire party there were only 8 or 9 men and the Führer's secretary, Fräulein Schröder. From the back seat, Goebbels talked incessantly of the brown shirt plot, but Hitler only stared ahead. The sun was just breaking through clouds on the horizon. It was going to be Hitler weather. In less than an hour they reached the Tegernsee, nestling at the gateway to the Alps, its pure waters steaming with early morning mist. "We are now going to the Pension Hanselbauer," Hitler told Kempke. There was some dirty work afoot, and they had to surprise the Hanselbauer's occupants. It was almost 7, and church bells were calling the faithful to early morning mass when Kempke slowly, cautiously pulled up at the pension. Kempke noticed that some of the windows were closed, others open. There was no guard at the door. Hitler was first to enter. The ground floor appeared to be deserted. There was no one in the dining room, which was set for the midday banquet. Then the landlady appeared, understandably shocked to find herself face to face with the Führer. She started to express the honor she felt, but he brusquely asked to be taken up to Röhm. While others in the party took positions in front of other rooms, a plain-clothes detective knocked on Röhm's door. Then Hitler, revolver in hand, went in. Kempke, peering from behind his Führer, glimpsed the sleep-drugged Röhm blinking with genuine amazement and shock. He was in bed alone. "Ernst," said Hitler, and then used the familiar "Du, you are under arrest." There was none of the fury Hitler had shown at the Ministry of the Interior. He was somewhat tense, but not visibly excited. Briefly and curtly he accused Röhm of being a traitor, and told him to get dressed. Protesting vigorously, the SA chief began pulling on civilian clothes, but Hitler had already gone, and Röhm's words were wasted on the detectives left behind. The Führer was banging on the opposite door. It opened, and an Obergruppenführer named Heines stared out drowsily. Behind him stood his bed partner, an attractive young man who doubled as his chauffeur. "A disgusting scene, which made me feel like vomiting," wrote Goebbels. Hitler went immediately to the next door, leaving Lutzer behind to search for weapons. "Lutzer, I've done nothing," exclaimed Heines. "Can't you help me?" "I can do nothing," said Lutzer, more in embarrassment than self-righteousness, and repeated the phrase. Either from indignation or shock, Heines refused to get dressed, and would not do so until Hitler returned and told him to obey or be shot on the spot. Heines obeyed, and was locked in the laundry with Röhm and his colleagues. With them were 10 or so SA guards who had slept through the break-in, as well as Heine's chauffeur and several other good-looking youths taken in flagrante delicto. While Hitler was discussing what should be done next, Kempka was sent to a nearby pension to apprehend Max Vogel, Röhm's cousin, who also served as his chauffeur. Vogel was in bed with a girl, the only such case that morning. Kempka, a good friend of his fellow chauffeur, apologetically announced he was under arrest. As they went to the garage for the Röhm car, Vogel made a curious last request. Could he drive it just once more? Kempka understood, and let him make a few slow turns in the driveway as he himself stood on the running board. Just as Kempka and his prisoner got back to the Hanselbauer, a truck filled with about 40 armed brown-shirts of Röhm's headquarters guard arrived from Munich. Their commander was still locked up in the laundry, and they were unhappy about it. One of Hitler's adjutants, Wilhelm Bruckner, shouted an order to return to Munich at once. They did nothing except stare back sullenly, and a pitched battle seemed likely. Then Hitler strode forward. "Didn't you hear what Bruckner said?" In a tone of command that managed to be charming, he ordered the guardsmen to return to Munich. "On the way you will meet SS troops and they will disarm you." His manner, more than his words, took all the fight out of them, and the truck drove off. The prisoners were loaded into 2 commandeered buses, and the caravan started off. Hitler's Mercedes led the way, and SA men bound for the lunch banquet at the Hanselbauer would be stopped and interrogated by Hitler. Those whose names appeared on a list hastily drawn up by Goebbels were disarmed and instructed to sandwich their own cars in the cavalcade. It was about 9:30 a.m. by the time the growing procession reached the Brown House. It had been cordoned off by the army troops, and Hitler took time to thank them for coming to his aid, and give assurances that he had never intended using them against the SA. Once inside party headquarters, Hitler told Goebbels to telephone the code word to Goering. The purge was on. "I gave the order to shoot those who were the ringleaders in this treason, and I further gave the order to burn out down to the raw flesh the ulcers of this poisoning of the wells in our domestic life, and of the poisoning of the outside." The use of words dredging up memories of his mother's cancer and Dr. Bloch revealed the depth of his emotional upheaval. The cells of Stadelheim were already filled with SA leaders put there by the SS. Those still in the Brown House, such as Röhm, demanded to see the Führer, and when he refused, asked for Goebbels. He was too occupied with the phone conversation with Goering, and, before he finished, the last prisoners were on their way to Stadelheim in an armoured car. Their leader was put in a solitary cell, not far from the one he had occupied after the beer hall putsch. At the Brown House, General von Epp was demanding a court-martial for Röhm. This upset Hitler's equilibrium, and he reverted to his earlier morning rage. Röhm, he exclaimed, was a proven traitor and deserved to die. The general was so taken aback by this outburst that he could not reply, but as he walked away, muttered to his aide, "Crazy." A little later, at 11:30 a.m., a conference of SA leaders began in the spacious council chamber. Hitler had not yet regained his composure, and his address to his apprehensive audience was a series of disconnected complaints about the SA. Throughout the hour-long tirade, Hitler's listeners stood in discomfort. One was fascinated by the foam that kept spewing from his mouth. In a voice frequently choked with emotion, he accused Röhm of planning to kill him in order to hand Germany over to her enemies. Röhm and his conspirators, he promised, would be shot. The killings had not yet started, since Hitler was waiting for Sepp Dietrich, commander of the elite Leibstandarte, to do the job. He appeared shortly and explained to the exasperated Führer what had kept him so long. His trucks, for one reason, could not travel fast over wet roads on worn tires. For all his show of annoyance at the delay, Hitler had no orders to give. He told Dietrich to wait while he and his advisers argued the fate of the accused. 3 hours passed without a decision. While the Führer vacillated, his associates in Berlin were already carrying out executions. The Himmler-Heydrich-Goering triumvirate needed only the code word Colibri to set their long-laid plot into action. When Papen reported to Goering's office, he was annoyed to see the area full of SS guards armed with machine guns. The next surprise was to learn that Hitler had given Goering power to deal with the insurgents in the capital. Papen protested on the grounds that he was the Chancellor's deputy, and in his absence such authority could be granted only to him. He insisted that Hindenburg declare a state of emergency and bring in the Reichswehr to restore law and order. Goering refused. He and Himmler's SS had complete control of the situation. He cut short Papen's protests and ordered the Vice-Chancellor to return home immediately for his own safety. Before Papen got there, police cars were careening through the streets of Berlin, rounding up enemies of the regime. One unit surrounded Papen's office, shot to death his press officer, and arrested other members of his staff. The Vice-Chancellor might as well have been incarcerated, for as soon as he entered his own house it became a prison. Papen found his telephone wire cut, and a police captain in the reception room who informed him that he was to have no contact with the outside world. Few Berliners noticed that anything at all unusual was going on that hot Saturday morning. To the many strollers in the Tiergarten and on the Unter den Linden, the greatest concern was the increasing heat as the sun climbed. Correspondent Delmer, however, had such a nagging worry that he interrupted his morning sculling session and drove back to his office. "I have stuck my neck right out on that Hitler dictatorship in peril report," he kept saying to himself. What if nothing happened? But when his taxi was held up by a cordon of municipal police, his fears were allayed. Something had happened. The police, wearing steel helmets and armed with rifles and submachine guns, were surrounding Röhm's opulent Berlin residence on a corner of the Tiergartenstrasse. In a suburb, 2 Gestapo agents were being ushered into General von Schleicher's study by his cook, and when one of the visitors asked if that was Schleicher at the desk, the former Chancellor looked up and said, "Ja." The men opened fire. Frau von Schleicher, in a corner, listening to the radio, rushed toward her stricken husband and was cut down by bullets. He died instantly, and she succumbed shortly at the hospital. In Munich, Hitler still hesitated about passing final judgment on Röhm and his colleagues. The discussion in the meeting room grew so loud that Sepp Dietrich, waiting in the outer office, could hear voices through the double doors of the meeting room. At last this portal opened about 5 p.m., and Martin Bormann, Hess's assistant, emerged. He escorted Dietrich back to Hitler. "Return to the barracks," instructed the Führer, and gave an order that Dietrich felt was wrung out of him. "Select an officer and 6 men, and have the SA leaders shot for treason." Dietrich examined a list handed over by Bormann. It contained the names of all those taken to Stadelheim, but Hitler had checked off only a dozen. They included Heines and the chief of the Upper Bavarian SA, but not Ernst Röhm. Hitler could still not bring himself to make that decision. When Hans Frank, the Bavarian Minister of Justice, learned that many SA leaders were jailed at Stadelheim, he decided to go there in person and take charge. Upon arrival, he ordered the SA prisoners placed in the custody of a detachment of state police, then had himself admitted to Röhm's little cell. "What does it all mean?" asked Röhm. "What is going on?" Frank could give little information or assurance. He hoped that everything would proceed legally. Röhm replied that he was prepared for the worst. "I am not concerned about my own life, but please take care of my relatives. They are women totally dependent on me." As Frank opened the cell door, Röhm pressed his hand. "All revolutions," he said, "devour their own children." No sooner had Frank returned to his own office than Sepp Dietrich entered with a colleague to announce that he had orders to shoot a number of SA leaders. He produced a list checked personally by Hitler. Stunned, Frank said the executions could not take place under any circumstances. Dietrich insisted that the Führer himself had ordered it, but was persuaded to telephone the Brown House. First he talked to Hess. After a pause, Dietrich extended the receiver to Frank. "Hitler wants to speak with you." Hitler began shouting. "You refuse to carry out an order from me? Are you in sympathy with that criminal scum? I'm going to destroy those boys, roots and all." Frank protested that there was no written authorization, just a list of 6 names. "I marked that list myself," said Hitler in more controlled language. "These gentlemen are criminals against the Reich. I am the Reich Chancellor. It is a matter of the Reich, which is never under your jurisdiction." At Stadelheim, the first 6 victims were led out into the courtyard, each guarded by 2 policemen. "The Führer and Reichschancellor has condemned you to death," an SS officer droned out. "The sentence will be carried out forthwith." When the head of the Upper Bavarian Brownshirts, August Schneidhuber, realized the chief executioner was Dietrich, he cried out, "Sepp, my friend, what on earth's happening? We are completely innocent." With set face, Dietrich clicked his heels. "You have been condemned to death by the Führer," he said. "Heil Hitler." The first man was placed before the firing squad. He refused to have his eyes covered. Shots reverberated in the courtyard walls. The next victim and the next also disdained blindfolds. Dietrich witnessed the first few shootings, but before it was Schneidhuber's turn, he had to walk off. I had had enough. It was dark by the time Hitler's car started for the airfield. "I have pardoned Rome," he promised General von Epp, who was seeing him off, "because of his services." Hitler took his place in the front of the plane, and he sat silently as Bauer headed the Junkers 52 toward Berlin. For the average Berliner, there was little on the surface to indicate that the nation was undergoing an upheaval. True, sinister rumours were beginning to circulate, and there were traffic tie-ups on the Charlottenburger Chaussee, what with police barriers and the stream of army trucks. It was also known that house arrests were taking place, but the violence was under cover. Few citizens knew that General von Schleicher and his wife had been murdered, or that Gregor Strasser had been seized at his lunch table and put into cell 16 of the Gestapo prison. There he was peppered with shots by unseen assailants from the cell window, while he dodged around like a rat in a cage until wounded. Then one of the gunmen entered to finish the job. Thus the enemy of Goebbels and Goering perished, still faithful in his own fashion to the Führer. The ringmaster of the purge in Berlin was Goering, who briefed foreign correspondents in the Ministry of Propaganda late that afternoon. Goering arrived in one of his full-dress uniforms, wrote a Gestapo official. Once again he did not walk. He strutted up to the platform with slow, mincing steps. He began the session with a long, impressive pause, leaning forward slightly, his chin propped in his hand, and rolling his eyes as if he feared his own revelations. When he mentioned Schleicher in connection with the Röhmstrasse plot, someone asked what had happened to the former Chancellor. "He was foolish enough to resist," said Goering, with what one chronicler described as a wolfish smile. "He is dead." Later in the day, DNB published another excuse for the purge in the form of a telegram the Führer had sent to Victor Lutze, appointing him Röhm's successor. In it he listed a dozen tasks for the new SA commander and his leaders, and the first was, "I demand from the leader of the SA, just as he demands from each SA man, blind obedience and absolute discipline." He also condemned official journeys in costly limousines or cabriolets, sumptuous feasts, intoxication and brawling in public. "It is my special desire that every mother can give her son to the SA, to the party, or to the Hitler Youth, without fear that he might be morally injured there. In the future, therefore, all brown-shirt leaders who misbehaved would be immediately drummed out of the SA and the party. I want my SA leaders to be men, not ridiculous apes." Such words, coming at such a time, were received with derision by most foreign observers, but the average German read them with approbation, relieved to know that the Führer shared their own revulsion of the brown-shirt rowdies. He further called on every SA chief to show completely honest, loyal and true fealty to the Reichswehr, and prove himself a real leader, friend and comrade. Finally, after praising the old SA fighters, the ones who have conquered Germany and not the clever latecomers of the year 1933 and subsequently, he made the first mention of his personal bodyguard troops. "I desire that the SS man shall be educated mentally and bodily to be the most highly trained National Socialist." By evening, the death toll was appalling. General von Bredow, a friend of Schleicher, was gunned down at his front door. The acting police president of Breslau was disemboweled by a shotgun, and an SS cavalry leader murdered in his own smoking room. The ghostwriter of the recent controversial Papen speech lay lifeless in an underground cell of the Gestapo prison in the Prince Albrechtstrasse. Other executions were taking place under the supervision of the SS at the Lichterfeld barracks. Here died an official of the Ministry of Transport, the president of Catholic Action, as well as Karl Ernst, who had been brought back from his honeymoon. His last words were, "Heil Hitler." The brown shirts were in a state of confusion. Some units were alerted, issued revolvers, and ordered to catch traitors, only to be rounded up themselves by SS troops and carted off for detention. Others were beaten up in the streets by roving Himmler men, and some shot out of hand. Still others were marked for arrest or death, but spared by friends in the SS. For thousands who felt they had sacrificed everything for the party, it was a night of terror and disillusionment. It was not until 10 p.m. that the Hitler plane finally touched down at Tempelhof airfield. Waiting was a tight little group: Goering, Himmler, Frick, a few Gestapo officials, and a police escort. The first to step out of the plane was the Führer, clad in brown shirt, black bow tie, leather jacket, and black army boots. He wore no hat. His face was pale, unshaven, sleepless, at once gaunt and puffed, recalled a Gestapo official. After shaking hands, Hitler drew Goering and Himmler aside and listened attentively to their reports. While Hitler perused a list given him by Himmler, a finger slowly moving down the page, his two companions whispered to each other. As the trio slowly headed for the car, followed by an escort at a discreet interval, Hitler revealed that Röhm himself was not to be executed. He had given his word to General von Epp. Goering and Himmler were vexed. If the leader of the revolt was spared, it would make a mockery of the day's massacre. The argument continued as they drove away. 4. President von Hindenburg took the executions calmly. His first reaction was a cranky, "I told you so," to Meissner. "For months I have been telling the Chancellor to lock up this immoral and dangerous Röhm. Unfortunately, he did not listen to me. Now see how much blood has been spilled." The next morning, the 1st of July, was pleasantly warm, and Berliners were strolling the streets with their children as if it were any ordinary Sunday. Few realized the import of the curt announcement of half a dozen executions for treason, or the continued transport of SS troops. Those who were privileged to see the Führer knew that he was going through one of the most traumatic crises of his turbulent career. It reached a climax that afternoon when he was finally forced to approve the execution of Röhm. Even Hitler's sentence of death was marked by affection. He instructed Brigadeführer Theodor Eicke to give Röhm the chance to commit suicide. It was still night by the time Eicke and two subordinates arrived at Stadelheim with Hitler's verbal order. At first the prison governor refused to hand over the prisoner without something in writing, but he wilted under Eicke's shouts and ordered a warder to escort the 3 SS men to cell 474 in the new prison block. There slumped Röhm on an iron cot, bare to the waist and sweating heavily in the sweltering heat. "You have forfeited your life," said Eicke. "The Führer gives you one more chance to draw the right conclusions." He placed a pistol loaded with a single bullet on a table, then left the cell. Eicke waited in the passage for almost 15 minutes. Then he and his deputies drew their own revolvers and pushed back into the cell. "Chief of Staff, prepare yourself," shouted Eicke, and when he saw his deputy's gun quivering, said, "Aim slowly and calmly." 2 shots reverberated deafeningly in the little cell. Röhm collapsed. "My Führer," he gasped. "My Führer." "You should have thought of that earlier. It's too late now," said Eicke. It was 6 p.m. The man who should logically have been the first to die was among the last to perish. With his demise, those who remained on the death list in the Berlin area, at Lichterfeld Barracks and Columbia House, a former prison converted into an SS torture chamber, were prepared for execution. Papen was still alive because influential friends and foreigners would drive slowly past his house every so often. That Sunday, Ambassador Dodd left a card at the door with a handwritten message. "I hope we may call on you soon." Dodd considered Papen a devious coward, but he couldn't help liking him personally, and his card had been left as a protest against the brutality of the Nazis. The people still knew little of what was happening, nor was the truth well served by Goering's long version of the killings issued later in the day. "The purge will now be carried on ruthlessly," said Goering, after assuring the citizenry that the nation was now at peace and the Führer in complete control. The unruly elements of the SA would be eliminated. "The people must know that we are in earnest to do everything for them." Like most communiques from any nation, it was a hodgepodge of truth and fiction, and gave the public the opportunity to believe what it was eager to believe, that there was nothing to worry about, and a nasty but necessary job had been done in the most honourable way for the good of the state. This announcement was followed almost immediately by publication of an order issued to the Reichswehr by General von Blomberg, expressing complete loyalty to the Führer. Despite protestations about remaining outside the inner political struggle, it was graphic proof that the army was irrevocably bound in blood to Adolf Hitler. Even as Blomberg was assuring the populace that the crisis was over, the killings continued into the early morning hours of July 2nd. At Columbia House, Gruppenführer Karl Schreier was called out of his cell by a non-com who said, "You will be shot on the Führer's orders." Schreier had seen 3 comrades precede him to execution at half-hour intervals. "Put your head under the tap like the others, so that you'll look fresh and make a good impression." Schreier was then led down the stairs to a small sports car which would take him to Lichterfeld for execution. A Mercedes roared up, and an officer of the Leibstandarte leaped out, signalling violently. "Stop, stop," he shouted. "Nothing more is to happen. The Führer has given Hindenburg his word that the shooting is now finally over." It was 4 a.m. 100 men, perhaps 200, the exact number will never be known, had been murdered without trial. Throughout the Reich that hot Monday, the average German was congratulating himself with grim satisfaction that the roughneck brown-shirts were at last under control. "No one loved Röhm and his parvenu officers," recalled correspondent Delmer, the ex-waiters, ex-hotel porters, and ex-plumbers who had been bossing the common people more arrogantly than any Prussian Guards officers in the days of the Kaiser. They and their brand-new elegant motor-cars, roaring ruthlessly about the streets, were feared and hated by the German little man. By eliminating these ruffians, Hitler had become his hero. Hindenburg was having second thoughts. The brutal murder of General von Schleicher and his wife upset him deeply enough to demand an investigation. He simply could not accept the official version that the couple had been shot resisting arrest. At the same time, he was incapable of putting his indignation into effect, and he dutifully signed a congratulatory telegram to Hitler drafted by the Nazis. It read, "From the reports placed before me, I learn that you, by your determined action and gallant personal intervention, have nipped treason in the bud. You have saved the German nation from serious danger. For this I express to you my most profound thanks and sincere appreciation." With this certificate of support, Hitler now had the uneasy sanction of almost the entire nation. 5. Approval of the purge did not extend beyond Germany's borders, and scathing articles and editorials flourished abroad. Much as he flinched from foreign attack, Hitler's primary concern was a faint but growing suspicion among his own people that they might have been deceived. These misgivings were fostered by whispered revelations. For example, that one of the victims was Hitler's old nemesis, Bavarian State Commissar von Kahr, of the triumvirate which had broken its word in the beer hall putsch, and that Dr. Willy Schmidt, a music critic, was arrested in his apartment while playing the cello, then murdered under the impression that he was Wilhelm Schmidt, the local brown-shirt leader. Tiny as was this seed of doubt, it aggravated Hitler's own distressed state of mind. Genuinely shaken by the liquidation of old friends and comrades, he hid from the public. Privately he commissioned Hess, now his closest friend and associate, to embark on a number of missions of mercy, occasioned by remorse, to widows and relatives of the victims. Hess did his best to comfort the widow of the music critic by counselling her to look upon her husband's death as that of a martyr for a great cause. He also assured her a pension from the Reich. Frau Strasser and Röhm's mother were also offered pensions. The latter, still unable to believe that her son could be a homosexual — to this day his older brother and sister-in-law vehemently deny it — curtly turned down the offer. She would not take a pfennig from the murderer of her son. Hitler also attempted to make amends to Papen, inviting him to attend an emergency session of the cabinet on July 3rd, just as if he had never been held in custody. All affability, Hitler invited the Vice-Chancellor to take his usual place at the table. Nettled, Papen said that was out of the question, and demanded to see Hitler alone. The two moved into the next room, where Papen told about his own house arrest and the murder of his press officer. He requested an immediate judicial inquiry into the matter, then insisted that his resignation be announced immediately. Hitler's polite refusal sent Papen directly to the Bendlerstrasse to see his old friend General von Fritsch. The army commander-in-chief stared as if facing a ghost. "As you can see, I am alive," said Papen, "but this Schweinerei has got to be stopped." Why, he asked, hadn't Fritsch prevented the purge in the first place? The army chief sheepishly explained that it had been impossible to act without explicit orders from Blomberg or Hindenburg. The former had rigidly opposed any intervention, and the latter could not be reached. In the cabinet meeting, General von Blomberg was congratulating the Führer on behalf of the armed forces for acting so expeditiously against traitors. This gave Hitler a felicitous opportunity to justify such harsh actions. When a mutiny takes place, Schwerin von Krosigk recalls his saying, then the captain of a ship cannot wait until the ship reaches shore to take court action. He must take things in hand at the time and place it happens. Not a single member of the cabinet protested, including the Minister of Justice, a number of whose right-wing friends had perished. And this group then proceeded to do what it had been brought together to do: promulgate a law legalizing the measures taken on June 30th and on July 1st and 2nd as an emergency defense of the state. Papen was not the only official who wanted to resign. Bavarian Minister of Justice Frank also offered to step down. "Does one desert a ship in the middle of the ocean?" said Hitler caustically. "I have quarrels with many, but I must hold everything together. We are a troop in battle." Justice and revolution, he argued, were incompatible. Don't forget that every revolution has its victims. Hitler could understand Frank's feelings of revulsion at the purge, but nothing could be done about that now. "I have too many deadly enemies. Everything now hinges on my authority." When Frank protested that the police were assuming too much power and that too many party members were taking the law into their own hands, Hitler replied, "Justice and jurists serve the community best when they leave all political necessities to other organs." He even had an answer for the growing number of concentration camps. "If I had a spacious Siberia at my disposal, as Moscow has, then I wouldn't need any concentration camps. Who in the world talks about the millions of victims of Bolshevism? The Jewish press of the world pursues me because I am an anti-Semite. Herr Stalin is their darling." Frank tore up his resignation. Papen was not so easy to bring around. He insisted on getting the remains of his press officer, ashes in an urn, and arranging a proper burial at Schönberg Cemetery, despite warnings from Himmler against provoking any public demonstration. Papen not only delivered a moving oration at the funeral, but kept bombarding the funeral with letters protesting against the continued imprisonment of 4 of his subordinates, and pressing for a public inquiry into his press officer's death. A model of patience himself for a change, Hitler urged Papen to be patient. A special meeting of the Reichstag to explain the purge fully was to be held in 48 hours. At the time he, as Führer, would take full responsibility for everything that had happened. including those unfortunate events committed in an excess of zeal. The 13th of July was a Friday. Security measures at the Kroll Opera House were such that one veteran diplomat commented, "I have often seen governments in other countries in hot water, but even in the most dangerous period under the Tsars, I never saw anything like this." Hitler's path from the Chancellery to the stage was flanked on both sides by heavily armed police and SS troops, and there were repeated searches of the opera's anterooms. Detectives were planted throughout the auditorium, while soldiers in steel helmets and armed with swords guarded entrances. No one present, and the American, French, and Russian ambassadors made a point of not attending, could fail to recognize that a period of wild, hostile fear had begun among the men who wield power. At 8 p.m., a grim-faced Führer stepped to the podium, clutching the lectern as if for balance. Extending an arm in stiff salute, he began speaking in a voice harsher than usual, as if giving assurance that he was once more in control of events. He gave a lengthy, emotional account of the purge which, he explained, was necessitated by the treasonous actions of various groups which he described as destructive elements and pathological enemies of the state. He could have been describing himself in earlier days, as well as his present role in world politics. With the skill of a born storyteller, he gave his version of the events leading up to the dramatic decision to put down the rebellion in person. Except for the foreign observers, almost everyone in the opera house was spellbound by his performance, and throughout Germany enthralled crowds clustered around radios. At the American embassy, Ambassador Dodd, who had vowed never again to attend an address of the Chancellor or seek an interview except upon official grounds, I have a sense of horror when I look at the man, was listening with disbelief to Hitler's claim that only 74 plotters, including a few civilians and party members, had died for their infamy, and that he had executed 3 SS men who had scandalously ill-treated those taken into protective custody. The last was an apparent attempt to convince Papen that the murders of innocent victims like his press chief had been punished. And this spirit of conciliation was extended with an emotional offer of amnesty to those not yet punished who had shared in the guilt of treason. May we all feel responsible for the most precious treasure that there can be for the German people, internal order, internal and external peace, just as I am ready to undertake responsibility at the bar of history for the 24 hours in which the bitterest decisions of my life were made, in which fate once again taught me in the midst of anxious care with every thought to hold fast to the dearest thing which has been given us in this world, the German people and the German Reich. The hand-picked audience rose as one to applaud enthusiastically. Almost as an anticlimax, the main purpose of the meeting was promptly accomplished. The Reichstag unanimously approved a bill legalizing the executions as emergency defense measures of the state. Hitler had been given, ex post facto, a license to murder. There was not a single word of protest. The legislators had enshrined the Führer as the sole source of law. Minister of Defense von Blomberg was not alone among the military in his endorsement of Hitler's ruthless cleansing of the SA and the liquidation of Generals von Schleicher and von Bredow. The officer corps accepted the death of 2 comrades with surprising equanimity, shutting their eyes to Hitler's methods on the ground that suppression of the putsch was a guarantee of internal peace. Our verdict on the affair, recalled Karl Dönitz, was decisively influenced by the cabinet resolution, which, by citing a state of national emergency, gave legal sanction to all the measures taken. The sentiments of the officers drifted down to the enlisted men, who greeted Hitler with cheers when his open car drove past an infantry column on manoeuvres a few days later. This type of spontaneous demonstration, reported the French military attaché, is not usual in the German army. Only a handful of officers were bold enough to speak out in protest, and their leader was almost as old as Hindenburg. Field Marshal August von Mackensen, an officer of distinction, had tried to reach the president by telephone in hopes of stopping the purge, but he was always told the old gentleman was too sick to talk. Balked, Mackensen finally went directly to the Führer and made a plea for the re-establishment of common decency in public life. His words moved Hitler to such an extent that it took a moment before he could say, "It may be as you say, Herr Feldmarschall, but I cannot help myself. I cannot go back." Determined to inform Hindenburg of the truth, Mackensen helped compose a memorandum outlining the details of the Schleicher-Bredow assassinations and demanding punishment for those responsible. It also urged the president to drop Blomberg, Goebbels, Lai, Neurath and 2 other Nazis from the cabinet and hand over control of the nation to a small directorate. Hitler was not named. Presumably he was to remain as chancellor under a military dictatorship. The memorandum concluded on an emotional note. "Your Excellency has thrice before saved Germany from foundering, at Tannenberg, at the end of the war, and at the moment of your election as President of the Reich. Excellency, saved Germany for the 4th time. The undersigned generals and senior officers swear to preserve to their last breath their loyalty to you and to the fatherland." Mackensen had persuaded 28 other senior officers of the General Staff, many of whom were members of the regiment to which both Hindenburg and Schleicher belonged, to affix their signatures. It was dated July 18th and arrived in Neudeck on the 20th. But this gallant effort was of no avail. If the ailing field marshal ever read the memorandum, which was probably kept from him by his entourage, he took no action. It appeared as if all influential segments of German society had either been intimidated or won over, and what could have been a personal disaster for Hitler turned out to be a victory of sorts. The purge had at least brought a sweeping conclusion to the factionalism which had long racked his party. With a stroke, the SA was castrated. The SA's loss was Himmler's gain. On the same day Mackensen's memorandum arrived in Neudeck, Hitler promoted the SS to the status of an independent organization and permitted it to form armed units. It was a body blow to the military, which had compromised its honor to approve of the bloody elimination of the brown shirts, only to be faced with an even more formidable rival. The cost to the party was considerable, with the loss of many of its most ardent members, the idealists of the SA. "You have to realize that we sacrificed everything," said Hein Ruck, who later became a trusted lieutenant of Hitler's favorite commando, Otto Skorzeny. "We slept on a mattress in the kitchen, and in the morning 3 of us would buy a bouillon cube for 10 pfennig. That was our breakfast." Ruck himself was arrested 20 times during the struggle for power, and his experience was not exceptional. Then, to put it bluntly, we were betrayed. We wanted a new society, and we suddenly had to face the fact that reaction was with us. Hooray, patriotism! No more revolution! And June 30th was the logical consequence of the movement which was now being destroyed by Hitler. Men like Ruck were convinced that Röhm had merely attempted to bring Hitler back to the old road of revolution and socialism. And here it was that Hitler really made his first true enemies in his own camp. For me and my friends, Hitler as a human being was finished. Another young SA leader, Werner Naumann, was also disillusioned and angry. Although he would become Goebbels' private secretary, he too could never forget. The Röhm affair, he recently said, was important to the development of the Third Reich because here, for the first time, we had an unlawful, illegal action, one sanctioned by the Reichswehr, as well as the entire bureaucracy and legal body of the nation. It was totally unlawful and illegal, and nobody stood up to say, so far and no further. Not even the Church. And none of these groups could say they knew nothing about the matter. Everyone knew what happened. And in my opinion, this was the beginning of the end, because from now on the move was from the lawful and legal to the illegal and unlawful, and from now on there could be no turning back the clock. And so, while Hitler appeared to be at the crest of his popularity, there remained a deep and bitter schism within his own movement. Thousands of the most motivated Nazis would never forget the weekend of shame. A state of underground war was declared by those SA leaders who felt betrayed by Hitler. Their resentment against his elite SS erupted into the open several weeks later in the restaurant of Stettin's Preußenhof Hotel, where Victor Lutze was drinking beer with about 20 fellow brownshirts and 3 SS commanders. One of these days, declaimed the new commander of the SA, his tongue loosened by beer, the unjust and arbitrary action of 30th of June will be avenged. Lutz openly intimated that it was Himmler and his SS who had egged on Rome. Who is up to their necks in what Rome was supposed to have done? Was it the SA? These bestialities were not the SA's work, or at least not the SA alone. The other side was much worse. Shall I give you names? I can produce names straight away. One of the SS men tried to quiet tipsy Lutzer, but he had the last word. I shall go on saying this, even if I am dismissed tomorrow and sent to a concentration camp. 6. A month earlier, during his frustrating excursion to Italy, the Führer had promised Mussolini to respect Austrian independence. It was a considerable concession, since Anschluss, incorporation of his homeland into a Greater Germany, had been one of Hitler's first goals. Despite this promise, his own SS did not cease sending considerable financial and moral support to Austrian Nazis, who carried on a campaign of terrorism, blowing up railways and power stations with German dynamite, and murdering supporters of Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss with German weapons. Ironically, the diminutive Dollfuss was a nationalistic authoritarian reactionary who was countering the threats of both Nazism and socialism with suspension of parliamentary government. Earlier in the year, Dollfuss had put down revolt from the left by bombarding socialists entrenched in a huge housing development until they surrendered. Since then, he had concentrated on wiping out the local Nazis, reinforced by assurance from Mussolini that he would restrain Hitler from retaliation. Perhaps the Austrian Nazis were inspired by the hubbub following the Röhm affair to take direct action. More likely, though there is no proof, Hitler approved it. At any rate, on July 25th they suddenly launched their own putsch under the code name Operation Summer Festival. At noon, a secret striking force of 150 local Nazis in the uniforms of the Austrian army broke into the chancellery on the Ballhausplatz to seize Dollfuss and his advisers. The plot had already been discovered, and all but 2 of the cabinet had fled. But the plucky Dollfuss had remained. He was shot in the throat from a range of 6 inches. As he lay on the floor, ignored and bleeding profusely, other rebels were broadcasting the lie that the Chancellor had resigned. In Berlin, the news of the uprising was welcomed in official circles, and DNB prepared a statement to the effect that the people had revolted in righteousness. The inevitable has happened. The German people in Austria have risen against their oppressors, jailers, and torturers. Hitler, in Bayreuth attending the Wagner festival, pretended indifference at first, but as the afternoon wore on, he became concerned over the possible repercussions of the revolt. Would Mussolini assume he had broken his word, and bring his own superior military force into play? Il Duce, in fact, was furious, not only because the word given in Venice had been broken, but for personal reasons. Frau Dollfuss and her children were his house guests, and it had been his painful duty to inform them Dollfuss was dying. Hitler appeared in his box with the Wagner family that evening for the performance of Das Rheingold, but it was doubtful if he enjoyed it, since he was often interrupted by whispered communiques from Schaub or Bruckner, who were getting telephoned reports in the anteroom. These included a disturbing one that Mussolini had ordered a concentration of troops and aircraft on the Austrian border, in line with his promise to aid Austria. By the time the curtain fell, it seemed obvious that the Vienna putsch was headed for failure, and when Hitler arrived at the Wagner home, young Friedelind noted that he was extremely nervous and somewhat incoherent. His chief aim seemed to be to rush to a nearby actors' restaurant so he could mingle with the celebrities and create the impression he had nothing to do with the Austrian Nazi fiasco. Later in the evening, word arrived from Berlin that Chancellor Dollfuss had died at 6 p.m., but the putsch had been quelled. Hitler telephoned the Wilhelmstrasse and asked State Secretary von Bülow for more details. When Bülow replied that Minister Rieth, German representative in Austria, was bargaining for the safe conduct of the arrested assassins to the German border, Hitler shouted that Rieth had no business at all playing the part of mediator. At 11 p.m., the Führer rang up Bülow again for further information on the captured putschists. The Reich Chancellor, so Bülow noted in his official memorandum, replied that he would have the expelled conspirators taken into protective custody and transferred to a concentration camp. In his extremity, Hitler turned to Papen, whom he had recently humiliated with house arrest, and requested him to replace Rieth. Papen was in no mood to comply, but Hitler persisted, appealing in the name of patriotism. The least Papen could do was to talk over the matter in person. Why not fly in the Führer's personal plane to Bayreuth? Papen could not resist such insistence, and early the next morning took off from Tempelhof with his son. On the trip south, his mind was in a turmoil. Why had Hitler turned to him, of all people? Was it because he had protested against the terrorist methods of the Nazi underground in Austria, and was a personal friend of Dollfuss? Papen found the Führer in a state of hysterical agitation, denouncing feverishly the rashness and stupidity of the Austrian Nazi Party for having involved him in such an appalling situation. At first, Hitler refused Papen's terms for acceptance, the dismissal of his own appointee as inspector of the Austrian Nazi Party. But when Papen said it was a choice between him and me, Hitler finally acceded, and Papen accepted the post. In the waiting room he met an old friend, Hjalmar Schacht, president of the Reichsbank, who was next in line to see the Führer. He too was offered an important assignment as head of the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Schacht was unhappy with the course of the Nazi Reich, particularly the excesses of the recent purge, but, like Papen, he convinced himself, so he later wrote, that he must help the country by acceptance. There remained the one and only possibility of working from within outward, of making use of those very governmental activities in an attempt to combat the excesses of the system and direct its policies along decent lines. Like Papen, he too claimed to have accepted his post provisionally. His condition was put in the form of a question. "Before I take office, I should like to know how you wish me to deal with the Jewish question." "In economic matters," said Hitler, a master at handling opportunists, "the Jews can carry on exactly as they have done up to now." Assured of Papen's help on the diplomatic front, and with Schacht as mastermind of accelerated rearmament, Hitler felt prepared to weather the criticism from abroad raised by the Dollfuss murder. The most scathing attacks were coming from Mussolini. He had not only wired Austrian Vice-Chancellor Prince Ernst Rüdiger von Starhemberg that Italy would fight for Austrian independence, but travelled to Vienna to express his feelings in person. It would mean the end of European civilization if this country of murderers and pederasts were to overrun Europe, he told Starhemberg, then charged Hitler with instigation of the revolt in Vienna. He became so emotional, according to Starhemberg, that his eyes rolled. "Hitler is the murderer of Dollfuss. Hitler is the guilty man. He is responsible for this." He called the Führer a horrible sexual degenerate, a dangerous fool, and described Nazism as a revolution of the old Germanic tribes in the primeval forest against the Latin civilization of Rome. Nor could one compare Nazism to fascism. Certainly there are outward similarities. Both are authoritarian systems, both are collectivist, socialistic. Both systems oppose liberalism. But fascism is a regime that is rooted in the great cultural tradition of the Italian people. Fascism recognizes the right of the individual. It recognizes religion and family. National Socialism, on the other hand, is savage barbarism. In common with barbarian hordes, it allows no rights to the individual. The chieftain is lord over life and death of his people. Murder and killing, loot and pillage and blackmail are all it can produce. He began to shout. This abominable and repulsive spectacle that Hitler showed the world on the 30th of June would not have been tolerated in any other country in the world. Only these primitive Germans, prepared even for murder, will put up with such things. Hopefully, he added, the assassination of Dollfuss might do some good. Perhaps the great powers would recognize the German danger and organize a grand coalition against Hitler. A common front was the only answer, he said. Hitler will arm the Germans and make war, perhaps even in 2 or 3 years. I cannot stand up to him alone. We must do something. We must do something quickly. Mussolini's disgust at Hitler and Germany was such that he began expressing similar feelings in public. 30 centuries of history allow us to regard with supreme indulgence certain doctrines taught beyond the Alps by the descendants of people who were wholly illiterate in the days when Caesar, Virgil, and Augustus flourished in Rome, he announced from the top of a tank at the inauguration of the 5th Fiere del Levante. His private epithets, such as the one describing Germans as pederasts and murderers, also began to be echoed in the Italian press. 7. The shock of the purge, followed so quickly by that of the Dollfuss murder, had a perceptible effect on Hindenburg. He declined rapidly and was confined to his bed. It was a Spartan iron bed, but he refused to get a more comfortable one on the grounds that he had always slept on a field cot. Nor would he buy a robe, despite his chills. "Soldiers don't have robes," he grumbled. He had no money for such things, and besides, he was about to die. The Führer was still at Bayreuth when he learned that the old gentleman was sinking fast. He rushed to Neudeck on the first day of August with a small party, including 2 public relations experts. The group was coolly received. Oskar von Hindenburg led the Führer into the president's bedroom. "Father," he said, "the Reich Chancellor is here." Hindenburg, lying with eyes closed, did not react, and Oskar repeated the words. Without opening his eyes, the Marshal said, "Why did you not come earlier?" "What does the President mean?" Hitler whispered to the son. "The Reich Chancellor could not get here until now," Oskar told his father, who only muttered, "Oh, I see." After a silence, Oskar said, "Father, Reich Chancellor Hitler has 1 or 2 matters to discuss." This time the old gentleman opened his eyes with a start, stared at Hitler, then shut them again and clamped his mouth shut. Perhaps the President had expected to see his Reich Chancellor, his Franzen, Papen. Hitler emerged, tight-lipped, and would not discuss the scene. That night his party stopped at the Finkenstein estate, where Napoleon had carried on a romance with Countess Walewska. The host suggested Hitler sleep in the little corporal's bed, but he curtly declined the honour. The next morning, even while Hindenburg was expiring, Hitler's cabinet passed a law combining the offices of President and Chancellor. The vote was unanimous, with the absent Papen's signature affixed by proxy. The measure was to be effective with the death of Hindenburg, and this occurred within minutes. The old gentleman died with the words, "My Kaiser, my fatherland," on his lips. He was laid out on the iron cot with a Bible in his hands. Thanks to a legal coup, Hitler now carried the title of Führer and Reich Chancellor. This meant he was also Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and his first act was to summon General von Blomberg and the 3 commanders-in-chief of the 3 armed forces. We were in his study, Admiral Erich Raeder later testified, and Hitler asked us to come to his desk without ceremony or staging. There we took the oath which he, as Chief of State and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, read to us. The 4 men repeated this oath. "I swear before God to give my unconditional obedience to Adolf Hitler, Führer of the Reich and its people, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and I pledge my word as a brave soldier to observe this oath always, even at the risk of my life." It was unprecedented. The previous oath had demanded loyalty and obedience to the Constitution and the President. This one, to a specific individual, established a personal link between Führer and every soldier, sailor, and airman. Yet not one officer made the slightest protest, or even questioned the unique wording. And before the end of the day, every serviceman in the land had taken the same oath of personal fealty. The first stage of Hindenburg's funeral ceremonies took place at the Kroll Opera House on August 6th, where his coffin was carried past the ranks of Army Field Grey and Brown and Black of the SA and SS. These diverse groups were at last united by similar oaths of loyalty to the Führer. It was symbolic that the music for the occasion was the funeral march from Gotterdammerung. Burial took place the next noon, not where Hindenburg had wished, at Neudeck, but, on Hitler's insistence, at the scene of the Marshal's greatest triumph, Tannenberg. The body was placed on a catafalque in the centre of the monument to the battle, an impressive structure with 8 square towers some 60 feet high, with fires flaming at the top of each. It reminded Ambassador François Poncet of a castle built by the Teutonic Knights. Hitler strode forward to face the coffin. At the podium he discovered that an adjutant had laid out the wrong speech, and there was an embarrassing pause that must have puzzled radio listeners all over Europe. But he quickly collected himself and began extemporizing one of the shortest speeches correspondent Lochner, for one, had ever heard him deliver. Hitler ended with fulsome praise of Hindenburg's military and political achievements in words befitting a Wagnerian hero, not an orthodox fundamental Lutheran. "And now, enter thou upon Valhalla." At the end of the services, Hitler kissed the hands of Hindenburg's daughters. Moved by the solemnity of the moment, if not by opportunism, General von Blomberg impulsively suggested that the armed forces should henceforth address him not with the customary Herr Hitler, but as Mein Führer. Hitler accepted the proposal and returned to Berlin. Here he sought further consolidation of his power by phoning Papen and asking if the old gentleman had left a political testament. Papen replied that he would ask young Hindenburg. "I should be obliged," said Hitler, "if you would ensure that this document comes into my possession as soon as possible." Papen promptly sent his private secretary to Neudeck. He returned with 2 sealed envelopes, which Papen turned over to the Führer. It was obvious to Papen that Hitler was displeased with the content of the envelope addressed to him when he said frostily, "These recommendations of the late President are given to me personally. Later I shall decide if and when I shall permit their publication." Rumours that Hitler intended to suppress the testament became so insistent among foreign correspondents that Hanfstengel brought up the subject at tea-time. "Tell your foreign friends to wait until the document is published officially," retorted Hitler irritably. "I don't care what that pack of liars thinks." Finally, on August 15th, the testament was released for publication. It praised the achievements of Hitler and his government, while stressing the importance of the army as the symbol of and firm support for the new state. There was talk in the capital that the document had been doctored by the editor of Hindenburg's memoirs, and that Oskar von Hindenburg and his father's adviser Meissner were co-conspirators in the deception. A measure of credence was given this rumour when Oskar swore in a radio speech to the nation that his father had always supported Hitler. The cynics notwithstanding, the son was not lying. Despite Hindenburg's repugnance for some aspects of the Hitler regime, he had seen the Führer as his direct successor. Oskar's words were not necessary, for Hitler already had massive support on all levels of German society. Even the Association of National German Jews issued an appeal in his favour. And so, on August 19th, almost 90% of the German people freely voted their approval of Adolf Hitler as Hindenburg's successor. In doing so, they also sanctioned his program and leadership and propelled him another step closer to dictatorship. Chapter 13. Triumph of the Will, 1934–1935. 1. After victory in the plebiscite, Hitler retreated to Berchtesgaden for a late summer holiday. He spent hours strolling around his beloved Obersalzberg, engaging in one of his favourite pastimes, conversation. But he was also making preparations for the impending Party Day Congress in Nuremberg, which could be blighted by bitter memories of the Röhm Purge. He was determined to prevent this through his usually reliable combination of threat, promise, and conciliation. The nation was still in a state of unrest, and a number of intellectuals, like Spengler, who had given grudging approval of National Socialism, were now enemies. He was also concerned by foreign journalists eager for material that would damn or ridicule his regime. Dorothy Thompson had found such a story for an article in Harper's Bazaar. "This is not a revolution," an American visitor at the Passion Play in Oberammergau, which blamed the Jews for the death of Jesus, reportedly told her. "It's a revival. They think Hitler is God. Believe it or not, a German woman sat next to me at the Passion Play, and when they hoisted Jesus on the cross, she said, "There he is. That is our Führer, our Hitler." And when they paid out the 30 pieces of silver to Judas, she said, "That is Rome, who betrayed the leader." Thompson's story was almost identical to the August 23rd entry in Ambassador Dodd's diary describing the same drama. When Jesus was tried before the angry Jewish court, a well-dressed German, looking very solemn, said to me, "Es ist unser Hitler." He is our Hitler. Ida Horn, a distant kinswoman of mine, sitting in another part of the hall, told me as we came out together, a woman near me said as Judas received his 30 pieces of silver, "Es ist Rome." I suspect half the audience, the German part, considers Hitler as Germany's Messiah. A contrary opinion, that Hitler was more Judas than Messiah, ran deep among many brown-shirts who had remained, if reluctantly, in the party. One such, Max Jötner, Röhm's former subordinate, could not help praising his dead chief while discussing the coming party day with the Führer. Hitler lost his temper. "Why are you bringing up that subject?" he shouted. "This matter is closed. Röhm has been adjudged." Alarmed, Jötner protested that the Führer would not have made Röhm chief of staff if he had lacked good qualities. With one of his lightning changes, Hitler patted Jötner on the shoulder. "You are right," he said, "but you couldn't possibly know the whole story. Röhm and Schleicher intended to make a putsch against me, and it had to be averted. I wanted to have these matters examined before a regular court, but events overwhelmed me, and many SA leaders were shot without my consent. Because of all the world publicity, I took the blame." Hitler chose young Albert Speer as stage manager of the pageant at Nuremberg that was to consolidate his gains and bring back unity to the party. Speer tore down the temporary bleachers on Zeppelin Field and, inspired by the Pergamum altars, erected a stone structure 1,300 feet long and 80 feet high. Crowning the stadium was a giant eagle with a 100-foot wingspread, and on all sides were hung thousands of swastika banners. Positioned around the field at 40-foot intervals were 130 anti-aircraft searchlights with a range of 25,000 feet. Goering had resisted loaning these since they were the greater part of his strategic reserve, but Hitler backed Speer. "If we use them in such large numbers for a thing like this," he reasoned, "other countries will think we're swimming in searchlights." His imagination went beyond propaganda of the moment. Envisaging a permanent record that could be exported, he asked Leni Riefenstahl, the noted actress and director, to produce a commemorative film. He admired her work, particularly The Blue Light, and assured her she would have complete cooperation if she made a feature-length film of the 1934 Party Day. She yielded despite qualms, but once out of his sight decided she was not qualified to do a documentary. She turned over the direction to an associate and left for Spain to work on a film of her own. By the time she returned, the Nuremberg rally was only 2 weeks off. Awaiting her was a letter from Hesse. The Führer was shocked to find she had delegated the assignment to someone else and wanted to see her at once. Hitler was not angry, only persuasive. "You'll only have to give up 6 days of your life," he argued. And when she retorted that with cutting that meant 6 months, said, "Ah, but you are so young." She insisted that she was the last person in the world to do such a film. "I'm not a member of the party, and I don't even know the difference between SA and SS." "That is why I want you to do it," said Hitler. "That will give it a fresh approach." She took over the difficult task herself and, to bring additional interest to the 6-day program, devised shots from planes, cranes, roller skates, and a tiny elevator platform attached to the tallest flagpole. Upon arrival in Nuremberg a week before the opening day, with a crew of 120, including 16 cameramen, she got all the assistance Hitler had promised. The city's firefighting equipment, as well as public utilities, were turned over to her. The participants were already flooding into Nuremberg. Carefully selected months in advance, each had a number, a designated truck, a designated seat in the truck, and a designated cot in the vast tent city near Nuremberg. By the time the ceremonies began on September 4th, the thousands of party members had been rehearsed to perfection. That evening the Führer made a short welcoming speech at the old Rathaus, followed by Hanfstengel's long one, urging the foreign press to report on affairs in Germany without attempting to interpret them. Afterward, at least 10,000 enthusiasts crowded around Hitler's hotel, the Deutsche Hof, repeating the chant, "We want our Führer," until he at last came out on the balcony. Their fanatical faces reminded William L. Shirer, then with Universal Service, of the crazed expressions on holy rollers in Louisiana. The next morning, Hitler appeared at the Luitpold Arena, more as an object of reverence than as an orator. He entered dramatically, followed by Goering, Goebbels, Hess, Himmler, and several aides, to the strains of the Badenweiler March. After a stirring rendition of the Egmont Overture, Hess came forward and slowly read the names of those who had died in the 1923 putsch. To the audience of 30,000, if not to the foreign correspondents, it was a moving experience. The most important words were spoken by Gauleiter Wagner, who read a proclamation of Hitler's in a voice so similar to the Führer's that some correspondents listening on the radio thought it was he. "The German form of life is definitely determined for the next 1,000 years, read out Wagner. For us, the unsettled 19th century has finally ended. There will be no revolution in Germany for the next 1,000 years. Intoxicated as he was by the almost constant ovation from admirers, Hitler was nevertheless nagged by anxiety. Many brown shirts had brought their resentment and disillusionment to the festivities, and the possibility of an embarrassing or even dangerous episode made him so tense that occasionally his own resentment flared up. During one meal at the restaurant frequented by party officials, he suddenly turned on Hans Frank. "You certainly annoyed me by delaying things on the 30th of June in Munich," he exclaimed, and when Frank again offered to resign, cut him off impatiently. "In a few weeks this whole joke of state justice will end." The Reich would command, and Bavaria and the other states would obey, he said, then, after an uncomfortable silence, walked out. In the rising excitement of the rally, Hitler regained his mood of exultation. This was particularly evident on the evening of the 7th, when 200,000 party faithful, with more than 20,000 unfurled flags, crowded into Zeppelin Field and lined up with military precision. The effect of Speer's 130 giant searchlights was more breathtaking than imagined. The floodlit stadium gave the impression of a giant hall ringed by titanic gleaming white pillars, Speer recalled, with an occasional cloud floating surrealistically through the majestic wall of light like a translucent anemone drifting through the sea. In the awesome silence, Hitler's voice came across the field from loudspeakers with eerie effect. "We are strong and will get stronger," he said, and made it as much a threat as a promise. Leni Riefenstahl and her cameramen were filming the scene from a dozen angles, despite interference from officious brownshirts who, at Goebbels' instigation and unbeknown to the Führer, kept harassing her cameramen, pushing them from the best vantage points and even dismantling several of their camera stations. Hitler himself was threatened by possible SA reaction, and was prepared to meet it when he faced 50,000 stormtroopers en masse 2 days later. "There was considerable tension in the stadium," recalled Shirer, "and I noticed that Hitler's own SS bodyguard was drawn up in force in front of him, separating him from the mass of the brownshirts. He wondered if one in the huge crowd would draw a revolver throughout the Führer's carrot and club harangue, in which he finally absolved them of all complicity in Röhm's plot." The session ended without incident, ensuring the success of the concluding event on the following day, September 10th. This was designated as Army Day, and mobile units with the most modern equipment maneuvered flawlessly on the Great Meadow. It was the first public display of military might in Germany since the war, and the audience of 300,000 was raised to a state of almost uncontrollable excitement at the sight of a realistic sham battle. Militarism, wrote Shirer in his diary, was not just a product of the Hohenzollerns. It is rather something deeply ingrained in all Germans. They acted today like children playing with tin soldiers. Hitler appeared to be as intoxicated as the crowd, and after his final speech the cheering could not be quelled for some time. At last Hess could make himself heard, and he bade farewell to the Führer on behalf of the NSDAP. "The party is Hitler," he said. "Hitler, however, is Germany, just as Germany is Hitler. Heil Hitler! Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil, Hitler!" The frenzied crowd joined in the chant of Hail Victory. It was exhilarating, inspiring, thrilling, but to those not under Hitler's spell it was bone-chilling, an animal roar, a shriek from the cave. Nothing could have better symbolized the wedding of the Führer and the army, and he decided to make a conciliatory gesture to the senior generals. After a tattoo held by masked bands in front of his hotel that evening, he invited them to dinner. "I know that you accuse me of many wrong things which exist in the party," he said, according to General von Weichs, who was taking word-by-word notes. "I admit that you are 100% correct. But you must remember that in the time of struggle the intelligentsia deserted me, so that I still have to work primarily with personnel of low quality. I am constantly endeavoring to rectify this defect. But just as the construction of the officer corps for a new armed forces will take years to complete, so will the creation of a good corps of leaders for the party require even longer time." His words were effective for, as Weichs noted, he knew how to fit his speech to his audience with masterful skill. Later, Hitler visited the soldiers' bivouac, where he, the veteran corporal, mingled familiarly with the men, joking and reminiscing about old times. He returned to the hotel in a relaxed mood and, during a late snack with intimates, described the reunion in detail. It was a fitting end to the eventful week. Hitler's high spirits were in evidence 2 days later at the reception in his honor at the presidential palace. All those diplomats who had been avoiding him were forced to be on hand to pay formal respects to the new president. Never had Ambassador Dodd seen him quite so happy-looking as while he went down the line greeting the representatives of all foreign countries. Despite some annoyances and a few anxious moments, he had succeeded in accomplishing at Nuremberg what he had set out to do. The party was reunited, and the people and the armed forces were with him. Nor had the memorial to the party been blighted by Goebbels' interference. Leni Riefenstahl and her cameramen came away with thousands of feet of extraordinary material. While the film was being edited, she was deluged by protests from party leaders who had not been included, or others who complained that there wasn't enough propaganda. When she refused to make any changes, Hitler suggested a compromise: fit into the film pictures of the disgruntled leaders. This was an offense to Riefenstahl's artistic principles, and she refused. Hitler just as heatedly persisted. According to her version, she stamped her foot and shouted, "I won't do it." "Are you forgetting whom you are talking to?" he replied. But such was her conviction, and such was Hitler's appreciation of her talent, that she completed the film without any changes. She did allow it to be called Triumph of the Will, because she had no better title. At the premiere, she was greeted coolly by party officials, but even Goebbels, her greatest critic, realized it was an outstanding achievement and, in its way, far more effective propaganda for the Führer and National Socialism than any other film yet made. It was awarded the May Day Cultural Achievement Award for Best Film of the Year, and was later recognized universally as one of the most important documentary films ever made, eventually winning a gold medal at the 1937 World Exhibition in Paris for its artistry, if not its message. 2. There was gossip that Leni Riefenstahl was Hitler's mistress. This charge was as unfounded as those that he was sleeping with other famous actresses, such as Olga Chekova, Lil Dagova, and Pola Negri. It was not sex that Hitler sought from such charming women, but the stimulation that his suppressed bohemian nature craved. Unity Mitford, daughter of Lord Redesdale, had just come out in England. She was in Munich attending art classes and was caught in the excitement of the new Germany. From the moment Hitler kissed her hand, she became a dedicated advocate of National Socialism. Hitler had never met anyone like this gay, irrepressible, golden-haired girl who would make the bluntest and most surprising remarks. Her freedom of expression, original outlook on life, and lively humour, which she shared with her 5 sisters, was a new and refreshing experience to Hitler, and his delight in her company soon generated a rumour, as unfounded as the others, that she was his mistress. With Hitler's rise to power, he found an increasing number of women eager for his company. Perhaps it was his widening range of interest which soured his long-standing relationship with Frau Bechstein. She began to criticize him openly and upbraid him for some of his reforms. According to Fridolin Wagner, she would usually begin by asking the Führer if he were crazy, then shower him with such a deluge of abuse that he was unable to defend himself. During these violent scoldings, Hitler would stand there like an abashed schoolboy who had committed a misdemeanor. Eva Braun was even more distressed at Hitler's broadening horizon. A few days after he came to power, he had given her a matching ring, earrings, and a bracelet of tourmalines for her 21st birthday. But this was no indication that he planned to marry his mistress. She saw less of him than before. Occasionally he would phone her from Berlin, usually from a public booth. To prevent her parents from finding out how intimate were her relations with the Führer, she had persuaded them to let her have a private phone in her bedroom. Whenever he came to Munich, he would invite Eva to his apartment, but in Berchtesgaden she stayed at some hotel for appearances' sake. By the autumn of 1934, Eva was stricken with long spells of melancholy. She had no hope that Hitler would marry her. As head of the Third Reich, he told her, he must devote himself to the nation with no family distractions. He was, in fact, like the Pope. His excuse to Captain Wiedemann was more blunt. Yes, he confided one evening, he did miss family life, but if he got married he would lose many female votes. So, he concluded, I have a girl at my disposal in Munich. Hitler was even more revealing to his secretary, Christa Schröder. Eva is very nice, he said, but in my life only Geli could have inspired in me genuine passion. I can never think of marrying Eva. The only woman I could have tied myself to for life would have been Geli. Hitler's relationship with his sister-in-law from England was also becoming an embarrassment. Brigitte Hitler, former wife of his half-brother Alois, was in desperate financial straits and made a second effort to get some aid from her famous relative. She returned to Germany with her son, William Patrick, and approached Hitler in hopes he might be willing to pay something to keep her quiet. Hitler invited mother and son to Berchtesgaden, where the latter was astounded, so he told the OSS years later, to be roundly upbraided by the Führer's sister Angela, who repeated the fiction that Hitler was not even his uncle. In the meantime, Hitler was devoting much of his time to foreign policy. Since success in this field almost always depends on power, Hitler was doing his best to rearm the Reich overnight. Behind the smoke-screen of the disarmament negotiations at Geneva, he was hastily building up Germany's armed forces on every level. Heartened by public reaction to the impressive military display at Nuremberg, Hitler issued a secret order 3 weeks later, trebling the size of the 100,000-man army. That same day, 70,000 recruits were enrolled. The defense budget rose to 654 million marks. The sudden activation of 9 corps headquarters, 14 infantry divisions, and 7 motorized combat battalions, even under tight security, generated alarming rumors of infringement of the Versailles Treaty. These, combined with a deterioration in Anglo-German relations, were a real concern to Hitler. It was becoming obvious, moreover, that Britain and France were moving closer to military unity in view of German expansion. On the other hand, there were indications that England was not ready to take any great risks. No country, and especially not England, the private secretary to the British Foreign Secretary confided to Otto, Prince von Bismarck, that autumn, would ever go to war for the interests of other nations outside its own territory. And since Hitler had no designs on the British Empire, and his entire foreign policy was based on Britain's forbearance, if not friendship, his campaign to win back their sympathy was straightforward. The one step in this courtship was a formal party on December 19th. Of the 25 guests, there were 4 from Britain: a well-known member of the Anglo-German Fellowship, Lord Rothermere and his son, and Ward Price, the editor of the Daily Mail, the most influential Rothermere newspaper. For the occasion, Hitler wore full evening dress rather than the party uniform. As the guests sat down to a simple meal of roast chicken, he said, "It is 10 years today since I was released from prison at Landsberg." He told how almost the entire staff of the prison, including the chief warder, had been converted to National Socialism. The Bavarian government was furious and sent most of the warders to the police school as punishment. Before they had been there 6 months, the place had become a National Socialist recruiting centre and had to be closed. After dinner, Hitler invited the non-smokers to accompany him to a special room. Lord Rothermere, along with Ribbentrop and some of the ladies, joined Hitler. He had been introduced to the newspaper magnate by the Princess Stephanie von Hohenlohe, a half-Jew. What attracted Rothermere to Hitler was a common hatred of Bolshevism, and several weeks later the Daily Mail roundly applauded when more than 90% of the Tsar electorate, at the urging of the Catholic Church, voted for union with Germany. Late in January 1935, Hitler received 2 more friendly guests from England: Lord Allen of Hertwood, who brought a message of goodwill from Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald, and the Marquis of Lothian, a left-wing liberal who became so impressed by Hitler's assurances of peaceful intentions that he helped persuade Foreign Secretary Sir John Simon of the Führer's sincerity. Even France was relieved by the peaceful return of the Tsar to Germany, and formally presented to Germany a joint proposal for a general settlement which included equality of armaments and an Eastern Locarno. Hitler replied cautiously on February 14th that he welcomed the armament negotiations, but wouldn't it be better if Germany and England had preliminary discussions before the general talks? Sir John Simon agreed to come to Berlin early the following month. The prospect of his visit at first generated an aura of optimism in the Berlin foreign community, but on March 5th, Führer noted in his diary, "Something has gone wrong with the drive for a general settlement. Simon was supposed to arrive here day after tomorrow for his talks with the Germans, but this morning von Neurath told the British that Hitler had a cold and asked Simon to postpone his trip. A little investigation in the Wilhelmstrasse this afternoon revealed it's a cold diplomatique." The Führer had been provoked by publication of a British white paper decrying the acceleration of the German arms program. What had particularly alarmed the English was the unbridled enthusiasm showed by the inhabitants of the Tsar upon Hitler's arrival to help celebrate formal occupation of that contested territory. Hitler made the next move in this diplomatic chess game on March 10th, and did it by revealing exclusively to Price of the Daily Mail that the Luftwaffe had recently become an official branch of the armed forces. As Hitler hoped, there was no official outburst of condemnation from either England or France. Instead, Sir John Simon, who probably already had this information, informed Commons that he still planned to go to Berlin once the Führer recovered from his cold. The French reaction was merely a proposal from the War Ministry to extend the period of military service. Hitler trumped this feeble rejoinder without benefit of counsel from his own generals. On the morning of March 15th, he ordered his chief adjutant to meet him in Munich at the Four Seasons, the hotel which once had been the headquarters of Sebottendorf's anti-Semitic activities. He instructed the adjutant to announce the reintroduction of conscription and another enlargement of the armed forces. That evening, the Reich Defense Council convened to discuss Hitler's disconcerting conscription plan. General von Blomberg's expression of concern over possible reaction from the major powers were minimized by Ribbentrop. There was nothing at all to worry about. "What you say is all stuff and nonsense," retorted Blomberg irritably, and continued throughout the night to attack the measure. But by the time he and Fritsch reported to Hitler next morning, his objections had been stilled. That afternoon, a Saturday, some 100 foreign correspondents crowded into the conference room of the propaganda ministry. Nobody knew why they had been called so suddenly, and there was an air of excitement. At last Goebbels entered, looking very important and grave, and read out in a loud voice the text of a new decree proclaiming universal military service and raising the peacetime army to 300,000 men. Although everyone had expected as much, it came as a shock. Lochner and several other correspondents raced for the telephones in the hall, even while Goebbels was answering questions. At that moment, the French ambassador was getting the news first-hand from the Führer in his study at the Chancellery. François Poncet protested that this notification was a flagrant violation of the Treaty of Versailles, and he expressed regret that Germany had presented France with a fait accompli without previous contact or discussion. Hitler's confident, solemn retort was that his intentions were purely defensive. France had nothing to fear. His main enemy was communism, he said, and launched into such a diatribe against the Russians that François Poncet left feeling almost confident that Hitler had no desire to wage war against either France or Britain, only the determination to destroy the Soviet regime. The French answer to Germany's new show of power was a meaningless appeal to the League of Nations, and on the morning of March 25th, the official British delegation met Hitler in an atmosphere of amiability. Paul Schmidt, acting as the Führer's interpreter for the first time, noticed his smile was especially friendly when he greeted Sir John Simon, Anthony Eden, and Ambassador Sir Eric Phipps. They grouped themselves around a low table at the Reich Chancellery, together with Neurath and Ribbentrop. Simon announced that both the government and people of Britain wanted peace above all, and earnestly wished Germany could cooperate with other European nations toward that objective. The British public, the decisive factor in England, he said, was very disturbed by such events as German withdrawal from the League of Nations, Austria, and certain unilateral announcements. England, as a whole, was not at all anti-German, but she was strongly opposed to anything which was liable to disturb the peace. Hitler's reply, recalled Eden, who understood enough German to realize that Schmidt was interpreting ably, was a skillful piece of special pleading, which was none the less threatening in its undertones. In his second encounter, Eden was most unfavorably impressed by the Führer's personality. He seemed negative to me, certainly not compelling, and was, moreover, rather shifty. At the same time, Eden admired the way Hitler conducted the meeting, without hesitation and without notes, as befitted the man who knew where he wanted to go. He explained each of his acts credibly, without being convincing. He brushed off the accusation of violating the Versailles Treaty, for example, with the argument that he had never signed it. Fixing Sir John with his blue eyes, he added that he would rather have died than do so. Nor was Germany a violator of treaties, except at the time the Prussian army arrived to help the English during Waterloo, and on that occasion Wellington had made no protest. "This must have been the nearest to humour Hitler ever approached," observed Eden. I thought it a good thrust, delivered without a flicker of a smile. During the morning session, Hitler astonished not only the British but his own interpreter by arguing calmly and politely. But after lunch he lost his poise when the subject of the proposed Eastern Pact, which involved Lithuania, arose. "We will have nothing whatever to do with Lithuania," Hitler exclaimed. A conspiracy trial of minority Germans was presently in session there. His eyes blazed, his voice became hoarse, and he rolled his R's. "In no circumstances shall we make a pact with a state which stamps upon the German minority in Memel," he raged. In a moment the storm subsided, and once more he was the polished negotiator. At this time he argued against the pact on ideological grounds. "Between National Socialism and Bolshevism," he said quietly but with force, "any association is out of the question." That evening, at a banquet, a relaxed Hitler engaged Eden in a lively discussion of their wartime experiences. They had fought opposite each other on the River Oise, and together they drew a map of the battle lines on the back of a dinner card. Some of the conversation was overheard by François Poncet, and after the meal he asked Eden if it was true he had fought Hitler. When Eden replied it seemed so, the French ambassador wryly remarked, "And you missed him? You ought to be shot." That night Eden wrote in his diary, "Results bad. Whole tone and temper very different to a year ago. Rearmed and rearming with the old Prussian spirit very much in evidence. Russia is now the bogey." At 10 the next morning, Sir John proposed that they take up the key question of armaments. Britain, he said, had recently been engaged in separate discussions with other powers in preparation for a great naval armaments conference which would revise existing naval treaties. He invited Germany to take part in similar informal discussions in London. Hitler readily accepted. He repeated a previous offer to Ambassador Phipps to limit German tonnage to 35% of that of the British fleet. At the same time, he did not see any heavenly or earthly authority which could force him to recognize the superiority of the French or Italian fleets. At this point, Hitler dramatically produced a telegram and began reading it with impassioned indignation. Again, the abrupt change from moderate statesman to fanatic was startling. The message announced the guilty verdict on those minority Germans accused of treason in Lithuania. What would Britain do, asked Hitler angrily, if the Treaty of Versailles had ripped off part of her territory and turned it over to a country like Lithuania? What if Englishmen were then tortured and imprisoned merely because they acted like Englishmen? His rage soon ran its course, and he resumed his role as man of moderation, asking only for military parity with England and France. Refreshments were served at the British Embassy at noon. It was the second time the Führer had entered a foreign embassy. Afterward, the conferees returned to the Chancellery, where Hitler complained about Soviet attempts to push westward, and, in this connection, he scathingly referred to Czechoslovakia as Russia's thrust-out arm. He also reiterated his demand for German equality of rights in armaments, and Schmidt was impressed that Simon and Eden listened patiently and placidly. Only 2 years ago, the skies would have fallen if German representatives had put forward such demands as Hitler was now doing, as though they were the most natural thing in the world. Nor could I help wondering whether Hitler had not got further with his method of the fait accompli than would have been possible with the Foreign Office method of negotiation. That evening, Hitler was host at a dinner in the Chancellery. From his simple brown tunic and red swastika armband, he had changed into tails. To his interpreter, he was a charming host, moving amongst his guests as easily as if he had grown up in the atmosphere of the great house. Afterward, Hitler exulted over his diplomatic success to a party of friends, including Winifred Wagner. He slapped his knee and clapped hands like a schoolboy, she recalled. "Great fellows the English," he said. "Even when they lie, they do it on a magnificent scale, not a bit like the niggardly French." The day after the talks, Hitler told Chief of Naval Command Redder about the 35% ratio with England, and instructed him to build up the navy according to plan, but with no big public announcements, so as to avoid complicating England's difficult situation vis-à-vis the other great powers. Hitler was determined to work in harmony with the British, and continued his courtship of those influential citizens who showed sympathy for Germany's plight. In April, he gave a luncheon in his Munich apartment for Sir Oswald Mosley, who had resigned from the Labour Party to become leader of the British Union of Fascists. Mosley observed that Hitler's hypnotic manner was entirely absent. Perhaps I was an unsuitable subject. In any case, he made no attempt whatever to produce any effect of that kind. He was simple, and treated me throughout the occasion with a gentle, almost feminine charm. In London, a far more important adherent to the German cause was reaffirming earlier sympathies. The occasion was a long conversation between Ambassador Hirsch and the Prince of Wales, during which the heir to the throne once again showed his complete understanding of Germany's position and aspirations. 3. In Berlin, Preoccupation with the international scene was briefly overshadowed by preparation for the wedding of Hermann Goering and Emmy Sonnemann, an actress. His first wife, Karin, had died after a long illness in 1931. They were inundated with presents donated by organizations and individuals seeking favor. Museums sent paintings on permanent loan, the most valuable being 2 priceless oils by Cranach. In addition to oriental rugs, tapestries, silver candelabra, and jewels, were pepper cake from Saxony, kirsch from the Black Forest, cheese, and cattle. The smaller items were on display in the Berlin residence, the bulkier transported by truck to Karinhall, the country estate near the capital, named after his first wife, but misspelled. The wedding, on April 10th, could have been produced in Hollywood, and a play-by-play account was given by radio to the nation. The pomposity of the ceremony, performed by a bishop and witnessed by the Führer himself, was relieved when 2 storks were observed circling around the evangelical cathedral. An irreverent flying comrade had swooped down and released them over the dome. As the bride and groom left the church, a military band thundered out the march from Lohengrin. Passing under a long arch of extended swords, they were greeted outside by ecstatic cheers and a mass Roman salute. The next day, Goering invited Lochner and 5 other correspondents to see the presents at the Minister-President's palace. "A gentleman," he told them, "I have asked you to come here in order that I may show you the gifts which mine folk have given me. Just like Majesty, nicht wahr?" Anyway, Lochner wrote to his daughter, Goering need not starve. If he ever gets in a pinch, the hawking of all the gifts will bring in 1 million or more. The Goering circus was relegated to the background that same day when the British, French, and Italians opened their conference at Stresa. Contrary to Hitler's expectations that French suggestions would not win the support of the other 2 powers, the meeting led to the issuance of a joint communiqué condemning Germany's illegal rearmament and reaffirming loyalty to the principles of Locarno. The presence of Laval, MacDonald, and Mussolini gave force to the announcement. Hitler, hoping to isolate the French, found himself in danger of being isolated himself. This was emphasized several weeks later by a Franco-Soviet pact of mutual assistance, which was so unsettling to the Führer's basic strategy that he made new efforts to reassure his friend Lord Rothermere that England had no reason at all to fear the Reich. From the earliest days of the party, Hitler wrote on May 3rd, he had envisaged cooperation with Great Britain. Such an agreement between England and Germany would represent the weighty influence for peace and common sense of 120 million of the most valuable people in the world. The historically unique colonial aptitude and the naval power of Britain would be combined with that of one of the first military nations of the world. While Rothermere needed no convincing and continued to present a picture of a benign Germany in his papers, the general reaction in England was one of apprehension. When the MacDonald government leaders learned that Hitler would make a major political announcement after mid-May, they became concerned enough to schedule a Commons debate on rearmament to follow it. The dreaded speech was delivered on May 21st, and once more Hitler surprised the world. Earlier in the day, he had promulgated a secret defense law which placed Schacht in charge of war economy and reorganized the armed forces. The Reichswehr officially became the Wehrmacht, armed forces, and Hitler was named its supreme commander. Blomberg's title was changed from Minister of Defense to Minister of War, and he was given the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And Beck's unrevealing title of Chef des Truppenamtes was changed to Chief of the General Staff. In private, at least, a spade was being called a spade, but when Hitler faced the microphone that evening, relaxed and confident, he was the model of moderation. His chief aim was peace, nor had he any dream of conquest. All war ever did, he proclaimed, was destroy the flower of the nation. After reiterating that Germany needs peace and desires peace, he offered to make bilateral non-aggression pacts with all his neighbours, perfidious Lithuania excepted, of course, and promised to observe the Locarno Treaty. All he wanted was a fleet 35% the size of Britain's navy. That, he promised, would be the end of his demands. For Germany, he vowed, this demand is final and abiding. In many influential quarters abroad, his words were taken at face value, the London Times calling his address reasonable, straightforward, and comprehensive. In a stroke, Hitler had reversed the trend of isolation and prepared the way for a sympathetic reception of German demands at the forthcoming naval conference. It opened exactly 2 weeks later at the British Foreign Office, with Joachim von Ribbentrop as head of the German delegation. He seated himself at the conference table, armed with good advice from the Japanese naval attaché in London. Captain Arata Oka informed his German counterpart that the Japanese had come to the Washington Conference in 1921 under the false impression that one could make a deal with the English. Consequently, we were unprepared when the English quickly drove a wedge between our diplomats and our naval experts, separating them into almost hostile groups. He recommended that the Germans concentrate on one clear demand, such as the 35% ratio, and hold to it tenaciously, even if it threatened to wreck the conference. Once the English realized the Germans were firm, they would slowly give in, and have greater respect for their antagonists. Simon opened the session at 10 a.m. with his usual amiability, pointing out that it was the task of the conferees to prepare the ground for the forthcoming conference of all major naval powers. Otherwise, the armaments race would continue at a greater pace. It was not enough to limit tonnage. Certain types of dangerous vessels, for example, should be eliminated. Following Oka's advice, Ribbentrop refused to discuss anything but Germany's demand for a 35% ratio. If the British government does not immediately accept this condition, he said, there is no point at all in continuing these negotiations. We must insist upon an immediate decision. Once the British accepted this ratio, he promised, the technical details regarding the program of naval construction could be settled promptly. Schmidt was interpreting, though Ribbentrop spoke good English, and was startled that his principal had immediately brought up, and so undiplomatically, the most difficult question on the agenda. Schmidt wondered if it was Ribbentrop's lack of experience or blind obedience to instructions. What Ribbentrop was doing, besides following Oka's shrewd advice, was to implement the disconcerting tactic that Hitler had been using so successfully for years. The speech a fortnight ago was the carrot. This was the club. As Schmidt translated Ribbentrop's words, he could see Simon flush. It was not usual, he replied stiffly, to make such conditions at the beginning of negotiations, and he could, of course, make no statement on the subject. So saying, he bowed frigidly and left the room. After a moment's embarrassment, Sir Robert Craigie took Simon's place and firmly presented Britain's objections. But the dogged Ribbentrop could not be moved. They met again in the afternoon without progress, and Schmidt was sure the talks had been torpedoed. He had begun to wonder what the weather would be like on the flight to Berlin when, to his surprise, the British suggested they meet again next morning, this time in the historic boardroom of the Admiralty. It was a large panelled chamber dominated by a long table surrounded by red leather chairs. Schmidt's surprise at the friendly atmosphere was raised to astonishment. I scarcely believed my own ears when the redoubtable Craigie opened the proceedings with the announcement that the British were prepared to meet Herr von Ribbentrop's demands. Complete victory was achieved the next day, June 6th, when Sir John returned, beaming as if nothing had happened. Full agreement was reached so amicably that Ribbentrop, dropping his rather awkward manner, became outright sociable. The British not only allowed Germany to fix her naval tonnage at 35% of their own fleet, but conceded a 45% ratio for submarines. Ribbentrop returned to Germany as a conquering hero. The attainment of all of Germany's secret naval aims by negotiation had transformed Hitler from a man of force to a statesman. France, stunned at such unilateral action, made incidentally on the anniversary of Waterloo by a so-called ally, sent an angry note to London. But British public opinion was almost universally favourable, and, except for Winston Churchill, who damned the agreement as damaging British security, even those politicians generally hostile to Hitler supported the agreement. The Prince of Wales, predictably, was pleased by the pact, and on the day of its signing reported to Ambassador Hirsch, the occasion was a luncheon with the Queen at Ascot, that his own enthusiastic approval of contact between German and British veterans, made recently in a controversial speech, had been done entirely on his own initiative. He didn't mention that his father had reprimanded him for it. "How often have I told you, my dear boy, never to mix in politics, especially where foreign matters are concerned. The views you expressed yesterday, however sensible, are, I happen to know, contrary to those of the Foreign Office. Never must he again speak on such controversial matters without consulting the government." The royal rebuke, while disturbing, had not inhibited the prince, who promptly made another controversial speech attacking the London County Council for banning the use of weapons, including wooden guns, in the cadet corps of the schools within their jurisdiction. The Prince of Wales added that the timidity and hesitation which, as is well known, were characteristic of politicians, were much slower in achieving results than a frank word spoken at the right moment, even though it might exceed the bounds of reserve normally maintained. His remarks were sent by airgram to the Wilhelmstrasse, where they gave impetus to the exaggerated views of pro-German feelings in England, and contributed to the Führer's unwarranted assumption that from now on there would be no limit to British concessions. The Soviet Union reacted almost as violently to the London Pact as the French. It confirmed suspicions that elements of Britain's ruling class, including the heir to the throne, were helping Germany strengthen its navy in the Baltic Sea for an attack on the USSR, while supporting Japanese ambitions in the Far East. Despite such apprehensions, the Soviets signed a new trade treaty with Hitler, who advanced their credit to 200 million marks and was preparing to boost that figure to 500 million over a 10-year period. This was no abandonment of his dream of Lebensraum, but another devious move in the international game of diplomacy. For while he talked peace with the West and did business with the East, rearmament in Germany continued as secretly as possible at a rate exceeding the estimates of most foreign observers. 4. As the political life of Adolf Hitler expanded, so did his personal life. Two inner circles had formed around him, one composed of top associates like Goebbels, Goering, Hess, and their wives, and another on a more personal level, the chauffeurs, secretaries, servants, and other intimates. This innermost circle, which included such disparate members as an architect, Speer, and a pilot, Bauer, was also taking in some of the younger military adjutants, like Navy Lieutenant von Puttkamer, and the representative of the Luftwaffe, Nikolaus von Bülow. A few belonged to both circles. The most notable was Martin Bormann, who had been working for Hess since the early days and now, as his representative in Berlin, was given the opportunity of assiduously devoting himself to the daily needs of the Führer. Although unknown to most Germans, the indefatigable Bormann had become Hitler's shadow, remaining at his shoulder most of the day, ready to jot down on cuff or notebook his slightest whim. Hitler himself moved easily between the two circles, as well as among a constellation of top military and civilian circles. What he could not do was conduct the affairs of high office in a business-like manner. A night person, he usually arrived at his desk shortly before noon. He would glance through the press dispatches that Otto Dietrich had selected for him, and then rush off to lunch. Upon returning, he would postpone matters that bored him to retire in privacy and consider those that did not. For hours he would discuss the rebuilding of Berlin, Munich, and Linz with architects Speer and Giesler, while State Secretary Hans Lammers and Otto Meissner, whom the Führer had inherited from Hindenburg, impatiently waited for decisions that only the head of state could make. His working methods were a constant concern to Captain Wiedemann. Rarely could his personal adjutant get him to read a file before making an important decision. He was of the opinion, wrote Wiedemann, that many matters took care of themselves as long as one didn't stir them up. And he was not often wrong about this. The question was merely how such matters took care of themselves. He was similarly bohemian in his selection of visitors. Some officials would wait for days in the anteroom, but if an acquaintance of the old days showed up, he was as likely as not to be invited at once to lunch, where he could voice problems which were often solved on the spot. A preoccupation with the international scene disrupted Hitler's already erratic schedule, and consequently he found almost no time for his mistress. The love of Adolf Hitler had become Eva Braun's whole life, even though he had made it plain that they could never marry while he was Führer of the Reich. "For me, the marriage would have been a disaster," he explained to his inner circle 7 years later. "There's a point at which misunderstanding is bound to arise between man and wife. It's when the husband cannot give his wife all the time she feels entitled to demand." A woman lived only for her husband's sake and expected him to live for hers, whereas the man, a slave to his thoughts, was ruled by duty. I'd have had nothing of marriage but the sullen face of a neglected wife, or else I'd have skimped my duties. The bad side of marriage is that it creates rights. In that case, it's far better to have a mistress. The burden is lightened, and everything is placed on the level of a gift. Noting the crestfallen expressions on the faces of his 2 middle-aged spinster secretaries, Johanna Wolf and Christa Schroeder, he hastily added, "What I've said applies only to men of a higher type, of course." Eva had sunk into a deep depression that was momentarily relieved by one of her lover's rare visits. "Yesterday he came quite unexpectedly," she wrote in her diary on February 18th, "and it was a delightful evening. I am so endlessly happy that he loves me so much, and pray that it will always be so." Within 2 weeks she wrote, "I am again deathly unhappy. Since I cannot write him, this diary has to be the depository of all my tales of woe." He came on Saturday, but after spending a few wonderful hours with her, he left and sent no word when he would return. "I am sitting on hot coals, thinking every moment he might come." A week later she wrote disjointedly, as if in great haste or under emotional stress, "I wish that I were very sick, since I have not heard from him for 8 days. Why doesn't something happen to me? Why do I have to go through all this? I wish I had never seen him. I am desperate. Now I am buying sleeping pills. At least I will be half dazed, and don't think about it so much any more. Why does he torment me like this, and not just put an end to the whole thing?" A few days later she made excuses for him. He had so much to do politically. But her resolve to wait patiently dissolved, even though he invited her to the Four Seasons Hotel. "I had to sit next to him for 3 hours without being able to say a word. At parting he handed me, as he did once before, an envelope with money. How nice it would have been if he had written a greeting or a nice word with it. It would have made me so happy. But he does not think of such things." By the end of the month, loneliness turned to bitter jealousy upon hearing gossip that Hitler had found another woman, nicknamed the Valkyrie. "I think it is unconscionable for him not to tell me. He should know me well enough to realize that I would never get in his way if he suddenly discovered his heart belonged to another." In desperation, she sent him a letter late that May, which was an entreaty of sorts. Then she wrote in her diary, "If I don't have an answer by 10 tonight, I will simply take my 25 pills and gently slumber to the other side." Is this the enormous love he so often promised me, when he doesn't send me a comforting word in 3 months? Granted that he has had his head full these days with political problems, but there must be time for some relaxation. What about last year? Didn't Rome and Italy give him a lot to handle, and still he found time for me? I am afraid there is something else behind it. I am not to blame, certainly not. Maybe it is another woman, but not the Valkyrie girl. That is not plausible. But there are so many others. What other grounds could there be? Can't find any. A few hours later she made a final pitiful entry. "Dear God, I am so afraid he won't answer today. If only someone would help me. Everything is so terribly hopeless. Perhaps my letter reached him at an inopportune time. Perhaps I shouldn't have written at all. Whatever the case, this uncertainty is harder to bear than a sudden end. Dear God, please help me so that I can speak to him today. Tomorrow will be too late." What Eva Braun did not know was that at the time Hitler received her letter of desperation, he was undergoing an operation. For some months he had been troubled by a sore throat. His voice, abused by numerous speeches of interminable length delivered in all kinds of weather, had become hoarse, and discovery of a growth on his larynx revived an old fear. For months, according to Speer, he had been talking of Emperor Frederick III, who died of throat cancer. The throat irritation was accompanied by stomach pains, perhaps similar to those he suffered as a youth in Vienna, for which he took neobalistol. Apparently he took excessive amounts of the drug, which contained fusel oil, and at least once he was so stricken with a form of intoxication that he summoned Dr. Gravitz to complain of headache, vertigo, buzzing in the ears, and seeing double. On May 23rd, 2 days after his important foreign policy speech, Professor Karl van Eycken, head of Berlin University's otolaryngology department, removed a 1-centimeter polyp from the Führer's vocal cord. It was an easy operation, which took place in Hitler's chancellery apartment, requiring only a small amount of morphine as a sedative. Even so, Hitler slept deeply for 14 hours. I was quite concerned, Eycken later revealed. After the operation, Eycken warned him to speak softly for a few days, and in the future not to let his emotions lead him to shout and scream loudly. He admitted he had been told that before, but forgot himself during a speech. Eycken assured his patient that what he had removed was a simple polyp, that is, a small benign growth. But Hitler still worried that he might have cancer like his mother. Perhaps his absorption by morbid doubts and the affairs of state might explain why he had not bothered to answer Eva's letter of desperation or instructed an aide to phone a few words of consolation. Feeling hopeless and abandoned, she swallowed 20 tablets of vanoform, a narcotic, in the early hours of May 29th. She was found in a coma by her sister Ilse. After administering first aid treatment learned while working as a receptionist for a surgeon, she phoned her employer, Dr. Martin Marx, whose discretion she trusted. While he was treating Eva, she found the notebook containing the diary. Determined to keep the second suicide attempt a secret, she ripped out the incriminating pages so as not to involve Dr. Marx, a Jew. Ilse also feared her father might react violently, and the Führer might question the mental stability of his mistress. She suggested the suicide was part theatre. After all, Eva had only taken 20 pills of a type milder than veronal, aware that one of her sisters would say good night to her after returning home. Dr. Marx obligingly recorded the case as excessive fatigue resulting in an overdose of narcotics. Hitler accepted this explanation, though Ilse Braun remains convinced that he had guessed the truth. In any case, the accident accomplished what words of entreaty had not. That summer, he found Eva a place of her own. On August 9, 1935, she and her younger sister Gretel moved into a 3-room apartment in the quiet residential Bogenhausen section, a short walk from the Führer's Munich apartment. He paid the rent indirectly through Hoffmann and furnished the place with furniture bought on sale. The master of the establishment was seldom there, and when he did come, it was after the neighbours were asleep. Even then his trysts with Eva were scarcely private, since secret police kept watch on the stairs and outside the building. Moreover, his larynx was still bothering him, and he was continually clearing his throat loudly. He consulted a doctor at Berchtesgaden the day before Eva moved into her new flat, and complained that some foreign body was in his throat. While accepting a bouquet from an admirer, a thorn had impaled itself under a fingernail, and he feared he'd swallowed the thorn inadvertently after withdrawing it with his teeth. The doctor found nothing, and simply brushed Hitler's pharynx with a 2.5% solution of silver nitrate, but the patient expressed renewed concern about cancer to Professor van Eycken, who submitted a series of preparations, calling his patient Adolf Müller, to a colleague at the university. Finally, on August 21st, came confirmation that Adolf Müller had nothing to fear. The polyp was benign. Hitler's anxiety was eased, at least for the moment, but he still found little time to visit Eva, involved as he was in preparations for the forthcoming Nuremberg Party Day of 1935. Moreover, his nocturnal visits to Eva's apartment were occasioning rumors that could damage him politically. Eva's newfound freedom had raised another problem. Her father felt disgraced at an illicit relationship, even one with the Führer of all Germany. On September 7th, Fritz Braun nerved himself and sent a letter urging Hitler to return his Eva to the bosom of her family. Braun was prudent enough to have Hoffmann deliver the letter in person, and the photographer, with even more prudence, turned it over to Eva. She tore it up, but gave her father the impression that the Führer had read it without deigning to reply. A similar letter was written by Frau Braun, unbeknownst to her husband, and sent directly to Hitler. It was never answered. Hitler's first major speech at Nuremberg came on September 11th. It turned from a plea for cultural development into another attack on Jews. He charged that they had never produced an art that was characteristically their own, and never would. It was such a mild rebuke that foreign observers wondered if it was true that his anti-Semitic program was being muted as reassurance to the other great powers. On the contrary, the growing agitation in the West for a boycott of German goods had convinced him that the time had come to enact some of those legal measures against Jews which had been suggested in his first recorded anti-Semitic declaration almost exactly 16 years earlier. On September 13th, he ordered that a decree be drafted within 48 hours under the title "The Law for the Protection of German Blood and Honor." No sooner had those assigned this task completed a draft prohibiting marriages and extramarital intercourse between Jews and citizens of German or related blood than a messenger arrived with new orders from Hitler. They were also to write up a Reich citizenship law. The harried authors soon ran out of paper and were reduced to using old menu cards. It was 2:30 a.m. September 15th by the time it was agreed that only those of German or related blood could be citizens. The other provisions were acceptable, and at 9 p.m. Hitler addressed an extraordinary session of the Reichstag in Nuremberg. Passage of these laws, he said, was actually to the advantage of the Jews. It might possibly create a level ground on which the German people may find a tolerable relation towards the Jewish people. These moderate words were immediately followed by threatening ones. Should this hope not be fulfilled, and the Jewish agitation both within Germany and abroad continue, then the position must be examined afresh. 5. Fortunately for Hitler, the attention of the world was suddenly turned from this new assault on the rights of Jews, as well as his illegal expansion of the Wehrmacht, by a foolish act of Benito Mussolini, his one-time model. On the 3rd of October, Italy invaded Ethiopia. Moral indignation was almost universal. How could a civilized nation attack a weak foe forced to battle planes and tanks with tribesmen on horseback? Britain and America, with conveniently short memories of their own pacification programs, were particularly abusive, and the former led the campaign in the League of Nations to invoke limited economic sanctions against Italy. Despite numerous anti-Italian and pro-Ethiopian sympathizers in Germany, Hitler publicly refused to help Emperor Haile Selassie, while secretly sending him some military aid. At the same time, Hitler gave Mussolini raw materials so as to embroil Italy, and hopefully England, in a debilitating campaign that would leave Germany more freedom of action. His public support of Il Duce was also a test case to see how Britain would react to German defiance of the League of Nations. It was soon evident that the English would do nothing in reprisal, and this must have strengthened his conviction that they were going to come to an agreement with him. Hitler went into seclusion to regain control of the situation and himself. He was not seen in public during the last 4 weeks of autumn. Rosenberg assumed that the Führer was ill, but it was just as likely that he was suffering one of his pre-Christmas moods of despondency. What is more, he was faced with another crucial and unpleasant decision that involved the future of the NSDAP and the course of National Socialism itself. Hitler had reached his Rubicon. While he and the party had gained control over all aspects of public life in Germany, the Brown Revolution remained at a standstill. He had let everything in the domestic scene slide at the expense of foreign policy, and was reacting rather than initiating. Public interest in the party, as a consequence, was at a low level. There were fewer applications for membership, and the members themselves were showing less devotion to party activities. On the 3rd day of January 1936, Hitler summoned his Gauleiters and Reichsleiters to a conference in hopes this group could reconcile the issues that had arisen. He opened his talk with the full revelation of the plans to rearm the nation, hinted at the grand future he envisioned for Germany, and then, with an air of desperation reminiscent of the black days of late 1932, when the party seemed about to split apart, begged his listeners to realize that all this could not be achieved unless the party leadership formed a single community loyal to him. This plea was followed by an emotional demand for absolute devotion, which was succeeded, as in 1932, by a threat to kill himself. The audience was stunned, and Chairman Hess promptly assured Hitler that everyone in the room would follow him wherever he went with unquestioning loyalty. The Führer's spirits were abruptly revitalized, and by mid-January he was prepared to take his next step forward. Seizure of the demilitarized Rhineland zone, which encompassed all German territory west of the Rhine, as well as a 30-mile strip east of the river that included Cologne, Düsseldorf, and Bonn. He was heartened in this ambition by the death of a monarch. On the evening of January 20th, King George V died, and was succeeded by Edward VIII, a man of individuality and independence who had made no secret of his sympathies with many of Germany's aspirations. In his first broadcast as king, he made it clear that he would not change. A confirmation came the following day from Washington, when Ambassador Hans Luther cabled the Wilhelmstrasse that the chief of the Western European Affairs Division of the U.S. State Department had recently been informed by the new king, in an extremely frank conversation, that he disapproved of France's efforts to revive the Entente Cordiale and to hitch Britain to the French wagon. He further deprecated the French desire to force Germany to her knees, and declared that he had much sympathy for Germany's difficult position. In 3 talks with the king during his first month of reign, the Duke of Coburg got personal reassurance from Edward. To my question whether a discussion between Prime Minister Baldwin and Adolf Hitler would be desirable for future German-British relations, reported the Duke, he replied in the following words: "Who is king here, Baldwin or I? I myself wish to talk to Hitler, and will do so here or in Germany. Tell him that, please." Such encouraging words from England, together with the weak half-measures of the League of Nations against Italian aggression, strengthened the Führer's resolve to reoccupy the Rhineland. If England could not even bring herself to make an all-out effort to check Mussolini, surely she would never do more than formally protest if he followed in Il Duce's footsteps. On February 12th, he summoned his chargé d'affaires in Paris for a conference regarding possible French reactions to remilitarization of the Rhineland. That same afternoon, he spoke to General von Fritsch about military action. The Army Chief of Staff was not at all enthusiastic. Why not negotiate? Hitler argued that a conference would take weeks, and explained that he was only thinking of a symbolic operation. How long would it take to put 9 battalions of infantry and some artillery into the Rhineland? 2 days, said Fritsch, but warned that it should not be undertaken if there was the slightest risk of war. Hitler agreed in principle, but recalled his ambassador to Italy, Ulrich von Hassel, and said he was at present considering an extremely far-reaching question. Should Germany take the Paris ratification of the Franco-Russian Pact as grounds for denouncing the Locarno Treaty and stationing troops in the Rhineland? At that point, according to Hassel's official memorandum, the Führer revealed that until then he had always envisaged the spring of 1937 as the right moment to seize the Rhineland. But political developments made him wonder whether the psychological moment had not already arrived. He was now asking himself whether he should not approach Mussolini with the suggestion that he, for his part, should make use of the violation of the Locarno obligations, which the inclusion of Russia represented, as a pretext for denouncing the pact, whereupon Germany would follow suit. In any case, Hitler had just about made up his mind to act in the near future, even while assuring the French of his peaceful intentions. "Is it not plainly to the advantage of both our countries to keep on good terms?" he told journalist Bertrand de Jouvenel on February 21st. "I wish to succeed in making a détente with France. It is extraordinary that you should still consider German aggression possible." Those Frenchmen who were tranquilized by such words should have heeded the significance of the Führer's subsequent answer to Jouvenel's criticism of certain Francophobic passages in Mein Kampf. "You want me to revise my book as if I were a writer preparing a new edition. But I am not a writer, I am a politician. I enter my revision into the great book of history." It was not until the following day that Ambassador von Hassel informed Mussolini of the Führer's grave concern about possible ratification of the Franco-Soviet Pact. Mussolini replied that, while he disapproved of this treaty, it did not concern Italy directly. At least it was an indication that Mussolini would stand aloof if Germany denounced the Locarno Treaty. And so the Führer gave the word to set in motion Operation Winter Exercise. On March 2nd, Blomberg issued preparatory orders to the chiefs of the three services to transfer units on Z-Day, D-Day, into the demilitarized Rhineland zone. 3 days later, Blomberg fixed Z-Day as the 7th of March, a Saturday. The stage was set, but for some reason Hitler lost his nerve and asked his Wehrmacht adjutant, Colonel Friedrich Hossbach, if the operation could still be stopped. The answer was yes. Hitler's next words were even more revealing. "Find out the very last moment winter exercise can be called off." By that afternoon, Foreign Secretary Eden had returned to London. He reported to the Cabinet in the evening that the French wished to invoke their authority over the Rhineland. To the British people, this was a much more doubtful cause, he observed in his memoirs. There was not one man in 1,000 in the country at the time prepared to take physical action with France against the German occupation of the Rhineland. It was indeed France, not England, that concerned the Führer, and he was unable to sleep a wink that night. Again and again, he later confided to Hoffmann, I asked myself the same question. What will France do? Will she oppose the advance of my handful of battalions? I know what I would have done if I'd been the French. I should have struck, and I would not have allowed a single German soldier to cross the Rhine. On Friday, Z-Day -1, it was announced that the Reichstag would meet the following noon, and the diplomatic community in Berlin guessed something momentous was afoot. That evening, reporters and photographers of the leading German newspapers were invited to a conference in the Ministry of Propaganda. The mystified journalists were informed by Goebbels that they were to be taken on a journey next morning, so secret that they were being held in custody until then. For the second straight night, the Führer tossed sleeplessly on his simple white iron bed, fretting over the possible course of France. England did not worry him. He had selected Saturday to move, since no English officials would be in their offices. They will only be back on Monday, he told Wiedemann, and by then the excitement will be over. Early on Saturday morning, the special press group was driven to Tempelhof, where a Junkers transport was waiting. When the plane took off, the reporters still had no idea where they were going. The pilot himself did not know his destination. At a specified time, he was to open a sealed envelope that would direct him to the Rhineland. At 10 a.m., the German ambassador called on Eden. After some discussion regarding another Anglo-German naval agreement, Hirsch abruptly said, I have a communication of very great importance to make. I am afraid that the first part of it will not be to your taste, but the later portions contain an offer of greater importance than has been made at any time in recent history. He began to read a memorandum charging that the Franco-Soviet Pact violated the Treaty of Locarno. Consequently, Germany was taking back the demilitarized zone of the Rhineland. Hirsch hurriedly read on that Hitler offered to sign separate non-aggression pacts with eastern countries as well as those in the west. He also was willing to re-enter the League of Nations. Eden expressed deep regret over the Rhineland move, but said he would give careful consideration to the German proposals. Her attitude toward the League, he added, was most important. At this point, Hirsch said he must make it clear that there were no conditions attached to his country's return to the League. Then added casually that as for the Rhineland, only a few small German detachments would move into that zone. Once Hirsch left, Eden summoned the French ambassador to express his deep regret at Germany's action. The denunciation of Locarno was deplorable, said Eden, but it would require consideration by the British cabinet. This could not be done until Monday, since most of its members were at their country homes. After short interviews with the Italian and Belgian representatives, Eden telephoned Prime Minister Baldwin and then set off at once for Chequers to brief him. Though personally friendly to France, recalled Eden, he was clear in his mind that there would be no support in Britain for any military action by the French. I could only agree. I told him of the earnestness with which Hitler had spoken to me of Locarno. I could not believe him any more. Neither did Baldwin, but he agreed all they could do was await the French reaction. At about 11:30 a.m., the Junkers carrying the German press landed at Cologne, and half an hour later the reporters were standing with thousands of other patriotic Germans at the Hohenzollern Bridge, which stretched across the Rhine. Here, 18 years earlier, dejected German soldiers had retreated from France, leaving their guns behind. Suddenly the crowd could hear the tramp of feet, the rumble of ironclad wheels, and the clop of horses' hoofs. There was fervent cheering as the first soldiers moved onto the bridge. Other units were crossing at least 5 other bridges as a handful of fighter planes flew cover overhead. Only 3 of the 19 infantry battalions in Operation Winter Exercise crossed the Rhine, but the fervour for Germans and fear for French, inspired by this handful of troops, was momentous. At the Kroll Opera House, Hitler was addressing the Reichstag. He had been greeted with tremendous applause, except from the diplomatic section, and his words were received with rapt attention. The UP correspondent, Richard Helms, a recent graduate of Williams College, was watching Hitler like a hawk. After a long preamble on the inequities of the Treaty of Versailles and the dire need for Lebensraum, the Führer's delivery seemed to slow down. He began nervously passing a handkerchief from hand to hand behind the lectern. He was unnaturally pale and seemed under a strain. Then, in a low, controlled voice, he announced, "At this moment, German troops are marching." The opera house went berserk. The 3 battalions were, in fact, across the Rhine, with orders to stage a fighting withdrawal if challenged by French troops. Part 5. War in Masquerade. Such subtle covenants shall be made, till peace itself is war in masquerade. Dryden. Chapter 14. With the Assurance of a Sleepwalker. March 1936 to January 1937. 1. London never seriously considered taking action when German soldiers marched into the Rhineland on that Saturday morning, March 7, 1936. From Berlin, François Poncet urged energetic reaction. Perhaps this marked a spirit of resistance in the French government, which called on its General Staff to act. Like most such groups, it was conservative to the point of timidity. General Gamelin warned that a war operation, however limited, entailed unpredictable risks, and could not be undertaken without decreeing a general mobilization. He did agree to rush 13 divisions to the Maginot Line. A pusillanimous gesture, it panicked Gamelin's opposite number in Berlin. On Sunday morning, General von Blomberg begged Hitler to at least withdraw troops from Aachen, Trier, and Saarbrücken. If the French attacked, he said, the Germans would have to pull back without a battle, thus suffering a moral and military defeat of the first order. Hitler remained resolute despite misgivings. He told Blomberg to wait. If necessary, they could retreat tomorrow. Nor did he waver when the French Premier broadcast a message of stern defiance. Never would France negotiate while Strasbourg was threatened by German guns. By Monday, more than 25,000 German troops, greeted by censer-swinging priests conferring blessings on them, were established in the Rhine zone. While there were still only words from the French, Hitler was consumed by anxiety. He couldn't, he later confessed, endure another such strain for 10 years. The 48 hours after the march into the Rhineland, he told his interpreter, were the most nerve-wracking in my life. If the French had retaliated, we would have had to withdraw with our tails between our legs, for the military resources at our disposal would have been wholly inadequate for even a moderate resistance. He made a triumphal tour of the reoccupied area without incident, and on the trip back home in his special train, relaxed. "Good Lord, am I relieved how smoothly everything went," he said, and turned boastful from relief. Yes, the world belongs to the courageous. God helps him. He asked that a record of Wagner's Parsifal be played and, as he listened, remarked that he had built his religion out of that opera. "You can serve God only as a hero," he said. In Paris, the Locarno powers convened with results so inconclusive that French Foreign Minister Flandin flew to London for help. The attitude there was typified by Lord Lothian's remark, "The Germans, after all, are only going into their own back garden." Neville Chamberlain, being groomed to succeed Baldwin as Prime Minister, emphasized to Flandin that public opinion was against enforcing any sanctions, and then wrote in his diary, "His view is that, if a firm front is maintained by France and England, Germany will yield without war. We cannot accept this as a reliable estimate of a mad dictator's reaction." Surprisingly, this general feeling of helplessness was overridden the very next day, March 12th, when the Council of the League of Nations met in London and unanimously passed a resolution condemning Germany as a treaty breaker. This occasioned an alarmist telegram to Berlin from the 3 Wehrmacht attachés. Blomberg rushed with it to the Führer, who jammed the message into his pocket without reading it. He refused to consider Blomberg's pleas to make concessions, and gruffly told him to refrain in the future from attempting to influence political matters. A policy, he said, was made in the Reich Chancellery and not in the War Ministry. His foreign minister was far more bellicose than the generals. Neurath opposed any concessions at all, advising the Führer to await official reactions abroad before pulling out of the Rhineland. This was the advice taken by Hitler, who then told an audience in Munich, "I go the way that Providence dictates with the assurance of a sleepwalker." Within hours, word came from Ribbentrop in London that the crisis was over, and Eden seemed interested only in negotiations. The Führer was ecstatic. What would have happened if anybody else had been Germany's leader at the time, he later boasted to his inner circle. Anyone you care to mention would have lost his nerve. I was obliged to lie, and what saved us was my unshakable aplomb. I threatened, unless the situation eased in 24 hours, to send 6 extra divisions into the Rhineland. In fact, I only had 4 brigades. Holding the weakest hand in the game, Hitler had bluffed England and France, proof that words of condemnation from international bodies were futile without force behind them. At the same time, he had learned that his own political instincts were sounder than those of his generals. It was a victory of far-reaching import, reinforcing faith in his own destiny. He had discovered how far a resolute man, unafraid of using force, could go against adversaries terrified by the thought of another world war. He was also shrewd enough to capitalize on the Rhineland to further solidify his power at home. He dissolved the Reichstag and submitted this policy to plebiscite. Rather than an election campaign, it was a triumphal parade from city to city, with the majestic new dirigible Hindenburg painted all over with swastikas flying escort overhead. "I have not usurped this office," he told the people of Karlsruhe. "What I have done, I did according to my conscience and to the best of my knowledge, filled with concern for my people, realizing the necessity of protecting its honor, in order to lead it again to a position of honor in this world. And should unnecessary sorrow or suffering ever come to my people because of my actions, then I beseech the Almighty God to punish me." On March 29th, without benefit of guns, 98.8% of the electorate voted for Hitler. No head of state in the world enjoyed such popularity. Moreover, he had manoeuvred his country in little more than 3 years from supplicant to challenger. Nowhere was this rise of status more recognized than in England, and Thomas Jones, a Welsh liberal with important connections, came to Germany as an unofficial ambassador. His first stop was at Dahlem, where Ribbentrop, knowing of his intimate relationship with Baldwin, urged him to act as go-between with the Prime Minister. "I want Mr. Baldwin to meet Hitler," said Ribbentrop, according to Jones's diary. "He is not the dictator in conversation. He is like Mr. Baldwin. The issues we have to discuss will decide the fate of generations. Baldwin should hear Hitler's view straight from the Chancellor, with no intermediary. Hitler would speak with him with complete candour." Ribbentrop did his utmost to make the Führer appealing. He was conservative at heart, lived the life of an artist, and was devoted to music and painting. "In foreign policy," added Ribbentrop, "only Hitler counts, and von Ribbentrop's advice." "What about the General Staff?" asked Jones. "The Junkers as an influence have ceased in the government of the Reich," replied the Foreign Minister. "The reintroduction of conscription was not an army decision, but Hitler's own. The fundamental idea of National Socialism is not to conquer and dominate others, but to be ourselves." The following morning, May 17th, they flew to Munich to see the Führer, and took with them Schmidt, the interpreter. These four met that Sunday just after noon in the spacious sitting-room of Hitler's apartment, which struck Jones as solid and Victorian. "We might have been in Park Terrace, Glasgow, in a shipowner's drawing-room in 1880. Jones said that Baldwin hoped to cooperate with Germany, but there was a long way to go. Although the recent victory of Italy in Ethiopia had shocked supporters of the League of Nations, there remained a deep and widespread faith among Englishmen in this organization. It was apparent, Hitler replied, that the British were divided between strengthening the League as presently constituted and transforming it into a consultative body. He himself favoured the latter policy, and opposed undertaking vast undefined commitments which were unrealizable. The Ethiopian affair had taught that there would have been a better solution without an international organization. The effect of the League, he said, had been to raise the hope of the Ethiopians, to delude the other nations into imagining something effective was being done at Geneva, and to let Italy get away with it. He could have been talking about his own gamble in the Rhineland, but if Jones perceived this, he did not note it in his diary. The hour-and-a-half interview ended on an exchange of personal confidences. I pointed out that Mr. Baldwin was a shy and modest statesman who had never entirely got over his astonishment at finding himself Prime Minister. And when this was translated, the Führer smiled and interjected, "And I also." It was a particularly trying time for Hitler. His chauffeur Schreck had recently been killed in a crash, and he himself was having trouble sleeping. Several days after the Jones interview, he complained to Dr. Brandt of a high metallic buzz in the left ear. Brandt advised him to stroll before retiring, and then have a hot and cold foot bath and several mild sleeping pills. The Führer did take the pills, and he settled into a more regimented schedule at the new Reich Chancellery, which had been rebuilt according to his own design. At night, he would invariably lock himself in his Spartan bedroom. The only decoration was an oil portrait of his mother, copied from an old photograph. On the right of the bed was a night table. Karl Krause, one of his valets, had strict instructions to have a similar table in the same position wherever he slept. In the morning, the Führer insisted on shaving himself and getting dressed without help. Only when he was putting on his jacket would he emerge from his room, greet Krause, and proceed to the library for a breakfast of 2 cups of milk, up to 10 pieces of zwieback, and several pieces of semi-sweet chocolate. He would eat erect while examining reports from DNB. Breakfast was over in 5 minutes, and, without pause, he set off for the office. About his only recreation in these busy days was an almost nightly movie in the enormous drawing-room. Krause would give him a list of 5 or 6 films, and he would select several. If one bored him, he would exclaim, "Trash," and call for another. His favourite actress was Greta Garbo, according to Sir Yvonne Kirkpatrick, and one of his favourite films, Lives of a Bengal Lancer, which he saw 3 times. He liked this film because it depicted a handful of Britons holding a continent in thrall. That was how a superior race must behave, and the film was compulsory viewing for the SS. He preferred French productions since, he said, they recorded the life of the petite bourgeoisie so faithfully. "I'm sorry they can't be shown to the public," he told Fridolin Wagner, though it was he who had taken over the responsibility of censoring films not cleared by the Goebbels office. When Hitler's health showed no improvement, Dr. Brandt advised him to go on vacation, preferably to Berchtesgaden, where he always slept better. He took this advice and spent as much time as possible the next few months at Haus Wachenfeld. That summer he again attended the Wagner Festival. Since Unity Mitford and her sister Diana were also on hand, Frau Wagner suggested inviting them to luncheon. Hitler was delighted. "You know, Unity lives on little more than £1 a month," he said, according to Fridolin Wagner. "Her parents have cut off her allowance to force her back to England. She has returned once or twice, but always runs away again." The idyll at Bayreuth was disturbed on the night of July 22nd, when he was visited by 2 Germans residing in Morocco, who belonged to the foreign organization of the NSDAP. They brought a letter from a Spanish general named Franco, leader of a military revolt against the Republican government. He desperately needed planes to ferry troops from Africa for action against the Reds. Hitler immediately summoned Goering, who happened to be at the festival. He urged Hitler to support Franco for 2 reasons: to prevent the further spread of communism and to test my young Luftwaffe. Hitler approved sending part of the transport fleet along with a number of experimental fighter units, bombers and anti-aircraft guns, but no more. It was to Germany's advantage to prolong the civil war in Spain and keep Mussolini, who was already giving extensive aid to Franco, from establishing better relations with France and England. An isolated Mussolini would have to turn to Germany. Ribbentrop advised Hitler to keep out of the Spanish affair. No laurels were to be won there, and he feared fresh complications with Britain, which would undoubtedly dislike German intervention. But Hitler argued that it was his duty as a National Socialist to support Franco. If Spain went communist, France, already governed by a leftist regime, would also be Bolshevized. Wedged between a powerful Soviet bloc in the east and a strong Franco-Spanish bloc in the west, we could hardly do anything if Moscow chose to attack us. 2. That summer the Olympics were staged in Berlin, despite efforts by liberals in Great Britain, the United States and France to boycott them, largely because of Germany's anti-Semitic policies. In his eagerness to turn the Olympics into a showcase for Nazi achievements, Hitler made a number of concessions. Token Jews, notably Helene Meyer, the fencer, and Rudi Ball, the hockey star, were allowed to represent the Reich, and Captain Wolfgang Forstner, another Jew, was charged with erecting and organizing the Olympic Village. More important, anti-Semitic posters along the highways, as well as notices barring Jews from resorts, were removed. In Berlin, Streicher's Der Stürmer disappeared from the newsstands. The entire anti-Semitic campaign, in fact, was muted. These marks of conciliation were given such international publicity that foreigners thronged to Berlin, where they were greeted enthusiastically. The opening ceremonies on August 1st were blessed by a clear blue sky. That afternoon, Hitler led the parade to the stadium down the Via Triumphalis. His car, followed by a long caravan, proceeded slowly down the 10-mile boulevard, protected from the crowds by 40,000 brownshirts and other guards. When the procession reached the stadium, Hitler in the simplest uniform and the 2 Olympic officials strode forward, followed by the King of Bulgaria, crown princes from Sweden, Greece and Italy, and Mussolini's sons. They marched through the tunnel into the world's largest stadium to be greeted by a brassy voluntary from 30 trumpets. The orchestra, led by Richard Strauss and assisted by a chorus of 3,000, broke into Deutschland über alles, followed by the Horst-Wessel-Lied and the Olympic hymn, composed by Strauss for the occasion. The crowd of 110,000 cheered as Hitler took his place in the official stand. Some of the delegations used the Olympic salutation, a stiff right arm extended to the side, but, To the delight of the audience, Austrians modified this to the Nazi salute. The Bulgarians outdid them by adding a smart goose step. The greatest applause came for the 250-member French team, whose salute was more Roman than Olympian. They were followed by the British in straw hats who, by merely executing an eyes right, offended numerous onlookers. The Americans got the least applause and some derogatory stamping of feet as they passed the Tribune of Honor eyes right without even dipping their flag. The next day, Hitler was present to congratulate Hans Volker, a German, for breaking the Olympic record for the shot put. He also congratulated the 3 Finns who swept the 10,000-meter run, as well as the German women who placed first and second in the javelin throw. By the time the German entrants in the high jump were eliminated, it was dark, and so he was not there to shake hands with the 3 American winners, 2 of whom were black. This led the president of the International Olympic Committee to inform the Führer that, as guest of honor, he should henceforth congratulate all victors or none. Hitler chose the latter course, and so did not meet Jesse Owens, who won 4 gold medals. That the Führer publicly turned his back on the great black athlete was denied by Owens himself, who further claimed that Hitler did pay him a tribute. When I passed the Chancellor, he arose, waved his hand at me, and I waved back at him. I think the writers showed bad taste in criticizing the man of the hour in Germany. To the surprise of his entourage, the Führer attended almost every track and field event. A face contorted, he would watch the Germans perform with the passionate interest of a boy. During the hockey game at the Winter Olympics in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, he had been too nervous to stay till the end, and had to have someone give him a brief account later. The games ended on August 16th, with Hitler on hand for the final ceremonies. As the orchestra played "The Games Are Ended," the crowd joined in the emotional farewell of the athletes, who rocked in time to the music. There were isolated shouts of "Sieg Heil" for Hitler, who had been given no role at all in the final exercises. Others took up the cry, and soon the stadium reverberated with the chant, "Sieg Heil, unser Führer Adolf Hitler, Sieg Heil." The games had been an almost unqualified Nazi triumph. Germans had won the most gold medals, 33, as well as the most silver and bronze, and, surprisingly, defeated the second-place Americans by 57 points. More important, many of the visitors left Germany pleased by their hosts' cordiality and impressed by what they had seen of Hitler's Reich. The success of the games was further enhanced by a 2-part documentary filmed by Leni Riefenstahl that won worldwide acclaim, despite Goebbels' attempted sabotage. He even tried to keep her from setting foot in the stadium. In the paeans of self-congratulation that followed, there was a tragic note. Captain Forstner, replaced at the last moment as commandant of the Olympic Village because he was Jewish, attended the banquet honoring his successor, then shot himself. 3. After the Rhineland coup, the Führer became ever more engrossed in the problems and opportunities of foreign policy at the expense of domestic matters. Content to leave things as they were, he forced party and state to accept an uneasy coexistence. He also began to isolate himself from old party comrades. He became markedly less ready to receive political visitors unless he had expressly sent for them, recalled Otto Dietrich. At the same time, he contrived to erect barriers between himself and his associates. Hitler could no longer tolerate objections to his ideas, or in fact anything which cast doubt on his infallibility. When Ignatius Fehr, a writer for current history, came to Haus Wachenfeld for an interview that summer, he found the Führer had aged perceptibly the past year. While he talked at length of music and painting, of his days in Vienna, and even of the Röhm purge, he refused to answer questions about his future in politics. Instead, he rhapsodized at length on the beauties of the Obersalzberg. Here and here alone he could breathe and think and live. I remember what I was, and what I have yet to do, if only my strength lasts, and God and fortune remain with me to the end. He mused in the same melancholy vein to his sister Angela, as they sat on the porch looking out toward Salzburg. He was upset over a story that he had cheated a neighboring farmer of 1,000 marks on the sale of a piece of property. "Look, Adolf, it is not that bad," she said. 1,000 marks more or less won't seem so important when you become the old man of the Obersalzberg in a few decades." Hitler was silent, then put an arm around her shoulder. "First of all, 1,000 marks more or less is the point. And secondly, dear Angela, I shall never become the old man of the Obersalzberg. I have so little time." Their close relationship changed later that summer, largely because of her growing disapproval of his liaison with Eva Braun, whom she privately referred to as "die blöde Kuh," the stupid cow. But her attempts to turn Hitler against his mistress failed. Since Eva's second suicide attempt, he had been more attentive, and had recently bought her a snug 2-story house near the apartment she shared with her sister. Hoffmann had paid 30,000 marks for the villa, turning it over to Eva and Gretel ostensibly as payment for photographs the two sisters had taken. Hitler also brought Eva to Obersalzberg so often that Angela now refused to shake hands with her, and frigidly addressed her as Fräulein, rather than the more polite gnädiges Fräulein. Angela usually saw to it that there was no room at Haus Wachenfeld, so that Eva had to seek lodging at the Platterhof. The relations between Angela and her half-brother had become so strained by autumn that she decided to give up her post as housekeeper. It was rumoured that she had been dismissed by Hitler over Eva, but according to the family, their principal argument concerned her plans to remarry. Hitler wanted Angela to stay on as Châtelaine of Haus Wachenfeld, but she was as stubborn as he, and left to wed Professor Martin Hammitsch, director of the State School of Building Construction in Dresden. The Führer was too busy, according to the official news release, to attend the wedding. So Eva became the undisputed mistress of Haus Wachenfeld, which was already undergoing total reconstruction. As official summer residence, it had to be enlarged to accommodate high-level diplomatic negotiations and provide Eva with a bedroom, boudoir and bath adjoining his own room and studio. The construction of this showplace, which was renamed the Berghof, as well as an expansive complex on the mountainside, was turned over to Martin Bormann, who was doing his utmost to make himself absolutely indispensable in small as well as large matters to the point of absurdity. Once at lunch, Hitler seasoned his food with sauce, then wondered what was in it. Bormann left the table, and several hours later, after several hectic phone calls to Berlin, announced to a bemused Hitler, "Mein Führer, the ingredients of Maggi are as follows." Less amusing was his treatment of subordinates. One day, while dictating to Hildegard Fatt, Hesse's private secretary, he ordered her to take off her glasses. When she protested, he simply snapped them in two and said, "You're far prettier without them." As Bormann rose, others were dropping out of favour. Hesse was transferred to a minor position as a glorified travel agent, Rosenberg was shoved into the background, and Hanfstengel was treated with marked coolness. The latter's uninhibited comments were making him suspect in party circles, and there were rumours that he was on a blacklist. Moreover, one of his last links to Hitler was broken in 1936, when Helene was granted a divorce. Informed of this, Hitler blurted out, "Well, I'll have to send her a telegram right away and wish her luck." But he quickly added, "No, that wouldn't do after all," and concluded, "Frau Hanfstengel is one of the few real ladies in Germany." He continued to send her flowers on her birthday. Hanfstengel conveyed his concern to Egon, now 15, late that summer when their yawl lay becalmed in Lake Starnberg. "Boy, listen to what I have to say and don't forget a word of it. Things are not well. We all believed in the movement, didn't we? I'm still trying to believe in it." He said he had found much corruption and that Hitler was listening to a number of despicable criminals and perverts. "At the rate we're going, we'll have a war in which England and America will be against us. It's dangerous for Germany and for the world." The country was in a foul state internally because of the blackguards sitting behind official desks. I've tried, God knows, to get at Hitler and warn him, but he would not listen. It's no use saying that he just doesn't know what goes on. He must know, and if he knows, he must be held responsible. Hanfstengel revealed that his own enemies had tried to frame him for embezzlement. Well, they failed, and I cleared myself completely. But they are not through. I expect to be fighting for life itself before long. They're almost certain to get around to liquidating me sooner or later." The youth was not surprised, for he too had felt the change in Hitler, and wondered why his father didn't flee at once. Hanfstaengl replied it wasn't as easy as that. He had helped bring the party into power and saved the Führer several times from physical and political danger. "We're all responsible," he said. "The foundation, 95% of the original aims are good. There's still a chance." In the meantime, they made contingency plans for escape, agreeing on a code word, the name of the little yawl. A message beginning with "perhaps" would be the signal for Egon to board a train for Switzerland. He should leave without talking to anyone, not even his mother. Nor need he worry about reprisals against her now that she was divorced. Hitler undoubtedly was fonder of her than ever. Pretend you notice nothing, but quietly walk out of the picture and keep walking without delay. The crisis came within 6 months. Hanfstaengl was ordered to fly at once to Spain, purportedly to protect the interests of German correspondents in that country. But once in the air, the pilot informed him that he was to parachute over the red lines between Barcelona and Madrid. Hanfstaengl shouted that it was a death sentence. The sympathetic pilot explained he had been given orders signed by Goering just before takeoff. But before long, one of the engines clattered, and he called back that there was something wrong. He added, with a meaningful look at Hanfstaengl, that he had to land at a small airfield. Once on the ground, Hanfstaengl pretended to call Berlin for instructions, then came out of the phone booth and informed the pilot that the Führer had ordered him to return to Uffing. He took the night train to Munich, and the following morning took another to Zurich, from where he sent his son a message with the code word. Egon packed a few clothes and an autographed picture of the Führer, slipped an automatic into an overcoat pocket, then boarded the Zurich train and hid in a toilet for several hours. Just before midnight, he was reunited with his father. 4. Distracted as he was by personal problems, Hitler did not break stride in his drive for German supremacy. In the summer of 1936, he composed a long memorandum on war economy, written in foreboding language and typed in triplicate, with 1 copy each for Goering and Blomberg and a third for his personal file. In it, he stated that military strength must be raised to the limits of Germany's potential. Nor did the urgency of the task permit any gentle scruples. Germany not only lacked raw material, but was overpopulated, and could not feed itself from its own soil. To keep on saying these things is absolutely pointless. We must now put measures into effect which can bring the future a final solution, and for the interim a temporary relaxation. The final solution lies in expanding the living space, or the raw material and food resources of our people. It was the problem of the government, he continued, to eventually resolve the shortages of raw materials. It is better to consider and solve these problems in peace than to wait until the next war before attempting to carry out these economic investigations and experiments in the midst of other demands. Autarky, a self-sufficient economy, must be established as rapidly as possible with the following aims. 1. The German army must be ready for war in 4 years' time. 2. The German economy must be ready for war in 4 years. At the same time, he was attempting to solidify connections with the British. They, in turn, were demonstrating persistent ineptitude in coping with a leader of such determination and cunning. They were convinced that Hitler could be brought into line with understanding and concessions, and he had kept this misinterpretation alive the past year with conciliatory talk and vague offers of treaties. The parade of dignitaries from England bearing messages of hope and goodwill continued. Historian Arnold Toynbee returned from Germany convinced of Hitler's peaceful intentions. He was followed by one of the authors of the Versailles Treaty, David Lloyd George, the wartime Prime Minister who had campaigned with the slogan, "Hang the Kaiser." On the afternoon of September 4th, Hitler greeted him warmly on the steps of the Berghof. "I have always been interested in promoting good relations between our two countries," said Lloyd George, "and I renewed my efforts after the close of the Great War. Action must be taken," he said, "to bring about agreement within the next few months, otherwise the two nations would drift apart." "I agree with all my heart," replied Hitler. He also had dreamed of such an alliance as a young man. Both nations came from common racial stock, and mutual understanding was essential. The menace to the future of civilization was Bolshevism. This was no fanatical obsession, he hastened to elaborate, but a real danger, and Western Europe must stand together as a bloc against it. He was also concerned about the Spanish Civil War and the extraordinary extent of the hold which Bolshevism had on that country. Why have I so much anxiety? It is not that I fear an attack from Russia. But if all the countries around me go Bolshevik, what is to become of my country from an economic point of view? All here is on the razor's edge. After the guest left, Hitler confided to Heinz Linger, his other valet, that the former Prime Minister had told him there was a considerable period during the Great War when England was on the point of surrendering. I told Lloyd George I believed this, and that the disaster for Germany was that we surrendered at 5 minutes to 12. His guest agreed that Germany had surrendered too soon, but I told him that if ever there is another war between Germany and England, Germany will fight until 5 minutes after 12, so long as I am the Führer. Schmidt accompanied the Prime Minister back to his hotel. At the entrance they were greeted by Lloyd George's daughter, who laughingly called out, with mocking salute, "Heil Hitler!" The old man did not smile. "Certainly, Heil Hitler," he said in all seriousness. "I say it too, for he is really a great man." Lloyd George was predictably impressed by the 1936 Party Day at Nuremberg. More spectacular than ever, it was marked by the launching of 2 new campaigns, the 4-year plan for economic self-sufficiency and an anti-Bolshevik crusade against the powers of disorder. On a bright Sunday morning, Hitler spoke of the Bolshevik menace to 160,000 massed brown shirts and SS men in the huge Nuremberg stadium, then drove back to the city in an open Mercedes, acknowledging the plaudits of the multitude, who jammed the narrow streets and hung from the dormer windows. In the car behind rode Richard Helms of UP, along with half a dozen other foreign correspondents who had been invited to have lunch with the Führer at the storied Nuremberg castle. By the time we got there, remembered Helms, I was suffering from megalomania too. I decided I must be 10 feet tall, even if the cheering wasn't for me. The guests were taken to the parapet of the castle, where they met a far less impressive Hitler. What struck Helms was his commonplace manner. Ill at ease, displaying none of the pyrotechnics he had shown earlier that morning, his knees would sway back and forth. It was difficult to believe this was the person who shortly before had thrown back his arms, proclaiming to an army of roaring, hypnotized stormtroopers, "The wonder of this age is that you have found me, an unknown man among millions." Yet, when someone mentioned Bolshevism, the words began gushing out, and Hitler was once more the orator. Moscow, he charged, was seeking to dominate Europe, and Germany would not permit it. People wonder why we are fanatics against Bolshevism. It is because we, Italy too, have lived through the same sort of thing which is happening in Spain. From the street down below came such an insistent chant of "We want to see our Führer" that he stepped to the parapet to acknowledge his admirers. Helms left more impressed by what he had observed at the castle than at the stadium. Here, he thought, was a very rational man with what to him was a very rational program. On the last day of the rally, the crowd was treated to an impressive military display. After a mock aerial fight and a demonstration of the efficiency of late-model anti-aircraft guns, a mechanized battle was fought in the arena with frightening reality. So ended the party day with assurance of peace, proclamations of new aims, and a threatening display of military strength. Not only the faithful left convinced of their Führer's infallibility. Lloyd George had been overwhelmed by almost everything he saw and heard in Germany. In an article for the Daily Express, he wrote that Hitler had single-handedly raised Germany from the depths. He was a born leader of men, a dynamic personality with resolute will and dauntless heart, who was trusted by the old and idolized by the young. Before he could resume the course that would make a fool of Lloyd George, Hitler sought an understanding with Italy. He sent Hans Frank to Rome with an invitation to Mussolini to visit Germany, not only as dictator of Italy, but as leader of the original fascist revolution. Now Il Duce showed genuine interest in liaison with Germany, and on October 21st his foreign minister and son-in-law, Count Galeazzo Ciano, arrived in Berlin to make preliminary arrangements. First, Ciano talked to his opposite number, Neurath, who, so reported the Italian, ridiculed Ribbentrop's illusions of a meaningful Anglo-German friendship. Ciano was equally sceptical of a new Locarno, and suggested Italy remain in the League of Nations to perform a work of sabotage useful for our common ends. 3 days later, Ciano met Hitler at the Berghof. In a mood to captivate, Hitler began by saying, "Mussolini is the first statesman of the world with whom no one else has the right, even remotely, to compare himself." The Germans and Latins, he continued, complemented each other. Together they could unite in an invincible coalition against Bolshevism and the Western democracies. Having charged his son-in-law with the task of driving a wedge between England and Germany, Il Duce had given him a document fallen into Italian hands, a telegram from the British ambassador in Berlin to London, referring to the Hitler government as one of dangerous adventurers. Upon reading this, the Führer angrily exclaimed, "According to the English, there are 2 countries in the world today which are led by adventurers, Germany and Italy. But England too was led by adventurers when she built her empire. Today she is governed merely by incompetence." He assured Ciano that there was no need to be concerned about England, since rearmament was proceeding at a far more rapid rate in both Germany and Italy. By 1939, Germany would be ready for war, in 4 or 5 years much more than ready. Their new relationship, providing for cooperation over a wide range, was sealed in a secret agreement and signed in Berlin by Ciano and Neurath. A few days later, Mussolini referred to it in a speech delivered in the Piazza del Duomo in Milan, using a term that would come to have an ominous ring in Western ears. This Berlin-Rome line is not a diaphragm, but rather an axis, around which can revolve all those European states with a will to collaboration and peace. For the remainder of the autumn of 1936, one of Hitler's concerns was Spain. Small but significant quantities of German supplies and personnel had already been delivered to Franco, and the Führer considered giving more substantial aid. A special air unit capable of providing vital tactical air support for the insurgents was operational by November, and on the 18th, Hitler, in concert with Mussolini, finally recognized the Franco regime as the legal government of Spain. While the Foreign Ministry urged Hitler to proceed with caution, Goering, now in charge of the 4-year plan, regarded the Spanish conflict as a prelude to a genuine conflict. "We are already in a state of war," he told a conference of air officials on December 2nd, though not an official shot had yet been fired. Even so, beginning with the new year, all factories for aircraft production shall run as if mobilization had been ordered. A few days later, he was as frank with a group of industrialists and high officials in Berlin. He revealed that war was in sight, and Germany was on the threshold of mobilization. "The battle we are now approaching," he said, "demands a colossal measure of production capacity. No limit on rearmament can be visualized. The only alternatives are victory or destruction." Goering's announcement was followed by a disturbing report from General Wilhelm Faupel, the new representative to Franco. Unless at least one German division was sent without delay to Spain, along with a cadre of training officers, the war might be lost. And when this suggestion was ignored by the Wilhelmstrasse, he returned home to present his case to the Führer in person. They met in the Chancellery on December 21st, along with Goering, Blomberg, Hossbach, Fritsch, and Lieutenant Colonel Walter Valimont, who had just returned from his post as military representative at Franco's headquarters. After Faupel requested 3 divisions to avert a prolonged encounter, Hitler turned to Valimont. It was a civil war, Valimont pointed out, and had to be won with Franco's men alone. Successful cooperation between Spanish and German troops was impossible. The aid already given was sufficient to save the insurgents from defeat. Moreover, Franco was the right man in the right place and would make the best of the situation. The other military men backed Valimont. Hitler liked what he heard. Germany would not send troops on a large scale, he concluded. His reason was not military but political. and he proceeded frankly to reveal that the last thing he wanted was a quick Franco victory. A bitter, lengthy war in Spain would divert world attention from Germany's ambitious rearmament program. He did promise to continue sending the anti-communists help, and if a military disaster seemed likely, aid would be increased. His last words were a lesson in cunning. He would leave the honour of sending troops in force to Mussolini. The deeper Il Duce became involved in Spain, the closer he would be driven to Germany, and if the conflict continued long enough, he would be committed in fact, as well as in words, to the Axis. Diplomatically, 1936 was a successful year for Hitler, and at minimal cost. England had been charmed, and Italy brought to the threshold of an unequal partnership. He also had persuaded Japan to sign an anti-Comintern pact with Germany, which contained secret agreements, vague to be sure, that each should help the other against the Soviet Union. Admittedly spineless, the agreement was important as a propaganda ploy to justify German rearmament. The only setback of the season was the constitutional crisis in England, caused by the King's determination to marry Mrs. Wallace Warfield Simpson. He told Prime Minister Baldwin, "If I can marry her as King, well and good. But if the government opposed the marriage, as Baldwin had given Edward to believe it would, then I was prepared to go." A large segment of the public sympathized with Edward VIII, but the Church and the Prime Minister remained adamant. Ribbentrop was driven to distraction by the crisis, since the Führer was counting on the King's support in the coming negotiations. "He's our greatest hope," Ribbentrop told Fritz Hesse, a representative of DNB who doubled as press agent in the German embassy. Considered an expert in British affairs, he also had a covert mission as special representative of the Foreign Office to deal unofficially with British officials, particularly Sir Horace Wilson, the industrial adviser to the Prime Minister. "Don't you think the whole affair is an intrigue of our enemies to rob us of one of the last big positions in this country?" Shortly, Ribbentrop again sent for Hesse. He had just spoken on the telephone to the Führer, who refused to take the talk of abdication seriously. It was a piece of make-believe, and he had ordered the German press not even to mention the matter. Hitler's confidence gave Ribbentrop assurance. "You'll see," he predicted, "the Führer will be proved right. The whole affair will go up in smoke, and the King will be grateful to us for having treated the crisis with such tactful reticence." On the evening of December 9th, Edward signed the instrument of abdication, to become the first monarch in British history to give up the throne voluntarily. That evening he told his subjects and the world in a moving broadcast that he was unable to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king, as I wished to do, without the help and support of the woman I love. Hitler could not understand how any man could give up rule for romance. He telephoned Ribbentrop and, according to Hesse, dejectedly informed his ambassador he might as well pack his trunks and give up the game for lost. "Now that the King has been dethroned, there is certainly no other person in England who is ready to play with us. Report to me on what you've been able to do. I shan't blame you if it amounts to nothing." 5. This disappointment notwithstanding, 1936 had brought Hitler such success that the Yuletide season was his first happy one in long years, so he told Frau Goering. "It was, I believe, my most beautiful Christmas." This despite severe stomach cramps, insomnia, and eczema. On December 25th, he selected a personal physician recommended by Hoffmann, the photographer. Dr. Theo Morell was a skin specialist with a lucrative practice in Berlin's Kurfürstendamm. His patients including the leading film and stage personalities. He was fat, swarthy, with a full round face, and peered near-sightedly through thick glasses. His hands were large, hairy, his nails often dirty. In practice, too, he was occasionally careless. He was known to have wrapped a patient's arm with a bandage he had just used to wipe a table, and to inject the same needle without sterilization into two patients. For some reason, perhaps out of the friendship that had sprung up between Frau Morell and Eva Braun, Hitler chose him from among all the doctors in Germany. and for the first time since his army days, Hitler removed all of his clothes for a complete physical examination. Morel diagnosed the pains and cramps in the epigastric region as gastroduodenitis, for which he prescribed Mutaflor and Galistol. Hitler also suffered from meteorism, uncontrollable farting, a condition aggravated by his vegetarianism, for which Morel prescribed Dr. Köster's anti-gas pills. These contained nux vomica, but Morel, unaware that this was a seed containing strychnine, instructed his patient to take 2 to 4 at every meal. In addition, Morel supplemented Hitler's vegetarian diet with large doses of vitamins, often administering them intravenously together with glucose for energy. The most prestigious specialists in the country, including Dr. Grawitz, head of the German Red Cross, and Professor Dr. Bergmann of the Berlin Charity Hospital, had failed to cure Hitler's stomach cramps or clear up eczema so painful he couldn't wear boots. The skin specialist from the Kurfürstendamm promised to do both within a year. It took him little more than a month, and Hitler jubilantly announced that the miracle doctor had saved his life. Both Grawitz and Bergmann let me go hungry. I was only allowed tea and Zwieback. I was so weak I could hardly work at my desk. Then came Morel and made me well. The Führer insisted all his newfound health came from Morel, claiming that improved gum conditions had come through Mutaflor injections, not the conscientious massaging and brushing prescribed by his dentist, Dr. Hugo Blaschke. By the time Hitler addressed the Reichstag on January 30th, 1937, to commemorate his first 4 years in office, he was in good spirits and looking younger than his age. He reasserted his divine mission. "Today I must humbly thank Providence, whose grace has enabled me, once an unknown soldier in the war, to bring to a successful issue the struggle for our honor and rights as a nation." It was a speech of promise rather than of threat, and made an impact because its boasts had a basis in reality. Hitler's achievements in the first 4 years had truly been considerable and impressive. Like Roosevelt, he had paved the way to social security and old age benefits. And, like Roosevelt, he had intuitively divined that the professional economists, whose thinking was hobbled by accepted theory, had little understanding of the Depression. Both leaders, consequently, had defied tradition to expand production and curb unemployment. Hitler also was changing the face of the land with a network of Autobahnen that would help unite the nation in peace and mobilize it in war. To put the population on wheels, he was developing a people's car, so compact and inexpensive that the average German could afford it. He asked Ferdinand Porsche to design a vehicle that would get some 40 miles per gallon, accommodate 4 passengers, and have an air-cooled engine that would not freeze up in winter. He envisaged other innovations for the future. In large cities there would be automated underground parking, traffic-free centers, numerous parks and green areas, and strict pollution control. In line with his personal obsession with cleanliness, perhaps in connection with his recurring poison cancer phobia, the problem of pollution so concerned him that he encouraged industry to work toward the complete elimination of noxious gases. Anti-pollution contrivances were already installed in some factories in the Ruhr Basin, and new plants were required to construct preventive devices to avoid pollution of the waters. His interest in city planning extended to towns and villages. Space, another obsession, was essential, he told intimates, and I am delighted to see our architects planning on broad and spacious lines. Only thus shall we avoid the springing up of more towns in which the houses are cluttered up almost on top of each other, as one sees in Zwickau, Gelsenkirchen, and so on. If I were banished to a town of this kind, devoid of all beauty, I should lose heart and happiness, just as surely as if I had been banished from my fatherland. I am therefore determined that some measure of culture and beauty shall penetrate even to the humblest of our towns, that, step by step, the amenities of all our towns will reach a higher level. The welfare and training of the youth of the nation were also given priority. Drastic changes had already been made in the educational system, with high schools specializing in natural science and non-classical curriculum placed on the same level as the humanistic gymnasia. with 5 hours a day for physical training, compulsory courses in racial biology, and emphasis on German history and literature, subjects such as ancient languages and science suffered. "The goal of our education is formation of character," wrote one Nazi pedagogue. "We don't intend to educate our children into becoming miniature scholars. Therefore I say, let us have rather 10 pounds less knowledge and 10 calories more character." The character-building process was accompanied by semi-deification of Hitler. Before lunch, the children of Cologne were required to recite this invocation: "Führer, my Führer, bequeathed to me by the Lord, protect and preserve me as long as I live. Thou hast rescued Germany from deepest distress. I thank thee today for my daily bread. Abide thou long with me, forsake me not. Führer, my faith and my light. Heil, my Führer." British Ambassador Phipps reported back to London, "The German schoolboy is being methodically educated mentally and physically to defend his country. But I fear that, if this or a later German government ever requires it of him, he will be found to be equally well fitted and ready to march or die on foreign soil." This ominous development began in the training of the Jungfolk, the organization preparing boys of 10 to 14 to become Hitler Youth. "The young folk is the newly won element of eternity in inexorable truth," wrote the author of a booklet on the subject. "For us an order and an imperative are the most sacred duties. For every order comes from the responsible personage, and that personage we trust, the Führer. So we stand before you, German father, German mother, we, the young leaders of the German youth. We train and educate your son, and mould him into a man of action, a man of victory. He has been taken into a hard school, so that his fists may be steeled, his courage strengthened, and that he may be given a faith in Germany." Upon graduation into the Hitler Youth, each boy was given a dagger on which was engraved "Blood and Honor," and informed that now he could not only wear the brown shirt, but defend it by force of arms. "We took this to mean that we were not to put up with anything from anybody," commented one member of the Hitler Jugend, recently escaped to England, "that we were superior to all civilians and could beat them up if they gave themselves airs." Before 1933, the aim of Hitler Youth was to bring together young people from all walks of life, to break their ties with communist organizations by persuasion and propaganda, and to indoctrinate them in the fight for power. Afterward, the mission was to build them physically, educate them politically, and train them to work for the Führer and nation. Contrary to popular belief, however, they were not given formal military training, and the uniform, according to Hartmann Lauterbacher, Schirach's deputy, was more in the nature of a national costume, which was worn by members of youth organizations before the existence of the Hitler Jugend, not only in Germany, but in other countries as well. While preparing the nation mentally and physically for the future, Hitler had managed, in 4 years, to raise the standards of health to such a degree that many foreigners were impressed. Infant mortality has been greatly reduced and is considerably inferior to that in Great Britain, wrote Sir Arnold Wilson MP, a 7-time visitor since the takeover. Tuberculosis and other diseases have noticeably diminished. The criminal courts have never had so little to do, and the prisons have never had so few occupants. It is a pleasure to observe the physical aptitude of the German youth. Even the poorest persons are better clothed than was formerly the case, and their cheerful faces testify to the psychological improvement that has been wrought within them. Working conditions were improved, with more windows, less crowding, and better washrooms. Under the slogan, "Beautification in every place," all offices and workrooms were kept clean and neat. There were abundant flowers, so that those who laboured could also enjoy their surroundings. Such gains were not illusory. Never before had the worker enjoyed such privileges. The Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy program, initiated by Robert Lie's Labour Front, provided subsidized concerts, theatre performances, exhibitions, dances, films, and adult education courses for the workers. The most revolutionary project was subsidized tourism. The humblest labourer and his family could now travel aboard luxury liners for undreamed-of holidays. "The worker sees that we are serious about raising his social position," said Lie. He sees that it is not the so-called educated classes whom we send out as representatives of the new Germany, but himself, the German worker, whom we show to the world. Single-class ships were constructed, with employers and white-collar personnel placed on an equal basis with the workers. This spirit of social democracy was what Hitler meant when he told the Reichstag on January 30th, "A radical transformation has taken place and has produced results which are democratic in the highest sense of the word, if democracy has any meaning at all." He strove to unite people of all social levels, except, of course, the Jews, and his brand of socialism excluded neither the wealthy nor the middle class. The bourgeois must no longer feel himself a kind of pensioner of either tradition or capital, separated from the worker by the Marxist idea of property, he told one interviewer, but must aim to accommodate himself as a worker to the welfare of the community. In practice, this concept glorified the worker while underlining Hitler's theory of social equality. He himself was publicized as construction worker, artist and student, as a man of the people who sat next to his chauffeur and ate simple meals. He refused to accept any honorary doctorates and would address workers in plants with the intimate plural form ihr, boasting that he too was without estates or stocks, but neglecting to note that Mein Kampf had made him a millionaire. The spirit of equality was even felt in the armed forces. There was far more camaraderie than formerly between officers and enlisted men in the regular service, and the elite SS units were models of democracy. Here there was no differentiation between ranks, but a brotherly spirit of all for one and one for all that would have been frowned upon by most British and American officers. Nowhere was egalitarianism more evident than in the youth labour service, where young men and women of all classes between the ages of 17 and 25 were obliged to work for a period as farmhands and labourers for Volk und Vaterland. This service had been instituted to alleviate unemployment, but went far beyond Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps, which had a similar aim, to become the manifestation of socialism. The walls of the labour camp barracks were hung with flags, pictures of the Führer and other leaders, and inspirational slogans such as "Germany needs you as you need Germany," "Thy people is everything, thou art nothing," and "Labour service is honour service of the German youth." An American visitor, G.S. Cox, found a pair of remarkable slogans in one camp. A quotation from Hitler, "The Jew is not a German but merely a trader, not a citizen but an exterminator," side by side with another from Kant, "Have the courage to use your reason." Cox found the trainees a cheerful lot. They were in splendid health, with plenty to eat, a luxury some of them had not experienced for years, and they were kept too busy to have time to criticize. Of all the achievements of Hitler's first 4 years, perhaps the most consequential was his unification of the nation. Hitler had not set the clock back. Diplomat George Kennan warned a superior, "Germany has simply been unified, and thoroughly so." What Bonaparte and Napoleon III left undone in this direction, Versailles completed, and Hitler is now stamping out the last vestiges of particularism and class differences. That he is doing this by reducing everything to the lowest and most ugly common denominator is neither here nor there. German unity is a fact. Hitler may go, but the unity will remain, and with it, barring outside interference, must remain, the jealousy, the uncertainty, the feeling of inferiority, the consequent lust to dominate Europe, which are all that most Germans really have in common. No objective observer of the German scene could deny Hitler's considerable exploits, and, while Labour had lost its unions, so had management lost its right to organize politically. Every individual, in fact, had lost his rights, his liberty, while the nation was gaining in equality and prosperity. But loss of civil liberties was not the only price paid for Hitler's program. Although he had lifted the country out of depression and ended unemployment by original means, his insistence on speeding up rearmament at all costs was forcing the nation into a potentially disastrous economic crisis. The brilliant Schacht had done his best to oppose the efforts of Hitler and the military to make Germany economically independent, first by vetoing plans of the War Ministry and I.G. Farben to produce artificial rubber, and then by refusing Blomberg's request for expansion of fuel oil production for fear it would upset the peacetime balance of the economy. But by early 1936, Schacht's influence had waned, and the economy had been thrown off balance by Hitler's order to increase the army to 36 divisions. There were two primary reasons. Import prices had risen 9%, while export prices were falling 9%. And with two successive bad harvests, German agriculture was unable to supply the needs of the nation. Existing raw material stocks were shrinking. There was already a disturbing shortage of food and fuel. This latter crisis was precipitated by a Russian embargo on German exports, combined with a Romanian demand for higher prices. Heating, light, lubricating and diesel oil supplies were at a dangerously low level and could not be replaced by home production. It was this emergency which had occasioned Hitler's aforementioned memorandum in the midsummer of 1936 on war economy. His answer to the oil crisis had been one repeated years later in the United States: autarky. He knew, of course, that Germany could not possibly produce enough raw materials within her present borders to attain complete self-sufficiency, yet insisted that the nation do its best. He held out the assurance that absolute autarky was possible once Germany expanded to the east. Against Schacht's advice, he demanded increases in the production of synthetic rubber, iron ore, fats, textiles and light metals, and then called for a solution of the fuel crisis within 18 months. He ignored the warnings of experts that the production costs of such a program were exorbitant. Nor did he heed the cries of outrage from industrialists when he maintained the production of arms rather than stockpiling raw materials. Instead, he counterattacked by threatening big business with state intervention if it refused to join in the battle for autarky. He declared that finance and economics and all theories are there to serve the struggle of a people to assert itself. To Hitler, it was simply a question of willpower, and he demanded an economic mobilization comparable to the military and political mobilization. Nor did he care how it was achieved, so long as the Wehrmacht was operational in 4 years. This was the 4-year plan he had announced at the 1936 Nuremberg rally. The following month he chose Goering to administer it, and, significantly, his choice of collaborators included but one old party member, the top posts going to cooperative civil servants, representatives of industry and general staff officers. This meant that the NSDAP, except for Goering, whose loyalty was to himself and Hitler, had been virtually excluded from the decision-making process in the nation's economic life. In a speech calling for national mobilization, Goering declared that workers and peasants must apply their full strength, inventors must place themselves at the disposal of the state, and business must think not of profit, but of a strong, independent national German economy. In words that would be paraphrased a generation later by an American president, he adjured all Germans to serve their nation. Each one of us should ask himself every day what he can do, how he can contribute to the success of the common effort. 2 months later, Hitler himself made a pressing appeal to an important group of industrialists to trust Goering as executor of this urgent mission. He is the best man for this job, a man of iron will and determination. Therefore march in serried ranks behind him. At the same meeting, Goering told the industrialists it was no longer a question of producing economically, but of producing. He was not at all concerned how foreign exchange was brought in. Only those who broke the law without success would be prosecuted. It was incumbent on me to denounce this economic nonsense, wrote Schacht, and to oppose this irresponsible and wanton flouting of the law as openly as possible. He did so in a speech to the Chamber of Commerce on his 60th birthday, and his audience was almost the same as Goering's. He also decried Goering's claim that the only important thing was to produce. If I sow 1 hundredweight of grain on a certain area of land and harvest only 3/4 of a hundredweight, then that is the most utter economic nonsense imaginable. It was a declaration of war by an official already out of favour, and within a few months Schacht was forced to resign as Minister of Economics. This left Goering free to carry out his Führer's plan to transform the German economy into a barefaced instrument for rearmament and war. If Hitler had died in 1937, on the 4th anniversary of his coming to power, the great economic crisis notwithstanding, he would undoubtedly have gone down as one of the greatest figures in German history. Throughout Europe he had millions of admirers. Gertrude Stein, who found Roosevelt boring, thought Hitler should get the Nobel Peace Prize. In magazine and newspaper articles, George Bernard Shaw defended Hitler and other dictators. Shaw's speeches on fascism infuriated fellow Fabians and brought a spate of passionate letters from anti-fascist exiles. Another outspoken adherent was Sven Hedin, the renowned Swedish explorer, who wrote that Hitler was endowed with an indomitable passion for justice, breadth of political vision, unerring foresight, and a genuine solicitude for the welfare of his fellow citizens. Hedin, himself 1/16th Jew and proud of it, defended Hitler's anti-Semitism while disapproving of its harsh methods. An impartial investigation of the conduct of the Jews in the years after the armistice, he said, showed why Germans loathed Jews. Wherever the policy of subservience and defeatism was preached, its leading protagonists were Jews, and as a rule they were the same Jews who formed the vanguard of communism and Bolshevism. His summary of Hitler's accomplishments could have been written by Goebbels. A man who, within the space of 4 years, has raised his people from the very lowest depths to self-consciousness, pride, discipline, and power, deserves the gratitude of his fellow citizens and the admiration of all mankind. Beyond inspiring individual foreigners, Hitler, by example, stimulated the growth of similar movements throughout Europe. The most important was the British Union of Fascists, the Blackshirts, and Hitler had recently honoured their leader, Sir Oswald Mosley, by attending the luncheon reception following his wedding to Diana Mitford. In France, where anti-Semitism had long been an aspect of nationalism, royalism, and at times Catholicism, the Action Française under Charles Maurras flourished and was influencing such gifted authors as André Malraux. There was also the Croix de Feu, an extreme right-wing veterans organization under the leadership of Colonel François de la Roque, and half a dozen similar groups. While fascism in practice was repugnant to such nonconformists, the accomplishments and words of both Hitler and Mussolini had mobilized them against the liberal state, democracy, and parliamentarianism. In Belgium, young Léon Degrelle, who would come to regard himself as the spiritual son of Hitler, founded his Rexist movement as a bulwark against communism. Our movement, he commented years later, was more phalangist than fascist, more spiritual than political. Rexism, to him, was a reaction against the corruption of the times, a movement of political renovation and political justice, a battle against disorder, incompetence, irresponsibility, uncertainty, and, above all, Bolshevism. The fascist influence extended to the United States, where the German-American Bund members openly wore a Nazi uniform of white shirt, black tie, jackboots, and swastika emblems, and to China, where Chiang Kai-shek had secretly organized an elite group known as the Blue Shirts. Fascism is now thought to be backward, one of its members remarked many years later, but then it seemed to be a very progressive means of resurrecting the country. Its primary goal, apparently, was preservation of the nation. Fascism is the only tool of self-salvation of nations on the brink of destruction, stated a contemporary editorial in the Blue Shirt publication, Chez Hui Sin Wen. It saved Italy and Germany. Therefore there is no other road than imitating the fascist spirit of violent struggle as in Italy and Germany. Chiang Kai-shek was equally enthusiastic. Can fascism save China? He asked a group of blue shirts, and provided the answer. Yes, fascism is what China now most needs. Despite public disclaimers to Westerners, he too loathed democracy. In the last several decades, we have in vain become drunk with democracy and the advocacy of free thought, and subscribed to Hitler's Führer principle. The most important part of fascism, he told a group of party cadres 8 months after Hitler took power, is absolute trust in a sagely able leader. Unless the nation completely trusted this one man, it could not be reconstructed. Therefore the leader will naturally be a great person and possess a revolutionary spirit, so that he serves as a model for all party members. Furthermore, each member must sacrifice everything, acting directly for the leader and the group, and indirectly for society, the nation, and the revolution. From the day we joined this revolutionary group, we completely entrusted our rights, life, liberty, and happiness to the group, and pledged them to the leader. Thus, for the first time, we can truly be called fascist. The accomplishments of Hitler in his first 4 years of power had done much to encourage others of a like mind. The appeal of fascism was not only to the disgruntled and disenfranchised, but to responsible men of goodwill. It drew unto itself youthful elements as well as intellectuals who found it a refreshing alternative to bourgeois liberalism. And while each country had its own particular brand of fascism, all its adherents, including Hitler and Mussolini, believed that, come what may, the spiritual unity of their nation would solve all problems. This end, they believed, justified the means. Chapter 15. Such a Little Human Worm, 1937 to February 1938. 1. Hitler followed the speech of January 30th, 1937, with another, 3 months later, that was far more revealing. This address to 800 district leaders at the dedication of the elitist political education school in Vogelsang was a private, frank, often repetitious monologue. His purpose was twofold: to instruct these leaders, the cream of the movement, in their duties, and to memorialize the beginning of the political instruction of 3,000 carefully selected young men, one of whom, hopefully, would follow in his footsteps. He was like some Metternich or Machiavelli, instructing his sons in political and diplomatic tricks, and dispensing practical and cynical advice on how to manipulate the masses. An organization only has a future if it subdues in a natural manner the freedom of the individual, so that the whole benefits. That was why they could never tolerate any authority above that of nationhood, no matter what it is, not even the Church. He compared their totalitarianism with democracy, describing the latter as an anthill with everyone scurrying off in different directions. These Democrats had freedom to do what they wanted, and consequently were worthless as individuals. They are soft, they are not worth anything, they have no resistance. How ridiculous it would be to concern the average man with problems that gave headaches to better heads. Imagine burdening such a little human worm with the final decision, for example, of the Rhineland crisis. What if the 4-year plan had to be first presented to a democratic parliament? Only the Jew could have thought up and introduced such idiocy. He then turned to the problem of finding the leaders of tomorrow, and when he declared that rank and wealth were of no consequence, he might have been talking of his own boyhood. It is only necessary to have ability. It matters not who their fathers are, what their mothers were. They only must have the stuff of leadership in them. Pure, abstract thinking is of no value. The Führer must be able to lead. He must be able to say, "This has to be done. I recognize it." He must consult with those men responsible for carrying out his plan, but in the final analysis it is he who must stand up for his ideas and decisions. He must make the decision. What more beautiful kind of genuine democracy was there? After giving practical advice on a variety of subjects, he abruptly turned to the Jewish menace, talking in the private, obscure terms everyone in the hall understood. The question to me is never to take a step that might have to be retracted and bring harm to us. You know, I always go to the very brink of boldness, but not beyond. One has to smell out, what can I get away with, and what can't I? There was laughter and applause, and he responded by immediately turning emotional. I am not going to challenge my opponent immediately to a fight. I don't say, fight, just for the pleasure of fighting. Instead I say, I will destroy you. And now cleverness helps me to maneuver you into such a corner that not a blow will be struck until you get a thrust into your heart. That is it. His last words, leaving no doubt that he meant to solve the problem by killing the Jews, were drowned out by a spontaneous mass scream of bloodlust. This flesh-creeping roar was preserved on tape, a reminder to posterity of man's primal brutality, and how like the shrieks of the mob in the Roman Colosseum for the death of a fallen gladiator it must have been. When the uproar died, Hitler reverted to his quiet, reasonable catalogue of pragmatic advice, as if what he had just said was to be filed in secrecy. He concluded with a call for all-out national rearmament. "I want the German people to emerge as the strongest people in Europe, not the second or third." Exultant waves of applause swept the hall. "And even if this sacrifice fails, it will not be, in my eyes, the last chapter of German history, but the next to last chapter. We shall write the last chapter." Except to his closest adherents, Hitler had never been so candid. The very informality of the speech, its almost total absence of emotional appeal, except for the brief, terrifying revelation of his plan for the Jews, were themselves fearsome. Stripped of pretense, this was a cold and calculated soliloquy by a man enjoying almost absolute power. 2. On the brink of total dictatorship, Hitler remained the artist. Art and politics to him were inseparable. One of his first steps to inaugurate Nazi art and architecture was to disband the Bauhaus, an institution founded immediately after the World War by architect Walter Gropius, to create a functional experimental architecture by utilizing the resources of painting, sculpture and industrial design, as well as architecture. This school had drawn to it some of Europe's most talented architects and painters, Klee, Kandinsky, Feininger and Mondrian, and was the epitome of modernity. Consequently, it was anathema to the classically and romantically minded Hitler. The architect he admired above all was Professor Paul Ludwig Trost. "I could no longer bear the things I had drawn up to then," Hitler later confessed to Speer. "What a piece of luck that I met this man." He was so impressed, in fact, that he confided to Trost's young wife that once he came to power and became the leader of the German people, he would call on her husband, whose work had clarity, strength, and nobility. Perhaps his most memorable project for Hitler was a modern art museum for Munich, the Haus der Deutschen Kunst, to be built from voluntary public contributions. The Führer himself had participated in laying the cornerstone in the fall of 1933. Prior to the ceremony, thousands of brown shirts, SS and Hitler Youth paraded along the Prinzregentenstrasse to the building site. The Führer was greeted by the masons' foremen and other workmen in medieval costumes. After an orchestra played the prelude to Die Meistersinger, Hitler once more proclaimed his theory of Germany's cultural mission, then bestowed on Munich the title of the capital city of German art. Moments later, however, a chill came over the proceedings when he struck the cornerstone with a silver hammer so energetically that it broke. There was an awkward silence, because of a superstition that the architect would die if the hammer broke. Goebbels tried to make light of it. When the Führer strikes, he strikes mightily. But it was no joke to Hitler, who was convinced that it was a bad omen. So feared Trost, and within a few days he was hospitalized by angina pectoris. He died a few months later of pneumonia. Frau Trost carried on her husband's work, and Hitler would visit her studio every time he came to Munich. Their relationship extended beyond architecture. A lady with a mind of her own, she expressed it forthrightly. When someone asked one day what she thought of Speer, she turned to the Führer and said that if Herr Hitler had asked her husband to design a building of 100 meters, Professor Trost would have thought it over and reported back next day that the building could only be 96 meters for structural and aesthetic reasons. But if you said to Speer, "I need a building of 100 meters, he would immediately reply, "Mein Führer, 200 meters, and you would say, "You are my man." Not at all offended, Hitler joined in the laughter. He always liked to laugh, she recalled. Hitler really had a good sense of humor, from the heart and not, as Speer says, sarcastic. To the surprise of his aides, Hitler did not resent Frau Trost's candor. Argument with her only stimulated him, except on one memorable occasion. For the grand opening of the Haus der Deutschen Kunst in the summer of 1937, an ambitious exhibition of German art was scheduled. The judges, including Frau Trost, made their selection according to artistic standards, and therefore a good many modern paintings were chosen. Since Hitler considered such art degenerate, he and Frau Trost had a violent argument at the museum just before the opening day. She argued that the selection was good since it embraced a representative cross-section. Pointing to a pile of rejected paintings, she said, "These are grey. They have already been refused by our grandmothers." The colours had all faded into a dull brown. Hitler pointed to a huge painting of a man on a hill playing a violin. Why was that refused? "It's impossible," she retorted. "Too sweet for our exhibition." She asked Hitler why he accepted an artist only after his second stroke. As the quarrel grew more acrimonious, the group following them hung back. Hitler never raised his voice, but his manner became coldly formal. Ignoring the storm signals, she said she could not betray her artistic convictions. "And since you can't approve our selection and have a completely different opinion, I resign this moment as a member of the jury." The Führer bade her farewell with cool formality, delegating to Hoffmann, the photographer, the chore of selecting the best entries. But a few weeks later, Hitler was back at the Trost studio as if nothing had happened. The exhibition opened on July 18th, with parades through the streets of Munich depicting 2,000 years of German culture. Teutonic knights with large swastikas on their chests hauled a huge sun, while others carried aloft tinfoil-covered replicas of the cosmic ash tree Yggdrasil, which, according to legend, held earth, heaven, and hell together. The exhibition was not so much an evocation of the past as old-fashioned. The most modern paintings were those by artists such as Adolf Ziegler. Although there were good works, particularly in the field of sculpture, most of the paintings were soulful or heroic, idyllically pastoral or rhapsodies of rustic family life. Little of the stress and strain of life in post-war Germany was portrayed. In his speech that day, Hitler declared that this house of German art had been designed for the art of the German people, not for an international art. It was not the function of artists, he said, to retreat into the past or to distort or make ugly. The new age of today is at work on a new human type. Men and women are to be more healthy, stronger. There is a new feeling of life, a new joy of life. And what did the decadent moderns manufacture? Misformed cripples and cretins, women who inspire only disgust, men who are more like wild beasts, children who, were they alive, must be regarded as cursed of God. If these artists really saw things this way, then one has but to ask how the defect of vision arose. And if it is hereditary, the Minister of the Interior will have to see to it that so ghastly a defect of vision shall not be allowed to perpetuate itself. Or if they do not believe in the reality of such impressions, but seek on other grounds to impose this humbug upon the nation, then it is a matter for a criminal court. Nothing could have more clearly outlined his conviction of the import of art than this threat to sterilize modern artists with defective vision and treat the others as dangerous criminals. He put the most prestigious German artists in this category, even Emil Nolde, a crusty genius of the Expressionist school who sympathized with National Socialism, and had already started the campaign to suppress such painters. Thousands of works by Nolde, Barlach, Feininger, Corinth, and Gross had been confiscated, along with a number by foreign artists, including Picasso, Matisse, Van Gogh, Braque, and Cézanne. Some 730 of these paintings were being concurrently exhibited in Munich as degenerate art. They were hung haphazardly without frames, with such crude comments as, "Thus did sick minds view nature," or "German peasants looked at in the Yiddish manner." There was one section illustrating the influence of Negro art, another that of Marxist ideology, and a large one devoted to Jewish artists. The exhibit also included paintings by the insane, to prove that the creations of the modernists were even more disordered. 2 portrait sketches by Kokoschka were placed next to an impressionistic head created by a lunatic. "The artists ought to be tied to their pictures so that every German can spit in their faces," exclaimed one outraged visitor. While such virulence was not uncommon, this exhibition, which later toured throughout the nation, attracted 2 million paying visitors, 5 times as many as those filing into the Haus der Deutschen Kunst to see Hitler's concept of the best in German art. Admittedly, many of the 2 million had been drawn by the advertised lure of obscenity, but many of them had undoubtedly come to see for the last time the forbidden fruits of great art. 3. That year's Party Congress opened on September 6th. Hitler arrived in Nuremberg that Monday afternoon and, after inspecting his personal bodyguard, drove through the beflagged city to the ringing of church bells and the cheering of crowds. The following day he made his usual dramatic appearance at Congress Hall to the accompaniment of the Badenweiler March. Once more it was his alter vox, Wagner, who read out the Führer's proclamation. After contrasting Bolshevik violence and bloodshed with the moderate National Socialist Revolution, it charged that there had been a concerted attempt the past year to spread the communist chaos to east and west. There was one comforting certainty. The whole world may begin to burn about us, but the National Socialist state will emerge from the Bolshevist conflagration like platinum. Germany had solved her social problems peacefully and equitably, while other countries staggered under strikes and terrorism brought about by Jewish Bolshevik agitators. It was a speech designed to keep the populace complacent, rather than inflame its warlike spirit, while he himself was preparing to woo an ally for the conflict he knew was inevitable. Benito Mussolini had agreed to come to Germany on 2 conditions: that he bring no civilian evening clothes, and that he have the opportunity of meeting mit der großen Menge, with the great multitude. He left Rome on September 23rd, attired in a chic new fascist militia uniform specifically designed for the occasion, and accompanied by a retinue of 100. He was met 2 mornings later at Munich's main station by a host dressed in simple party uniform. Hitler held out his arms in welcome as the drums rolled and the crowd shouted "Heil" and "Duce." The party made its exit along a red carpet extending through the station, and drove in state to the Führer's apartment on Prinzregentenplatz. Here they had their first conversation, and, since Mussolini spoke German, interpreter Schmidt had the opportunity of comparing them. With his unruly lock of hair, Hitler had an untidy bohemian appearance. His voice was rough and often hoarse as he flung out sentences full of rolling R's either at me or at Mussolini. Sometimes his eyes blazed suddenly, and then equally suddenly became dull, as if in a fit of absent-mindedness. Il Duce was completely different. Firmly erect, swaying from the hips as he talked, his Caesarean head might have been modelled from the old Romans, with its powerful forehead and broad, square chin thrust forward under a wide mouth. He had much more vivacious expression than Hitler when his turn came to thunder against the Bolshevists or the League of Nations. Indignation, contempt, determination, and cunning alternately lit up his mobile face, and he had the histrionic sense native to Latins. Yet he never seemed to say a word too much. Schmidt was also struck by the difference in their laughs. Hitler's was marked by derision and sarcasm, whereas Mussolini's was free and wholehearted. In an hour-long talk, they agreed in general to show friendliness to Japan, support Franco, and thwart the ambitions of France and Britain. This, their only political discussion of the visit, was evidence that Hitler was beginning to realize there was little hope he would inveigle England into underwriting, even covertly, his program of expansion. From that moment on, Mussolini was rushed through a series of ceremonies and appearances, including an impressive parade of goose-stepping SS men that he would never forget, army manoeuvres in Mecklenburg, and inspection of the vast Krupp works in Essen. The culmination of the tour came on the afternoon of September 28th. As the separate trains of the 2 dictators approached their destination, the railway station near the Olympic Stadium, Hitler's pulled up alongside Il Duce's on an adjacent track, and for the next 15 minutes the 2 trains ran side by side. The operation, practiced by the engine drivers for days, was so smoothly executed that the Italians and Germans could carry on easy conversations through the open window. Then Hitler's train began to gain almost imperceptibly, so that it reached the station platform a few seconds ahead of the other, giving him time to walk across the platform and greet Mussolini with outstretched hand, just as his train pulled to a stop. It was a marvel of efficiency and, along with the goose-stepping troops and manoeuvres, had the impressive effect Hitler hoped for. There was more to come. Almost 1 million spectators, many brought in from the provinces by special trains, lined the triumphal avenue from the station to the centre of Berlin, which had been decorated with fascist and National Socialist flags. Long banners hung from rooftops to the street, and at every square there were huge pylons displaying alternately the German and the Fasces emblems. Work had been shut down at 4 p.m. so that the local population could swell the ranks. The enthusiastic crowd was held back by 60,000 SS men, recruited from all over Germany. Never before had there been such stringent security measures, numerous plainclothesmen mixing with the crowd, while armed launches patrolled the spray. The spontaneous cheers at the sight of the two dictators, standing side by side in an open car, delighted Il Duce. The reception was even warmer the following day, when the two men drove back to the Olympic Stadium so that Mussolini could have his promised meeting with the masses. This time, Hitler let Mussolini enter first to have a moment of private adulation. Then Hitler made a brief introductory speech broadcast to the 115 million citizens of our two countries who are sharing with deep emotion in this historic event. Theirs, he asserted, was a community not only of opinion but also action. Germany is once again a world power. The strength of our two nations constitutes the strongest guarantees for the preservation of a civilized Europe, true to her cultural mission and armed against disruptive forces. Il Duce strode to the microphones. Since he had insisted on speaking in German, and became so excited by the spectacle that he talked faster and faster, his listeners could catch only a few words. The Berlin-Rome axis, he shouted, was formed in the autumn of 1935, and during the last 2 years it has worked splendidly for the ever closer association of our two peoples and for European peace. His visit, he said, was not an ordinary diplomatic or political episode, but a demonstration of unity between two revolutions with a common purpose. All at once, the skies dumped a torrent on the stadium, and Mussolini's script began to disintegrate. The greatest and most genuine democracies that the world knows today are Germany and Italy, he said, in a voice distorted by the rain-soaked microphones and loudspeakers. He continued manfully, and the audience sat stolidly to the end. I have a friend. I go with him through thick and thin to the very end. What followed was even more chaotic. He was forced to make the slow trip back to the capital alone in an open car, just so the population could take another look at him. He had no raincoat, and arrived soaked and bedraggled at his quarters, where there was no hot water for a bath. While he did not catch cold, Mussolini slept poorly and awakened next morning exhausted and depressed. But by the time his train departed for home, he had regained his spirits. He had come to Germany with a feeling of disdain for Hitler. How could you trust a man who was unmarried, childless, and without even a mistress? He left deeply impressed by what he had seen. If he had not found out about Eva Braun, he had seen power far beyond what even he had dreamed. And from that moment on, the role of the two dictators was reversed. It was Mussolini who was under the influence of his junior. Dr. Carl Gustav Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist, had personally observed the two dictators and noted startling differences. In contrast to Il Duce, Hitler was like a robot. He seemed as if he might be a double of a real person, and that Hitler the man might perhaps be hiding inside, like an appendix, and deliberately so hiding in order not to disturb the mechanism. No specific agreements were signed in Berlin, nor was a final communiqué issued, but the German Foreign Office informed all its missions that the two leaders had agreed that neither should draw closer to England without the other's approval, and that Italy would henceforth have a free hand in the Mediterranean, while Germany enjoyed the same privilege in Austria. Hitler was as pleased with the arrangement as Mussolini, for he still held Il Duce in high regard. Their toasts at the Chancellery banquet had been more meaningful than any communique, with Hitler reasserting that the two countries had been drawn together in sincere friendship by a common political purpose, and his guest replying that German-Italian solidarity was a living and active one, and the two nations were immune against any attempt to separate them. With the axis of reality, Hitler was now in position to make his next move. 4. Late in October, he confided to a group of Gau propaganda chiefs that people in his family did not live to a great age. Hence, the great problems, particularly that of Lebensraum, must be solved as soon as possible. Those who followed him would no longer be able to do this, since he alone was capable of it. Now, he said, I feel as fresh as a foal in the meadow. A week later, on November 5, 1937, he summoned his military chiefs, his Wehrmacht adjutant Hossbach and Foreign Minister von Neurath. The ostensible reason was to resolve the growing competition between Blomberg and Goering for raw materials. The Minister of War deeply resented the latter's use of his position as chief of the 4-year plan to favour the Luftwaffe, and had been pressing the Führer to forbid it. Just before this conference, Hitler privately told Goering that the main reason for calling the meeting, so the latter testified, was to put pressure on General von Fritsch, since he was dissatisfied with the rearmament of the army. He said it would not do any harm if Herr von Blomberg would also exercise a certain amount of pressure on von Fritsch. When Goering questioned Neurath's presence, the Führer replied that he did not want to make the thing look too military, and merely hoped to make it very clear to Commander-in-Chief Fritsch that the political situation required a forced speed in armament. It is probable Hitler did say something like this, for it was characteristic of him to avoid taking sides or offending either party in a dispute, and when everyone was assembled at 4 p.m., he began talking of foreign policy rather than of the quarrel. It was apparent from his sober mien that this was no ordinary conference, and, once he swore them to secrecy, his listeners, with the possible exception of Goering, prepared themselves for a shock. It came a moment later when he requested, in the interest of a long-term German policy, that his exposition be regarded, in the event of his death, as his last will and testament. So read the detailed notes drafted a little later by Colonel Hossbach. Hitler went on to say that the aim of German policy was to make secure, preserve and enlarge the racial community. In fact, Germany's future depended on acquiring sufficient Lebensraum, and this living space could only be found in Europe. There had never been spaces without a master, and there were none today. The attacker always comes up against a possessor. The question for Germany ran, where could she achieve the greatest gain at the lowest cost? Germany's problem, he informed his startled audience, could only be solved by means of force, and this was never without attendant risk. The question was when and how. German power, he said, would attain its peak within 6 years or so. Thereafter her military equipment would be obsolete, and the other powers would have rearmed. They must take the offensive while the rest of the world was still preparing its defences. If the Führer was still living, it was his unalterable resolve to solve Germany's problem of space at the latest by 1943-45. Hitler scarcely glanced at his notes, facts and figures rolling out in a startling display of photographic memory, a gift reportedly shared by Caesar, Napoleon and Lenin. Baron von Neurath sat stiffly, and the military leaders fidgeted uncomfortably as Hossbach, no stenographer, feverishly scribbled down what Hitler was saying. Germany's first objective, he continued, was to secure its eastern and southern flanks by seizing Czechoslovakia and Austria. Undoubtedly, both England and France had already tacitly written off the Czechs, and the former was having too many problems of its own to wage war against Germany. He warned that the defence measures of the Czechs were growing from year to year, and the Austrian army was also getting stronger. At the same time, he held out the promise of large quantities of food for the Reich from both these countries, once they were annexed. It would also mean shorter and better frontiers, the freeing of forces for other purposes, and the possibility of creating new units up to a level of about 12 divisions. That is, one new division per million inhabitants. Italy certainly would not object to the elimination of the Czechs, but he could not honestly estimate what her attitude would be to Austria. That depended essentially upon whether Il Duce was still alive. The degree of surprise and swiftness of our action were decisive factors for Poland's attitude. Significantly, he had signed a minorities treaty with this neighbour earlier in the day. Poland, with Russia at her rear, will have little inclination to engage in war against the victorious Germany. Similarly, Russian intervention would have to be countered by lightning operations. It was growing dark by the time Hitler finished. He asked for comments. Both Blomberg and Fritsch opposed the Führer's blueprint for conquest. They urged him not to cast France and England in the role of enemies. The French army would certainly not be too distracted by war with Italy to be a formidable opponent on the Western Front. Blomberg also protested that it would be extremely difficult to break through the Czech defences, which were as strong as the Maginot Line, then joined with Fritsch to elucidate all these points once more. The latter was so concerned that he offered to cancel his leave. He was planning to go to Egypt to recuperate from an attack of bronchial catarrh. But the Führer told him that was not necessary. Possibility of conflict was not that imminent. Hitler left most of the rebuttal to Goering, sitting back to listen attentively. The discussion became so heated that Hossbach was finding it almost impossible to jot down what was being said. However, he recalled, "I do remember exactly that the sharpness of the opposition, both in content and form, did not fail to make its impression on Hitler, as I could see from his changing expression. Every detail of the conduct of Blomberg and Fritsch must have made plain to Hitler that his policies had met with only plain impersonal contradiction, instead of applause and agreement." Equally unenthusiastic, Neurath warned that a conflict between Italy and France was not as likely as the Führer seemed to think. And while Admiral Raeder did not join the argument, it was apparent that he too was sceptical. The meeting finally ended at 8:15 p.m. After Hitler left, Goering took Raeder aside to allay his concerns. Surprisingly, Blomberg, who had so recently registered objections, also begged the Admiral not to take the Führer seriously. His oration was intended only to spur Fritsch into accelerating the rearmament program. Nor was there the slightest danger of any naval conflict with the English. Raeder left the Chancellery relieved that Hitler did not really mean to wage war. After all, the Navy did not have a single battleship in service, and the Army and Air Force were equally unprepared. In no way were we armed for war, and a war against England, he recalled, would have been sheer madness. On the other hand, Neurath took the Führer at his word, but it was not until reaching his office that the Foreign Minister really fathomed what he had heard. He became physically sick and had to summon a doctor. Within 40 hours, Neurath, who was to suffer several heart attacks over the matter, was so driven by conscience that he ignored his oath of secrecy. He met with Generals Beck and Fritsch at the Bendlerstrasse to discuss ways of inveigling Hitler to abandon his plans for war. These two promised to do what they could. They had no desire to fight without a better-than-even chance of victory. It was agreed that Fritsch would re-emphasize to the Führer the military folly of waging war, after which Neurath would argue the political case. Fritsch did interview the Führer at the Berghof on November 9th. While he left no record of the result, he wrote his good friend, the Baroness von Schutzbar, that day, "Again and again new difficult matters were brought before me, which must be attended to before my departure. I am really very tired and exhausted, far more than you can tell from my appearance." Hours later he left for his holiday in Egypt, but his arguments must have made no impression. Hitler would not even see Neurath. Did Hitler mean what he said at the momentous conference? Was it theatre, as Goering suggested and both Blomberg and Raeder had come to believe? Or was it a rare glimpse into his mind? The Führer's unpublished book and the numerous speeches and observations made on Lebensraum and the Jews strongly indicate he was dead serious. So would a speech he made 2 weeks later, warning the political cadets at Sonthofen that Germany could not survive without adequate living space, and that war must be risked to attain this goal. While his words at the fateful conference did not constitute a blueprint for war, they did suggest what he might do if diplomatic threats failed. He was resolved to wage diplomatic war even at the risk of a general conflict. Time was working against him. By 1943 he had to liquidate minor, preliminary obstacles one by one, either by diplomatic blackmail or by a series of blitzkriegs. First Czechoslovakia, then Poland and France. Hopefully England would be won over to neutrality, but if not, she too had to be taught a military lesson that would forcibly disinterest her in continental affairs. Thus, by 1943, the way would be cleared to wage major warfare, and to knock out the primary enemy, Russia. In any case, he was seriously dedicated to a warlike course, and, with a gambler's instinct for timing, he was prepared to embark on the ultimate course envisaged in 1928. 5. In England there was a new Prime Minister set on a more conciliatory posture toward Germany. "Our objective," wrote Neville Chamberlain just before accepting the appointment, "should be to set out the political guarantees which we want as a general settlement. And if the discussions have to break down, we want the breakdown to be due to Germany's refusal to accept our reasonable requirements in the political field." Energetic, strong-willed, and self-confident, Chamberlain promptly began moderating the foreign policy of his predecessor, Baldwin. "I believe the double policy of rearmament and better relations with Germany and Italy will carry us safely through the danger period," he wrote in a private letter, "if only the Foreign Office will play up." And since he ran his cabinet like a managing director, there was no doubt that he would override Foreign Secretary Eden, who doubted the possibility of agreement with Hitler on acceptable terms. Chamberlain's announced willingness to work with Hitler was given a test that autumn, when the Lord President of the Council, Lord Halifax, received a gilded card inviting him to attend a hunting exhibition in Berlin, sponsored by Reichsmaster Huntsman Hermann Göring. As master of the Middleton hounds, Halifax was tempted to accept, and Chamberlain thoroughly approved, since the promise was held out that Halifax would be able to see Hitler. He left England intending to sound out the Führer on a possible understanding, but as an envoy he was an unfortunate choice. Upright, religious, and conventional, he knew little of German history and character, nor had he even read Mein Kampf. He found Göring frankly attractive, like a great schoolboy, full of life and pride in what he was doing, a modern Robin Hood, producing on me a composite impression of film star, gangster, great landowner interested in his property, prime minister, party manager, head gamekeeper at Chatsworth. He had expected to dislike Goebbels intensely, but didn't. I suppose it must be some moral defect in me, but the fact remains. These impressions, along with his friendly reception by Berliners who nicknamed him Lord Halifax — Halali was the German equivalent of tally-ho — favourably prepared him for a meeting with the Führer at the Berghof on the morning of November 19th. As he looked out the car window, Halifax saw a pair of black-trousered legs, and assumed this was a footman descending to help him up the snow-swept steps, until he heard someone hoarsely whisper in his ear, "Der Führer, der Führer." The tall, gaunt Briton hastily jackknifed out of the car, to be met with a friendly smile from Hitler, who insisted on showing Halifax and Sir Ivone Kirkpatrick of the Berlin Embassy around the house, before they settled themselves at an inconveniently low table in the study. "I have brought no new proposals from London," said Halifax. "I have chiefly come to ascertain the German government's views on the existing political situation, and to see what possibilities of a solution there might be." At these words the Führer frowned so angrily that the interpreter Schmidt thought he would lapse into a silent sulk. Instead, he launched into a series of highly categorical demands. He railed at the British press, which he charged had tried to wreck the Halifax visit by publishing so-called German demands, and became overtly annoyed when Halifax stiffly defended the freedom of the press in England. With gentle, stately courtesy, Halifax tried to conciliate the peevish Hitler. He praised his host for keeping communism out of Germany, and expressed the hope that their two nations, along with France and Italy, could lay a very solid foundation for peace. Then he made a diplomatic blunder. Eden had warned him not to mention the situation in Central and Eastern Europe, yet, in an effort to be conciliatory, he brought up the subject. Once he had naively revealed British intentions, Hitler began to list Germany's desiderata: a close union with Austria, end of suppression of Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia, and freedom to extend economic relations with southeastern and eastern Europe, inasmuch as Germany was the principal importer of the products of those countries. His argument was consistent without being credible, so he abruptly changed to diatribe. "Obstacles are repeatedly being put in my way in southeast Europe by the Western powers," he shouted, "and political ambitions which I have never entertained are attributed to me." Halifax tactfully reiterated that England was always open to any solution not based on force, then added, with no tact at all, "That also applies to Austria." It was as if he had touched an alarm button. Hitler excitedly retorted that force had never been considered in the case of Austria, since it was the population itself that had demanded Anschluss with Germany. By the time they adjourned for lunch, Schmidt felt that a battle for peace had been lost. Hitler was still in a bad temper, recalled Kirkpatrick. Neurath was ill at ease, and Lord Halifax could only talk through the interpreter. I made ineffective efforts to get a conversation going, but they all collapsed pitifully under Hitler's determination not to play. When he did talk, his sarcastic comments approached rudeness. "I can't see what there is in shooting," he observed, when the subject which had brought Halifax to Germany arose. "You go out armed with a highly perfected modern weapon, and without risk to yourself kill a defenceless animal." He sardonically suggested that they spare all the bother of the hunt and kill a cow in the slaughterhouse. In short, recalled Kirkpatrick, he behaved throughout like a spoiled, sulky child. They went downstairs, where the Führer was served a large cup of chocolate topped by a huge island of whipped cream, while the others had coffee. The mood became more relaxed, particularly when several SS men demonstrated how the huge leaded picture window could be lowered noiselessly into the floor, turning the room into a covered terrace. On the night train back to Berlin, Neurath had tea with the two Britons. It was a pity, he said, that the Führer had been tired and out of sorts, but it had been an excellent thing for him to meet foreigners. When they were alone, Halifax confided to Kirkpatrick that Hitler had bewildered him, and it was doubtful whether the conversation had done more than might have been achieved by a talk between two men of different nations, neither of whom could understand the language of the other. For an envoy who had been so credulous, the day's entry in Halifax's diary displayed surprising insight. He gave me the impression of feeling that, whilst he had attained power only after a hard struggle with present-day realities, the British government was still living comfortably in a world of its own making, a fairyland of strange, if respectable, illusions. It clung to shibboleths, collective security, general settlement, disarmament, non-aggression pacts, which offered no practical prospect of a solution of Europe's difficulties. But by the time he returned to London, after another interview with Goering, who assured him, "Under no circumstances shall we use force," Halifax was convinced he did understand Germany, and fell into the appeasement camp. He assured his colleagues that the Führer was very sincere, then reported to the cabinet that the Germans had no policy of immediate adventure. They were too busy building up their country, which was still in a state of revolution. His private secretary was dismayed. "I am amazed," he wrote, "that Halifax, with all his high church principles, is not more shocked at Hitler's proceedings. But he is always trying to understand Germans. He easily blinds himself to unpleasant facts, and is ingenious and even Jesuitical in rounding awkward corners in his mind." Hitler's reasoning for bringing round Halifax was far different and peculiarly his own. "I have always said that the English will get under the same eiderdown with me. In their politics they follow the same guidelines as I do, namely, the overriding necessity to annihilate Bolshevism. That Yuletide, like the previous, was not a period of depression for Hitler. He was positively jovial on Christmas Eve, according to valet Krause. While the two of them knelt on the floor of the Munich apartment wrapping gifts, Krause accidentally tied a knot on top of his master's thumb. Hitler laughed, clapped Krause on the back of the neck, and then asked for his dinner jacket. He was bent on celebrating the night before Christmas in style, and commandeered his valet as a companion. Avoiding SS guards, the two sneaked down the stairs like conspirators to a waiting taxi. No one saw us, and Hitler was quite relieved. I wanted to sit next to the driver, but Hitler grabbed my arm and I got in the back with him. For the next 2 hours, the taxi toured around Munich, constantly changing directions. Finally, Hitler gave his destination, the Luitpold Café. The driver, having no idea who his passengers were, seemed relieved to get rid of them, and drove off rapidly once he had his fare. He probably thought we were a couple of nuts, recalled Krause. Probably not too unjustifiably so. The whole thing struck me as pretty peculiar, too. Instead of going into the café, Hitler set off for the Königsplatz. Noticing that Krause kept looking around nervously, he said, "Don't be afraid. No one would believe that Adolf Hitler would be walking here alone in Munich." Even so, he lowered his own head when someone approached. It began to hail, and the Führer linked arms with his valet since his patent leather shoes were slippery. On and on they walked until they came back to the apartment. The Führer seemed as delighted as a boy that he had not only eluded his guards, but managed to walk around the city unnoticed. But the next day, Himmler reprimanded Krause for participating in such an escapade. Thereafter he ordered, such plans must be reported even if the Führer forbade it. 6. By the end of the year, Prime Minister Chamberlain had confirmed his conviction that only a policy of appeasement would bring lasting peace to Europe. Even Foreign Secretary Eden, despite qualms, expressed qualified hopes in his own recommendations for the next steps towards a general settlement with Germany, which he submitted on New Year's Day, 1938. The conversations between Lord Halifax and Herr Hitler showed that if we wish for a general settlement with Germany, it will be for us, and not for the German government, to take the next step by putting forward some concrete proposals. The next step, therefore, lies with us. It is important, if we are really anxious to prevent the hopes created by the recent conversations from evaporating, that we should keep moving, that there should be no long delay. We must keep moving. The concrete proposals Eden was referring to were such bribes as the offer to Hitler of what didn't even belong to England, a large section of Africa owned by Belgium and Portugal, and concessions to Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia. Hitler could not be bought so cheaply. His talk with Halifax had confirmed that the British would acquiesce in any expansion to the east and southeast as long as it was done with a show of legality. At the same time, it was apparent that Fritsch, Blomberg, and other senior military leaders feared his adventurous policy would lead to disaster. They blanched at the thought of using the threat of war as a diplomatic weapon, and a confrontation with their Führer seemed inevitable. The crisis was precipitated by a one-time prostitute, Fräulein Erna Gruen, presently working in the office of Blomberg as a typist secretary. After a brief acquaintance, the Field Marshal, a widower of 6 years, decided to make her his wife, even though marriage with a woman whose mother worked in a laundry was a violation of the officer's code. On January 12th, the Field Marshal and typist were married in a room of the War Ministry with Goering and Hitler as witnesses. But no sooner had the couple left on a honeymoon than rumours spread about the past of the young Frau Blomberg. From their dossiers, the Berlin police found that she not only had a record as a prostitute, but had posed for pornographic pictures. These revelations confounded Hitler, and shock was followed by indignation. Convinced that Blomberg had inveigled him into being a witness at the wedding so he would be compelled to quash any rumours that might arise, Hitler ordered Goering to inform the Field Marshal of Erna's past. If he agreed to dissolve the marriage, some way would be found to avoid a public scandal. If not, Blomberg would have to be fired. His logical successor was Fritsch, who was far more opposed to the Führer's policy. Goering had come to the Chancellery prepared for this possibility with another dossier given him by Himmler and Heydrich. It purported to prove that Fritsch had committed criminal homosexual acts with 2 Hitler youths and a male prostitute known as Bavarian Joe. Here was a timely excuse to rid himself of a most uncooperative commander-in-chief, and Hitler readily availed himself of it. When Goering left the room, he must have been elated. In a single stroke, Minister of War Blomberg and the best candidate to supplant him had apparently been eliminated, leaving Goering the most likely successor. The next morning he informed Blomberg of the Führer's ultimatum, but the Field Marshal stonily refused to annul the marriage. At the Bendlerstrasse, generals were receiving roguish telephone calls from prostitutes, delighted by the success of one of their number. The officer corps, which had winked at the murders of Generals von Schleicher and von Bredow, could not excuse this insult to their honour. The consensus was that Blomberg must resign at once and, unless he wished to be stricken from the officer list, divorce his wife. Fritsch was delegated to carry this demand to Hitler, who had about decided to do so on his own. Still, the affair dejected him. He walked up and down the room, recalled his personal adjutant Wiedemann, hand behind back, a broken-hearted man, while mumbling over and over, "If a German field marshal marries a whore, then anything in this world is possible." He called in Hossbach, and they discussed the successor. His chief adjutant could see no objection to Fritsch. The evidence of homosexuality must have been manufactured. The two argued until late that evening, and as Hossbach was leaving, he asked permission to let Fritsch know of the charges against him. "Absolutely not," said Hitler, and gave his adjutant a direct order not to do so. Hossbach went directly to General von Fritsch's apartment. The general indignantly denounced the charges. "If Hitler wants to get rid of me," he exclaimed, "then he has only to say the word and I will resign." What an influence a woman can exert on the history of a country, and thereby the world, without even knowing it, wrote Colonel Jodl in his diary the following day, January 26th. That morning Hossbach had the grit to tell Hitler he had disregarded orders and seen Fritsch. Surprisingly, the Führer did not lose his temper. He seemed to accept Fritsch's claim of innocence, remarking that there was now no reason why he shouldn't be named Minister of War. He went out of his way to praise the general and swear he had no desire to get rid of him. A few hours later, however, Hitler summoned Hossbach and began angrily assailing Fritsch. The adjutant begged him not to act until he had confronted the general in person. Reluctantly, the Führer agreed to an interview that evening. During the day, Wiedemann also approached Hitler with another unwelcome proposal. Goering had persuaded Wiedemann to recommend him as Minister of War, but Hitler said, "By no means. Goering doesn't even know how to hold an inspection. I know more about it than he does." Hitler heard the same proposition later in the day, when he regretfully informed Blomberg of his dismissal, and, out of courtesy, asked him to recommend a successor. Blomberg suggested the man who had helped ruin him. This time Hitler was even blunter. Goering was too impotent and lazy. "In that case," said Blomberg, "why didn't the Führer take over the post of Minister of War himself?" Apparently Blomberg, out of malice, was willing to cripple the officer corps which had betrayed him by placing Hitler in charge of the armed forces. Hitler neither accepted nor rejected this recommendation, only asked who could then take charge of the OKW staff. When Blomberg offered no candidate, Hitler asked who was in charge of his staff. "General Wilhelm Keitel," replied Blomberg, hastily adding that the prospective father-in-law of his own daughter would not be suitable for such an important position. "He's nothing but the man who runs my office." "That's exactly the man I am looking for." Blomberg returned to his office that noon and, appearing to be absolutely shattered and near collapse, told Keitel what had happened. He confessed knowing all along of his wife's disreputable past, but that was no reason for casting a woman out forever. He had parted from Hitler amicably, he said, with the assurance that if war should come, he would once again be at the Führer's side. When Keitel suggested a divorce, For their children's sake, Blomberg protested that it had been a love match on both sides, and he would rather put a bullet in his head than that. He rushed out of the office with tears in his eyes. At 5 p.m. Keitel was shown into Hitler's study. The Führer complained of loneliness. Keitel would have to stand by him. With some agitation he spoke of his admiration for Blomberg and how much he owed him, then complained at being tricked into acting as a witness for the wedding. Would the officer corps ever have accepted such an impossible marriage? Keitel was forced to agree that they would not. The next question was on the succession. Whom did Keitel propose? Like Blomberg, he proposed Goering, and Hitler again objected. Keitel's next choice was Fritsch. The Führer stepped to his writing desk and came back with an indictment signed by the Minister of Justice, charging that officer with a criminal homosexual offence. Hitler admitted suppressing an earlier similar indictment, since he could not bring himself to believe the charge. But the question of succession to the most important military post in the land made it necessary to clear up the matter once and for all. He was going to have a private conversation with Fritsch and ask him point-blank if he was guilty, then watch for his reaction. This confrontation came late that evening in the Führer's library. Fritsch knew none of the details concerning the alleged homosexual acts with 2 Hitler Youth and Bavarian Joe. He thought he was being queried about a silly matter involving 2 other Hitler Jugend, and was indignant that such an innocent affair was being taken seriously. He explained that occasionally he had invited the 2 boys to dinner, and later given them lessons in map reading, and if one was not attentive, he would administer a light tap on the rear with a ruler. Hitler had never heard about these 2 youngsters, and fired Fritsch peremptorily. Before the dazed Fritsch was out of the chancellery, Hitler was giving his personal adjutant an excited version of the scene. Imagine Wiedemann. All of a sudden it was not only 2 boys, but 4 he was mixed up with. The case cannot be kept secret any longer. Hitler was still agitated when Keitel reported to him the following afternoon, and learned that Fritsch was confined to his apartment. The conversation again turned to a successor. This time Hitler said that he had decided to take over the supreme command himself. Keitel was to remain as his chief of staff. Along with the post went an unpleasant chore. He was to fire Hossbach for going behind Hitler's back to warn Fritsch. The Führer never wanted to see him again. Wiedemann was almost as perplexed and angry as Hossbach at this dismissal. He approached the Führer, who was nervously pacing the floor of the winter garden. "Mein Führer," he impulsively exclaimed, "you have wronged someone grievously today." What did Wiedemann mean? Colonel Hossbach. "Yes, Wiedemann," said Hitler at last, "you are right. But it was only today that I saw the human being Hossbach behind the General Staff machinery. Tell him that I am sorry, but I cannot reverse his dismissal now. He should take a trip to the Mediterranean and then join me for dinner in the future. I will also give him a letter of recommendation specifying his excellent qualifications." This mood of forgiveness soon passed, and he never sent the letter of recommendation. "That fellow did nothing but lie to me," he would say, "and I will make sure he never gets on the General Staff again." In the following week, the Führer addressed himself to the problems left in the wake of the Blomberg-Fritsch scandals. First he ordered a full Gestapo investigation of the latter, then concentrated on selection of a new army commander-in-chief. He settled on General Walter von Brauchitsch, an admirer, though not a party member, but pretended that his first choice was Reichenau. General Gerd von Rundstedt, as representative of the army, indignantly disapproved. To the officer corps, Reichenau was not only a rabid Nazi, but a military radical not fit to hold any important command. Rundstedt, in turn, nominated Beck. Hitler would not accept him. His next choice, of course, was Brauchitsch. It had developed into a horse trade, and this time Rundstedt said the Führer's candidate would be acceptable to the army. This was not yet the end of the affair. Brauchitsch revealed that he could not accept the post unless a pressing personal problem was settled. He was in the midst of divorce proceedings, but his wife was demanding a considerable settlement, and he was already in debt. Hitler not only gave the general 80,000 marks, but persuaded Frau von Brauchitsch to accept the terms. It was a good bargain for the Führer. He now had an army commander-in-chief indebted to him. Furthermore, the woman Brauchitsch planned to marry, Frau Charlotte Schmidt, was, according to Ulrich von Hassel, a 200% rabid Nazi. Because of Hitler's manipulations and determination, along with the vacillation of the most senior generals, the crisis was finally resolved. Surprisingly, the abortive mutiny of the army hierarchy did not permeate to the field. Except for Fritzsch's close friends, few officers knew of the scandal, so that both he and Blomberg had been dismissed. And so it was with some mystification that many of the commanding generals of the Wehrmacht arrived in Berlin for a conference on February 4, 1938, and learned what had occurred from the morning newspapers. They were summoned to a large hall in the Chancellery, where Hitler informed them of the criminal charges against Fritzsch and the need to dismiss Blomberg because of his unfortunate marriage. "We were flabbergasted," recalled Heinz Guderian. "These serious allegations against our most senior officers, whom we knew to be men of spotless honour, cut us to the quick. They were quite incredible, and yet our immediate reaction was that the first magistrate of the German state could not simply have invented these stories out of thin air." The astounded officers meekly accepted Hitler's announcement of the reorganization of the Wehrmacht, and that evening Hitler legalized his takeover of the armed forces at a cabinet meeting. After presenting Keitel and Brauchitsch, he announced that he himself was now in command of the armed forces. It was the last time the cabinet would ever meet, and it was fitting that its members merely sat and approved. Just before midnight, the people of Germany were informed by radio of the Führer's momentous decree. They also learned that Blomberg and Fritzsch had resigned. 16 high-ranking generals had been dismissed, and 44 more transferred to other posts. Finally, Hermann Göring was granted the baton of a Luftwaffe field marshal as a consolation for not being named Minister of War. The house-cleaning also extended to the diplomatic service. Foreign Minister von Neurath was replaced by Ribbentrop, who believed that every hour not spent in preparing for war against England was an hour lost to Germany. There was no longer any possibility of an agreement with the British, he had recently told Hitler, since they would not tolerate a powerful Germany. On that point they will fight. It was a day to remember in German history. The most powerful dissidents in the Wehrmacht had been eliminated or curbed, and the two leading military men in the land, Keitel and Brauchitsch, were both in Hitler's debt, and little more than uneasy deputies. Once he had delivered his monologue to the cabinet, Hitler set off for Berchtesgaden with Major Rudolf Schmundt, who had replaced Hossbach as chief military adjutant, and a new army adjutant, Gerhard Engel. Next morning he must have read the headlines of the Völkischer Beobachter with supreme satisfaction. Strongest concentration of all powers in the Führer's hands. At last he was the supreme dictator of the German Reich. He was ready to embark on his final course. Chapter 16. The Return of the Native, February to April 1938. 1. The repercussions of Hitler's bloodless purge were felt almost immediately in Vienna. At the German legation, Franz von Papen, once Chancellor and now merely a minister to a small country, was called on the telephone. It was Lammers, Secretary of the Chancellery. "The Führer wished to inform you," he said, "that your mission in Vienna has ended. I wanted to tell you before you read about it in the newspapers." Papen was almost speechless. He had been persuaded by Hitler to take the minor post to restore the dangerous situation created by the Dollfuss murder. "I had served my purpose, it seemed, and could now go," he recalled with some bitterness. To obtain some picture of what was going on, he decided to go at once to Berchtesgaden, where he found Hitler exhausted and disturbed. His eyes seemed unable to focus on anything, and his thoughts seemed elsewhere. He sought to explain my dismissal with empty excuses. The distracted Führer paid little attention to the conversation until Papen remarked that only a face-to-face meeting between Hitler and Austrian Chancellor Kurt von Schuschnigg could solve the numerous problems dividing the two countries. That is an excellent idea," said Hitler, and told Papen to return to Vienna and arrange a meeting in the near future. "I should be very pleased to invite Herr Schuschnigg here and talk everything over with him." Schuschnigg accepted Papen's invitation with some uneasiness, then confessed to his foreign minister, Guido Schmidt, that he did so to forestall a coup and to gain time until the international situation should improve in Austria's favour. He added ironically that he only wished his place opposite Hitler at the conference table could be filled by a psychiatrist. Schuschnigg was, indeed, ill-suited to face such a ruthless opponent. A devout Catholic, an intellectual, a decent man with little vanity or driving ambition, he would enter the contest at a disadvantage. On the evening of February 11th, accompanied by Guido Schmidt, he boarded the night express for Salzburg. Once the train reached the birthplace of Mozart, the sleeping car was detached. The next morning, the two men drove through the ancient city, past the airport, and crossed the Salzach River to the German border. Papen was waiting with a Hitler salute. The German customs officials also smartly raised their arms, as did their Austrian counterparts, in violation of the law. It was an alarming omen, and moments later came another. Papen trusted the guests wouldn't mind that 3 generals had, quite accidentally, arrived at the Berghof. If he had been Adolphus, Schuschnigg might have protested, but he disliked scenes and had no desire to provoke Hitler. "No," he said, "I don't mind, but it's strange." On the outskirts of Berchtesgaden they turned sharply to the left, at the foot of the Obersalzberg, where half-tracks were waiting to take them up the steep, icy road to the Berghof. They passed neat, snowbound farmhouses and an old church, then came upon SS barracks, some still under construction. All at once there was a sharp turn, and the tracked vehicle stopped below the large terrace of the Berghof. Hitler advanced with outstretched hand, the genial host. After introducing the 3 generals behind him, he led the Austrian Chancellor into his study on the 2nd floor. Here the Führer abruptly shed his affability, bluntly accusing Austria of following anything but neighbourly policy. Was it friendly to stay complacently in the League of Nations after Germany withdrew? In fact, Austria had never done anything to help Germany. The whole history of Austria was one uninterrupted act of high treason. And I can tell you right now, Herr Schuschnigg, that I am absolutely determined to make an end of all this. The German Reich is one of the great powers, and nobody will raise his voice if it settles its border problems. Determined not to lose his temper, Schuschnigg retorted that Austria's entire history had been an essential and inseparable part of German history. Austria's contribution in this respect is considerable. "Absolutely zero, I'm telling you, absolutely zero," exclaimed Hitler, sounding like anything but a man born and raised in Austria himself, and, when Schuschnigg brought up Beethoven, reminded him that the composer came from the Lower Rhineland. "I am telling you once more that things cannot go on in this way. I have a historic mission, and this mission I will fulfill because Providence has destined me to do so. I thoroughly believe in this mission. It is my life. Look around you in Germany today, Herr Schuschnigg, and you will find that there is but one will." He had chosen the most difficult road that any German ever took, and made the greatest achievement in the history of Germany, greater than any other German, and not by force. I am carried along by the love of my people. I can go about freely and without guard at any time in Germany, and that because I am born by the love and trust of my people. He accused Austria of fortifying the German border and making ridiculous efforts to mine the bridge and roads leading to the Reich. "You don't seriously believe you can stop me or even delay me for half an hour, do you? Perhaps you will wake up one morning in Vienna to find us there, just like a spring storm, and then you'll see something. I would very much like to save Austria from such a fate, because such an action would mean blood." When Schuschnigg replied that Austria was not alone in the world, and an invasion of his country would probably mean war, Hitler scoffed. Nobody would move a finger for Austria, not Italy, nor England, nor France. "Think it over, Herr Schuschnigg," he said, lowering his voice. "Think it over well. I can only wait until this afternoon. If I tell you that, you will do well to take my words literally. I don't believe in bluffing. All my past is proof of that." His tactics were getting on Schuschnigg's nerves. He longed for a cigarette, but had been warned earlier not to light up in the Führer's presence. He asked Hitler exactly what he wanted. "That," replied Hitler, ending the session with dramatic abruptness, "we can discuss this afternoon." He rang a bell, and the doors opened silently from the outside. They ate in the dining room, served by handsome young SS men in snow-white uniforms. In front of the others, Hitler treated his guest politely. The conversation was relaxing and inconsequential. Coffee was served in an adjoining walled-in winter garden. Suddenly, the host excused himself and returned to his study with Ribbentrop. His departure was a relief to Schuschnigg, who began chain-smoking. It also gave him the opportunity of chatting with the three generals, none of whom knew why they had been summoned to the Berghof. It was almost 4 p.m. before the Austrian was led to a small room for a meeting with Ribbentrop, who handed over a 2-page typewritten draft of an agreement that was essentially an ultimatum. Germany would renew its full support of Austria's sovereignty if all imprisoned Austrian National Socialists, including the assassins of Dollfuss, were set free within 3 days, and all dismissed National Socialist officials and officers were reinstated in their former positions. In addition, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, the leader of the moderate pan-German faction, was to be appointed Minister of Interior with full, unlimited control of the nation's police forces. A moderate Austrian Nazi was to be Minister of Defense, and the incumbent propaganda chiefs were to be removed as part of the smooth execution of a press truce. To Schuschnigg, these concessions amounted to the end of Austrian independence, and, suppressing indignation, he began to contest the various points like a dispassionate lawyer. He had just managed to squeeze a few minor concessions from Ribbentrop when word came that the Führer was ready to see him upstairs. Hitler was excitedly pacing up and down the study. "Herr Schuschnigg," he said, continuing to omit the fun, "I have decided to make one last attempt." He pushed another copy of the draft agreements at the Austrian. "There is nothing to be discussed about it. I will not change one single iota. You will either sign it as it stands, or else our meeting has been useless. In that case, I shall decide during the night what will be done next." Schuschnigg refused to sign. Even if he did, he said, it would be valueless, since by constitution President Miklas alone could appoint cabinet members and grant amnesty. Nor could he in any way guarantee that the time limit stipulated in the document would be observed. "You must guarantee that." "I could not possibly, Herr Reichskanzler." Schuschnigg's studied courtroom rejoinders infuriated Hitler. He rushed to the door and shouted, "General Keitel!" He turned back to Schuschnigg. "I shall have you called later." The bellow was heard in the winter garden, and Keitel trotted upstairs like an obedient dog, entering the study just as Schuschnigg was about to leave. Out of breath, Keitel asked what commands the Führer had. "None at all. Just sit down." Puzzled, the head of OKW perched in the corner dutifully, and from now on fellow officers would nickname him Lackeitel, for lackey. Unaware that Hitler was bluffing, Schuschnigg was badly shaken by the time he reached the winter garden. He related what had happened to Foreign Minister Schmidt, who said he would not be surprised if they were arrested within the next 5 minutes. Upstairs, another Austrian, a moderate Nazi, an art critic, was assuring the Führer that Schuschnigg was a scrupulous man who would honor his promises. Impressed, Hitler made one of his lightning tactical shifts, and the next time Schuschnigg walked into the study, he found a magnanimous Führer. "I have decided," he said, "to change my mind, for the first time in my entire life. But I warn you, this is your very last chance. I have given you 3 more days before the agreement goes into effect." After the shock of the first 2 conversations, the minor concessions wrung out of Hitler seemed more important than they were, and Schuschnigg agreed to sign the compact. Once the revised document was sent out to be retyped, Hitler again became the genial host, one who has just sold the guest an objet d'art for an exorbitant price and is assuring him it is a bargain. Believe me, Herr Bundeskanzler, it is for the best. Now we can abide by this agreement for the next 5 years. It was evening by the time the 2 copies of the agreements were signed. Hitler asked Schuschnigg and Schmidt to stay for dinner, but they were anxious to get back to Salzburg. Accompanied by Papen, they proceeded in silence through the foggy night towards Salzburg. Finally Papen said, "Now you have some idea, Herr Bundeskanzler, how difficult it is to deal with such an unstable person." He quickly added that he was sure it would be different the next time. "You know, the Führer can be absolutely charming." Schuschnigg wondered if there would be a next time. At the Berghof, Hitler was already engaged in another bluff. He instructed his generals to sham invasion maneuvers near the Austrian border for the next few days. Hopefully, the threat of attack would induce Austrian President Miklas to ratify the agreement. If Schuschnigg was having second thoughts, so was Hitler. "This Schuschnigg was a harder bone than I first thought," he jotted down in his notebook. "The appearance of Keitel seemed to impress him, but I don't believe that his signature means a capitulation. One must be hellishly careful to see that no change of mood occurs. His Jesuit brothers are by no means to be trusted." 2. Schuschnigg had 3 days to get their agreement approved by his colleagues and President Miklas. It was Sunday when the Chancellor arrived back in Vienna, and time would run out on Tuesday the 15th. He conferred at once with Miklas, who was willing to grant amnesty to those Austrian Nazis still in prison, while vigorously objecting to the appointment of Seyss-Inquart. "I would give him any other post," he said, "but I refuse to give him the police and the army." News of the secret meeting in Berchtesgaden soon spread to the coffee-houses, the unofficial parliament of Austria, and an uneasy spirit pervaded the nation. Bitter arguments sprang up among the cabinet members, with one group complaining that Schuschnigg should publicly proclaim Hitler's brutal tactics at the Berghof, and the other commending the Chancellor's policy of caution. 24 hours before Hitler's ultimatum was to run out, so much disagreement remained that an emergency conference was held in the office of the President. Present, besides the 2 principals, were the Mayor of Vienna, the President of the National Bank, and a former Chancellor. After reviewing the situation, Schuschnigg presented 3 possible courses. Select a new Chancellor, who would be under no obligation to the commitments at the Berghof, carry out the agreements under a new Chancellor, or carry it out under Schuschnigg. An atmosphere of desperation settled over the room, due to more reports of German invasion manoeuvres at the border, and the argument that followed was not only heated but digressive. The most unlikely proposals were made, including one that Braunau, Hitler's birthplace, be ceded to Germany. Schuschnigg felt sure that Hitler would invade Austria if a single one of his demands was turned down, and at last Miklas bowed to pressure, reluctantly agreeing to the Chancellor's 3rd proposal, to leave Schuschnigg in office and accept the Berchtesgaden Pact. The Führer's charade at the Berghof, along with his sham invasion, had intimidated the Austrians into capitulation. That evening a new cabinet was sworn in, and the following day, February 15th, some of the truth was transmitted secretly to Austrian representatives abroad. They were informed by ciphered telegram that there had been sharp disagreements at Berchtesgaden owing to increased German demands and personal pressure from Hitler. Only after hours of negotiations had a basis of agreement at last been found. Fearing even this language was too strong, the government hastily dispatched another telegram which ordered the recipients to regard references in the previous telegram to difficulties connected with the Berchtesgaden conversations as for your personal information only. In Vienna, there was a rising demand that Schuschnigg reveal exactly what had happened in Berchtesgaden, but, having promised to keep silent until after Hitler addressed the Reichstag on Sunday, he kept his word as a man of honor. The German legation phoned Berlin that there was considerable agitation in Vienna because of the political and economic consequences of the agreement, that the city resembled an anthill, and that quite a few Jews were preparing to emigrate. Secret SD reports confirmed this, one agent informing Heydrich on February 18th that the Chancellor was under heavy attack from both Jews and Catholics. The Jews were attacking mainly through the stock exchange to exert pressure on the currency. Since February 17, 1938, there has been an extraordinarily heavy flight of capital, which led to a substantial drop in Austrian securities in Switzerland and London, as well as in other foreign countries. Shilling notes are being taken over the border illegally in large quantities, so that they have not been quoted since last night. On February 20th, Hitler made his eagerly awaited speech to the Reichstag, which was also broadcast throughout Austria. After announcing that he and Schuschnigg had made a contribution to the cause of European peace, he accused Austria of mistreating its German minority. It was, he added, intolerable for a self-conscious world power to know that at its side are co-racials who are subjected to continuous suffering because of their sympathy and unity with the whole German race and its ideology. On and on he orated, and, though quoting facts and figures at length, he managed to entrance most of the audience at the Kroll Opera House. During the rhetorical passages, his voice mounted to the pitch of delirium. He was a man transformed and possessed. We were in the presence of a miracle. These words came not from a German, but from an English observer, Major Francis Yates Brown. In Vienna, journalist G.E.R. Geddy roamed the streets during the interminable hours of that speech to see how the populace was reacting. It was a city of the dead. He found only 10 people at one of the busiest corners, all listening tensely under a loudspeaker. The local Nazis were delighted that Hitler was at last coming out into the open, and not long after he finished, began congregating and shouting over and over, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!" Geddy took a taxi to the German legation, a focal point of activity. As he drew near, another chant of Sieg Heil could be heard. As one first caught it in the distance, it was just a rhythmic throb, like the beating of a feverish pulse, which, as one approached, seemed to change into the inarticulate but disciplined cawing of some militarized rookery. Ah, 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 and finally into audible words. The dam of 4 years had been pierced by the Hitler speech, and the brown flood was beginning to trickle into the streets of Vienna. While the oration was greeted in Rome with some sympathy and understanding, there was underlying concern, since it did not confirm Austria's independence. The German charge in Rome reported that the Italians were unhappy that Hitler, in violation of their 1936 pact, had not previously consulted them, and if Berlin should continue to use this method, it might mean the end of the Axis. Schuschnigg's reply to Hitler came 4 days later, at the opening session of the Federal Diet, in a speech broadcast throughout both countries. The stage of the Parliament was decorated with a mass of tulips in the Austrian colours of red, white, red. Near the rostrum was a bust of the martyr Dollfuss. Although the Chancellor walked directly to the podium, his restrained manner was that of a Jesuit scholar. He was greeted with shouts of "Schuschnigg! Schuschnigg!" for the word had gone out that he was going to make a fighting speech. "The one and only point on the order of the day," he said in a tired voice, "is Austria." This brought renewed shouts. Inspired, he began to speak movingly of those who had fought for Austrian independence, from the Empress Maria Theresa to Dollfuss. Never before had his delivery been so effective, so fervent. Gone were the restraints of the self-effacing intellectual who had allowed himself to be bullied at the Berghof. His tone hardened when he finally mentioned the Berchtesgaden agreements. "We have gone to the very limit of concessions, where we must call a halt and say, 'Thus far and no further.'" He went on to declare that neither nationalism nor socialism is the watchword of Austria, but patriotism. The nation would remain free, and for this Austrians would have to fight to the end. He ended with a fighting motto: "Rot, Weiß, Rot, Bis in den Tod. Red, white, red, until death. Austria. The members of the House stood to applaud frenziedly. Their shouts were picked up by the crowds outside. Someone started singing, Gott erhalte, God preserve, and it became a roaring chorus. They sang Andreas Hofer, the anthem of revolt that came from the Tyrol, Schuschnigg's birthplace. The enthusiasm in the streets carried over to a general feeling of hope throughout the land and as far as Paris. In a debate on foreign affairs the next day at the Chamber of Deputies, the French foreign minister declared that Austrian independence was an indispensable element of the European balance, while one deputy went so far as to predict that France's fate would be decided on the banks of the Danube. Throughout Austria, local Nazis began demonstrating. The centre of the agitation was Graz, where the swastika had been raised on the roof of the town hall during Schuschnigg's speech. Defying the government's ban on political meetings, the local Nazis subsequently announced a rally of 65,000 party members from all over Austria for the weekend. Schuschnigg reacted immediately by dispatching troops, bombers, and an armoured train to Graz. The Nazis backed down and cancelled the meeting, but it was little consolation to the Chancellor. The disturbance should have been quelled by Seyss-Inquart and his police, not by the army. 3. French indignation at Hitler's threat to Austria took the form of a proposal to London that the two big powers send a joint note of protest to Berlin. It arrived at an inauspicious time. Anthony Eden had just resigned, and the Foreign Ministry was momentarily without leadership. The English public had not yet been aroused by the events in Austria, and their Prime Minister remained devoted to the policy of appeasing Germany. Furthermore, Chamberlain was supported by the London Times, which consistently played down the importance of the events in Austria. Fundamentally, it editorialized, a close understanding between the two German states is the most natural thing possible. Goebbels could not have put it more convincingly. Austria can never be anti-Germanic. Not even Franklin D. Roosevelt's condemnation of all aggressors the previous autumn had affected Chamberlain's policy. Nor had he been moved by the President's practical suggestion, which followed his call to quarantine the Japanese Nazis and fascists from the community of nations. Roosevelt dispatched Captain Royal Ingersoll, Chief of the Navy's War Plans Division, to London with instructions to explore the implementation of a long-range naval blockade of Japan. The proposition found such approval in the British Admiralty that its members told Ingersoll they were prepared to stop all Japanese traffic crossing a line roughly from Singapore through the Dutch East Indies, New Guinea, New Hebrides, and around to the east of Australia and New Zealand. But Prime Minister Chamberlain put an end to the plan for mutual blockade early in 1938 by rejecting another proposal of Roosevelt's calling for Britain to join an international conference to discuss essential principles of international law that would, incidentally, awaken America to the true nature of the bandit nations, as Roosevelt was privately calling them. At first, the President did not grasp the full implication of Chamberlain's unexpected rejection, but it soon became clear that his refusal to join an international conference meant that the British government would take no part in any quarantine, either in the Orient or in Europe. Chamberlain's rebuff was such a blow to Roosevelt that it led him to abandon a vigorous foreign policy that might have stemmed further aggression all around the world, and so changed heavily armed. In consequence, any limitation of arms depended on the Russians, and this was a problem complicated by the fact that one could place as much confidence in the faith in treaties of a barbarous creature like the Soviet Union as in the comprehension of mathematical formulae by a savage. Any agreement with the USSR was quite worthless, and Russia should never be allowed into Europe. Theirs was a rambling conversation that, after 2 hours, left the case of Austria in limbo by begging the question with a vague reply. The following day, Hitler sent his chief economic adviser, Wilhelm Kepler, to Austria. Presenting himself to Schuschnigg as a personal representative of the Führer, he came bearing fresh demands, which included everything deleted at Berchtesgaden. But Kepler's main interest was economic, and, since he regarded Anschluss as a financial imperative for both countries, he acted more like a benefactor than a predator. The Führer's wish at the time, recalled Schuschnigg, was for an evolutionary development. In other words, he wished to roll up Austria from within, if possible without any apparent German involvement. The time, concluded the amiable Kepler, had come to accelerate this process. Schuschnigg reacted sharply to Kepler's new demands, such as the immediate appointment of a Nazi as Minister of Economics, cancellation of the ban on the Völkische Beobachter, and formal legalization of National Socialism. How, asked the incredulous Schuschnigg, could Hitler come along 3 weeks later with this fresh set of impositions? His government would cooperate with Austrian Nazis only on the basis of long-term recognition of Austrian independence. Schuschnigg recalled that the interview ended inconclusively, but Kepler reported that it began tempestuously but concluded in an entirely conciliatory manner, and that he had the impression that Schuschnigg will by no means submit to force, but that, if treated sensibly, he will come along to a great extent, if this is made possible for him without loss of prestige. We can rely on his loyalty as regards the Berchtesgaden agreements. He further reported that the Austrian party was making excellent progress, particularly in Graz, where some 80% of the people professed National Socialism. At present, we are inclined to apply the brakes to the movement in order to wring more and more concessions from Schuschnigg. Schuschnigg's concessions to the Nazis only incited new disturbances, placing Austria in a quasi-state of undeclared civil war. In Vienna, stormtroopers and Nazi sympathizers would cross the Danube Canal to the Jewish quarter in Leopoldstadt, shouting "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" one night and "Heil Hitler" the next. They would be confronted by opponents shouting "Heil Schuschnigg" and "Red, White, Red to the death." There were frequent clashes, usually brought to an end by truncheon-wielding police. Generally it was the patriots who got beat up, for the loyalty of the police extended more to Minister of the Interior Seyss-Inquart than to the Chancellor. In desperation, Schuschnigg dispatched an appeal to Mussolini on March 7th, warning that he might have to hold a plebiscite to save the situation. Il Duce sent back words of reassurance. Professing to believe the pledge of Goering that Germany would not use force, he urged Schuschnigg not to hold a plebiscite. The message was cold comfort to a chancellor threatened with invasion from abroad while under attack at home by workers for being too lenient and by Nazis for being too restrictive. He decided to ignore Mussolini's advice. On March 9th, he announced the plebiscite in a Tyrolean city, Innsbruck. He stepped onto the podium in the town square, clad in the traditional Austrian grey jacket and green waistcoat, and announced emotionally that the nation would go to the polls in 4 days to answer one question. Are you in favour of a free and German, independent and social, a Christian and united Austria? For the second time he spoke as orator rather than scholar. Tyroleans and Austrians, say yes to Tyrol, say yes to Austria, he declared, and then ended his speech in Tyrolean dialect with the famous words of Andreas Hofer calling for volunteers to fight Napoleon. Merde, sich zut. Men, the time has come. The audience of 20,000 shouted defiance. Most of those listening at radios were equally inspired. Prince Starhemberg, however, was dismayed. This means the end of Schuschnigg, the former Vice-Chancellor of Austria told his wife. Let us hope it is not the end of Austria. Hitler can never allow this. As he feared, the announcement did force the Führer's hand. A vote for a free and united Austria, and this was the likely outcome, meant the delay, if not the end, of Anschluss. And since the union with Austria was a necessary preliminary to eastward expansion, the plebiscite threatened to wreck Hitler's entire program of Lebensraum. He could not tolerate such a challenge, and on the morning of March 10th told General Keitel that the Austrian problem was so acute that he should make appropriate preparations. Keitel remembered that a general staff plan, Operation Otto, had been drawn up in case Otto von Habsburg attempted to regain the throne of Austria. "Prepare it," ordered the Führer. Keitel rushed to OKW headquarters in the Bendlerstrasse, where he found to his dismay that Operation Otto was simply a theoretical study. Regretting his haste to please the Führer, he turned over to General Beck the task of submitting a report on the possible invasion of Austria. "We have prepared nothing," complained Beck. "Nothing has been done, nothing at all." When Beck reported to Hitler and suggested using 2 Corps and the 2nd Panzer Division for the military occupation of Austria, he was appalled to learn that these troops should be prepared to march across the border by Saturday the 12th. The thought of preparing such an operation within 48 hours was inconceivable to a professional. Beck protested that it meant orders would have to go out to the various formations at 6 p.m. that same evening. "Then do it," said Hitler, the amateur strategist. More concerned with Italian reaction to an invasion than with logistics, the Führer hastily dictated a letter to Mussolini. Austria, he wrote, was approaching a state of anarchy, and he could not stand idly by. "In my responsibility as Führer and Chancellor of the German Reich, and likewise as a son of this soil, I am now determined to restore law and order in my homeland, and enable the people to decide their own fate according to their judgment in an unmistakable, clear, and open manner." He reminded Il Duce of Germany's help in Italy's critical hour, the Abyssinian War, and promised to repay Italian support by recognizing the boundary between Italy and the Reich as the Brenner Pass. This decision will never be questioned or changed. It was noon by the time he handed over the sealed letter to Prince Philip von Hessen, with instructions to deliver it personally to Il Duce. As the prince boarded the special plane carrying a basket of plants for his garden in Rome, he had no idea how important his mission was. Throughout Austria, posters were being plastered on billboards announcing the plebiscite. Sound trucks circulated through towns and cities, urging all Austrians to vote Ja on Sunday. In Vienna, patriots were at last making more noise than the Nazis, as groups ranged the streets shouting, "Heil Schuschnigg, Heil Liberty," and "Sunday is polling day, we vote Ja." Heartened by public enthusiasm, Schuschnigg continued to act resolute. "I am neither able nor prepared to play the role of puppet," he wrote Seyss-Inquart in reply to the Minister of the Interior's charge that the plebiscite was contrary to the Berchtesgaden agreements. "I cannot be expected to look on with folded hands while the country is ruined economically and politically." He concluded with an urgent request to Seyss-Inquart, as minister responsible for security, to take measures to bring terrorism to an end. Otherwise he would not be able to hold the opposing forces in check. Although Seyss-Inquart was generally regarded as Hitler's cat's paw, he too was concerned for his country's independence, and while he sympathized with some of the policies of the Austrian Nazis, they did not regard him as one of their number. He was much closer in ideology and nature to Schuschnigg. Both considered themselves patriots, both were devout Catholics, both were intellectuals, shy men of culture with a deep love of music. Seyss-Inquart proved he was more patriot than Nazi by promising to appeal to his followers over the radio to vote affirmative on Sunday. Schuschnigg went to bed that evening, fully satisfied that the Nazi threat to the plebiscite had been scotched, unaware that Seyss-Inquart by now had little influence in his own party. The hardcore Austrian Nazis were already on the streets, marching in columns of 4 toward the center of disorder, the official German tourist bureau, which boasted a hastily painted larger-than-life oil portrait of Hitler. Their shouts of "Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer" were greeted at first with amusement by the patriots, who outnumbered them 3-1. Then windows were smashed, and the police, who had been standing by, formed cordons to prevent further damage. Making no move to subdue the howling mob of Nazis, they concentrated on the patriots to such an extent that eventually the outnumbered wearers of the swastika dominated the streets. 4. At 2 a.m. on March 11th, the improvised invasion plan, still bearing the code name Operation Otto, was issued. In it, Hitler took personal control. If other measures prove unsuccessful, it read, I intend to invade Austria with armed forces in order to establish constitutional conditions and to prevent further outrages against the pro-German population. The units involved were to be prepared by noon of March 12th. I reserve the right to decide the actual moment of invasion. The behavior of the troops must give the impression that we do not want to wage war against our Austrian brothers. At 5:30 a.m., Schuschnigg's bedside phone rang. It was his chief of police, reporting that the German border at Salzburg had just been closed, and all railroad traffic stopped. He hurried to the Chancellery on Bauhausplatz, where he learned that German divisions in the Munich area had been mobilized, destination presumably Austria. Equally alarming were the telegraph texts of German newspapers alleging, for instance, that communist flags flew in Vienna while mobs shouted, Heil Moscow! Heil Schuschnigg! At about 10 a.m., Gleiser Horstenau, Schuschnigg's minister without portfolio, a Nazi, arrived at the Bauhausplatz with written instructions from Hitler and Goering. He was accompanied by Seyss-Inquart, who had met him at the Aspern airport. Badly shaken, Seyss-Inquart reported the demands from Berlin. Schuschnigg must resign, and the plebiscite was to be postponed for 2 weeks so that a legal poll, similar to the Tsar plebiscite, could be set up. If Goering did not get a telephone answer by noon, he would assume that Seyss-Inquart was prevented from making the call and would act accordingly. It was already 11:30, and Seyss-Inquart, a reasonable man, extended the deadline until 2 p.m., in the Führer's name. Schuschnigg used this time to assess possibilities of resistance. He telephoned the chief of police, who informed him that Vienna remained quiet. He had thrown a cordon, in as far as that is possible, around the inner city, but so many Nazi policemen had been restored to their jobs that the government could no longer count on its police force. In this extremity, Schuschnigg summoned the inner cabinet, his closest advisers, to discuss the emergency. He presented 3 alternatives: rejection of the ultimatum, followed by an appeal to world opinion, acceptance, followed by his own resignation, and a compromise, accepting Hitler's demands for technical changes in the plebiscite, but resisting all other demands. They decided upon compromise. It was almost 2 p.m., and moments later the 2 reluctant messengers of doom, Seyss-Inquart and Gleiser Horstenau, were back. They could not accept the proffered compromise, and Schuschnigg was faced with the unpleasant choice between complete submission or defiance. He hurriedly conferred with President Miklas, and it was decided to call off the plebiscite. Returning to his office, he informed the inner cabinet members of the decision. They were momentarily struck dumb, and in the silence could hear a sound truck announcing the plebiscite, then blasting out, "O du, mein Österreich! O you, my Austria!" Moments later, the Chancellor was telling Seyss-Inquart and Gleiser Horstenau that Berlin's demands for postponement of the plebiscite had been granted. At the same time, extensive security measures, such as an 8 p.m. curfew, would have to be taken. Concerned, the 2 men excused themselves to transmit this information to Goering by telephone. "These measures of Chancellor Schuschnigg are in no way satisfactory," replied Goering, who then hung up to think things over. He should have conferred with Hitler, who, according to Papen, was currently in a state bordering on hysteria, but instead acted on his own. A few minutes past 3 p.m., he was back on the phone with Seyss-Inquart. "Berlin cannot agree in any way to the decision taken by Chancellor Schuschnigg," he said, ruthless beneath a veneer of joviality. He demanded that Schuschnigg and his cabinet resign. He also repeated the demand to send Berlin a telegram asking for German help. The 2 ministers solemnly marched back to the large room where their cabinet colleagues were assembled. Seyss-Inquart, white in the face and agitated, read from his notebook Goering's ultimatum, and then quailed under a bombardment of questions. "Don't ask me," he replied bitterly. "I'm nothing more than an historic telephone girl." If he himself were not appointed Chancellor within 2 hours, he added, the German armies would move on Austria. Life in Vienna was continuing as if nothing had happened. Planes circled overhead, dropping clouds of leaflets urging the citizens to vote Ja on Sunday. On the streets, trunk columns of the Fatherland Front were greeted with patriotic shouts and waving handkerchiefs. Strangers would welcome each other with Österreich. For once, the nation appeared to be united. All at once, the gay waltzes and patriotic marches that had been coming from every radio station were abruptly changed by an announcement ordering all unmarried reservists of the 1915 class to report immediately for duty. Before long, a stream of army trucks loaded with steel-helmeted troops headed for the German border. In desperation, Schuschnigg sought help from London. He told how he had given way to Hitler's demands rather than risk bloodshed, and asked for immediate advice of His Majesty's government as to what he should do. This telegram, ironically, reached Prime Minister Chamberlain during a lunch at 10 Downing Street in honour of the Ribbentrops. Chamberlain frostily invited Ribbentrop into his study for a private word with himself and Lord Halifax, the new Foreign Secretary. The discussion, as Ribbentrop reported it to Hitler, took place in a tense atmosphere, and the usually calm Lord Halifax was more excited than Chamberlain, who outwardly at least appeared calm and cool-headed. After the Prime Minister read out the telegram from Vienna, Ribbentrop professed to be ignorant of the whole situation, and, in fact, expressed doubts about the truth of the reports. If it were true, he added, it might be the best way of achieving a peaceful solution. These words were enough to placate a man already determined to keep on good terms with Hitler. Chamberlain agreed with Ribbentrop that there was no proof of violent German action, even when his own Foreign Secretary angrily charged that Schuschnigg had been threatened with invasion. Then Chamberlain asked Lord Halifax to send off a reply to the Austrian government that must have made him wince. His Majesty's government cannot take responsibility of advising the Chancellor to take any course of action which might expose his country to dangers against which His Majesty's government are unable to guarantee protection. Schuschnigg had no illusion about getting any help from either England or Italy, and about 4 p.m. tendered his resignation. President Miklas reluctantly accepted it, but flatly refused to follow Goering's order to appoint Seyss-Inquart. Instead, he selected the Chief of Police, but he declined. So did the Inspector General of the Armed Forces, as well as the leader of a former Christian social government. No one wanted the position, and Miklas appealed to Schuschnigg to reconsider. He refused to take part, directly or indirectly, in the preparations for Cain once more to slay his brother Abel. But when Miklas replied in dismay, "I see that everyone deserts me," he reluctantly agreed to continue in office as ex-Chancellor until a new head of government was appointed. So saying, Schuschnigg returned to his own office and began clearing his desk. As the afternoon wore on, the emotional strain in the Chancellery became almost unbearable. Pressure from Berlin, and particularly from Goering, who was in his element, was growing. At 5 p.m., the Field Marshal was shouting over the phone at a Nazi underground leader named Odilo Globocnik that a new cabinet must be formed by 7:30 p.m. At that time, Seyss-Inquart was to telephone the Führer that it had been done, said Goering, and dictated a list of the ministers that included his own brother-in-law. A few minutes later, Seyss-Inquart himself was on the phone, informing Goering that Miklas had accepted Schuschnigg's resignation, but was insisting on replacing him with a former Chancellor. Goering roared out to tell Miklas to accept German